That was. mm. Well, yeah, no. mm, mm, mm. 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 Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and on 92.5. And I imagine we're going to be talking a lot of Rockets basketball as they make a couple more moves. One, a little bit of a head scratcher, but the other, what we expected and what we had been hearing. There are a lot of rumors swirling about uh, Dorian Finney, and sure enough, the Rockets picked up Dorian Finney-Smith on a deal that it may hinder them. There's a lot of stuff going on here as far as the salary cap in the future goes, the luxury tax, and what where Clint Capella is going to fit in as well. Bringing Clint Capella back and signing Dorian Finney-Smith. I was just looking through Dorian Finney-Smith's stats, and we talked about Robert Horry yesterday. Pretty similar players, actually, and it's going to be interesting to see because he does. I mean, he doesn't score a bunch. Dorian Finney-Smith, a lot like Robert Horry, didn't has only averaged double digits a couple of times in his career, like Robert Horry. Robert was a 7 point a game guy. He's 8.3. He's a 43% shooter from the field. Robert was 42. He's a little bit better 3 point shooter, 36 to 34. But very similar, very good defensively. Not sure at 32 he can cover guards out there on the wing anymore, Lance. But he's a guy that he could cover inside and outside in the past. So this is a move. I think it bolsters you defensively, and it gives you a guy that can knock down a three and can space the floor for you whenever you go inside with Alpi, or if you kick it out with Kevin Durant, whatever the case may be. This is a move that a lot of people are lauding again for the Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, classic 3-and-D player. He is. Last year, he had his career high 41% from three. He's had some moments where he shot it in the high 30s, and then he's, have a season where he drifts back down to 34% or a little bit lower. But this is a move that allows. It's interesting the way that they're collecting wings now. You almost wonder what Tari Eason's future is a little bit with the Finney Smith, because it's starting to play out like yes, it is a little. Finney Smith, that's a really good signing, right? Plays defense, can shoot the three a little bit. You don't know what Tari Eason's future is anyway, because he's a guy whose contract is going to come up. You can't pay everyone. We talked about that. Dell's talked about consolidation of talent a few different times, and that's what we may see with some trades. So I don't know that it's even over now. Like, I'm not sure it's even over now. Finney Smith is a good addition. He really fits what Ime Udoka likes to do, and trying to figure out how they're going to play all these guys is kind of fun, to be honest with you, about what the lineup would look like. Now, I will say this: the Rockets, the surprising one was the Rockets getting back Clint Capella for a little over $7 million a year. It's fully guaranteed for 3 years. And so you look at it and you say, well, you have Steven Adams and you have Alpi. So where exactly is Clint Capella going to play? And I think that's a pretty fair question, other than we know that he's not going to play every night on back-to-backs. So Clint Capella fills in on those nights where it's back-to-back and Steven Adams isn't playing. You've got Clint Capella. Or is there something, this has been thrown around out there a little bit on the Twitters, that what if you are just getting enough together where it's Steven Adams and Clint Capella, and Alperen is going to be part of another move to get Giannis Antetokounmpo, where Alperen and then maybe a Jabari Smith who's under contract. So I think you presumably could still trade Jabari Smith. Now, I don't think his number activates this year. I don't think it doesn't activate until next year. But there's still they have enough on the roster right now where there could be another move that we don't know about. It's possible that there could be something else in play. And, of course, the one that everyone speculates about is Giannis. But they're awfully deep at center now, which is the one that you said was head. I assume that's the one you said was a little head scratching. That one caught me off guard. Adding Clint Capella, that caught me off guard. But they got three big bigs. They got a stretch four, and they've got Tari Eason can play three. You've got Dorian Finney-Smith that can play three. They're playing on the wing basically. You've got obviously Jabari can play that stretch four and likely would play the stretch four if that's the lineup you're going for. You've got the ability. You're going to be big with Amen Thompson at the two. Fred is just a small guy, so whatever. But you got a chance to go with small lineups now that are really, really tough and nasty defensively, and very, very long. Like you've got a lot of different things that your roster right now. Rafael Stone has put together a roster right now, and I guess the word is that Cam Whitmore and Cam and Jock Landale are going to be out the door. I guess as part, trying to. One of them is going to go for Capella. I don't know if it was announced, but I guess that's going to be part of this deal that's coming up. Is they're going to be out the door. You have to move some salary. So the question next is going to be, is Tari Eason stick around?
Well, you're looking at the small lineup. I'm looking at the big lineup.
Yeah, but
Alpi
big
and
lineups
Adams on the floor at the same time with Kevin Durant. You can put Jabari or Finney Smith and Amen. Holy crap!
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That is your small lineup. Your small lineup is long as hell. That's your small lineup. You don't even have to play. Those guys are all on the court, even if Alperen doesn't play. So your small lineup is quick and long, but it's not short. It's not a short lineup.
No, I'm talking about when Adams and Alpi are on the court. That's not your small lineup.
No. But I think that's, I still think that's, you kind of have to limit that. There's going to be certain teams it really works against well, and there's other teams you can't do it as much against. But
yeah, I don't see Cam Whitmore. I mean,
Cam's
it's just a
gone.
shame.
We got to stop talking. Cam Whitmore's been gone. Look,
Yeah.
you know that, and I know that. We talked about it during the year. It's just a matter of when he exits the team. He's not going to be part of this team.
Yeah, I just don't see it. And so it's still going to be Alperin, Jabari, Kevin Durant, Amen Thompson, Fred VanVleet.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, Finney Smith coming off the bench, Tari coming off the bench, Steven Adams coming off the
Reed.
bench. Yeah, I
got
you
to.
know, they got
to play Reed Sheppard.
As many minutes as Fred VanVleet plays, as much as he loves him on the floor, Reed's going to be limited again this year, probably.
Well, he'll get some of those Amen. He'll get some of those Amen minutes.
Yeah,
too.
then you're going to be. That's your small. That's just with Fred VanVleet and Reed Sheppard on the floor at the same time.
He'll get some of those minutes. And Reed will be just a pure 2. So you're going to have to figure out defensively what you're going to do with Reed Sheppard. And Gordon just re-signed too, and Gordon can get minutes. So
yeah, and then so I guess you're right. I think Steven Adams. When Steven Adams can't play, that's when you play Clint Capella. Clint Capella was a bench guy last year.
Yeah, his minutes are a career low 21. They're going down and down. Everything about Clint Capella is sinking. He's 31. He looks a little softer body-wise.
I don't get the Jeff Green and the Jason Tate.
Well, wait. And that's what I'm saying. This is where things start to pile up on you, where they could be part of a salary dump for another bigger trade, because it doesn't make sense. Off the rip, you say, why would you go at these guys instead of somebody much cheaper? Just get a cheaper version. Like, what are you doing? Unless you need salaries to have salaries to bring together to be part of a bigger trade.
Yeah.
Because that's why Jeff Green, like, what are you doing I don't understand that either. What's the Jeff Green thing? Other than, well, he's a veteran. When he comes in, he's ready to go. He's a guy Ime would like, but you could presumably get somebody a little less expensive and a little more athletic off the bench. The thought might be, well, if we're going to have somebody that far on the bench, we want somebody we know doesn't have to be playing and we can just activate. And he's a pro. He's good with the teammate. It's probably that, but it also could be that they need to have a bunch of guys under contract that they can round up and create a certain number to trade for another player.
Well, now, okay, this is from Jackson Gatlin. The Rockets signing Clint Capella is a great depth move, and a sign that Fertitas don't care about the tax and want to win at all costs right now, which is dangerous because you got, say, a lot of signings to do, and if you're not going to do anything else, it's going to prohibit you to do some stuff in the future, or be the precursor to another major blockbuster deal involving Alperin Şengün.
Yeah.
How would the fan base? What do you think the fan base would think about dealing Alpe?
Be a lot of back-to-back Jalen and Alpe will be a lot of teeth gnashing. There's going to be a lot of fans, especially your young fans who have come up with that unit, with that duo, that would be a little bit disappointed, I think. Way more so than Jalen Green. You move Alpe and there's going to be some concern. You open yourself up for a lot of criticism if you don't get off to a very good start. And like I said, if you look at the history of it over the last 10 years, collecting aging players does not work very well anymore. It's not really a recipe for success. So I think, that's calling, you'd have to call Giannis an aging player. What is he, 31? So that's not really, I don't really think I think he's still in his prime, very much so. If you look at how he played this year, he's averaged over 30 points a game. He averaged 30.4 and 12 rebounds a game, shot 60% from the field with 6.5 assists. I mean, these numbers are phenomenal. Those are MVP numbers. That's how good he is. Right now, Giannis in July, so coming up this month, he'll turn 31. July 30th. No. He was born December 6th. So he'll turn 31 during the season. So he's still, this is still, to me, a young, in his prime, still an in his prime player. But I think the fan base, I thought about that too. I think the fan base would be, I think they would, there's a higher percentage that would be a little disappointed with that than with Jalen going.
There would be, yes. I think there would be backlash. But if it's Giannis, then I think everybody just goes,
okay.
Well,
how about I play a new game? How would you do What would be your mental health and your personal health if they rounded up some players and moved them for LeBron? How would you be doing?
I would be in a suit in the corner, banging my head against the wall. That's how I. There is zero chance it's for a guy with 1 year left. That's it. No, zero chance that's happening. Zero, less than zero. So
that's a form, John. It's one of the greatest players of all time. You have to take your chances. You have to go
Michael.
all in.
Why don't they just get Michael?
Alperin straight up for LeBron. Alperin and some players for LeBron. You don't love that?
Yeah. No, I don't love that.
Okay, me either.
No. Yeah. No. Don't love anything about that. Yeah. But go ahead, get that job.
Don't forget that you always have to look for the little signs. And Brian Windhorst is one of those guys that I keep an eye on, because the other day he said, when you make this move for Kevin Durant, you blah, 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 blah. But you have these young players that you can sign or trade. And he said his little or trade. Like he knew when he said that, and the way he said it, I couldn't help but think he might know something here.
Okay, what will Milwaukee take?
I mean, if it's not Alperin and Amen, I don't know that I'm doing it. If I'm Milwaukee,
I don't think they're doing Amen. I don't think.
Well, Rockets wouldn't do Amen. I would be pissed. Like if that, I'm out on everything. If it's Amen and Alperin, I'm out on everything. You have literally just slammed the door to a tiny little window instead of a wide open door of winning championships. I would be super pissed. But I would think if the Rockets were willing to do it, it'd be Tari, it'd be all these first round picks that they have left. It would be Amen, and then you'd have to, not Amen, Alperin. It would really have to be Alperin, Tari, and a series of first round picks, and then some of the guys that the Jeff Greens and maybe even Clint Capella's, to make it work, to make the numbers work. So I don't know. Like it's realistically, you could say, Cam Whitmore could obviously be part of that. But it starts with Alperin, and they're going to want Amen, and you're going to say, no, we'll do Tari, but we're not doing Amen. And I don't know if the talk slam shut there, because there's going to be other teams we're talking about one of the best players in the world. There's going to be other teams that say, whoa, we want Giannis on our team. Mm-hmm. Let us see if we can't make a little offer for you. But Alperin's a young guy who can, who's a 2010 type player. He's going to have a lot of, he's got a lot of value. He's got a lot of value. Very young, 2010. He's on a friendly deal right now, relatively friendly club deal right now. So a lot of value for him.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. What did you guys think of the signings? I think we saw it coming, but it's nice. This is nice. This rotation now. Holy crap. Everybody's thinking this team is the second best team in the West and maybe can compete for that Western Conference title. We shall see. I know the best payroll company, okay? You hear it all the time. When you get testimonial after testimonial after testimonial, it seems like it's not every one of their clients, but there's a lot of them that sure do come on our air and they talk about what HRP has done for them. They go out of their way. They come to the station. They record the spot. It tells you that they care about HRP, that they want HRP to succeed because HRP is helping them succeed. It'll help you. HRP will help your business succeed. What is it that you are doing with your business that maybe HRP can look at and they can save you money? It's all about the bottom line, right? You have to be successful so that your people are successful. Your people want you to be as good as you can possibly be, so those paychecks keep on coming in. Well, get those paychecks to the people as economically as you can, as technologically perfect as you can. You get your taxes done, get your 401k, get all your benefits packages as well. HRMP can help you pick the right ones for your company. It's what HRMP does every day, and HRMP does it for us, and they'll do it for you. HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here, and get a free evaluation of what you're doing with your business, and let HRMP help you out. HRP.net.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. What do you think of the Dorian Finney-Smith deal? Clint Capella coming back. It's interesting. Brook Lopez signs with the Clippers. That was a guy that was supposed to come here. We wouldn't have Steven Adams if we had been able to sign Brook Lopez a couple of years ago. Instead, we got Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, and Brook Lopez was supposed to be in that mix, but he decided to stay in Milwaukee. Maybe he's reading the writing on the wall there. Maybe he got a little tip, or he's like, I don't know that this thing isn't falling apart over here. I'm out of here. And he goes to the Clippers, and maybe that's a sign. Maybe it just seems like there's a lot of things pointing that Giannis is not going to be with Milwaukee, and quite possibly Giannis is coming here to Houston. We shall see if that comes. It wouldn't shock me at all if the Rockets make that move.
Well, it'd be pretty shocking if they pulled a Giannis move after a KD move. That's almost
how about that roster now? If you let's assume you got to get rid of Tari.
It's not real deep, assuming what you have to give up.
Well, you're going to have to get rid of Tari. You're going to have to get rid of. You're going to give Alpi up, Tari up. You'll have to give up at least Cam.
You basically be Reed. You basically be Reed. So I guess Steven Adams starts at center. He doesn't even play. He doesn't even play back.
Giannis
Is that
would
why
start
you
at
picked
center.
up Clint Capella?
Unless you're moving KD to the 3.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Well, KD or Jabari, whatever.
I mean, KD doesn't really play the 3 anymore, so you're probably starting Giannis in a center spot.
Oh, if you added Giannis. Oh, yeah. I guess Giannis
yeah.
would have to be the center.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess Giannis would be the 5-ish.
Yeah, but and then you got your two bigs with him and Adams, and Steven Adams can come in and
you'd still have Steven Adams and Clint Capella. You'd have Finney Smith and you'd have Reed Shepherd,
And of course, Fred.
And Fred.
No, off the bench.
Off the bench.
Off the bench, yeah.
And
you do become much older very quickly.
Oh, you got way older. You're 36, 31, 31. 32, going to be 33. You're one of the oldest. You're one of the older teams in the league, like that.
Which would make me question how much they would actually give up, considering how it changes their complexion of their roster. Because if you're getting that old,
well, it changes the whole. I mean, it's a total turnover.
Yeah, you are no longer.
You now become an old team that's relying upon not getting hurt.
Would you do Tari, Jabari, and Alpi?
No, I'm not doing any. Honestly, I'm probably not doing anything now that Kevin Durant came. It was one or the other for me. I'm not okay with completely taking a young, vibrant roster with still had growth and upside and completely flipping it on its head so you can get everything right now, so you can microwave the potential for right now. I don't know. That's something the more we talk about, the more I really don't love that.
The Clint Capella signing is to me is a indicator that wait a minute, whoa.
Yeah, it is a curious sign.
Yeah, it's curious.
And the Finney Smith, to me, when you already have Tyrese, and I also thought that's a little bit like, that's a little curious. And why are you going to go back in on Jayshawn Tate and Jeff Green? It's like, I don't know where all this money's coming from. Everyone's getting 3 and 4 year deals. Steven Adams 3, Finney Smith 4, Fred is 2, miraculously. I do wonder what that means for Tari Easton's future. Because Amen, no doubt, is going to get a max. Like, Amen's going to be the first max player that is homegrown from the roster.
Yeah,
he'll end up being a max player. So you're going to re-sign. You're going to re-sign him to a max contract. I don't know when they'll be able to do it. I haven't, really gotten down and jumped into the roster. The salary cap stuff is so fluid right now. I don't even want to look at it right now because it really needs to settle.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know, but just the thought of being that old is really kind of disappointing to me. If that were to happen.
Yeah. It's we'll see. You want Giannis? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. It would be a complete turnover.
God, you'd have 6
of
players.
A roster that finished second that was young and homegrown, and now totally mostly, maybe some left, homegrown stuff left.
Capella,
but mostly
Adams, Giannis, KD, Finney Smith, Fred VanVleet, Jeff Green, 7 players who are 31 or older is what you would have. Golly, you'd be old as hell.
Yep. Well,
and guys in your front court can't even play every game.
And yet you're picking up Giannis and Kevin
you got
Durant.
to load manage KD. You're going to have Steven Adams can't play back-to-back nights. Like, I don't know, man. That would be a lot different conversation than when Kevin Durant came over for cheap. He came over for cheap. All of a sudden, we're having a completely different conversation if this turns into Giannis too.
Yep. They're crazy. We got some Astros news that we haven't got to yet. Jeremy Pena, broken rib, got hit in the ribs the other night. Had to leave the game Friday night, and he is now on the IL with a broken rib. I wonder how long that's going to take.
You don't have that happen very often.
You ever have a broken rib?
No, but I've heard you can't cough, you can't breathe. Wait, didn't you?
I've had a broken rib.
Something happen a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, I had I slipped. I was wearing socks on our stairs, and I just went straight up in the air, and boom, broke my rib. And wow, is that painful? and he's got one. His is in the front, mine was in the back. I don't know if there's any difference or what the deal is, but I can tell you, it was kind of surprising that it wasn't as debilitating, and it didn't take as long as I thought it was going to take. But we've got 4 series left, starting in Colorado tonight. We got 4 series left before the All-Star break. It doesn't look like he's going to be an All-Star now with this broken rib. We shall see. I don't know that he comes back before mid-July. I don't know. Again, I'm just assuming that a broken rib is going to keep him out maybe a little bit longer than a few weeks. So this is that's bad news. The good news is that you've got Mauricio Dubon, who can play short. About it, you're not losing much defensively. You're really not. Dubon grew up as a shortstop, so he knows the position, and dude can flash the leather.
I like that the medical staff figured out there was a fracture there early on.
Right away. Yeah. And instead of, hey, get back out there and start swinging, maybe we should rest it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should rest it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's bad news, though. He was having an all-star year. He's second in WAR. He's been second in WAR in all of the majors, and that's just not great to lose Jeremy Pena. But it's this team. I don't know what it is, but it just keeps on chugging along. Third best record in all of baseball, and it doesn't matter who gets hurt. The next guy steps up, and the next guy gets the job done. It's amazing. So we'll see what happens there. Again, Mauricio Dubon in there, not as good a hitter, but he can field with anybody in the league. So that kind of sucks. You start in Colorado tonight. You got Gordon and Walter going in between with a brown sandwich. Not that you're not nearly as afraid. Gordon against Dollander tonight, and then Brown against Gomber, and then Walter against Freeland. Colorado playing better of late, but they still suck. So the Astros, you hope you sweep that, because you got the Dodgers coming up this weekend at the Dodgers, which we're going to go to the game, and I'm wearing my orange there on Friday, and then you got Cleveland and Texas, and and that's it, back home, and you got the All-Star break. So I think you can weather the storm without Jeremy, right? I think you'll be.
Yeah, it depends on how you tell us how long he's out.
Yeah, I don't think he comes back before the All-Star break. And
it's a little bit of a we'll see. I mean, he's your top offensive player.
Yeah, I know, but maybe it's not as painful. Maybe it's not going to be again. The Astros. It's tough to trust the Astros. The athletic trainers, if you want to know the truth, but we'll see whether or not it can. Yeah, because I don't know, a broken rib. I think it might stay around if you're trying to do too much. So you got to just rest that, and hopefully he just rests it and gets better and come back the second half of the season. That's all. Get back the second half of the season and let's go again.
Yeah,
it'll be a nice little break for him too. Get his head right, get some rest, and then get back here and kick ass again like he has been. Jeremy Pena is having a great season. A season that's going to pay him big money, and probably somewhere else. So there's that, Lance. Just so you know.
We're not supposed to talk about that. Dell put that off limits yesterday.
Yeah.
Enjoy your players and stop talking about
enjoy your players while they're here. That's all.
I mean, we could be the Utah Jazz, knowing that your draft pick is waiting until he can get out too.
Yeah. He's going to be. He's on the 10-day IL. Only because he's going to be able to return whenever he can, but it won't be before. I highly doubt he's coming back. The All-Star break is the 13th. Is today the 1st?
Today's the 1st, yeah.
Today's the 1st. Yeah. The All-Star break, they get back, the 17th? That's where I would target him at the earliest coming back. I don't think there's any chance they bring him back before the All-Star break.
Well, Dana Brown's at it again. He goes, There's nothing that says he can't come back as soon as the inflammation goes down. He can still swing a bat. All right, man.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Why do you need to rush him back?
Like that?
Yeah, he could, come back as soon as the inflammation goes down. How about we just have the thing heal and then he comes back?
Yeah, I don't understand why he's doing this.
He said that yesterday. I was like, oh no, not again. The inflammation thing. If the bone is broken, let it heal completely, and then he comes back. It's not the playoffs. He ain't a hockey player where he needs to prove his toughness in the middle of July in this crappy division.
Yeah, you got a 6-game lead. Let the dude heal. Let him.
Well,
heal.
I don't know, John. As long as let him show how tough he is.
He's gonna let him heal, but why give people this false sense of hope?
Yeah. Wouldn't you just say when he's completely healed, he'll come back? No, it's like, well, if he can start swinging the bat when it's less painful, let's see. All right. Thanks, Dana. If I'm Jeremy Payne, I'm like, thanks.
Yeah.
Now it's a question of my toughness.
Why aren't you back yet?
Now it's a question of my toughness. Can I deal with the pain? No, I got a broken rib. Let me just work through that by resting.
Yeah. Who was the Cub pitcher that hit him? We got to take care of that business sometime. Right?
Somebody's got to get clipped.
Yeah. I mean, somebody.
Clipped.
Got to go down.
Oh, you mean death? You want to kill a pitcher?
No.
He said clipped. What do you think that means?
No. It means you clip him with a baseball.
Oh, okay. Just to be clear, you don't want that pitcher to die, do you, Lance?
No, but there was once a Russian boxer.
What's that mean?
Who said if he dies, he dies?
That was a fictional story.
Well, it happened in Russia.
No, that happened in America.
Yeah.
He killed Apollo in America.
Didn't they fight in Russia?
Yes, Rocky beat him, but when he says if he dies, he dies.
Was that Apollo?
That happened in America, yes.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes things happen on the baseball field. You just never know.
But that was on a boxing ring.
I know, but I'm just saying it's kind of an eye for an eye. If you hit ours, we're going to hit yours. Break somebody's. Can we break Kyle Tucker's shoulder? You come after our ribs, we go after your whole shoulder. Wow. Is there a way that we can create a Tommy John for one of their pitchers?
Like yeah, just sign him and have him pitch here.
I don't know if we want to.
It's that easy. Just bring him up through the organization.
If you want to injure
if
you want to injure a Cub pitcher,
forearm tightness.
Acquire him and have him pitch for the Astros.
Because that for sure he's done.
It doesn't take long for that forearm tightness to kick in.
No,
we did it to Wesneski.
Oh yeah.
We just did it to a former Cub pitcher.
That's a good point.
It's what we do.
Maybe that was get back.
It's what we do.
Maybe that's why they hit Jeremy.
No. Wait a minute. I don't think they cared about Wesneski after he was here.
After the trade.
You just never know. Maybe he has some friends on that team.
Maybe that guy was, that's my best friend. You guys ruined him. Boom. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. What do you think about the moves? Let's go. Get in here. Right now, I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. Okay, so you got downtown location. You go see Jarrett. Friendswood, Kyle. In Katy, Amina. In Mount Bellevue, Paul. NASA Clear Lake, you go see James. North Point, Connie. Pearland, Angela. Sugarland, Ray. Jeremy is in the Woodlands. Kripal is in the West Chase, Westheimer area, and Sean is in Willowbrook. There are 11 locations now. There are more coming. Is there one that sparked you up? Oh, that's near me. Let me go. Let me go over there. Let me get to Tom Boyle. Let me get to Mount Bellevue, Friendswood. If you can hear us, there's one. Hey, I drive a little bit up to Willowbrook to go to mine. I'm fine, and I'm fine with that. Yeah, because I really believe in what they're doing, okay? So if you're looking for the Game Day Men's Health near you, there you go. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com and see for yourself. What I love about them, free evaluation, labs on site, and care, okay? They just want to make sure that you're the best you can possibly be. How's your testosterone level? Get that tested. See where your free testosterone is, and then they've got the peptides to help you attain all your goals as well. You want to get skinnier, you want to get stronger, you want to get whatever it is, more focused, sexually better, whatever it is that you want to get. It's at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Let's get Elliot in here. Shortest wait times ever in the history of radio right here on ESPN 97.5. On this show. The other shows, not so much. What's up, Elliot?
Commercials, they make you wait 7 to 12 minutes.
Right. Hey, Elliot, what's going on?
Hey, morning, fellas. Shout out Short Wait Time. Shout out Game Day Men's Health. Hey, so with all this Giannis talk, I think you kind of got to take an opportunity like this because it doesn't come very often to have the assets to get a game-changing player like that in all aspects, not just talent, but just overall franchise-altering acquisition like that. And losing Sengun would obviously be tough, but packaging him with some of the role players and some picks and, maybe more than that, who knows? But I think bringing him in, if you can make it work, take on that $50 million a year contract and pair it with KD, I don't see why anybody would be upset for them bringing in one of the best players on the planet and taking a swing like that. It's just, I think it's an exciting time. And again, you don't have an opportunity like this very often to be able to be in a position to get somebody like that. And also, I want to make a quick note. I missed What Did You Learn This Weekend yesterday because I was too hungover to call in. But I do want to say that what I learned this weekend is when you're arguing with a woman, don't ever say, you don't know.
Don't do what John does.
You don't know. You don't know. Okay. No, I think I think that closes, that shuts the argument down, because she can't say, do you know? You're sure? You know that for sure? No, you don't know. You don't know. So I think it's a great argument. 713-780-3776, shortest wait times ever. Yeah, what's your window if you get Giannis? With Kevin Durant and Giannis, what's your window?
3 years, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
3 years, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
guys
Giannis
have
is
signed
going
up
to be
for
good
3
for a
years.
while, though. And then you lose that Kevin Durant money. You'll get somebody else that will want to come play with him.
I think one thing that people aren't factoring in is I don't think Kevin Durant has any issue fitting onto this team. You throw another big alpha personality, a guy who's been around and been the number one on another team. You just never know how that goes, because then you have, we've seen it not work in a lot of different places. It is a very real thing. Right now, you just don't have that on this Rocket team. No one's really done anything on this Rocket team. So KD comes into kind of a favorable situation where he's not looking to be a team leader, but at the same time, he's not looking for anyone to be the boss of him. Like it's still kind of going to be, you can say it's Alpe's team or Amin's here, whatever you want to say, but by default, Kevin Durant is going to get a lot of the action late in the game. I mean, he's going to be that's why they brought him in. You bring in Giannis and then you worry a little bit. You don't really worries maybe not the right word, but one of the unpredictable things is how those personalities gel. They've never played together. I don't know how they gel. No one is going to, but I know this: Kevin Durant has been the dude on all the teams he's been on. Sometimes he was co-dude and it didn't work out, except in Golden State where talent's just too great. And then with Giannis, Giannis is the guy. Giannis is clearly the alpha on his team. So that's just one of those things to keep in mind. I think the window is 3 years, like you said. At that point, Finney Smith is 35-ish. Fred is 34. Well, Fred's gone by then, actually. Steven Adams is off the team. There's a lot of change. Amen would still be here, obviously. Jabari would still be here. We don't know about Tari yet. Reed Shepherd's probably still going to be here, but you obviously are in a reload situation after that. And if you deal all your first round picks, don't forget you're going to have to try to reload with no picks.
Yeah.
So if there's any kind of trade that comes with a bunch of picks going to Milwaukee, for example, you don't have picks to reload anymore.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be the case too. Yeah, that's probably going to be the case too. I mean, if you go for Giannis, you're going. This is it. You're going for it, man.
I just think it was Giannis or KD for me. You had to.
Are you good enough now with this roster construction as is right now to win the title?
I think you're good enough to compete for a championship. Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I think so.
I don't think they want to compete for a championship. I think
that's all you can. That's all you can say. You can't say anything other than that. Like you don't know. You just want to be able to compete for a championship. Yes, they are one of the ones in the mix for sure. Vegas thinks that already, 100%. They're absolutely in the mix to win it. Are they the favorite? I don't say you can say they're the favorite when you're coming off it. You don't know what the next step looks like for Amen, how quickly he takes a big step forward, what it looks like for Alperen. Can Kevin Durant stay healthy? Like, we don't know. I know this with that roster for sure. They are one of the top 4 in the West. And that's good enough for me. You just want to have a home court, and then you go from there. They were 2 last year with what they had. We're arguing that this team is better than that one. So why wouldn't they be competing? Why wouldn't they be able to compete for a championship? Their number one issue was they couldn't score in the fourth quarter. You got that now. You got half court points. And Kevin Durant. Like sometimes I think teams and media and fans get too enamored with this idea of just having this really fun team on paper. And the names that the superstar names, and they start name chasing. And the reality is, you know, a team, you look at who are the names on Oklahoma City? What are the big names? They had a great collection of players who played well together. It's finding the right ingredients for the recipe of success is what it is. And I think you're in that neighborhood right now. I really do. Had you gotten Giannis, I think you'd be in a neighborhood. Once you start subtracting a bunch of little young ingredients, now your margin of error gets really small. You can't have injury. Like, you just can't have a long-term injury for Kevin. You actually could survive better with Kevin Durant gone if you had a Giannis, for example. But, you know, I just think what we've seen is the Rockets have a really good chemistry right now. Subtract Jalen. All right, you're taking a chance now. You're going to move on from Jalen and Dylan Brooks. So the chemistry is going to change some. We don't know what that's going to look like. But on paper, it still looks pretty good. I still think they compete for a championship. I still think they can. Yeah, if you want me to say, yeah, I still think they can win a championship. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Why get Kevin Durant if you don't think you can?
Right.
Why
right.
make that move? I mean, you obviously think you can go from 2 to 1.
Yep. I think we could go for a break right here. 713-780-3776. I think we can do that. I think that we can talk about Hijack Poker right now. That's an app that you need to download. And listen, there are all kinds of different apps that you can play on. You can play poker on. Here's one though that you can pay with cash. You can go to one of the Texas Card House locations and put the money into your app with cash, as opposed to credit card. There's some credit card companies, I've tried it before on other sites. It's difficult to put. Some credit cards just won't let you put it on a poker site. It won't let you put money on a poker site. So Texas Card House says, well, just stop by one of the 2 locations, Westheimer and Greenridge, or up in Spring off 45, and you can deposit and you can withdraw there too. Because on some sites, it's difficult to get your money out as well. Not only put it in, but get it out as well. Not at Texas Card House, not at Hijack Poker. And you're playing some of the best poker. It's only Texas people. You're guaranteeing that there's no bots. You're not playing colluding event here where guys are all colluding. You're playing Texas Card House. You're playing Texas poker at home if you want to. Otherwise, you can go to one of the 2 locations and hang out. They got locations all over the state as well if you're traveling. In Austin, Dallas area, San Antonio, they've got them all over. You're looking for the best poker in the city of Houston right now. There's nobody better. TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, so Julia Morales put this out, and I really wish she hadn't. Jeremy Pena has a small fracture in one of the ribs on his left side and has been placed on the 10-day IL. Astros announced initial x-rays taken on Friday did not reveal a fracture, but additional imaging was done on Sunday afternoon, and an MRI and CT scan revealed a small fracture.
Oh, there's the small fracture thing again.
Their x-ray machine is like from the 60s or the 70s or what? Because they never seem to get it right the first time. That is something they should not admit.
No.
They should never admit we missed it, and we had to go do it again. Because now it seems like every time.
Yeah, why did she put? Well, it was 20 hours ago, so it was not like it's been out for a while. But yeah, you're right. Why put that initially? Unless you're trying to get the whole thing where I don't. Why do you do that? I don't want that out there. X-rays taken on Friday. Maybe they're trying to say, see, guys, you don't always see it initially. It doesn't always show up initially when there's inflammation. See, here's another one. All it comes off as is, what's wrong with y'all's equipment? How do y'all not see this? Why is this every single time? Maybe she put it out there because the Astro said, you know what, say this again, because this happened with Jeremy too. See? I mean, it happens with a lot of people, but that's not how we take it. We take it as, what in the world is going on? Why do they never pick up what? Then stop having the initial x-rays altogether then. If you can't trust them ever, then what are we doing?
I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Don't tell us that anymore. Just go, hey, there's a small fracture. We found a small fracture. It took 2 weeks to find, but we found it.
Well, have you looked at any of the comments underneath their post?
No.
Let's see. It starts like this. We need a new medical team. These lying a-holes are going to cost someone serious injury. We got this guy. Kyle Tucker better be wearing one of those Dan Pastorini flak jackets the next time he faces Brian Abreu. Knowing this medical staff, if he comes back before playoffs, that's a win. You mean Pena has a small discomfort in his stomach, according to the medical staff? Let's see. Non-displaced rib fractures are often missed on initial x-rays. Oh, here comes somebody coming in and letting you know. Astros need to invest in better imaging equipment, it seems.
Yes.
So out for the year is what somebody else says. I mean, shocking the Astros player was misdiagnosed by the crack orthopedic staff. I've never heard of such a thing. Like it's not great. He has a what? A stomach ache? Yeah, this is they're pretty much exactly like we are here on this show. Front office, PR department, and medical staff need to get their ship together in regards to initial injury reports. First, it was Tuck last season. Then it was Jordan, now Pena. I can't trust initial reports ever again from the Astros. Well, yeah, we've kind of been there.
Yeah, no, we can't. Yep.
How do they still have jobs? They suck, is all caps. Methodist has some explaining to do.
Just don't do that anymore. And Julia's a team player. It didn't help saying that they missed it.
I don't think she realized this was. No. I think she just thought she was putting.
She
some
might not
info
know
out.
what the. Yeah.
I don't think she realized that the team doctors are going to get a beating on Twitter,
right?
And frankly, the front office.
Yeah.
But you can't delete that tweet once it's out there because it makes you look.
Unless a complete break of a rib, a hairline fracture, the most common, are hard to detect. Yeah. No,
it may be. I mean, I'm sure that's the case. We're just saying what it looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like, oh, here they go again with their janky MRIs and X-ray machines that can't pick up anything early on.
Yep.
Here we go again. See you in September, Jeremy. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
I got to rest in peace to Granado if he wears orange to the game. And then that'll be it. We're going to go to 4th of July. We're going to go to Astros and Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. Yep.
You'll wear Astros dark blue. Like
I'm
Dodgers
wearing my
blue.
ESPN orange shirt. I got an orange ESPN shirt.
ESPN, like our station?
Yeah.
When did we have
97.5.
that? We had an orange shirt?
Yeah, we have an orange shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You
And,
sure?
Yeah, meet the team. Maybe if you spend a little time
Hold on a second.
with the promo team that goes out to the events.
You mean like Skylar?
Yeah.
What's Skylar doing right now?
I don't know what Skylar's
Yeah, you
doing.
don't know, do you? Because you don't meet the team. She's over there working with Sam now, learning a brand new skill set.
Oh, I
How
knew
would
that.
you know
I
that?
don't know what she's
You're
doing
drinking
right
in
now.
LA. Yeah.
I don't know what
That's
she's
because
doing
I
right
met
now.
the team. That's because I know the team and met the team and know the team. And I check in on the team.
She's probably
You're
getting
going to
ready
get
for work
stabbed
right
on
now.
4th
I
of
don't
July.
know.
Who can we have come in for John after he's stabbed in the kidneys? Del? Do we have somebody who can
Will
come in
Kunkel?
after John is stabbed? Will Kunkel, maybe Will Kunkel.
Well, all I have to do is I go get an MRI from the Astros, and it'll
It
be
won't
fine.
seem so bad.
It'll be fine.
And then you'll be in
able to work the
intensive
next day.
care in 2 days later. You're in intensive care. We actually missed. It was a punctured lung. It doesn't show up on the first X-ray. It doesn't show up.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The next game versus Cubs, you throw nothing but fastballs at Tucker's shins. We know that his shins do not hold up.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact.
No, we do know that. Hey, did you do John Daspit yet? Did you talk about John Daspit yet?
No, why?
I think you probably should.
Well, I'll be more than happy to. John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer who, I mentioned it before. He's kind of he has fun. He has a great sense of humor. He's more serious. Like, he's not trying to come off as some clownish guy on TV commercials. As a matter of fact, he hates that. And he says, look, this is a serious entity. I'm dealing with people who have lost limbs, lost life. There's been loss of life in families. There are accidents where people are going to be impacted with, physical disabilities for the rest of their life. He deals with some really serious stuff. And so it's not a joke to him. He's not trying to put together goofy commercials. He just wants you to know that he's going to fight hard for you. He's going to have the amount of lawyers that allow you to have individual care with your case. They go out there and they are going to make sure all the bills are taken care of. And what that entails is getting you the x-rays, the CT scans, the MRIs to make sure everything's okay. If there's anything that was caused by your accident, you need to, because sometimes with the adrenaline, you don't know it for the first few days, and then it can get worse and worse and worse. And so John Daspit wants to make sure that's all taken care of. He's not going to rush. He's going to make sure that you get the best settlement possible. And that includes everything being taken care of. All of your time off from work is going to be compensated for. And your pain and suffering is going to be a real, payout for you that accommodates your pain and suffering. And for a lot of people, don't worry. It's going to be, pain and suffering that lasts, in some cases, a lifetime. I hope that never happens to you. But if you are dealing with that, you need John Daspit on your side to fight against those insurance lawyers who are simply trying to squeeze you and just get the best result for their client. John Daspit's going to do the same thing for you. I promise you. And this guy has a great winning percentage. The Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to the website. You can start your online chat right now at daspitlaw.com. I never did that noise. I don't know what that is. To this day, every time I hear it, I'm like, I never did that. What are you doing? Why do you keep pointing to your ears? I never did that. I never did that. Those.
Yeah, you did.
I never remember doing that ever. That's not a real thing.
Yeah, it is. Really kind of is. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day. 1.193 million more in Bobby's coffers. Till 2035. He gets paid by the New York Mets every July 1st.
Yep.
Every July 1st.
So what year?
2035.
So how long was that deal?
Well, it's 40 years.
It was a 40-year deal?
Was it 40?
That sounds even...
I mean, when did Bobby Bonilla play?
No, that was even longer than that. I don't know. Does it last? I mean, it's clearly last. In 99, the Mets bought out the remaining 5.9 on Bonilla's contract, but instead of paying him the lump sum, they agreed to pay him $1.9 million annually with 8% interest starting in 2011. Wait, bought out 5.9. 1.9. That doesn't make any sense.
The remaining 5.9 million on Bonilla's contract, but instead of paying him then, agreed to make annual payments of 1.193 with 8% interest until 2035.
Okay, that's clearly not the exact. That's not. I don't know what that is. Because who would?
Well, Fred Wilpon got used by Bernie Madoff. He thought it was going to be making the deferred payment plan seem financially beneficial at the time because he thought Bernie Madoff was going to give him returns on his money that would easily cover all that and then some.
Are you serious?
Instead, Bernie Madoff went to prison and Fred
Wilpon
Wilpon went broke.
So what it was, come on, get this out of here. What it was a, it was a, what a weird deal this is.
Yeah.
He's been receiving 1.19 million since 2011. I thought it started before 2011, actually. But since 2011, it's going to be a 24 year.
Why would you pay off 5.9 with a 1.19?
I don't understand that at all.
For 30 years?
Are we sure this isn't?
I mean,
this doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Adding up to nearly 30 million. This is.
Doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
at all.
if Gal would just give me 1.19 million now for the next 20 years, that would be incredible. And with the way Gilbert, actually it wouldn't be a bad deal for him because if I die, it stops. And Gilbert has predicted my downfall, even though he said, bring your wife here. So I brought my wife, come over here, give me a hug. No, not that kind, a better hug. No, come in here closer. And my wife's like, no, Gilbert, no, we're good.
Yeah.
Even she realized this isn't appropriate.
Yeah.
He's got his beach towel. Everything's on you from now on, John.
No, I mean, I can't. I mean, that's a tough commute for me.
He was a 4-year, $23.3 million contract with the Marlins prior to the 97 season. And he was traded to the Dodgers in 98 as part of the club's infamous fire sale. Yeah, this is the dumbest. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. Thank God Bonilla was smart enough to say, wait a minute. Well, it took no intelligence to say that.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I'll do that. So it's Bobby Bonilla Day. Congratulations to Bobby Bonilla. July 1st. And here we go. Astros at Colorado, which is a great place. I could certainly see, though, after beating the Cubs and the Phillies, going to Colorado, the worst team in baseball, and then just maybe losing 2 out of 3. I mean, I can just see it. The Astros against bad teams, for whatever reason, they lose that. This has been throughout this 10-year run. The Astros just seem to lose that same intensity, and they give up. They give up, games against teams like now. You got Hunter Brown going tomorrow, which will help, as far as that goes, because Hunter Brown, I don't care who he's facing, dude is going to be intense. And chances are you will fight. He will fight you. Chances are.
I've never even seen him in a fight.
Oh, yeah, you did?
When?
His last outing. He was going at it.
Well, he didn't
or was it the outing before? He hit he hit the
Yeah.
dude, and they were going to go to blows.
They
And
were
Hunter
talking.
Hunter wanted him.
They were
Hunter
talking.
wanted.
I've never seen Hunter throw a punch.
No,
if this
I
was the
don't wanna
70s,
see
you
that.
would have already had to have fought. Like it was basically, it was like prison. In sports in the 70s, it was like you had to fight to make it on the cell block. It was a violent, sports was very violent in the 70s and into the early 80s. And then they started cleaning up once, the kind of TV stuff really started taking off, and there were advertisers that actually paid money for sneaker brands and stuff like that. But 90s basketball was a fist fight every other day, and there were no ejections. So you just fought, and if someone got put in a hospital, then then obviously they were out of the game. But I don't know if anyone was ever ejected. I do remember Dream got ejected in his fight with Mitch Kupchak, where they brought Mitch Kupchak in to start a fight with Dream and get him out of the game. One of the sneakiest, weaselest, but low-key smartest moves I've ever seen. Lakers pulled that off. But
remember they used to do this all the time with Jerry Seasting. He'd come in and start fights.
Well, he and Ralph, started a fight, and they got kicked out too. But
But he did that with the Lakers too. I mean, they brought in Seasting to start fights and get people kicked out.
Yeah, it was a different sport. Dream just punched Billy Paultz in the face and got kicked out of a game against Utah in the playoffs, just because he didn't like the way his face looked.
No one liked the way Billy Paultz's face.
So he punched him in the face. But 70s, I know you've seen the drag bunt where what's his name? Who was it?
Oh, yeah.
The drag bunt where he intentionally drags
Lenny
it perfectly.
Randall.
Lenny Randall, what a perfect bunt just to make the pitcher come and get it so he could. And I rewatched that video. That video showed up again, and then he clobbers the pitcher. I mean, just annihilates him.
He doesn't even go to first base. He just runs down the line.
and then smashes him, and immediately the pitcher's teammates come out, knock him down, and guys are throwing this is real punches landing on faces. Like, this is a real ass fight. The one that I saw, the basketball one from, I think Maurice Lucas wanted to fight, was going to fight. It was like hockey fights in basketball back in the day. You just had to fight. There was none of this, my teammates are holding me back. It was on immediately. There was no posturing. You just immediately started punching, kicking, grabbing, throwing.
Remember John Cangelosi in Montreal?
Immediate. And that's when Moises Alou threw a helmet and hit Terry Collins in the face, and it ripped his lip ripped through his teeth, and he had I hated Moises Alou after that. Hated that. That was Jeff Juden and John Cangelosi got in that fight. That was a scrap.
Jeff
Now, that was in the
a little
90s.
bit bigger.
Yeah, he's 6'7", but that was in the 90s too.
Yeah. Oh no, we used to have good fights.
Baseball fights every once in a while you get some. What was the pitcher's name that went running in? Or was he a hitter from Cincinnati and took on the whole dugout, ran into their dugout?
Oh, yeah.
St.
Louis. That was against St. Louis.
It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. He ran into their dugout and started swinging.
That was awesome. And that thing, it spilled out. They're on the net behind home plate. That was when there was just one net behind home plate, and that was it. That was great.
There was a baseball
I just saw
fight.
a video of Kareem. He might have been Lou Alcindor then. He got hit in the nuts by Kent Benson when Kent Benson was a rookie.
Yeah.
And Kareem just, after he was doubled over, he just went over and punched Benson right in the face. It was awesome.
Oh,
That's
man.
men.
It was,
Men were men.
It was brutal.
Yeah.
We don't
know what men are anymore.
I remember. Well, I mean, that also was
men
pretty.
can have babies now.
There was men were men, but that was kind of a thuggish move too, right? If that's what we call it that today, that's what it was back then.
Yeah.
You can't just go over and punch somebody in the face.
If you get elbowed in the nuts, you should be able to punch a guy in the face.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's true. I'm watching now. I remember this. I want to see if it's as bad as I remember it being. One of the nastiest baseball fights I've ever seen was Oklahoma State versus Oklahoma in like 89. And these two teams, I just remember it being an absolute bloodbath. And so I found it, so I'm just going to watch a video.
Chad would have been there. Chad was on that team, I think.
Chad Clay played?
Chad Clay was a relief pitcher for Oklahoma State.
What? Chad Clay with the –
Yes.
Hey, John. Chad Clay?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, then
he was a reliever.
Well, I remember this thing had people getting their heads stomped in, and like it was bad.
Awesome.
Oh, it was a bad fight from what I remember. So I'm just letting it roll. It's 1989. I'm just letting it roll to see what I see. I didn't know Chad Clay actually. Oh my God, a catcher got wiped out at the plate. Oklahoma State. Oh my God, that was terrible. Holy crap!
I'm gonna have to watch that.
Yeah,
but
you
probably
have to find
during a break, not while we're doing a radio.
Well, it's
show.
it's 8:13. It's time for a break. What are we doing?
It is time for a break. Yeah. So it is time for me to talk about Champion Energy. You can watch that video while I'm talking about champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. What are you paying for your electricity? It's probably through the roof right now because you got your air on 24/7. Well, guess what? You can pay less. Pay less right now at champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. I love what Champion does for me. You will love what Champion will do for you. Okay? When your contract is up, they're going to say, hey, we've got a better deal out there for you. You're going to go, wow, what company does that? Instead of just collecting on the old deal, they're going to give you a better deal. That's what happens every day at champion.energy/1560. Get a better deal at Champion.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, my God. Remember Chris Davis from the Orioles?
Yeah.
He got a $9.16 million payment today.
Oh my God!
He
I
might
remember
have
he was
been.
good, and then all of a sudden he was terrible.
He was awful. I mean, he was great and then awful. That might be the worst contract in history. 7-year, $161 million deal.
Right.
He's going to be paid through 2037.
Right.
2037 he's going to be paid through. Holy crap. And that's like, as soon as he got that deal, he was awful. As soon as he got that deal, it was just unbelievable. 161 million wasted. Yeah. Chris from the Woodlands is here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Long-time listener. Hey, I called in last Tuesday about us getting KD. This morning, you guys were talking about getting Giannis. Like, I really hope we don't do that. Not that he's not a great player, but, like, whose team is it? Is it KD's or is it Giannis's? I don't feel like outside of Miami that the big three, big four, like a bunch of guys getting together ever really works. It seems like young teams always find a way to win. And although I'm not a Tari Eason super fan, like, I don't want to give up Tari and Reed and more picks, and then before you know it, we're 6 years down the road. We don't have any first-round picks. I'm not discounting Giannis' quality, but I don't know what you guys thought. Like, now that we got KD, let's, beat it. Let's forget about that and move on down the road. Now, hey, listen, thanks, guys. Love the show.
I'm with you. And I was a fan of Giannis over I know it would have cost more, but I was a fan of Giannis over KD. But once you make one of those moves, to me, you don't make the other one, because then you're really running into old man territory real fast. And now Charles, our guy Charles, who's listening, he said, "Oh, would you rather take back-to-back titles?" This is his word. This is his question. He said, "Would you rather have back-to-back champions with Giannis or keep the core?" Well, I mean, my goodness, if you can guarantee back-to-back championships with Giannis, I mean, that's a loaded question. I would rather have back-to-back championships than keeping the core.
Is Charles guaranteeing that?
Well, I mean, he's asking, would you rather have back-to-back championships or keep the core? Well, I'd rather have back-to-back championships. Now, would you rather keep the core or now that's like me asking, would you rather keep the core or fall apart with an older team that ends up falling short? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. Would I take back-to-back championships? Absolutely, I would take back-to-back championships. And we'll let Rafael Stone figure it out. Ain't nobody guaranteeing back-to-back titles, especially in today's NBA where no one wins back-to-back. No one wins back-to-back anymore.
When you dangle the star in front of people, they do seem to forget history says it won't work out. Like recent history tells you, whether it's Kawhi and Paul George in LA or
PG trade, by the way, is sneakily one of the worst ever.
It's not even that sneaky considering how it
bolstered
two rosters.
Wasn't Jalen Williams another guy that
he wound up being a draft pick, I believe, in that trade?
Jalen Williams and SGA.
And, of course, what a PG trade helped the Pacers do eventually as well. Then you look at KD in Brooklyn. Sure, those guys stayed healthy, but they didn't stay healthy. Generally, it has worked the way where you've already have your star and you add a piece. Like a Drew Holiday puts you over the top.
That's how.
Or a Siakam gets you helps you get to a final. And, of course, they traded for Halliburton, but he wasn't a star at the time. The whole let's accumulate the two stars now that you have KD and Giannis, those things generally end with everyone looking around and going, what the hell just happened? How do we not win?
Almost always.
When's the last time it's worked? Where you're gaining two stars from another place, putting them together, and it working out for you.
The history shows us it doesn't really work because there's a lot at play there. And a lot of it is they can't really figure out how to all play together.
And people are talking
James with you didn't mention James with Embiid is another one.
Yeah. I forget about Daryl Morey's love affair there, but you think about what this Rockets roster is now. People are saying it's a perfect roster. You have all these defenders who can take the pressure off of KD on that end of the floor, and he can be the one who is your shot creator and guy who knocks down shots when it matters. People will say the roster currently, maybe you're missing a shooter, maybe Dorian Finney-Smith fills that role, is the perfect roster for what KD is currently. You bring in Giannis, now you're lacking shooting again. You're lacking defenders beyond Giannis, really. I get the universe that Giannis and how he changes everything for you. but I kind of like where they stand now. And it sets you up to be great, maybe, and also for the long term as well. So,
well, this hasn't even been a conversation about like, well, this just isn't enough. Kevin Durant isn't enough. No, as soon as Kevin Durant was acquired, we were all having these great conversations. Everyone was all happy, and now all of a sudden, and maybe I'm overplaying it. Maybe this really isn't the case. This is probably just more of a discussion point on radio because I don't know that I've seen all this discussion on Twitter where people were saying this isn't enough. I think it's just we're just talking about it. More than likely, we're just talking about it. Hey, what if this happens?
I don't know. There's a lot of smoke around this.
I know.
A lot of smoke around this.
well, the man in question actually has to ask out. And until he actually does it, which is like Shams and the ESPN crew will further this agenda, the narrative. It's great for a summer story that Giannis is monitoring the Bucks. Well, what is Giannis going to see from the Bucks in the next month that's going to make him think they can win? They're stuck. They don't have the assets to acquire a player. They don't have the money. They were lucky to get Gary Trent Jr. back on the deal they got him back with. They got Bobby Portis. They're pretty much bringing the same team back sans Dame because he's going to be hurt. So there's nothing the Bucks are going to be able to do to change Giannis's mind. He either wants to be there or not. He's not dumb. He knows that there are no avenues for them to get better. No. So what's going to change in a month?
I hope this doesn't happen. I really do.
And until he asks out, it's just ESPN and, filling up time.
He may have already asked out behind the scenes. Well, we don't know. Yep.
If he had asked out, then would we have heard of offers going their way?
Even if he asked out,
there's talks.
He can ask out, but if they don't find the right offer, they're not.
There's
moving,
talks.
So.
Yeah, there's talks. I mean,
there's always going to be talks.
Yeah.
You talk, and then you find out. You find out.
Shut down. Talk. There's nobody talking about.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of players teams don't talk.
But right now, they're having talks.
Yeah,
they're having talks, but that doesn't mean that Giannis will say yes, and it doesn't mean they'll do anything. You're just talking. That's all.
Yeah, find out if he actually came to the conclusion he wanted out, and the teams he wanted to go to. We start the framework of a deal.
I don't think you want to be in public because that can turn. No. It can turn the fan base against either you or the player, depending on how the player behaves, depending on how the team does it. So you want to keep it as quiet as possible. In this day and age,
you got to be able to trust that other GM to do that.
Well, the only time it has not become public for a guy of his magnitude is Luka, and that's because the Mavs were fearful and only canvassed one team.
One of the weirdest deals ever.
When it's a guy of this magnitude, someone will open their mouth.
Yeah, usually, but it may be different with because who knows, right? The GMs probably aren't ratting that out because you're only going to probably be talking about 3 different ones, and you may be behind the scenes have an idea of who Giannis would want to go to anyway.
Well, and you tell that other GM, listen, you got to keep it quiet.
Thanasis, we'll send Thanasis after you.
But media games are played, right? to begin or to increase the bidding wars, whether those actually have any influence on how things go. So if the Bucks are hit with the request, it's in their best interest to let it be known that this is real.
It's not like it's not out there. It's not like it absolutely is out there.
It's not saying it's not out there. It's a suggestion that it's out there, right. And it's been really Shams and the ESPN people. But Giannis has not, at least from his side, not said, I'm out. He has said, at least the reporting is he's open to thinking about it. If he says he's out, like Kevin Durant has said and others have said, then we got something. But at this point, this I feel like they're filling time on NBA Live, whatever the hell they call their show.
I don't. I think there's smoke. And here's the deal: is Giannis hasn't, just because he hasn't said that yet, the fact that he would even be open to it, it's absolutely could be real.
Yeah, that's fine. I just hope it's not with us.
Yeah.
Here's hoping we're not about to be a 35-year-old.
Well,
team.
I'm.
You know
what? You know what would
Clyde
be the worst?
Charles and Eddie Johnson, and I don't want.
You know what would be the worst part about it is getting rid of all those draft picks.
Yeah, because you can't rebuild.
No.
Like where does your rebuild come from?
You're in a great spot right now. You're in Rafael may if you don't do anything else, from what I've read so far about the Capella signing and the Dorian Finney-Smith signing, is that in a couple of years you could be in trouble when you got Amen coming up, right? You had Jabari, now you got Amen coming up. That you may be handcuffing yourself that maybe you can't sign Towery because you're hitting. Now, I think they're proving right now. I don't give a rat's ass about the tax. Okay, the tax go. So what? We're going for it. But you maybe this is the first sign that they are actually, in some way, shape, or form, handcuffing themselves for the future. They're really going for it, man. They are really going for it, and
Well,
maybe too much if they go for Giannis.
Yeah, yeah. Because right now they're in great position. Let's just see what plays out this year. Like there's still a lot to be. You're in really good shape. We saw it last year, and you finished second in the West in a super competitive West without having the half court score on a consistent basis, without having consistent shooting. You did it with defense, with gall, with determination, with coaching, with a deep, energetic roster and rotation. You've made a tweak. Let's see how that looks, and then make your decision after that. Don't get prematurely old. There's nothing worse than watching a prematurely old team. There's nothing worse because it only has downhill potential. Even if it can plateau for a little while, it doesn't. God, this is so not the Astros thing to do. The Astros thing to do would be you acquired your potential, Verlander, and now let's sit tight and see how it rolls. Let's play it out. Let's play it out. Let's see what happens. Because right now you've got your roster is pretty locked in for the next 3 years, 2 to 3 years, and I'm assuming Ahmed is 100% going to be back with a locked in max deal contract. So you got a pretty good roster for the next 3 years while KD's here, and then once KD's gone, there's 50 some odd million off the books.
Oh my God!
I'm assuming there's an extension coming, of course.
Dream Shake sent us. It was the Pirates and the Reds, and it was Amir Garrett went after the whole Pirate bench.
That's right. Yep.
And wow, that's a great fight. Spilled over onto it was great. We'll talk about people. That's a real fight now. We don't have real fights anymore. We don't have Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura anymore.
No.
We just don't get it. That's a shame. We used to have good fights. Not anymore. 713-780-3776. What do you think about anything that we're talking about? You're both welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776. Right now, we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. We're talking about Lance he's got boys at home that feel like they should throw wipes down the toilet. He had to have Billy out there.
Wipes.
They fished him out, and now toilets are working again. Boys will clog up toilets now. There's no question about that.
No doubt.
Be it with or without wipes, they're going to clog up your toilet. So here's the deal is you need Aqueduct Plumbing. You never know. If you've got kids, you never know what they're going to put down the toilet, okay? You never know what's going down the drains. You don't know, okay? Because you got boys at home, and boys really, really mess up plumbing, okay? So here's the deal. 281-488-6238. Keep that number in your phone, 281-488-6238. Or, Lance, you can attest to this.
Simple, man. It's either big jobs or small jobs. They came out and got the job done after we had issues with the toilet. That was looking like it was potentially a big job. It wasn't a big job. It was just something that needed pros where they took the toilet off and they put the big machine in there and they got it all taken care of. I love the pros over there at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They handle so much for us on a regular basis. The big jobs, the small jobs. Trust aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, the summer circuit continues this week. Join ESPN 975. Every week we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value for registration. Stop by the promo table at Landry Seafood House in Galveston this week. Thursday, July 3rd, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Landry Seafood House in Galveston. Jackie can go by there. Jackie, get on over there. Spend the day with the boys over there and register to win an e-bike from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. Landry Seafood, that's a good one to go to now. That's a good one to go to. They got some good seafood right out of the Gulf right there. Okay? The third coast. Right out of the third coast right there. All right. 713-780-3776.
You're bi, aren't you?
Huh?
You're bi.
I'm bi-coastal.
Bi-coastal. Yeah.
I'm bi-coastal.
Because people are saying, like, John's bi. And I said, okay. And then that's what Dell was saying during the break. And then I realized he meant.
I don't think about John during any time. Certainly not during a break.
I think you kind of.
And I was like, oh, the dirty third and West Coast. There's two coasts that John is right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Two is bi. So you're technically bi.
Oh, yeah. I'm bi-coastal. There's no question.
I'm monogamous to the Gulf. It's a dirty coast. It's a dirty, dirty coast.
So ESPN just put up there, who's a bigger threat to the Chiefs, the Bills or the Ravens?
The right answer is not even being listed. Sad.
I mean, I don't think the Chiefs are the biggest threat in the AOC anymore.
The answer is Texans.
Well, well, let's see about the offensive line. Everybody's so worried about the offensive line, except who? Nick Caserio and D'Amico.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're worried about it. Why should you be worried about it?
I'm not.
Warren Sharp.
I believe not concerned is what they are.
I'm not concerned.
They're not concerned.
As long as they're not concerned, I'm not concerned.
32nd ranked offensive line according to Warren Sharp, but since they're not concerned,
they're not concerned.
We should be concerned.
I'm not going to sit here and be concerned about something that Nick.
I mean, could they be better
than 32nd? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could
supposedly
they be worse? The answer is no.
Not really, unless there's another team added to the league.
Yeah.
Will he rank them behind the UFL offensive line?
No.
I don't know.
They won't be they're not going to be the 32nd, but they may be in the bottom. They may be 26th through 32nd. I mean, there is a chance. You got worse at left tackle. There's no getting around it. So I don't know how you're better. You've added kind of runoffs from other teams, and then you got worse than left tackle. So
better plays
and better coach. You hope that. I mean, if you really think about it, what exactly have they done to be better than last year? They're worse at left tackle and protection, talent wise, and realistically, Cam Robinson is not going to play better than Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. He's not talented enough to do that. So if you're not better there, you can play better as a unit. And the offensive line is always about a unit, not one player. But I mean, it's probably not going to be with Ed Ingram. Maybe Laken Tomlinson makes you more consistent than Shaq Mason. Maybe you have, Juice Scruggs finally pulls it together in year 3. Maybe Blake Fisher takes a step forward. That's certainly possible. And then Titus Howard, will be solid. In that scenario where Fisher takes a step up, you're more consistent at guard with Laken Tomlinson at left guard, I guess. And then Juice Scruggs becomes the player that they were hoping he would. Okay, if Juice Scruggs let me put it this way. If Juice Scruggs becomes Jake Myers, and then Blake is Jeremy Pena, then this is going to be a way better year than some people anticipate on the offensive line.
Are we talking about the Juice Scruggs who wasn't starting during OTAs?
Well, that's why he's the Jake.
He was watching a lot.
He's the Jake. He was a pad holder, apparently.
Yeah.
Never good to hold pads while the first unit rolls.
So
Not ideal.
Titus is the right guard. Blake is the right tackle. Cam is the left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Tomlinson
is the left guard. And
John, I don't like your tone. Don't like it.
I think that Nick Chubb is going to be needed quite heavily. He's got to listen. You're going to have three and four guys in routes because you got to keep somebody back there.
Why would that be, John?
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Why are we spending another segment talking about something that's not concerning?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Out of the blue, didn't even get a call about it. You just wanted to bring up the Texans' offensive line. And why? You heard the man who has shown the ability to pick offensive linemen, whether it be through the draft.
Well, wait a minute now.
Well, no, he's
Has
been able.
he?
I didn't say pick good ones. I said pick them.
Well, yeah, he can pick them.
Yeah, he can have
sure.
the card turned in. He's shown the ability to trade for them, to sign them, to pick them in the draft. And we have this declarative statement.
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Enough already.
Enough out of you.
Yeah, they weren't concerned before 2024 either. We'll just ignore that they had a complete revamp after they weren't concerned last year either, but whatever.
So is this combination of coordinator and O-line coach better than last year's?
You don't know.
You don't know.
We don't know.
You don't know.
If it's worse, it's not going to be great.
No, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Now, do we have a top 5 defense?
We should.
I believe this is a top. Now, that depends on how long the offense can hold on to the football.
Sometimes
a big part of being a great defense is that the offensive line, that the offense can actually move the ball, keep the other offense off the field.
And turnovers are volatile. You don't always turn the team over consistently year upon year. They should still be a team who causes pressure and gets sacks. We'll just see if they create turnovers off of those. But yes, you would say maybe their one flaw would be up the middle run. So teams probably can run the ball on them. But the thing is, if you the Texans get a team in a second and long, then their pass rush takes over. So yes, the offense has to stay on the field, and they got to be able to stop the run on early downs.
Mm-hmm.
They can do that. That plays into everything they want to do.
I'm not sure that the offense can do its part, but we'll see. I mean, how do you guys judge defense? Points or yards?
Like yards per play, I think is a bigger deal than actual total yards, because if they're on the field for more plays, then that affects total yards. Turnovers and yards per play, I like.
Total points
because if you're
pretty big.
Yeah, of course. But one leads to
the
another.
Offense could put you in bad spots.
If you're always short fields and stuff like that, that's
points,
not really on you.
The points also if you can turn them into field goals instead of. Yeah. I mean, I think things like third down conversions. There's not just one. I think how you limit third down conversions and coaches will tell you third down conversions and takeaways are the two most important. Yeah. Those are the two most important. They lead directly, and analytics people will tell you this too. It leads directly to team success on that side of the ball. Obviously, you don't have any control over the offense, which is why I get so pissed at, like, speaking of Giannis for a second, Stephen A. Smith made the just idiotic comment that Giannis is considered an underachiever if he doesn't win another title because and his rationale is just so stupid. Like, Giannis has no control over the rest of his roster and how they play. Giannis has played great. That's just the dumbest hot take. Like, these shows are out of control now with just saying stuff to say stuff. It used to be once you won a title, you're off the hook. Now, like, LeBron's not off the hook. That guy's won multiple titles. Giannis is, and that's where you get these ring chasers too. They know, man, I got to win another one. Stephen A. Smith might be mad at me. So I don't think that's really what they think, but it's like we're calling somebody like Giannis an underachiever. That is the dumbest thing I have ever in my life heard. And this is why these shows have to be stopped. Just saying stuff to say stuff. That's dumb. Because sometimes you don't have control. Like the defense can be really good for the Texans. They can't control is the offense always going to put them in a tough spot? Are they going to be 3 and out and punting, and the other team takes the ball over at the 38, their own 38-yard line with not nearly as far to go, or takes over at their own 41, and so they only have to get a couple first down conversions, and they're already putting points on the board. It works both ways, but that's why Dell mentioned points per play, points per yards per play, third down conversion, sacks, takeaways. These are all things the defense can control to an extent.
Yeah. All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I get to talk about Houston Powder Coaters right now. Houston Powder Coaters, Robin over there, Robin Orlando, she does an unbelievable job. I don't know what it is that you have that's metal, be it a boat part, anchor, whatever metal you have on your boat that you need, the ladder, whatever it is that you need to make sure that it is it's not, if it's rusted out. Robin can tell you whether or not she can help you, okay? It might be a case where, I'm sorry, you just got to buy something new, okay? But Robin, she will also tell you that you buy something new and the metal's not as good. It's just not as good. It's not going to last as long. Metal before was better than metal now. It just is. It's just better, okay? So if you can save it, save it. Now, if you've got sentimental pieces, maybe an old refrigerator, maybe something, some kind of plaques or maybe some kind of beer sign or whatever it is that's metal that you want to save, that you want to make look new or look like it used to look retro, you can do that as well. Robin and Houston Powder Coaters is biggest and the best. They're unbelievable, 5-star Google rating. They're just awesome. So if you've got something metal that you need fixed, you got patio furniture, you got whatever it is, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin that you heard it right here, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What up, everybody? 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we've got Gary from the Heights who wants to get in here and talk about his Texans. What do you say, Gary?
Hey, what's up, guys? I am the resident Nick Caserio critic. I'm fair. Obviously, he's been more good than bad here lately. I maintain that the David Culley hire was a fireable offense. Can't change my mind on that. But, I will say, did we not leave the offseason with more questions on the offensive line than we went into it with? Right? Like, when we said the last game of the season, knowing that the offensive line was a glaring issue on our team, we trade Larry Thompson, which I think we all agree with, but, what were the corresponding moves, right? Whatever the guy's name is, Cam Robinson, who's an outcast. So, for the biggest need on our team, we're entering the season with more questions than we left. I think by any fair assessment. And I just want to say, Caserio definitely has some good things, but this whole thing about he's the greatest GM ever, he's a little bit shaky, specifically on the offensive line, and I'm just not sure how we're going to perform this year.
Yeah. He's been his offensive lines have been shaky. There's no question.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty damn good at defensive back. He's been really good at wide receiver. He's been good quarterback, the end. He's done a great job. The offensive line is a problem. It's been a problem, and it continues to be a problem. So
don't make Dell play the "I'm not worried, you shouldn't be worried" clip again.
Yeah.
It's been bad. He hasn't done a good job on the offensive line. He's done pretty well and done excellent in the secondary. Really good in the secondary. I didn't love second rounder for Stephon Diggs, but you took a little shot, and that's fine. You rented Stephon Diggs for second round, and then he got hurt, so it kind of took that one away. But other than that, he's been, he's found pretty good players on the defensive line through free agency. He's filled in and done a pretty good job. I got no problem with Nick Caserio, but when it comes to building an offensive line, it's been a problem. Some guys just don't do it well. They don't know what they're looking for. They don't have a good feel for it. Hey, we all have strengths and weaknesses when it comes to evaluating. There are certain positions you do better at than other positions. Nick, and then, the staff he works with have a good feel for the secondary. On the offensive line, not so much. Now, neither tackle were theirs. Tunsil and Howard were both Bill O'Brien's tackles. Brian Gain was with Titus Howard. Bill did the other one on his own. But the move for Blake Fisher, that was Nick. So we'll see how that one plays out. I thought he was a pretty good player coming out. Second round was about where he should have gone. So let's see how he does. Juice Scruggs probably went about a full round earlier than I expected. And then on top of that, went to a system which I didn't love. I didn't think he was a zone scheme center. We'll see if more gap scheme, which is more kind of inline stuff, not as much lateral movement. We'll see if that suits him better. Ed Ingram, I didn't think was a very good player coming out of college. He was overdrafted, and he hasn't been very good up to this point. Laken Tomlinson's just kind of he's just kind of a guy who the Shaq Mason deal to me didn't make a lot of sense to pay that much, but I thought Shaq would be better than he was, and he hasn't been. Patterson's been fine. He's about what you got what you paid for. I don't think that's been a miss by any stretch. There's just not. They've made attempts as an organization. They've made attempts to solve offensive line for years, dating back to Rick Smith. They have made attempts for years, and they've put draft capital. They've put top 3 round picks in it. They've added free agency. They've traded for players, and it's never gotten to the point where, it's never been as good as it was in 2011, for example. That was 14 years ago, and they had Mike Brazel, who was an undrafted free agent at guard. They traded a 6th rounder for Chris. What was his name? Chris, the center. Chris
Myers.
Chris Myers. He was a 6th round pick that they sent over to Denver, undrafted free. Eric Winston was a 3rd rounder on the right side. Dwayne Brown was a 1st rounder on the left side, and then at left guard. Trying to remember who the left guard was for that team. Who's the left guard for the team that was a really good running team with Arian Foster, and I don't remember who that left guard was. It was but they put, they've put some time and effort into offensive line since that time. That offensive line was the best they ever had.
Yeah.
I mean, they ran it great. They did a pretty good job in pass pro. Once you run it as good as you can in that offense, there's a lot of play action, so it helps the offensive line. Ever since then, they've been chasing. They've just chased and chased and chased, and they've never been able to figure out their offensive line the way they need to.
No, Dwayne Brown was a bad move.
Dealing Dwayne Brown?
Yep.
Yeah, they should have paid him. It turns out he played a lot longer. What we're finding is left tackles play forever.
Not only that, but instead of the Laramie Tunsil just going to get a free agent, Trent Williams, who wanted to play here.
Right.
I mean,
he still
plays out of Wildcat all the time. I mean, that dude wanted to be here. You pay him instead of giving up all those draft picks, and he would have been better than Laramie anyway. He's one of the best left tackles ever. I mean, goodness gracious. And he was a free agent. It's mind-boggling the way that they've really screwed this thing up.
Yeah.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 90. I think Blake Fisher's got a chance to be good, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he
so.
has a chance to be. I think he has a chance to be average to above average, which is all I want. That's fine for a starting tackle.
I mean,
that's
as a
good
rookie,
enough.
he had to come in, and he did a decent job.
Yeah, I thought he.
Why wouldn't he get better?
I thought he will get better. You're right.
Yeah.
From year 1 to year 2 is usually a big jump.
Yeah.
You've seen it already. The pace of the game, the speed of the game, kind of, it's not going to be overwhelming to you. My prospect grade on him, I'm looking back at this. Well, it wasn't that long ago. He's only 22 right now. He turns 23 this year, so he's still very young. I gave him an average NFL starter grade, 6.26, and looking at him, I just said, athletic tackle with talent to gain some traction in draft. This deep at the position, Fisher can be laid off the ball, creating early disadvantages, and contact balance and hand uses can be spotty. He's a capable climber and puller as a move blocker and does a nice job drive blocking with plus technique to create leverage. See, they're pretty well. That's a good technique team over there in Notre Dame. They're always good at teaching technique, which is a big head start. He established his anchor against bull rush, but will occasionally struggle to open his hips and keep edge rushers from flattening into the pocket. In general, he's going to mirror up against counters. Fisher needs to do a better job with consistency and finishing blocks, but he has the tape and tools to become a starter at either tackle spot. It's and then I can't remember who told me this. I got a quote. Fisher's the most naturally talented of the Notre Dame tackles, but Joe Alt is much more consistent and technically sound. So, I mean, Fisher has that talent. He's got the quick feet. There's some things he has that you really like. So, yeah, I'm definitely giving Blake Fisher, not just this year. I just want to see some growth and then expect that he gets even better next year. So, it could be better than expected. I still don't think it's very good guard, center, guard. But if he's at right tackle and Cam plays slightly below average to average and Titus Howard plays solid inside, then we'll see what we have. My guess is Ed Ingram's just out there for depth. I don't see him in a situation where he can start. And Laken Tomlinson is an adequate starter. So, I mean, maybe it's not going to be 30, 31, 32. If it is, we're in some trouble as a city. The city is in trouble if the offensive line is as bad as Warren Sharp thought. The city, the entire city is in trouble. We're in big trouble.
We're in big trouble.
We
were in big trouble last fall.
We're in big trouble if that's the case.
Yeah.
I just need all of our Jalen's and Jaden's to play well. If our Jaden's and Jalen's play well and our offensive line is average, good things are coming.
Yep. Speaking of Jalen's, holy crap. Let's get this Jalen Ramsey. Oh, Raheem Mostert was none too pleased with that deal.
Way to go, Dale. Your team, are you off? Do you want to just come over
well,
to
let's
the
do it on the other side.
You come over to the other side.
All right, we're going to do that. We're going to do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so yesterday, the Dolphins traded Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith and a late draft pick for Minkah Fitzpatrick and another late draft pick. And Raheem Mostert was none too pleased about it. He says, hot take, be a Pro Bowler on the Dolphins, get treated like shit. Happy for my guys, though. Go ball out. Is that true, Dell? You treat your Pro Bowlers like shit?
I know Raheem's not talking. After making a Pro Bowl and getting paid, he went on to
Not
fumble.
paid enough.
He went on to fumble multiple times in key situations for a team who was out there starting quarterback. And we're like, you know what? We're going to need you, when the defense is playing well, we're going to need you not to fumble because we're not going to score a lot of points. And then he proceeds to fumble and lost his status because he kept fumbling.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, Jalen Ramsey just got
what's he talking about?
Jalen Ramsey just got an extension in a previous offseason, so he got paid. He just didn't want to be there anymore. And the Dolphins decided, we appreciate your efforts, Jonnu, but you signed a deal. We're not giving you more money. And that's how it played out. And then they traded him. He wanted out. They traded him. He got money. So what's the big deal?
Well,
Jalen got what he wanted.
Treat him like shit.
Jonnu got what he
I
wanted.
don't know why y'all treat me
Raheem
like
got his money. So why is he so upset?
Treat your stars good. Can't you?
By
you
paying
go to a
them?
Pro Bowl,
Pay them
and
all.
the next year you get cut.
You mean by paying
next
them?
year you
that? Pay
get
them
traded?
more than you're paying
Well,
them.
don't fumble in key spots and you don't get cut.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it works.
Man,
you're running back.
Omar-
Don't fumble.
Omar Khan is busy this offseason. Got a lot of stuff going on. Love the Jalen Ramsey for them and the Jonnu Smith. And you guys were put in a position where you I like the comeback of Minkah Fitzpatrick.
You love
if he does
acquiring a 31-year-old cornerback?
Yeah, for them. I mean, not long term, but right now he's tied to an Aaron Rodgers contract. Basically, they're giving Aaron Rodgers a chance to win this year. That's really what that is. That's why. I mean, in the long term, it's a better deal for Miami in the long term because Jalen Ramsey is going to cost you money, and he might be a 2-year player over there. We'll see. And then Jonnu's fine. Like, he's okay.
Yeah, he had his best year last year. We'll see if
I think he benefited from that offense. He ain't getting that.
Yeah, I don't
this
think.
year.
I don't think.
And I got news for you. Aaron Rodgers historically does not throw a bunch of tight ends anyway.
Yeah, so the Steelers now have 2 tight ends who don't block.
That's good.
Yeah, but he catches balls.
Well, we'll see. He's in Arthur Smith's offense, and Arthur Smith had him in Tennessee. He wasn't a giant pass catcher. He's more of a gimmick guy. So we'll see how Arthur Smith uses him in Pittsburgh.
He has actually at the end of the year he was a pretty good fantasy guy. We'll see what he is with Aaron Rodgers. Another trade yesterday, the Dallas Wings traded Melissa Smith, who is dating teammate DeJounte Carter, to the Las Vegas Aces.
Yeah, this was heartbreaking.
Should you? I mean, that's not good for team morale. When you trade girlfriends.
This is what could have happened. What if
don't do it?
Los Angeles had traded for Wendy, and you had to stay here. They traded for Wendy. Like, we want Wendy to come. We do not want John to come.
Right.
And
Well,
then
that
you could have.
that-
This could have
that's
been the
probably
situation.
the case anyway.
Why did Dell? I don't know if that was in my ear on the radio. Say,
Well,
don't do it.
because
What did he think was
thought
coming?
I was going to make a Josh Christopher.
Yeah,
comment.
I didn't want. I didn't want you to.
I see. I see.
Don't
I
do
was.
it. He said.
I was thinking.
What was the first thing I thought of? Josh.
Well, I know what
Christopher.
you were thinking of. That's why I said don't do it.
I didn't do it.
I'm glad, but you still referenced it anyway.
Well, I just because you told me not to do it. The first thing I thought of was Josh Christopher and how
Well,
that made
we know
Jalen feel.
Jalen got traded after confirming he's confirmed he's in a relationship and has a child, but he got traded, and I guess Drea will be heading to Phoenix with him because normally your significant other isn't on your own team.
Well,
So when you get traded, you don't get separated from that person unless it's the WNBA.
no, the WNBA.
That is particularly a woman's sports thing, right? Because we're not going to have, at least I don't think so, openly gay teammates in men's sports. It's just not how we roll.
Right.
So it seems like a specific to women's sports thing, and it's happened before.
We're much more accepting of female gay teammates as a society.
I don't know how an NFL locker room would deal with two wide receivers dating. So you're look at you laughing at the mere suggestion.
It might be a problem.
I'm not gonna name any names because that would be unfair, but let's just say two Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers were dating, and then one got traded. How would that work out in our world?
Well, I'm not even gonna say it.
See, we don't have to name names.
Have a filter.
We can just add the hypothetical.
Right.
Pick a sport. Doesn't matter whatever men's sport you want to use. Oh, look, I mean, since it's basketball, man, trouble in Milwaukee. They traded this guy's boyfriend away.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not going to even say it. I'm not going to say it. 713-780-3776 is the number. And then did you happen to see the post about D'Angelo Russell being signed by Dallas, or in this case, Dahliers?
No, I did see his contract is like, I remember when D'Angelo Russell used to be considered a good player.
Yeah, apparently
last year.
I know.
Chris Haynes posted a picture of D'Angelo Russell with a Dahliers jersey on.
That edit didn't go well. He didn't get the right edit.
That's
an AI.
That's clearly
jersey.
AI.
Yeah,
because AI makes weird.
Yeah,
AI's got some things that you can recognize as not good. Yeah,
it was a rough day for Chris Haynes. He also reported initially that Jake LaRavia signed with the Kings when he actually signed with the Lakers. So he and Shams reported that. Shams at the same time.
Somebody else had Jake LaRavia's had his. comments to OnlyFans.
Is
that real?
It was Angel Reese. He was
Angel
apparently
Reese.
hacked. That's that's what he said.
He said it was hacked, but he said some real. Well, he said he was hacked.
Yeah.
But it was really, really. She had there was a picture of her in a thong laying on her stomach.
It was aggressive, man.
Yeah, and he was very aggressive.
The comments from the account.
Angel Reese's brother is on the Lakers.
Well, he can explain. Is that the brother who just got signed and they showed a picture of them holding a basketball and a blooming onion? Was that real? Was that picture real?
I don't know if that was real.
It was the two of them holding a basketball.
That sounds like AI.
Like to celebrate. I don't know if the picture, like if it's positioned as a picture being old and they pulled it to show that these two, their brother and sister, but it was them holding a basketball, sitting down, and the basketball was placed on the blooming onion. I don't know why, if that's fake, why they chose the blooming onion as the platform for that ball.
Why? What if they're not Australian?
I don't know why they'd be in an Outback Steakhouse holding a basketball and they placed it on the blooming onion. I don't know. I just saw that.
You don't know.
Jake LaRavia will have to, if he hasn't already, once he gets there. Hey, once again, I was hacked. That wasn't me. I wasn't saying I wanted to do stuff to your sister.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to. He's got some splaining to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Tough look.
Yeah. Right. Oh,
Although,
he said,
although
and
he's
it was some ugly stuff.
yeah,
too,
although
by
the
the way.
brother isn't like a real roster player, is he's like a G League
I
guy,
think
two-way guy, something like that.
probably he's just a
Laravia
camp guy.
probably won't have to run into him, right?
No, he's a camp guy. He's
Yeah,
absolutely going to run it.
Well, if he makes it through the G League, I mean the Summer League, like Laravia won't have to see. Laravia's like, get rid of this guy. I don't want to deal with that awkwardness.
Yeah.
I'm under contract.
Girl, stop.
No.
Let's make sure he doesn't make it out of Summer League camp.
Yep. All right, let's get Keith in here. Hey, Keith.
He hung up.
Oh, Keith hung up. All right, then let's take a break on time. I was going to just go over for Keith, but I'm not anymore. Sorry, Keith. Beat it. Here's the deal right now. Instead, I'm going to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. I'm going to talk about $25,000 a month that John Clay Wolf is giving away. GimmeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. Even better with the GimmeTheVin.com Big Cash giveaway. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website, GimmeTheVin.com. So not only do you get the most for your vehicle, but you got a chance at $25,000. 1,000 chances, okay, that'll go in the hopper. Whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic, say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer on your car, for your car. Just go to GimmeTheVin.com. You put in your license plate or your VIN number. It's easier to put in your license plate, a lot less numbers. And it'll get you an offer in minutes that is well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. Easy, it's fast. GimmeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We haven't talked about Dorian Finney-Smith in a while now. Okay, the Rockets acquired Dorian Finney-Smith. Well, they signed him. 4-year, $53 million deal. They also signed Clint Capella to a 3-year, $21 million deal. It could be a sign that there's still another big move in the making. We'll see. Or let's go to war. Let's go.
Remember, they cannot trade anyone they just signed. Not until whatever the deadline is. So
the guys they've extended.
Or it could be Steven Adams can't play back-to-backs. Clint Capella can. Yeah. And Clint Capella's just good. They have the money, and Clint Capella's good depth is good.
Yep.
You know, it's just a good insurance policy for when if there's any more injuries with Steven Adams or any other front court player.
Yep.
You know, could be just that simple.
That's the end for Jock Landale.
Yep.
That's it for him. But that was over anyway. I see some of his comments that, it was politics why he didn't play. Did you see that interview?
Yeah, we played it.
Oh, yeah.
We played it, remember, but then at the end he goes,
he cleaned it up.
Steven Adams was better than me.
He'll have to get traded. He's still under contract. Currently, the Rockets are going to have more than the 15 during the season they can have. They can have as many as 21 during the offseason, so there's no rush to trade Landale, but there's a lot of money devoted to the center position, so he's likely gone. And where they stand roster-wise, Cam Whitmore likely goes in a trade as well because they're going to look to have, at this point, maybe 15, 16 guys on the roster, right? Or 16, 17 guys on the roster right now. So they're going to have to trim that down a little bit. So those are the two likely guys.
It's so funny, the numbers for Jay Sean and Jeff Green. I mean, Aaron Holiday, I understand. You need some depth at guard now. You need a little depth at guard. And he's a good defensive player. And he came in and he actually did stuff last year. For the most part, I mean, Jay Sean did come in and he contributed a couple of games. Jeff Green, a couple of games. I mean, it's just amazing that you're spending that much money on guys that are, at best, fringe guys. So, and especially at Jeff's age. I mean, he must mean something in the locker room that Ime really likes or whatever the case may be. But, or they're going to be trade pieces. I don't know. We'll see.
So
I don't know what kind of value they have.
In the NBA, players who sign new contracts become trade eligible after a period of time, which varies depending on the type of contract. Generally, free agents who sign new deals cannot be traded for the later of 3 months or December 15th, depending on when they sign it. So in this case, all these players would be December 15th. But that's right. I mean, so that's into the season. When you would be able to make a deal like that. So, I will tell you, sure. Now, if the Clint Capella is a sign and trade,
he is.
So that is different.
They're going to send the Hawks a second round pick to get this done. A pick swap in 2031 plus cash to help the deal get done. So it'll be finalized at some point. It will be a sign and trade.
Can you trade your own free agents though? Like,
no, they have to be under contract.
So Jeff Green couldn't be moved
unless he agrees to a sign and trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have to agree to that.
But these deals have not been officially done yet anyway, have they?
No, well, they can't be officially done to the 6th, I think.
There's some things that look a little suspicious. Adding Capella was immediately, And then when you added Dorian Finney-Smith, I loved the pickup, but immediately I thought Atari Eason, and I thought, this is kind of interesting because you just added Jabbar, but it doesn't mean it can't happen. There's just looks like a little bit of replication there, but that's fine. You just wing players, it doesn't matter.
Can't have enough good players.
No, and that's probably what it is. But I could also see, like, Jabari was not a free agent. You just gave him an extension. Jabari could get moved theoretically. Alpern obviously can be moved. Anybody who's given an extension can be moved. The free agents, you cannot move them right now. So there could be something in the works. I don't know. It just, some of the moves look a little weird.
Maybe they're done with Landell, so they wanted a better backup. That's why
that's
Capella's
fine.
here.
And I think that's what it. More than likely they want to collect the best talent they can on their roster. They can fade any kind of injury, and they've got a variety of lineups they can throw at teams right now. Right now, they look really good.
Finney Smith is a bigger version of Dylan Brooks. Your wing spacing, shooting type.
Longer.
Yeah, he's older too, but yeah. So if we're taking them at face value for what they've done, of course, your primary scorer, a much better version, KD for Jalen.
Well,
DFS for Dylan as your wing defender probably brings a little less grittiness, but whatever. He's a bigger player. And then, of course, Capella in for Landell because it seems like he's likely to get traded.
Yeah, when you look at it like that, I would say the Rockets have upgraded.
The Rockets value wingspan. Their wingspan is increased this offseason. So Kevin Durant's wingspan, Dorian Smith's, Finney Smith's wingspan, Tari, Amen, Steven Adams, they have wingspan, man. And that's passing lanes. That's going to lead to a lot of tip balls, a lot of steals. Their wingspan. So Lance is getting popcorn all over the microphone today, Dale.
Nope.
Yeah, it's
none.
Just great.
There's none.
Well, you didn't know the last time you were leaving stuff
there's none.
until it was over.
You're fine.
Yeah.
There's none.
We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. For whatever reason, today he decided popcorn would be better on your
because
microphone.
Joe didn't bring donuts, so he had to deal with popcorn. If Joe brought in donuts, he would eat donuts instead.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
never bring anything. John at least will bring some sugo. I'll make.
What do you
never
make?
bring anything.
What do you make?
You don't bring anything to the table.
What do you make?
I had Bun bring in some stuff.
Oh, so you had someone else bring
I
in.
make
Okay.
people bring.
Oh, you make people bring in food. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why would I bring in food?
What have you brought in or had anybody?
Nothing, and I never will.
Okay.
Then don't complain.
That's just.
Don't complain about you leaving food on the microphone.
No, don't complain about bringing stuff in.
I wasn't complaining about bringing stuff in. I was complaining about you leaving
do
remnants
nothing.
on the microphone.
Bad person.
I'm not a bad person. I just set a standard. You're not getting
don't
food
bring
from
in
me.
food, you're a
That's my
bad
standard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You just take
Skinny
and
Pop-
take and take and take.
Sorry.
Skinny Pop is a delightful
You're right.
treat.
I'm selfish.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to be a giver. That's fine. I don't know if you know how the world works. It's not the best way. Giving is not the best way to go about this world that we live in. You take and take again.
Well, that's why you won't be in the next world. Okay. You just take and take and take.
If it exists.
We're going to heaven. Yeah, it exists. It exists. You, not so much.
No, I exist right now.
No, you just take and take.
Heaven on earth. That's what they say. Don't live your life for the afterlife. Create heaven on earth.
I do both. Okay.
Well, you're my hell, so I don't know if it's both.
Coors Light existence, and then
what is he gonna do in the afterlife when he can't drink beer?
What are you talking about? Yes, I can.
When Coors Light isn't. When
you think my heaven doesn't include Coors Light?
So you're the belief that everyone has their own individual heaven.
That's right.
I don't know.
Right.
I grew up with, hey, not everyone's gonna get the paved gold roads. Some of us are gonna have to work up there. That was the lesson I got. Depending on how good you are in this world depends on what type of life you're gonna live up there.
That's why I'm gonna get everything I want up there.
If you believe so.
Yeah.
I don't. Let's see. Because St. Peter, right, will be a bit of a judge at the gates, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Will he say, "Spin around"? Let's see what you look like from the back, like you do to people down here.
Oh, no,
you don't know. You don't know.
Spin around.
Hey, will St. Peter deem you attractive enough to give you the good life,
so.
or he'll make you work up there?
Yeah, I think so.
John, I mean,
I don't think they're gonna like some of the things you're saying on the radio.
John, I heard a couple of things you said about women's guilt or innocence is based on their looks.
Yeah.
We're gonna have you dig some ditches at least for the first week or two.
You don't know St. Peter how he judges women. You don't know.
I feel like he doesn't.
Whoa!
Back in the day, they used to judge him a lot harsher than that.
I feel like he doesn't.
Back in the day, women were judged a lot harsher.
Well,
than that.
when you ascend to where he ascended, he's ascended. I imagine some of that stuff goes away.
Well,
and this is why I got the popcorn.
You don't know.
I'm
just sitting here.
John is suggesting that the patriarchy still exists up there.
I don't know. You don't know how Jesus and St. Peter judge.
He's saying Jesus doesn't like women as much.
That's what it sounds like.
And he loved women.
Where's Wendy? Oh, at work.
Mary Magdalene. He loved Mary Magdalene. Okay, Jesus didn't. Jesus loved being with sinners. As a matter of fact, you think should a doctor be with healthy people all the time? No, a doctor should be with sick people, and Jesus was with sinners.
Then why are you always in the Diamond Club? Get out and be with the real people.
Those aren't real people?
It's not Jesus.
Why? Just because they have money, they're not real.
Jesus would go out
you're a
and
bad
sit,
person.
Jesus would go out and sit where there's less money.
Didn't Jesus wreck shop in that church because the money lenders and what's going on? Didn't he just turn over tables and stuff?
Tax collector.
Wait a minute. Since when is Dyken Park a church?
Tax collectors.
Slow down.
It's the Church of Baseball. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
You know how many World Series games have been played in there?
You two are blasphemous.
I'm not blasphemous. You suggested that St. Peter brought the patriarchy to heaven.
You don't know.
You don't know if he likes women.
Yes. How am I blasphemous?
Read your Bible, dummy.
Yeah.
You can find their people too.
Mm-hmm. You don't know. All right. I do know something about Billy Brown. I do know that Billy Brown is the best damn plumber that I've ever known. I haven't known a lot of plumbers in my life. They're usually kind of shady. Billy, not so much. No. Billy is actually a really good guy, a fun guy. Billy's like us. But he's got a very successful company. He is really, really. He's got guys out on the street, and it starts at the top. It's Billy, okay, and he's got a philosophy about the way that you do business, the way you go about it. When his guys show up at your house, they're not going to charge you, okay, and just say that's not how it works. If they can't help you, they just leave. If they can't help you, guess what? Get a quote and see get another quote and see if Billy's is better. And I'm going to tell you this: Billy's probably going to be better. Probably going to be better because they give you a square deal. They gave me a square deal, Lance. They give you a square deal.
Yeah, and that's all you can ask for is you want your AC people, your car repair people, and your plumber to be honest people. Listen, John's got an AC guy he can speak for. I know a car place that I really trust, but of all of them, my plumber and John's plumber is the best. And Aqueduct Plumbing Company treats Houstonians the way they deserve to be treated. They get out there quickly. They get the work done for you professionally. It's done right the first time. It's done with fair pricing, and they're just very, very trustworthy and transparent. And when you go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you'll see the ratings and the reviews are very, very high because they're just great at what they do. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. Big jobs, small jobs. Make sure they're the first phone call. Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Man, oh man, oh man. The New York Post story today. The best pizzerias in the world. A body of voters selected by it made up 150 industry professionals, food critics, and journalists, 362 pizza chefs. And they couldn't vote for colleagues or themselves from 60 different countries. This pizza from the number one, Massanielli in Caserta, Italy. Holy cow. You want to talk about a good-looking pizza. Wow. Palermo's isn't on there for some reason. A couple of New York pizzerias are in the top 25, but you don't get to a U.S. pizzeria until 17.
7 of the pizzerias ranked in the list of the top 50 in Italy are located in Caserta.
Really?
Yep, I'm just reading through it. It's renowned for its pizza, particularly Francesco's, Martucci's, E. Massanielli Pizzeria, which has been ranked among the world's best.
Yeah.
While Naples is famously they say they got a lot of pineapple. They're famous for their pineapple pizza.
Oh, get that. Beat it.
I'm just kidding.
Franco Pepe and Grani in Calasso, Italy.
Hey.
The number one U.S. Una Pizza, Napoletana.
Pizzeria Uno. There it is.
Una.
And Cici's.
The macaroni and cheese pizza from Cici's made the list?
Yep. And
what about the taco pizza?
The taco pizza is up there in the top 10.
Awesome.
The buffalo chicken pizza at Little Caesars is 6.
That spicy pepperoni at Cici's hits.
What about Shaq's Pizza?
The Shaqaroni?
The Shaqaroni.
Oh, the Shaqaroni.
Obviously top 40.
The Shaqaroni.
Oh, my God. This one with ham and egg. Do you see this one?
No, we don't.
Ham and egg.
Ham and egg
I mean,
pizza.
I'd eat it, but I'm not putting egg on the pizza. That's northern, right? Where's the egg on the pizza? Is which part of Italy? That's northern Italy?
I don't care.
Or southern. I can't remember.
Wherever. That looks awesome. Yeah.
It's pizza radio.
And maybe you want something that came out of a chicken's poo-poo to put on your egg.
Wait, isn't the egg that came out of chicken's poo-poo?
Yeah, when the chicken is going to put some things on your pizza, you just sit and take it. You'll be fine.
Racist, doing an Italian accent. Racist.
Yeah, we can do any accent like this. There's also
really?
a Greek accent.
What about pizza in China? How's that go?
Hey, you like a pizza in China?
That's
like that.
That's how it goes.
By the way,
actually, there are 3 Japanese in the top 25.
Japanese
3
pizzas?
Japanese pizzas.
What are the toppings?
So we may be I may be going to Tokyo. Nope.
That's not a topping.
I may be going to Tokyo for my wife's during the combine for my wife's last marathon, the 6th marathon. And if we go, I'm hyped because I've always wanted to go to Japan. But the second thing is, no, I do. It's like
he's always wanted to go.
It's a great culture.
Since Shogun came out.
It's before then, since Fast and Furious 2.
Okay,
but
same reasons though.
But no, the food is supposed to be off the charts great. I love the Japanese gardens, where you can do, the nice little bonsai trees and everything like that. People not as lippy, I guess, in a way.
You think you're going to be able to walk through and be treated a certain way because you're an American?
I hope so.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like that's happening in other countries right now. They're getting water thrown on them.
How will they be able to tell he's American?
Bleach squirted in their face and eyes with water guns.
Well,
it's not great for Americans right now in other countries.
Apparently, Russian spies knew American spies were around because Americans always like to lean on stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you hear that? That's true.
Americans lean on everything, so they knew, okay, that's an American. So Lance, who likes to lean on things to scratch his back like a bear, that'll be a way for them to tell.
I mean, I could do a Russian they would think I was Russian.
But are you going to stand straight up, or are you going to lean on stuff?
Leaning on stuff.
Yeah, they're going to see you're an American.
I'm a leaner too. As a matter of fact, my wife was. I just find anything. My wife's shopping, and I just find anything to lean on.
That's my tell. That's why we've got such bad posture in our country. I'll admit it. I'm sitting there like playing Brick Blaster or whatever this is, Block Blaster on my phone. I'm like, look at me. I'm just leaning over. I need to sit up straight when I'm playing games on my phone for hours.
Mm-hmm.
I remember before that, I used to get stuff done. Now I just have to wait till draft season where I'm forced into it. Torn labrum. Can't even play disc golf right now. It's terrible.
We got like a deflated ball and football in here, and he picked it up to try to throw it, like mimic throwing it, and he immediately grabbed at his shoulder.
You know what? I went and saw the orthopedic. She's like, yeah, you can. She goes, yeah, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm like, I can? Is it going to get worse? She goes, I mean, it's just how much pain you can tolerate. I'm like, well, this isn't the answer I wanted.
That
when
is
is
the
going to
answer.
go away?
Is your doctor Dana Brown?
Well,
she's found.
yeah.
She ended up
hey,
finding.
Jordan, get in there.
I
Take
know.
some swings.
Hey, could you do an MRI on this? Oh, we actually found a small fracture in your clavicle. Oh, I thought I just had a torn. Yeah. We did initially. The X-rays didn't show anything initially.
Well,
by the way, for those who don't know, Jeremy Pena, they found a small fracture in his rib, so he is on the injured list. And John put him out until after the All-Star game. Dana said, "You never know." Dana said, you don't know. We don't. I mean, maybe he plays, maybe he doesn't. We don't know. He could come back. Who makes it back first, him or Christian Javier?
Jeremy.
Jeremy or Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan went to take some live batting practice. So Jeremy or Jordan? I'm actually going to say Jordan.
Same time.
Oh, you know what? That's a good one. Actually, you could be right.
Right after the All-Star break.
So what's the All-Star game this year?
The 13th, the 15th. They'll be back like the 17th or 18th.
So we're off for All-Star weekend. That's when there's a national holiday for those 3 days.
Yeah, we probably won't work.
There's a national holiday for All-Star weekend?
Yeah, Trump made it. Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, yeah, we don't have to work the day before.
For sports talk.
Yeah, for sports, only for sports talk. The day before, the day of, and the day after.
I don't know. Summer League is going to be in action. There's some. You can talk about that.
You're not supposed to do Summer League on the day of the All-Star week.
Here's a little update for you. The New York Times says the Rockets will continue to work on finding Cam Whitmore a new home via trade.
I bet.
Oh, shocking.
Yeah.
I can't believe how many people actually thought, I don't know. I think Cam Whitmore, this really changed. Cam, I could see him getting another shot.
I would like to see Cam here and being our backup two guard.
We all watched the video. You know who wouldn't want that?
Cam. Ain't looking to be some
Cam
backup two guard.
Sit here.
Guess what? You got no
on the
choice.
bench.
We drafted you. No one else wanted
guess
you.
Guess what? Ime doesn't want to play him. It's a two-way mode.
Yeah,
Ime
they both want a separation.
Cam. I know. Ime's like, get this off my bench with his.
You can't see it, but Lance is laid out.
This is what Cam looks like late in game.
Head rolled back, like he's passed out.
Like he's a complaining high schooler.
Cam wants out. They probably be better off without him around.
Me.
Let him go spread his wings someplace else.
Trust me, it's a mutual
Parting of the ways.
Yeah. He's never going to be. Cam Whitmore is never coming back. You saw the answer at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I didn't need this. I saw it 3 times. I'm like, man, this is not.
People thought, look how fortunate we were that he fell. Cam doesn't believe he's a 20-something pick.
Bro,
he thinks he's a lottery guy.
Ime and Cam need to make up. That relationship is dead. Number one, Cam's got that attitude. Like he had it. They told you he had it in college. Then he had it at the summer league or in the interviews. Then he had it with the Rockets in year 1. Then it got bad in year 2. I don't know what happened because he was catching, like, before the trade deadline, some girl from New York was, Rockets are stupid. They should have traded him before the trade deadline. And I told her, I said, ma'am, are you aware how much Cam was playing? He was in the full-on rotation. They had, I think it was Amen was out at that particular time. And then either Fred or Amen. Cam was playing like 22 to 24 minutes a game. He was scoring points. Cam was in the rotation. Something happened at a practice or behind the scenes or whatever where Cam got in the doghouse and then he was poof. The last 2 months, that was it. And something happened behind the scenes. And Ime's not going to play that. And you know what? Good for Cam getting a chance to go somewhere. He's a talented player. He obviously is not happy on this team. Obviously, Ime Udoka doesn't think he fits the culture. Just move on. I don't think you're going to get a lot. He'll either be part of another trade or you'll get maybe a second rounder for him. I don't think you even get a first rounder. Maybe you get a first round pick, maybe, but his contract's coming up too. So that's not ideal to trade a first rounder and have to make a second, give him a second contract.
I'm watching a video of a soccer game and everybody's wearing boxing gloves.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah.
How awesome is this? You don't have to, if somebody comes near you when you got the ball or don't have the ball or whatever, you just start punching them in the face.
You can punch anytime you want. I've noticed.
Yeah.
I watched that video a couple times, and it's, you don't only fight people who have the ball. You fight anybody anytime.
Yeah, anybody who's in your way.
And the shirt and the skins are really beating the piss out of the shirts.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that
it's
one
a
dude,
bad mismatch.
he was the number one pick, this one guy.
Yeah.
He just punches everybody.
He's out there punching. I'm sure that game takes place in Russia.
Skinhead.
Like the Russian games, Japanese games are typically more individual punishment for one person. The video game, I mean, the game show games, and it usually involves something on your privates where you get smacked or hurt somehow. The Russian games and Polish games, when you see Russian teams or Polish teams, you see the Eastern European communist bloc or formerly communist bloc countries, you typically see it's going to be some type of fighting. They're finding new ways to fight each other. I've seen it on top of a shipyard where there's that ship. Have you seen that one, John, where the two guys fist fight on top of a ship?
Yeah.
And then they fall off into the water.
Right.
There's the one where it's 5-on-5 fighting. And then as soon as one guy goes down, then the other guy just goes and jumps on another. Like as soon as your guy goes down on your team, your entire team gets eradicated, because then it turns into 2-on-1 and then 3-on-1, and it's just a beating. So that one's out there. And then
awesome.
The team fighting. And then what else? Oh, you just said soccer fighting. That's a new one. Yep. Oh, have you seen, and we've seen basketball fighting.
Oh, yeah. Where you just punch
Yeah.
That's awesome. No, that's good. That's good sport right there. You add
have you seen the seatbelt fight? Have you seen the car fighting?
No.
Oh no, Google. There's two that you need to see: phone booth fighting and car fighting, where guys, where as soon as they say go, they start punching each other. I think they're in seatbelts initially, and the two guys next to each other start fighting, and maybe there's no seatbelts. And then there's another one in a phone booth where two guys are just throwing haymakers in a small phone booth. It is violence personified. You have to watch that one. Phone booth fighting, and it will pop right up, and you'll see, like, okay, this is clearly Russian. Here it is. Phone booth boxing is wild.
That is awesome. That's just good, clean fun. Good, clean fun for the whole family. All right. We got News of the Week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, so don't you go anywhere. But first, we got a little Top Dog Fireworks.
Top Dog Fireworks says, come on in, boys. Let's make it happen. Or ladies, whatever the case may be. We're talking about 14 locations around the city of Houston. And Top Dog, look, 4th of July is coming up. Right now, you've got to take advantage of this buy one, get one free wall that they have. While supplies last, they've got a ton of different buy one, get one free options for you. Go take advantage of it today. Go enjoy fireworks for 4th of July, but get the most bang for your bucks. If you spend $250 on fireworks, you're going to receive a reward while supplies last. But it goes further than that. Every Top Dog Fireworks location, all 14, are going to have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. And everyone who enters is going to have an opportunity to win the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast assortment valued at $1,100. All you have to do to enter is visit one of the 14 Top Dog fireworks locations, or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com to complete the entry form. Fireworks it's so much fun. 4th of July. Make sure that you get your hands on your fireworks at one of the 14 locations around Houston. To find a location nearest you, stop in at topdogfireworks.com.
All right, I'm going to need a little help from you guys on this one. A monk gunned down a fellow cleric in a temple bathroom because the cleric had a loud phone. It is, okay, here's the monk is from, you tell me how to pronounce this. Phuket.
Phuket.
What is it?
Phuket.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's been around.
Yeah, Phuket.
Phuket?
Yeah.
We've
Are you
been
sure the accent? What if the accent was on the first syllable?
It's Phuket.
Wait.
What do you mean, what if?
Phuket's not the weird one. There's monks with guns?
Yeah.
That's
He
the
gunned
weird
him
part
down.
to me is like monks are strapped now, is what you're telling me.
Don't start, no, won't
Fatally
be
shot a fellow monk at temple this morning.
I mean,
allegedly following months of bullying. Oh, he was getting bullied as well.
You respond seen that in this country.
Yeah, monks ain't trying to hear all that.
Why do monks have guns now? I didn't know they gave monks
I didn't either.
guns.
I don't know if there's an authority that hands out guns to monks. I think that guy just went and got a gun and said enough.
Yeah.
That's it?
Enough
don't
of you.
Don't monks have to stay there and they have to be quiet?
Well, if you're being bullied, apparently the rules don't apply anymore.
Yeah.
So, well, he says this. He went to the bathroom without locking the door and played something loudly on his phone. It irritated me. So I took the gun from my room, shot him, and reloaded another 6 rounds.
Well, that's not exactly bullying. Playing music too loud.
Well, apparently there was more than just playing the loud music. Okay. He was being
final
bullied.
straw was the music.
Yeah.
He had enough.
Maybe the other
So
guy
you
called
guys
him
are sure
with your bald head ass. What if he said that? You too?
You bald headed.
It ain't just me.
So
Look
you
at
guys
your
think
sorry ass monk ass.
It's Phuket.
Yeah, it's Phuket.
Yes, it's Phuket, just like it's Nick Kurtz. Yes. Phuket, Nick Kurtz. Yes.
Phuket's been out there for a while.
It has been?
Yeah.
Okay. I pronounce it different, but okay.
How do you pronounce it, John?
I put the accent on the first syllable.
No, but go ahead and pronounce it.
Phuket.
Phuket was once known as Thailand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I think it's Phuket. You know
Gotcha.
what? Everybody, Phuket.
You kind of
China apparently.
Of course.
Apparently, China has humanoid robots that play soccer.
Nope. Don't
and
like it.
They're more popular than the human game.
I can see it.
I don't like it.
I can
though.
see you have people who are more interested in e-gaming than actual real.
Yeah, they
games,
rather
too.
watch someone play video games than watch
So
sports.
it's actually not that
Well,
surprising.
and their Chinese men's football team hasn't been great lately.
No.
So apparently they've won over fans at Beijing, and it is more pop. Do you think that American robots would be more popular than our USMNT?
Well, it depends on the players. Like right now, Christian Pulisic's popularity isn't very high, so an American robot version of him probably would have a higher Q rating. But hey, let's look at these young guys. If they win the Gold Cup, maybe things will flip. But
well, these don't look. They just look like robots.
No, you just put a number 10.
The same.
I know you just put a number 10 on the jersey, and that's the Pulisic character. I'm sure that guy would win a poll over the current live version of Pulisic.
I mean, can we get off Christian Pulisic? I mean,
sorry,
he's trying his best.
That's a problem. People don't think he's trying enough because he's not available for this tournament.
Yeah, but does this tournament matter? Really?
Not particularly, but it was supposed to be the last chance these guys could get together for the World Cup. So people were placing importance on it. Turns out the guys who are going to play in the World Cup didn't think it was that important.
Apparently in the Honduras, there's a hospital where most of the time the emergency ward is treating gang members for machete wounds. Well, they had another problem. A quiet patient with a flesh-eating worm hidden inside her is causing quite the stir. Do you want to go to a hospital with a man-eating screwworm inside one of the patients?
Sounds like the beginning of an apocalypse. No, I don't want to go there.
I know.
That's the origin story for the end of society.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be a part of that. Keep my distance. I know it'll get to me at some point, but Stay away as long
it's
as you
called
can.
a New World screwworm, a tiny parasite that has recently reemerged in Central America and Mexico, and it's getting close. Okay,
Well,
it's moving. It's moving up. Moving on up.
Canada's like not so bad to be up here now, is it?
Oh yeah,
Distance. Give me some
that's
distance.
why we're annexing you.
I just don't think that's happening.
No, I don't think
kinda
people
feel
talk
like it
about.
should.
Yeah, I don't think you know how the voting block would then turn when it comes to the amount of representatives they would have. I don't think you'd like it.
Probably not. And I don't know. I don't know. All I know.
Do you
no, they
really
just get,
want
they
someone?
only get 2 senators. So
Do you really want someone from Saskatchewan determining what happens here? Do you really want Manitobans?
I'm not sure we're giving them the vote, but okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm not sure.
What do you think is going to happen?
We just get 2. They get 2
Trust
Senate
me.
seats. That's it.
Some people like Canada. Some people are just told, don't like Canada now. Oh, I hate you, Canada. What do you hate Canada for? Oh, no.
I was told
Just
to.
hate Canada now. That's what they said.
You know what they did to us?
They beat us in hockey.
Retroactively put tariffs on us.
They beat us in hockey.
They beat us in hockey. That's
They
the only
did.
reasonable reason not to like Canada, because they beat us in hockey.
They did
In championships, world championships, they don't beat us in NHL hockey.
Yeah.
And they just won a
They just
NBA
can't win in
championship.
NHL hockey. We kicked their ass.
They won an NBA championship
with their players.
It's true.
Chet's kind of Canadian.
He's not. Shea actually is Canadian.
Shea
So is Lou
Canadian.
Dort.
Oh, by the way, Shea got a big extension, $70 a year.
Yeah. This is crazy. This is the highest American contract ever, right?
What do you mean? Per year for a player?
Yeah.
Shohei.
For an American sport.
Shohei.
AAV. Shohei's wasn't even this high.
Is he making 70 a year?
No, his
70.
AAV wasn't.
Yeah, he's getting 68.
First of all, he's
deferred.
not getting anything.
Making 70 a year.
No, he was not making that because he doesn't get it. There's no money. Shea is actually going to get it. Shohei will get his money over the course of about 30 years.
That is true. It's down to 46 with that.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not even close. This has got to be the longest.
Yep, this is the biggest. The biggest. Shea gets the biggest, and a Canadian gets it too. Not even American.
Aren't you disgusted by that?
Not even
a Canadian gets it.
A Canadian gets it.
Rotten Canadians.
Yeah.
I'm more
he probably
bothered.
Speaks French.
I don't know that. I'm more bothered that Jaylen Brown's a top 5 salary guy for reasons, but the fact that Shea, a Canadian, now MVP of the league, Finals MVP, champion, and now the highest salary of all time in the NBA, disgusting. Maybe if our best athlete started playing basketball,
gross,
we'd be better off.
Gross. All right, we're done.
Soccer?
Did you do top,
Yeah.
Did he do top
Yeah,
dog?
I just talked about it.
Yeah, he talked about him.
That's what I thought. So we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
For people who cannot see, if you're not looking at Twitch or YouTube or Twitter, I was cleaning off leftover popcorn kernel from Lance's mouth. So that's why we got started a little bit later as far as how the music was being played. So we're here. I've already sent the evidence to Lance. I've cleaned off the microphone, so we'll see what his response is. As once again, as I warned him before the show even began, that you're eating on the mic again. You're probably going to leave something behind. No. Okay, there it is. It's what he is. He's a trash panda. That's just how he is. Doesn't care. He'll continue to be him. All right. Beyond that, the Rockets continue to make moves. We'll get into something Dana Brown said that made my head hurt because it's a continuation of a theme where we pretend like guys shouldn't just be able to heal before coming back. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But the Rockets, they make a move that was rumored heavily. Dorian Finney-Smith is in. He decides he doesn't want to be a Laker anymore. And we may have reason why. According to a Lakers reporter, Rob Pelinka may have hastened Dorian Finney-Smith's exit. We have the sound for that. We'll play that before we wrap up this segment. But he's in. And Sean and I talked about it yesterday. We wouldn't really get into what he would add until he was officially signed. Because why waste a segment, right? We can just talk. We can speculate.
Put that in our pocket for today.
And think it's funny that everyone knows he's coming here well before free agency. The moratorium has been lifted well before that became a thing. He turned out he was going to be a Rocket. That turned out to be true. They also bring in Clint Capella. That'll be a sign and trade when it's finalized, according to Jake Fisher. It'll be a second-round pick going Atlanta's way to facilitate the trade, which means they have a lot of money devoted to the center position when you think about Şengün, Adams, Landale, who's still on the roster, and now Capella. We imagine, considering Landale and his comments on that podcast where he cleaned it up at the very end but took issue with Adams playing over him during the regular season, he's probably on the move. I don't foresee devoting, if you think about what Capella could make, his starting salary plus Landale plus Adams, you're talking near $30 million for three backup centers plus what Şengün's extension will be. It feels like a little much, a little rich per year for backup center. So it feels like Landale's the one who's going to go. He probably wouldn't mind going to a spot where he could play more. And that leads us to Cam Whitmore, who, according to reports, the Rockets are still looking to move. So while they have brought in a couple players, you can expect a couple of guys who've been around for the last couple of years to be leaving at some point. Well, the Landale thing, I'm just assuming. I don't know that they'll trade him, but it feels like he is the one who's going to go.
I think it was reported that they intend to at least not guarantee his contract for this year. But I imagine the weight is that maybe they can fold it into a trade just because it is almost it's actually more salary than what Clint Capella makes.
Yeah. It seems silly to keep him around. And it's funny because bringing in Capella really got people thinking about what could they be doing. Are they stacking a roster because they know they got to move guys? Is Şengün on the way out because the Giannis deal is coming? Well, Miles Turner just agreed with the Bucks for 4 years, $107 million. So maybe that entices Giannis to stay.
Yeah.
So while everyone is doing the whole Charlie from Always Sunny, moving all the pieces around, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
The Bucks make a move to entice Giannis to remain, and we know Giannis is looking for reasons to stay or leave, depending on who you believe.
Yep.
Well,
here's evaluating.
Well,
looking at what they're doing.
Well, do you think they give Miles Turner that deal unless Giannis says,
"Get Miles Turner and I'm back"? Yeah.
Yes, unless Giannis gives them an indication that signing Miles Turner would give him reason to stay. So not only does it hurt the Pacers, who were in a bit of flux because of course, Tyrese Halliburton being hurt.
Knocked the Bucks out of the playoffs last year.
Yeah, and he helped knock the Bucks out of the playoffs. They lose Brook Lopez to the Clippers. You bring in a center, stretch five, which is what Brook Lopez was, just a younger version of him. Miles Turner's been around a long time, but he's still younger than Brook Lopez. So the Bucks are making moves. So I am glad this is happening because possibly possibly it shuts everyone up when it comes to this Giannis conversation, considering I feel it's a non-story until he says he wants to leave.
Yes, and I think Capella falls into we know his name itis of I think he got a little overrated last night just because everyone knows this is who he is and his name.
He's a part-time player now. He
Yeah,
lost his job to Okongwu in Atlanta.
He's getting $7 million a year. Again, they're turning down Jock Landale's guarantee, who made $8 million last year. So the third center on last year's team made 8. Clint Capella is going to make 7. I think that tells us he's going to be the third center. What I imagine ends up happening is that either they go double big a lot more, or they are really aggressive with the maintenance plan with Steven Adams during the regular season, where Adams and Capella can basically just like swap games that they play.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of like the Rockets signed the first 2 players that people can name. Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
And
it's
one
like,
of them used to be a Rocket.
Yeah. And it's also just they spent a combined $21 million for next year.
It's not
it's not that
they
much.
didn't invest very much, but
it's guys that combined. How many starts do you think DFS and Capella get on next year's Rockets?
I think DFS is
Like
a
20?
It's Tari Eason insurance. If Tari Eason is dealing with what
Yeah.
he has dealt with and can't play as many games as we would like, you have a guy who can be a 3-and-D type. DFS is older. Not sure you want him chasing around guards very much anymore, but he can play bigger than his size and be a small 4 or 3, and you can do that. You lost a perimeter 3-point shooter in Dylan Brooks, you add one to the mix, and you're kind of, as far as roster construction, if you're trading Landale eventually and Cam Whitmore, you're kind of right back where you were as far as how it's built. Now, there are different moving parts, but
it really is like Dylan Brooks out, DFS in, Jock Landale out,
Clint Capella
in, Jalen Green out,
KD
Kevin Durant in. That's kind of the, way too simple way to explain what just happened with the Rockets the last week. But yeah, it really shows that I think before I go farther, the Rockets have had a really good offseason. They've had a great offseason. And yesterday's moves included. I think it just tells you the like scale of player that now moves in free agency is a little bit lower when people are getting their hair blown back by, wait, this team signed both DFS and Clint Capella? It's like, again, this is probably going to be the 7th and 9th man on this team. 8th and 9th. Like this is not guys that will make or break this team season, because honestly, they're both at positions of strength. They're strengthening the strength. They're doing what the Texans did and signing a million defensive ends. That's what they're doing.
Yes, if Tari
with wings and centers.
If Tari Eason is who people believe him to be, there's a chance DFS isn't even in a playoff rotation.
Yeah, or like a foul trouble only kind of thing. Now he is he's a better shooter than at least Eason. Last year, I think he was like 39%. That's what's crazy. It's like he was at 39%. I think Dylan Brooks was also at 39%. So it's 2 guys that don't have a long track record of being super knockdown guys, but are coming off of really good years from 3. It is just $6 million cheaper, Dylan Brooks, and someone that other teams don't actively despise the second he walks on the court.
And maybe that's not a
maybe that'll
for
change.
The Rockets.
Yeah, maybe that'll change.
Maybe simply putting on that Rockets uniform will change how people feel about Dorian Finney-Smith. So that move happens. Eric, I see you want to talk Rockets. We'll get to you when we come back. But I did want to play this. This comes from Anthony Irwin. He covers the Lakers for Clutch Points and has his own podcast like a lot of people do. He was on his podcast talking about the Dorian Finney-Smith exit, and he revealed something which is surprising, and it's some real nasty work by Rob Pelinka if it's true. Here's Anthony Irwin on why DFS, at least partly why DFS is now a Rocket.
The word out there is that Rob Pelinka was going out there and talking to teams about Dorian's knee, to try to tank Dorian's free agency value and the offers that could potentially come in on him. Word is that got back to Dorian and his camp, and now you have a situation here where even if the Lakers came in with an offer above what the Houston Rockets are prepared to offer, I think I saw something in the ballpark of 4 years at the full mid-level exception for Dorian whenever he goes to Houston. This is a tough look.
Yeah, if the GM's out there potentially salting the field and telling the world that, hey, this guy's banged up, just to make sure the salary's a little bit lower so they can sign him. That one's tough. And then if the guy finds out, and Irwin cleaned it up because that was not even his original. He didn't put that out individually. It was part of his entire podcast. Someone grabbed it like a lot of people do.
Aggregated.
Yeah, grabbed it, posted it, get the aggregation. He cleaned it up under that post and said it wasn't a knee. I think he said it was an ankle or foot. So it wasn't a knee that was the issue. But so
okay. Never
mind.
He
said he misspoke about the body part, but not what Rob Pelinka is alleged to do.
Yeah.
Yes. So we got more breaking news, and we'll go to break with this.
More Milwaukee Bucks news.
Yes. The way they were able to sign Miles Turner is because the Bucks waived and stretched the remaining $113 million on Damian Lillard's contract. So after 2 seasons, which ended poorly, Damian Lillard is now on the open market. So some team wanted to say, hey, you want to sign for the minimum?
Come rehab with us,
and maybe potentially play with us a year from now. Or maybe you have some remarkable turnaround, and unlikely he'd be back for the playoffs. Damian Lillard's now on the open market.
God.
Shams is right. Look, people were crushing Shams, saying, hey,
it wasn't a great day one, but man,
we got stuff going on. Damian Lillard's on the open market. Of course, he won't likely play next year, but the Bucks say enough. We get Miles Turner, and now maybe Damian Lillard's unlikely for this upcoming year, but who knows? Maybe some team decides, hey, we'll give you the MLE for a couple of years. You rehab in year 1, and you're ready to go in year 2.
Or we sign you to the MLE, you opt out, then we pay you when you're healthy. Like you can do it. Yeah, you can do it a lot of different ways.
Do you think an old man in Miami might think this is a way to push aside some of the
they called me a madman. They called me a madman.
He goes, you know when I said I would like to manage an old star and you guys all thought I was talking about KD?
Yeah.
I get the guy I wanted discounted.
Guess what? And I keep Jovic. And I keep
them all. I mean, sure, this year will suck.
Rozier's not going to prison.
Yeah, this year will suck. We'll be in the lottery. And then after this year, we'll have Dame. Pat Riley. They think he's asleep.
EAD.
We'll see. That is just
Tim Reynolds. Stand up. Where are you?
That's just me doing what any Miami Heat Twitter person's about to do over the next hour or so.
Yeah, that was just a sneak peek.
Yeah, if you're online, chronically online, you will see
Barry
stuff like
Jackson,
that.
Up yours.
Yeah, all things like that. But hey, we got big news around the league. A NBA finalist goes to Milwaukee. Maybe that keeps that keeps Giannis happy.
The best player to switch teams so far.
Yeah, Miles Turner
via free agency,
definitely, and Damian Lillard back on the open market.
Maybe the next best player to switch teams.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Milwaukee doing things to spice up the day. Eric, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in on all this news? You can. Remember, yesterday, the Ramsey Minka Fitzpatrick news broke right before the show started, too. So it's been a good couple days for breaking news. So we'll get to that when we come back. It's me and Sean till noon here. We'll be back. But first, I'm going to guess because I didn't hear you. I'm going to talk about Top Dog because he mimicked fireworks, and it's July 4th, and it's time to celebrate this country by getting great fireworks from Top Dog Fireworks. You can go to the website. It's topdogfireworks.com and check out all they have to offer. Or you can go to one of the 14 Houston locations and walk in, and they have this great wall, this buy one, get one free wall, where you obviously pick up something you love and then get something else for free as long as supplies last. So you got to get out there pretty quickly. If you spend over $250, you can receive a reward. And also you can check out what that reward might be at topdogfireworks.com. And Enter Top Dog Fireworks Holloway Giveaway Contest. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450, and everyone who enters that will have the opportunity to win the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast Assortment valued at $1,100. To enter, visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or visit the website at topdogfireworks.com and complete the entry form. And remember this, a portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. So you're not just having a good time, you're helping out the kids in your community. Take advantage of that. Go to Top Dog Fireworks for the best fireworks. That's Top Dog Fireworks.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. A lot of news to happen in the first segment. The Bucks making moves to secure Giannis. How does that affect the Rockets? We don't know. All we know right now is they bring in Miles Turner from the rival Pacers, and they do it by waiving and stretching Dame Lillard's $113 million to make sure they can acquire Turner. So now you've got an injured star on the market, and I wonder who may try to acquire him just to have him on their roster to rehab, and then maybe have him for 26, 27, see if he's got anything left.
Rockets? Fred VanVleet replacement after next year.
Anything's possible, I guess, when this is happening.
You know what? I'll work on the
trade machine,
the Photoshop jersey swap.
Yeah,
and,
do that.
I'll
And
see
while
how
we
that
talk
goes.
to Eric, you figure out a way to get Dame in a Rockets jersey. Maybe in Rockets workout gear as he's rehabbing. Maybe that's more appropriate.
In the new facility.
Yeah, maybe that's more appropriate at this point. But let's talk to Eric. He wants to talk Rockets. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill. Yeah, I thought Clint Capella retired in like 2010. I didn't even know he was still around. Also, did Jeremy Pena hurt his ribs like Corliss Correa did dating Miss Texas? And I want to give a shout out to Myra Moreno. I know she's an avid listener to your show. She looks good. And do we really need Giannis after all the signings? I'll hang up and listen.
Really need who?
Giannis.
Well, that's the debate, right? You trade for Giannis, you're getting really old. Well, not really old, but you're getting older when you throw in KD and, of course, Fred, and then you have DFS, Dorian Finney-Smith, who's 30-plus years old. Y'all all of a sudden you go from this young core.
Yeah, you immediately become an old team.
Who I always laughed at, we're the core of 7, or whatever Rocket fans are calling it, to core 7 to now. Jalen's gone.
Yep.
Cam's gone.
About to be gone.
You're right. Possibly gone. They're working towards making that happen.
They're working towards throwing him overboard.
Yes, and if you were to acquire Giannis, at least 2 of those guys would be gone as well. So all the edits, the photoshops, the dreams of using this core to win multiple titles will be out the window. Now you're hoping Giannis and KD could win it within 2 or 3 years. That's not a thing right now, and it may never be if Miles Turner is enough to keep Giannis in Milwaukee. And as we said, they probably aren't waiving Dame and signing Miles Turner unless they've talked to Giannis about it. He said, yeah, I like to have an able-bodied player next to me next year. As far as Jeremy Pena, I don't believe he's dating Miss Texas. We know why he is going on the IL. He got hit with a changeup in the ribs. And after the Astros initially said, because this is what they do, didn't think anything was broken. Turns out there is a fractured rib. Small fracture of the rib, as we talked about yesterday. Teeny, tiny, little itty bitty fracture.
That's why Espada didn't see it. He didn't have his readers out, so he didn't see those.
He's not a doctor, and he should stop commenting on things until a couple of days afterwards, because then you look silly, which is kind of the Astros' MO right now.
It's happened
all the time at this point when it comes to guys, particularly with broken bones. They always are wrong with their first evaluation of it. And this is what I said made my head hurt when I read this from Dana Brown's quotes, because Dana Brown has consistently been like, hey, you know what? Maybe he won't be out for as long as you think. It's always about pain tolerance, and, he can play through it. So he's at it again. This is about Jeremy Pena, according to Dana Brown. From talking to doctors, there's some NFL players that play with this, different sports, but it's a pain tolerance thing. If he feels like he's fine after a week, we'll start some baseball activity. We can give him some things to do, and he might be able to play through it as it heals. This isn't one of those things where you have to be sidelined the whole time. Once the inflammation goes down, he might feel good enough to swing a bat. It's more how much he can tolerate, which means he could come back soon after the 10 days. That's why he's on the trip, to get treatment and maybe potentially get back as soon as he can. Why can't a guy just heal? Like completely heal and then come back? There's no pressure for Jeremy Payne to come back. You're playing in this crappy division. You're ahead by 6.5 games. What is the rush? Why does he have to play through a broken bone? This isn't the NFL. This isn't the playoffs in hockey. He doesn't have to be Matthew Tkachuk. Just let him heal. Oh, NFL players play through it. That's right. They play once a week. They can get shot up. They don't have to practice. They're not playing competitively day after day. What are we doing? Is Jeremy Pena NFL players, how they protect themselves, they wear padding, stuff like that. Is swinging the bat going to exacerbate the injury? If that's the case, or playing the field, if that's the case, sit him down. No, your division gives you a cushion. Yes, he's your best everyday player right now. He does not have to play through this. Why is there always this initial approach of, hey, you know what? As long as he can deal with the pain, he can go out there. And then it puts the player in a spot where, Look at soft ass Jeremy Pena. Won't even play through the pain.
That's what I'm saying.
There it is.
Yesterday, I said shoot him up with Toradol.
You did say that, and apparently Dana Brown's like, good idea. Good idea. You know what? That's a great idea.
Jeremy Pena, do you have that dog in you? Come on. I know that we're 2 weeks away from you having a week off. So,
but maybe you get back right before the All-Star break.
So maybe the IL stint will end with like 3 days before the All-Star break.
But let's
play
get him,
those 3 days.
Let's get him back for those games.
You're getting paid for it.
And instead of just sitting him through the break, and you know what? Evaluate after the All-Star break. How about that?
It's a pain management issue.
And what's the likelihood that he actually returns before the All-Star break? Very low, right?
Depends how much pain tolerance he has.
Actually, what you're supposed to say is depends on how soft he is or not soft he is. Because if he ain't soft, he can come back and play, right?
Yeah. If he can tolerate the pain, or if he
said
go to my mommy.
He did this. He did the thing with Jordan too. He did that with Jordan. He's healing.
It was a 60% healed hand. Get out there.
It's really about how much pain he can tolerate, as opposed to let's get him right.
Come on.
So this doesn't reoccur later because he's not fully healed, and we're putting him in a spot where he's
generation. Cal Ripken played through injuries.
Yeah, I heard that in some cases.
I don't know if he had a broken rib, but he played through injuries.
I heard in some cases happened. Look at this. Our lights go out on a day where Cal couldn't go. So we're going. But
he went the next day.
Yeah, because he was unavailable for that day. So the power went out at the ballpark, so Cal could be ready to go the next day. I've heard those stories as well. Dana Brown, cut it out, man. Just let the guy heal.
Ray Lewis played through a torn bicep.
Different sport. We don't
get him some deer antler spray.
We've never held baseball players to the toughness quotient that we hold NFL players to. They don't have to be as tough.
It's only 16 weeks a season.
And that's another reason why. There's only, at most at that point, when Ray was playing 16 games a year, we've got 162. Let Jeremy Pena lay out for a little bit. He's done quite a bit to put you in a spot where you don't need to rush him back.
Doesn't sit right with me.
What doesn't sit right with you?
Him just chilling with his feet up while these guys are out there in the sun or under the dome in at Dyken Park.
Sure.
Working hard, putting their lives on the line.
Yeah, that's strong. It's strong. Yes, a baseball screaming at your head is a little dangerous, but what you're saying is a little strong, putting their lives on the line.
Meanwhile, Pena and Alvarez having pina coladas on the beach. Galveston, apparently.
Well, I don't know if they would go there. Maybe they go to a different beach if they had that type of time off. But we know Jeremy Pena can't do that. He'll be traveling with the team to Colorado. He's already there with them. Testing his pain tolerance to make sure he's available to play in 8 days or whatever.
on the team flight, having Mauricio Dubon just poke him in the rib.
Yeah.
That hurt.
Well,
that hurt.
Like it's the Karate Kid in a montage scene, or one of those.
Oh yeah, get that little whatever that Mr. Miyagi does.
Yeah, or one of Van Damme's mini movies from the 80s and 90s where he's getting his ass kicked to make sure he's ready to go to fight the big bad. He's a baseball player. Just let him sit out.
Just slap some icy hot on it. Get out.
Not enough. Got to shoot him up. Apparently.
I do love that the Astros they can't help themselves. They can't help themselves but to be completely ridiculous with injuries.
And your general manager just coming out and saying, he could play through this.
By the way,
who's looking for him to play through it, by the way? There is no pressure. No one's going, man, we really need Jeremy back out there. Sure, we'd love to have him if he was healthy, but no one's going, he really needs to get out there. No one's thinking that with a broken bone.
I also feel like Dana Brown just talks so much, like just an inordinate amount. Like I know he does like the Sunday interview pregame, and then he's on the morning show, the flagship on Wednesdays. But it's like I feel like every time someone's even a little bit hurt, we get 25 minutes of Dana Brown telling you why it's not a big deal.
Sitting in the dugout, explaining why it's not that big of a deal.
It's always like, we're pretty positive about this injury that'll probably keep him out weeks. We like our chances.
As long as he's tough enough to fight through it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
are you a man or are you a mouse, Jeremy?
It's almost as if Dana Brown's sending the eye emoji through text to the player.
Yeah.
Huh? Huh?
Feel good today? Or are you still crying about a changeup, by the way, hitting your rib? Not even a fastball.
Oh, you're out for 3 weeks because of an 88 mile per hour change up to your rib. Get on out there. Well,
Craig Biggio would have played.
Craig Biggio never won World Series MVP. Did he?
That is true.
So there
He
it is.
never did.
He never did. All right. So that's where we stand right now. Dana Brown is suggesting if Jeremy Pena was tough enough, he'd go out there and play.
Where we stand is basically where we're at yesterday in like the real medical world.
Yeah, but
in Astros land, apparently he's traveling with the team because he might play in 7 days.
Because there's a rush to get him back before an All-Star break where he'd have a week off. All right, we'll see. Hopefully Jeremy Pena and the doctors tell him, you know what? I know you're available to you could be available to play these 3 games before, but take a seat. We'll see you on the other side.
The problem is that I don't know how competent the Astros medical team is. So I don't know if it's a situation where they're like, hey, listen, Dana Brown, go out there and just say whatever. We'll do the actual good medicine. However you want to spin it for some reason that you feel like you need to spin it, even though if you just told people he had a broken rib and he's going to be out for a few weeks, most fans would be bummed out, but would be like, yeah, okay, that's all right. That's what happens when you get hit by a pitch. Sometimes it breaks a bone. You're out for a few weeks. But for whatever reason, Dana Brown's mind, he's like, no, can't tell him that. Can't tell him the truth. Have to spin it as if he can come back at any moment. And yeah, I would like it more if I trusted the doctors to be like, yeah, Jeremy, don't worry about what Dana Brown's saying. Just here's the rehab plan. But part of me actually thinks that like the doctors are telling Dana Brown that's like, I don't know, man. He could go out there if he wants. Like I just have so little faith in them too. It's not a messaging issue. It is a messaging issue, but it's not just a messaging
Like the
issue.
doctors are certainly more of a slave to the team than they are to the player.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
And they're butchers. Like these guys are just like the Astros IL is just ridiculous. And not just with injuries, because injuries happen. There's nothing that the team doctors can do to prevent guys from getting hurt.
True.
But how many guys on the IL are on a much longer time frame in real life than they were initially when they got hurt? And then the updates from Dana Brown were all very positive. And guess what? They're still on the IL. Like, guys, just you don't have to. You don't try to overpromise. Like, just tell me when he's going to be out. Tell me who's going to be back.
I just want a normal organization when it comes to these things. But apparently the trade-off for being so successful, even in years when we don't think they should be, is this. And you know what? I guess we'll take it as long as you keep winning.
Do we have to take this?
I come to accept my fate when it comes to
I feel like
them.
they didn't do this though in like 2017.
But this is the price of continuing this. Like sometimes you sign the deal with whatever entity you think whatever entity you think you're signing with to make sure you continue to win games. And maybe this is the cause. Look, you guys got to look really dumb in this aspect of things, but on all the other things, you look like geniuses because things keep working out for you. But there it is. There's the update on Jeremy Pena from the general manager himself. And as we go to break, one smart person on Twitter did the math for the Miles Turner deal and the Dame Lillard waive and stretch. It's like you're paying Miles Turner $49 million per year because of what you have to take on.
Yeah, I saw Dame because basically it's his remaining salary gets spread out over 5 years equally. So it was something like 110. It's going to get spread out over the next 5 years.
$22.5
million.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith Jr. just signed a deal for 5 years, $24 million.
And he's young and able-bodied.
They're basically paying Damian Lillard
what
Jabari Smith Jr. money to not play for them.
Yes, and likely Damian Lillard will be playing for someone else by 26-27.
Playing the big three by 26-27.
Yeah, not at the end of the 5 years.
He'll be playing the big three by 2030
if he decides to. But either way, the Bucks' desperation to keep Giannis means Miles Turner cost them $49 million on their cap.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Do what you gotta do. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in on anything, you certainly are welcome. 713-780-3776. More craziness happens. We'll certainly get to it. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So, of course, NBA news dominating. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets an extension. That means he'll be getting paid at least annual average salary over $70 million per season. That's where salaries are. He is the MVP of the league, of the finals, a all-NBA guy, first team, and the benefits of that is you get a supermax, and that's the superest of maxes I've ever heard of. When we're talking about over $71 million per season. I don't know if we're even at a point where you can still say this guy deserves it, but that's just where we are. The contract, the cap states that he can get it. So who else is going to get it but him?
Yeah. It's like 70 million seems like a lot, but it is still just whatever 35% of the cap. So it's like, yeah, I guess that the math checks out. That's the same as when the Supermax was like guys made 40.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, oh, I guess he's worth it.
Yeah, as a cap goes
if
up,
anyone's worth it, it's this guy.
I can't fight it. He has all the accolades.
Yeah,
preceding this decision by the Thunder, and there's no reason, considering his age, his talent, and what he accomplished, to not give it to him when the mechanisms are in place for him to get it. So,
also, I believe Shai fired his agent during the season.
Yeah, when you're
because he's like, hey, listen, I know I can walk in there and say, give me the Supermax.
Why would he need to give up any percentage of it? Like I'm sure he has a business manager who's going to get a piece. I guess that might be part of the deal. But as far as the agent, I don't need you for this. I don't need you to negotiate things for me anymore. The Thunder will give me everything I want, and he delivered. So there we are with that. We have some other things happen, at least in the West, that may concern the Rockets, depending on how things shake out. Cam Johnson traded to the Nuggets for Michael Porter Jr. He was the only way the Nuggets were going to change their roster in any real sense was to trade Michael Porter Jr. And turns out the Nuggets found a team who wanted him. It is the Brooklyn Nets, who were a team always pointed to as the only team with cap space. Well, when free agents don't make it to free agency, they just sign with their current teams or they get traded to a place they want to play. You don't have the ability to use your cap space on anyone of real significance. So they made a trade, and while Cam Johnson makes less than Michael Porter Jr., they got the cap space to take him in. So the deal works out for all parties. Cam Johnson fits more with what Denver wants to do. And I do think it's funny that everyone's thinking of all the ways that Cam Thomas and Michael Porter Jr. are not going to be able to coexist in Brooklyn. Just a bunch of dudes who want to get up, a bunch of guys, or at least two of them, who want to get up a bunch of shots, along with all those facilitators they drafted.
I was going to say, thank God they drafted 5
guys who like to pass.
5 guys that pass.
Because they're not going to get many opportunities to shoot. Brooklyn's not going to move him. That, of course, that report has to come out. They're not going to send him anyplace else. They do like Michael Porter Jr. And what else are they going to do at this point? Try to hit on a guy who's available, considering where they are when it comes to the NBA hierarchy. They had their moment, the KD Kyrie stuff, and of course then James a little bit later. Didn't work out for them. And
the 13 games that they played together.
Yeah. It was great when they're on the court, just not enough. And yeah, well, they had a moment in free agency.
It is like a moment.
When they got Kyrie and KD,
that was cool.
Even knowing that KD wasn't going to be available for a year because he was coming off the Achilles, it was a moment for the Nets, and that's kind of where it stopped.
That's basically why the NBA moved the start of free agency up 6 hours from midnight Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern, is because they're like, hey, listen, we're not going to have Kyrie and Kevin Durant join a team at midnight because everyone knows that they're going to either the Knicks or the Nets. So why would we wait until 1 o'clock when Woj at the time gets to tweet it? Let's just do it early. And now we still have the 6 o'clock Eastern start to free agency. It's just that the biggest names that come off the board are Dorian Finney-Smith and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Those are the headliners of the teams that won free agency.
Yeah, the Hawks, who now are a dark horse in the East because of, the weakness of the East. And also, they've made a lot of moves to put defenders around Trey. They'll get Jalen Johnson back, Dyson Daniels. really good defender, and then you have Nickeil Alexander-Walker, one of the better perimeter defenders in the league. They're like, hey, we're just going to get a bunch of long,
Porzingis
athletic
at the rim?
guys. Yes, Porzingis, if
Not
he's
athletic.
if he's overcome whatever illness struck him during last season.
Hoping for the best.
Yeah, I'm not looking for him to be ill. I just don't know what it is. Just like everyone else didn't know what it was. But I think he's going to play for Latvia, so apparently he's fine. And the Hawks are one of those teams that everyone's like, you know what? Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as like a Eastern Conference who, to me, it's like the Cavs. All right. Just bring back last year's team. That's good enough because all the teams you would have lost to are all a wreck.
No real need to. I know you thought about trading Jared Allen and Darius Garland, but at this point, maybe stick with them.
You're going to be the favorites in the East. Just run it back. You got the Knicks. Not scared of them. Although, Jordan Clarkson, and then, you basically got the Hawks right there just going through the East hierarchy. It's like, well, it's not the Pacers, not the Celtics.
Yeah, who else is it going to be?
Kakaw. I guess they're going to...
You and Zach Lowe love that Kakaw. He does that. He's a big fan of the Hawks.
I guess they're going to be out of the play-in. That'll be weird. Assuming I guess Trey is at least healthy.
Yeah, it is.
They'll be out of the play-in.
Yeah, the Hawks won't know what to do with themselves. Out of the play-in.
Do you think the Bulls and Heat will just be like, where'd our buddy go?
Well, I did see a couple of tweets like that.
You think you're better than us? Hawks? Come on.
In this case, for once, yes.
Atlanta's like, yeah.
In this
we're
case,
trying.
Well, we'll see. Now the Pacers have lost Halliburton and Miles Turner. How good will they actually be? Maybe they are a team who not just falls out of the playoff picture, but now out of the play-in picture. So maybe one of those teams we're making fun of, Bulls and Heat, probably less so the Bulls. Maybe the Heat, elevate themselves out of the play-in as well because it's just
open spots.
Yeah, Milwaukee was a 5 going into the playoffs last year. Maybe they stay there with the addition of Miles Turner. They don't have a lot of backcourt help. I guess it's on Kevin Porter Jr. and Gary Trent Jr. To lift them up.
They really just brought back last year's team, except they added Turner instead of
Lopez until Dame to beat it.
Dame's out.
And obviously they get Kyle Kuzma for an entire year.
Oh yeah, now he fits the system.
Of course.
He is the system. Shout out to James Harden. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Then you really get the Magic should be a
of course
home court. I would say should be a top 4 seed.
Things have gone wrong, which tends to go wrong for them when it comes to injuries.
That is true.
Things have gone wrong if they're not a top 4 seed.
But yeah, the East, man. I didn't even think about the Pacers just lost 2 of their 3 best players.
Yeah, and
for next year.
They have a Benedict Mathurin question. Do they want to give him money? I believe he's a restricted free agent. So
yes.
You just
give him the money.
Sometimes you get good Mathurin, and then you get the Mathurin who's not so good. So that's the question.
I mean, we're gonna live in a world where like Jalen Green and Kuminga make $30 million a year.
Doesn't appear Kuminga's on the path right now.
Maybe not 30.
Like teams don't even really want to meet with him. We haven't even heard of any meetings. Of course, he's a restricted free agent, so he'd have to agree to a deal, and then the team and the Warriors have to agree to compensation because there's no one real cap space, so it would have to be a sign and trade. It looks like so. He's still out there. Maybe I assume he's the next, if you want to call him a big piece to move. But if Dame Lillard's getting waived and stretched, who knows what the hell's coming up next? And more reporting on that, where we thought they might have consulted Giannis, because how do you get rid of Dame and then bring in Miles Turner without talking to Giannis? According to Chris Haynes, who is the guy in the news breaking space closest to Dame Lillard, he's telling the world that Giannis is not happy with the fact that they waived and stretched Damian Lillard.
Not pleased.
Yeah. Could that be Damian Lillard's people telling him that? Did he talk to Giannis? Whatever. So as the world turns when it comes to Giannis, and of course, I thought this was the end of a potential Rockets deal with Giannis. Nope.
We're
Chris
just
Haynes
getting started, baby.
Lit him threw another log on that particular conversation, as that will be the conversation throughout until he actually publicly, or at least through some newsbreaker like Sham, says, I'm staying.
That is the thing. It's like it would have been so easy for the last 2 months now for Giannis just to send out the tweet of, I'm 100% committed to the Milwaukee Bucks. The fact that he hasn't done the very easy thing, that's where I'm like, I understand that he wants to put pressure on the Bucks, but at the same time, can we
And now there's ESPN reporting saying Turner and Antetokounmpo both value the opportunity to partner together. So if Giannis is in on it, how does he think it's going to happen without Dame getting waived and stretched?
Not pleased with Dame getting waived and stretched. Very pleased with playing with Miles Turner.
Look, I guess Giannis,
so we're back to zero.
While Giannis didn't like the reality of it,
they balanced out.
He accepted the reality of it. He would have preferred that Dame didn't get waived and stretched, but he understood how it had to happen.
Do you think he was pointing at Kuzma, being like, "Stretch him"?
Not enough money, man.
Damn
he
it.
doesn't cost as much, and he's gonna and we need able bodies.
They do need able bodies,
so they can't get rid of Kuzma, particularly when Dame wasn't going to play anyway. So there it is. We still don't know what the hell's going on. Only that.
So we have no clarity on the Milwaukee Bucks situation, other than Miles Turner's on their team
and
now.
Damian Lillard is not. That's what we know.
Other than that, though,
but as far as
literally nothing changed. They brought everyone back,
and then they brought a pretty good center along for the ride. What does it mean for the potential of an NBA superstar leaving? I don't know.
We've come to the conclusion of,
yeah, and that's what the deal is when it comes to on the fly reacting to news breaking. All right, we'll go to break with that. And if you want to get in on anything, whether it be the Giannis possibility or maybe just like the Rocket squad, like they are, I am interested in that because everything the Rockets do is going to be put into the world of what's next. Maybe they're done. Maybe this is the roster at hand because you have a potential indecisive star who hasn't made a decision yet, and they're just going to go into the season. That feels like the most likely scenario. They'll make a trade or two to get under the number, get to the roster number that they need to, but maybe the Wings and Durant along with Şengün model is what they're going to go with, and any other speculation is just simply that. And the Rockets are like, we like our team for now. I'm sure if
we would like it more.
If the season doesn't go a certain way, maybe they make a move to acquire someone else. But I like this Rocket team as it stands right now. I'm interested to see how other people feel about it. So we'll get into the second hour of the show. We'll discuss more Rockets. We'll get into the Astros as they head to Colorado for a series that they should at least win, if not sweep. As while the Pena news is sobering, still a good baseball team. We'll see what they do in Colorado against a very bad one. We'll talk about that in the second hour. We will be back. But first, I want to tell you about a place you should go to this weekend. You know, it's the holidays. Obviously, you can go today, you can go tomorrow, but Monument Chevrolet celebrating the 4th of July was trying to get you a great American-made car. Whether you like a Trax or a Blazer or a Silverado, they have them all out there. You can check out their entire inventory on monumentchevrolet.com. Once you see what you want, once you see the deal that best fits what you need, head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. They got great people out there serving you. So once you step on the lot, you're going to become like family to them. They're going to treat you like someone they want around all the time. And you're going to want to be out there because they've been in business for over 50 years, selling cars to generations of families. So whether it's your first time or you're now buying a second car from them, you kind of get it once you talk to them. You're their number one, and they're not pushy. They're friendly. They'll make everything right for you to get into the best car for you. So monumentchevrolet.com, see the car you want, head on out there. The prices are not going to change. The deals are not going to change. You're not going to be tricked into getting something you don't want. They'll work with you to get the perfect car for you. So in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, monumentchevrolet.com is the website. And also this, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. So I am in favor of this Rockets build and what they've done so far. We will see if there's anything else in store, whether they will supplement their roster or maybe they gain assets back. Maybe they trade Cam Whitmore for a pick. Not that it'd be a first or anything, but we'll see as they continue to try to build a champion. Well, a team that pushed the eventual champions to 7 continues to make moves. You talk about Cam Johnson going to the Nuggets and he being a better fit for them than Michael Porter Jr. They brought back Bruce Brown, who's part of their title team. And they also, on the minimum, by the way, for the minimum, by the way, they also have just acquired Jonas Valanciunas for Dario Saric, a guy who was an ill fit there. And the Nuggets have had a problem at backup center for a while. Look, no one's Jokic, understood. But the drop from Jokic to DeAndre Jordan is a pretty steep one. Sometimes it wound up with them playing a non-center in that spot. Maybe Aaron Gordon had to take on those minutes. Sometimes they tried to lean on Zeke Naji to see if he could fit. Well, Jonas Valanciunas is a legitimate backup center. And while the Rockets have strengthened that spot with Capella and, of course, Steven Adams, Jonas Valanciunas is a bit of a bully. And if we remember from those matchups with Şengün when he was in multiple spots, whether it be Sacramento or New Orleans, he would give it to Şengün. He's a strong dude. So the Nuggets, as much as we've seen this Rockets roster improve with KD, they still got the best player in the world. They've got a unit who's played together in deep playoff runs. You swap out Michael Porter Jr., who certainly has been a part of that and gave whatever he could. Look, as much as he felt like an ill fit at times, he went out there and played like Dana Brown would have wanted him to with that shoulder in the playoffs. He fought through it, had a pad on to play. Shout out to Dana Brown and wanting guys to fight through injury. He had a prime example there. So they swap him out for Cam Johnson, bring in Jonas Valanciunas. They are much better. They have Jokic, so how much better they can be. But they're better and deeper and a threat.
Yeah,
if they weren't already.
They strengthened a weakness. Like they went from having no real playoff quality backup center to now they have a playoff quality backup center. Now in the playoffs, like Jonas Valanciunas is probably going to play, I don't know, 7 minutes a game, 8 minutes a game. Like it's not going to be a huge role, but now you're just not asking Aaron Gordon to do that, or in a matchup like against the Rockets or against the Spurs, if they ever get there, we can actually just have 2 centers now. We can have a center on the court at all times. We're not asking Aaron Gordon to bump up to backup center, essentially. Like you're just giving yourself more options. So yeah, I think as good as the Rockets free agency has been over the course of a day and a little bit more, I think the Nuggets are right there with them, just as far as taking a look at what did them in the second round, where they, by the way, pushed the eventual champions to 7 games, despite only having sometimes only 5 playable players, where it's just like either Russ has it tonight or he doesn't. Nope, he doesn't. All right. Or, MPJ is too hurt to play or too hurt to play effectively. All right, I guess we're rolling with Russ today. So that now they just have more options there. And I think they are probably in the same, I would put them in the same tier as the Thunder, probably a tier ahead of the Rockets right now. TBD.
Currently, at least certainly going into this last couple of days before what the Nuggets did, were the second best odds to come out of the West. But if you told me we're lining up right now, Nuggets Rockets for a playoff series, considering all the experience the Nuggets have and what they've done to supplement their roster, I'm siding with those dudes, man.
It's just like I'm really siding with number 15, and they got enough clowns out of there.
Yeah.
Like they're surrounding them with competence, and so yeah, I'm rolling with Jokic in a hype that, if they, like you said, play the game tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, chemistry, playing an entire year together may turn the Rockets into something.
Injury,
you just never know.
Jamal Murray's been healthy for like 2 playoffs the last 5 years.
Yeah, and we just pointed out they had a member of their starting 5, which was a team that wasn't deep anyway, have to play with the bum shoulder, and depending on how the Toradol kicked in or whatever he was using for the game to get through it, he would either be okay or pretty much playing with one arm. So injuries will always play a part. We've seen it happen, and that's why the East is so much in flux. The Rockets were able to avoid injury for the most part. Sure, Steven Adams couldn't play back-to-back, East and all this stuff, but for the most part, they didn't have any debilitating injuries, and they have added age to their mix, so it's very possible that they could get hit with it, because even if they stand pat, you've got Kevin Durant, you've got a DFS, you've got a Fred VanVleet. These are all 30-plus-year-old players. Steven Adams, of course, is another 30-plus-year-old player, so they haven't gone all in on age, but they've gotten older. And of course, your most important player right now is a guy who has had to deal with injuries, although he's played quite a few games in the last couple of years. And of course, the Suns kind of just it was partly an ankle injury, but they also shut him down because they weren't trying to win late in the year as well. So you just have to hope you get another year of health from Kevin Durant, and that could just simply mean playing 60 games plus, getting managed in the regular season, and then winding up ready to go in the postseason.
I mean, for most regular season nights, they got enough wings. They can cover Durant's minutes.
True.
They can cover his minutes. Now, can they cover his offensive creation? We'll see. We'll see. That is the one, the one drawback. But I understand what they're doing of like, hey, we're just going to be so dominant at being big and having a bunch of defensive wings that, like, yeah, we're going to maybe struggle to score with really one high-level creator unless Şengün takes a step, or Reed or Amin. But also, your guys aren't going to be able to create offense because we're just pulling guys off the bench of oh my God, this guy. It's the Kawhi Leonard checking in and LeBron at the free throw line going, damn it.
Think of those
It's just
nights.
it's that for 48 minutes.
Think of those nights when KD sits out a game where you have, let's say, your lack of offensive output versus the other teams. Are we talking games? Well, the Rockets may score 100 plus because they turn you over so much to get out in the open court.
Fast break point.
Yeah, but
the half court offensive rating.
Yeah. If Fred's not knocking down threes, if it's not one of his nights,
all those people that want 90s basketball back,
the Rockets are here for you.
Rockets are here for you. I mean, even when KD's in, he takes mid-range jumpers.
Yeah, and we watched. At least we've seen the numbers come out about how overrated his lack of defense was. He wasn't as bad as you thought. That narrative was overrated. He was actually better than you thought, despite his age, and particularly earlier in the year before it all kind of fell apart for the Suns. So, look, their identity will remain. You just have a closer who can get you out of bad possessions by simply rising up and knocking down a jumper, which is pretty nice.
Do you think that Cam Whitmore, just going along this road,
sure,
do you think Cam Whitmore is going to be used as a chip to get a, I guess, more established offensive creator who probably still will just be the 8th or 9th man on this team, but it's a little bit more of a sure thing than Cam Whitmore? Like, can they get their own, I don't know, Colin Sexton or someone of that ilk? Not literally Colin Sexton. I think he already got traded. Or is it just like, future first-round pick just to keep the powder dry?
Get a future first-round pick for Cam Whitmore?
Probably not. Future first. Probably a couple seconds.
There are guys out there. Look, at this point, logistically, I think it'll be tough to get yourself a rotation player who's currently on another team. But let's just say, for argument's sake, they think they're short a shooter. And while the Heat may be in their minds thinking, hey, we can get Damian Lillard for a couple of years, he can rehab, but if that doesn't come to fruition, they have an open roster spot. They're looking to go young. A sign and trade that sends you a Duncan Robinson type here. I'm thinking about of that ilk. A shooting type of guy who maybe doesn't fit your wings of death lineup.
Yeah.
But
just
if you need an excess shooter for a low price.
Yeah, and you have enough defense to compensate for what
something like
Robinson
that, because he was a $20 million a year player. And then he declined to exercise his option, so he became a free agent. Now, who knows if there's any money out there for him to go play any place. He may be a guy who overestimated a potential sign and trade for him, or even a deal for the mid-level someplace, he's a guy, while the Rockets are making a lot of moves and they're going to have to trade a guy. If they're trading Cam Whitmore for a pick, I would look to even Duncan Robinson as a free agent to come in who maybe overplayed his hand, and now you can get him on the cheap, and he can be another piece. He could be in a lineup where you have four, as the kids say, Sean, dogs defensively, and he can be your shooter, a guy you can't leave open, and he could create space for the likes of KD. So if you're needing to get rid of Cam Whitmore, which seems, according to the reports,
Yeah, I don't
likely,
think they need to, but they seem to want to.
Well,
for whatever reason. Actually, I think
they may feel like they need to just for their peace of mind.
Yeah.
And his peace of mind as well. If you're trading him someplace and it creates an open roster spot, as long as you're also likely going to get rid of Landale, I will look to the free agent market for a shooter, and there's a guy out there who may be just happy to play someplace where he can win at this point.
Yeah, I think Robinson is in the fact of like he would be okay if he gets DMPs. Not like okay, not like Bradley Beal okay with it, but just he'll understand the role that he's playing.
Like if they're going to give him the money they're handing to Lando, like the $7 or $7.5, $8 million, whatever it might turn out to be, even if it's a 2-year deal, whatever, with the team option, player option, that might be the best he's going to get.
Yeah, I was thinking more just someone who can. It's more Reed Shepherd insurance of like, or
Isn't
maybe,
that Aaron Holiday?
Yeah, I guess I just want someone a little bit bigger, like more of a two guard,
a bigger two guard. You can play a little D.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the defense. Same thing with Duncan Robinson. Like, if you're adding again, just offensive like stabilizer of like, what if Fred VanVleet sprains his ankle, is out for 2 weeks? Like, now what? Like, you just need like that kind of thing. That's why we didn't really talk about that much, because by the time we did the show on Monday, it was already like DFS is the Lakers are bracing for Dorian Finney-Smith to go to the Rockets. I was like, I kind of prefer Nickeil Alexander-Walker just positionally. To me, they're very similar, like quality of players, just positionally. I would want a guard more than a wing. But I do understand that they're just, hey, what if it's all wings? What if it's all wings and centers that will dominate the glass? I can get down with that. It's just you are an imbalanced team. It's just I understand the imbalance.
Just an interesting time, man. They're one of the contenders for a title.
Anything but boring.
Yes, and they have flexibility as well. They're in a pretty good spot with a good coach and a good roster, and a GM who understands kind of the landscape. And you could probably tell that from the moment they got Fred VanVleet back at the price they did. You got a guy who's sharp and knows what he's doing. And so far, you can't really criticize moves. Now you just see what's next. What are they going to do with Whitmore? What are they going to do with Landale? Can they get actual assets back, or are they simply maybe getting second round swaps? You just never know. But either way, this roster's pretty set. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in on anything, if it's Rockets related, NBA related, or the NFL, because Keith, there's a deal out there that you probably would be thrilled with: a retired player coming back to play and a tight end at that. Kelsey Plum's ex-husband. Until he catches another pass in the NFL, that's how I'm going to refer to him.
That's fair.
I
think that's fair.
We'll talk about that when we come back in a little bit. We're not going to deep dive, but it's just a name we know, and he's back in the league, and he comes out of retirement because the team really needed him at a spot. So we'll get to that and a couple other things before we wrap it up. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
There was a lot of movement, at least trade-wise, between two teams in the NFL. We had a multi-player trade in the NFL. 3 players moved, couple draft picks, and involve all pros, which rarely, if ever, happens. And there's some fallout. The Steelers get a Jalen Ramsey, and they're short on safety. And the Dolphins trade Jonnu Smith, so they're short on tight end, remain short on corner. But sometimes you do like the Bucs do. You think outside the box to fill a hole. And this player is retired, and let him explain to you why he did retire. And maybe you can guess who the player is, and if not, I'll certainly let you know. But this player's coming out of retirement thanks to a trade that happened yesterday.
I don't know if I've shared this with anybody, but I knew I was retiring when we played in Buffalo. The Giants we were playing there. It was a game where it was really controversial because one of the guys held me at the end. They didn't call it. It was in the first quarter of the game. We were running like this counter lead running play, and I'm kind of like leading through the hole like I'm a fullback, and the play is working. But I sit down on the sideline after like a drive where we ran like 3 times, and I'm like, what the am I doing with my life? I'm out here playing fullback. I don't even want to do this anymore. And I'm just like looking at the moon. It's like early first quarter, second quarter. Nobody else would really even know that I'm thinking this, but I'm on the sideline like, yep, I'm going to finish this year with the best of my ability, but I'm definitely done playing after this year. And that was the only time I played in Buffalo.
He's not done anymore. That is Darren Waller, as I said, the former husband of Kelsey Plum. He's back. The Dolphins called him out of the blue, I guess. And he said, you know what? I'd love to come down there and play. So they got a trade done with the Giants. And that's their answer for trading Jonnu Smith. If you're Darren Waller and you think you can change kind of your trajectory and play a year down there and then maybe turn it into something more if you still love football after, why not? Jonnu Smith made money down there. Tyreek Hill had the best couple years of his career until last year. He got an extension playing down there. So Darren Waller's next. Much like Nick Saban was like the rehab for coaches. Not that Tyreek's career was on a downturn when he got there, but hey, if you're looking to make some extra cash and maybe extend your career,
put up some numbers,
go down to Miami. You're not going to win a lot of games, but maybe you'll put up numbers and get paid. So yeah. Darren Waller's the next guy to try.
Do you think Mike McDaniel was like, listen, we heard you on the podcast. We're not going to use you as a fullback. And not only that, yes, we do have to go at Buffalo this season.
Yes.
But it is in week 3. So it's September. It is going to be at night. So, might be a little nippy. But it's not going to be as bad as that Giants game where they ran you as a fullback in the freezing cold.
And look, they have a history. I mean, Ricky Williams, they retired. They pulled him out of retirement. He did pretty well. Now it's 2 decades since, but let's do it again.
Yeah.
See what Darren Waller has.
Let's bring a retired tight end out of retirement. Gronk? Nope.
He's a little bit too far into retirement. Yeah, a little too retired. They go with Darren Waller. So he was a talented player, but like he's 32 years old. Who knows? Does he even make it through training camp?
Yeah, or he could just be like a gadgety type of guy
Yeah.
where it's like, here's our receiving tight end, and then we have our blocking tight end.
Sure, could be very much the case. And it's just a body. If maybe he just turns into a camp body, but a name from the past, the not too distant past,
And
back in football.
What, a swap of 7ths?
Yeah, I think
Or conditional.
it was a 6th going to the Giants, and the Giants sent the Dolphins a conditional 7th. So I guess if Darren Waller makes a roster, plays well, I'm sure it could elevate. But Darren Waller back in the league. We'll see what he has to offer. All right, Keith, I knew something like this would get you going. It's right in your wheelhouse. It maybe even got you a little warm in their special places because it's a retired tight end coming out to play football again.
All this Giannis talk, Kevin Durant.
Whatever. Yeah, waving Dame, whatever. But a retired tight end coming out to give it one more go, that's in Keith's wheelhouse. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love the Darren Waller trade. Obviously, I wish him and Kelsey Plum would have worked out. Wish his rap career would have worked out. But my question is,
he did have that.
The Knicks are building some depth. Jordan Clarkson's going to sign. We just got Yabusele. It sounds like Mike Brown's going to be the head coach. The East is imploding as we speak. Miles Turner and Halliburton off that starting lineup of a finals team. The Pacers have knocked out the Knicks 2 years in a row. This Knicks starting 10 or this Knicks starting 5 plus their next 5, this is a formidable team that could legitimately win the Eastern Conference and win the NBA Finals for the first time in over 50 years. What do you think?
I think they have a real shot to win the Eastern Conference.
I guarantee you the Pacers won't knock you out again.
Yeah, if it happens, then pack the franchise up.
Fire Mike Brown.
If that happens,
Hire Don Staley.
whoever it is. I don't think they would win the title. I think the Thunder, if they were there, would torture them so much defensively that you'd nearly have the entire roster in tears. I don't think they won any part of that Thunder's team in that setting at that intensity, trying to beat them in a finals.
They'd be in tears?
Near tears.
Karl Towns would be crying?
It was emotional. Josh Hart, maybe he wouldn't cry, but he would have all the indicators of crying.
It would be like when kids get so mad that they cry.
Yeah, it'd be that.
That's Josh Hart.
They would be in a spot where they would just be locked up from the moment. I don't think Jalen Brunson wants any taste of the Lou Dort, Alex Caruso sandwich.
I don't want any taste.
Particularly in the way they're allowed to defend. We were on the verge of that particular. Remember all the talk, the foul baiting finals we thought we were going to get.
Yeah.
Until the Pacers got in the way and gave us a really good series.
Stupid Pacers.
A great series, actually. I don't think of course the Knicks want to make the finals. Of course you do. But once they got there, they would regret it.
Yeah.
They would regret it.
Yeah, no, I was actually 100% on board with Keith. Maybe not as enthusiastic, but I was on board with what Keith was selling as far as winning the East. It's just like a good chance to win the finals. Wouldn't quite do that. Even if it's not the Thunder, it's the Nuggets, who we thought just got way better.
Yeah,
who were very close to being the Thunder last year. This Rockets team.
The Rockets thing, I hear it, I think it, but it's tough for me to wrap my mind around it until I see them win a couple playoff series.
I'm just saying, like, if you just control copy paste them into the finals.
Yeah, I get the optimism. In fact, I'm with the optimism. I just need to see it.
Man.
I just need to see a couple playoff series wins.
The 94 rematch. Ooh. NBC is
back.
I don't know if NBC
I don't know if they have the finals, but they're back.
Yeah, they're back. They're excited.
Yeah.
They're like, can we get the Bulls good again? I imagine NBC just has not kept up with basketball since they lost the rights. So they're just like, all right, where's Pippen at, huh? Let's get this thing going.
They imagine Josh Giddey as
all love Karl Malone, right, guys? Ugh.
I think
NBC, we have to tell you something.
I think they're aware of the players who are no longer around, but maybe they just think it's perpetually the same teams, and they just imagine they're cutting up packages for Josh Giddey as we speak.
Yeah, what was the gosh, there's some stat about, I think there's 8 champions in the 40 years that David Stern was the commissioner of the league,
and there are 8 since
there's
Adam
9
Silver.
in 12 years with Adam Silver,
and 8 was it 7 in the last 7 or 8 in the last 8 right now?
I think it's since the Raptors, but there's been no repeats.
Yeah,
no repeat a team's won it twice since the Raptors.
Yeah,
not even consecutively.
Yeah,
or I guess not since the Warriors, but the Raptors started that streak. So yeah, they're probably just like, what? Wait, we have to think about all these other teams. Man, we had it. It was just Lakers. Towards the tail end, it was the Lakers and Spurs. We could deal with that. And it was Knicks, Bulls, Pacers. That's it. We didn't even look at flights to half these cities. Now oh my God,
didn't have to worry about it. Now
Mike Tirico's going to be pissed.
Now times has changed. As you were talking, I was still trying to conceptualize the Rockets being in the finals, and
holding up the Larry O'Brien.
It's like great in theory for me. I just can't visualize
it's
yet.
I mean, this is why the Giannis, the possibility of Giannis being displeased with the Bucks offseason and then demanding a trade, saying he wants to come to the Rockets and go, it would just be such whiplash to go from a year ago today. We're talking about the core 7, somewhat ironically on this show, but at least, we were on board with this is a very young core who's going to build for a few years, year after year, to now it's like they're already in like light speed contention. And if it is a Giannis trade, not that we have any indication that it would be, but we touched on it where it'd be like, wow, just now it's just a Giannis Durant team, just like that. Like core seven's out. Now it's Giannis Durant and maybe one of maybe Reed or Amin. Like that. That's just how fast it whiplashes. So, yeah, I'm with you that it is hard to like actually put the Rockets in that kind of discussion of like how would they match up in the finals against the team. But when you sit there and look at it, it's like, well, look at the other teams around basketball. Now it's only been one day of free agency. So a lot of chips still to fall. But to me, it is like Thunder, Nuggets, Rockets, Minnesota.
In the West, yeah.
And then everyone else is like a tier breakdown.
Yeah, the entire league. I said the West because I thought you were just talking about ranking the West teams. But yeah, the entire league.
Oh, I meant the West.
Okay, but even if you go
yeah, if you include the East, throw the Cavs in there, that's it.
Cleveland,
yeah.
Can they at this point get out of the second round? Can Donovan Mitchell actually get out of the second round now that the path seems very, very clear?
God, but if they play the Magic, like I might think the Magic beat them. Like if the Magic are healthy and they're the 4 seed. Yeah, no, the East is gonna be crazy. I don't know. I don't even want to think about like could Philadelphia make the playoffs? Like what is that going to be like?
They look if they're healthy, which is a giant if
they
should make the playoffs.
They have been better.
They should make the playoffs. We will see. When we come back, I have a quote on Yordan Alvarez from Dana Brown. Dana Brown, as Sean says, is always talking. He's talking again. He's got an injury update on Yordan, courtesy of Chandler Rome. So we'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So I attributed the quote to Chandler Rome. It's actually from Brian McTaggart regarding Yordan Alvarez from Dana Brown. If things go well, it could be next homestand. I haven't ruled out potentially flying him to LA at some point this weekend. There's always a trip on the flight to a road city. That's an outside chance. That's very optimistic. I don't think he needs much more time. I just want to make sure he feels his timing is right and his bat speed is there and feeling good with the hand. Those three things will be the indicators to say, okay, let's go. So we're in wait and see mode with Yordan, but he's getting ever closer. That's an update from Dana Brown yesterday, where once again, it's just about how Yordan feels. That was the original approach until they found out he was hurt more than initial observation led on. So hopefully we're past the point where there's some ambiguity about whether he's hurt or just in discomfort and having to deal with pain. So maybe we're not that far away. You know what? I would treat it just like I treat the Jeremy Pena thing. If he needs to come back after the All-Star break, let him come back after the All-Star break. What does we rushing to get him back in play before we get to that point? I have no interest. And Yordan, from what we remember, was certainly trying to get back out there until he realized after taking cuts that the hand wasn't right. So hopefully, as I said, we're at a point where when he's taking those cuts, he's fine, but even still.
And when he played this season, because
he wasn't.
Remember, he played this season.
He did.
Yeah, he wasn't good. He was very below his standard and below basically anyone's standard of what a designated hitter should be doing out there. So I think that being as cautious as possible, because I think the line that they kind of have soft pedaled was that, he was trying to play through it, and that's why he struggled so much. So now we're going to get him healthy. Now it's going to be the real, authentic Yordan Alvarez experience, which I hope they're right. But part of that is make sure that he's all the way healthy. Don't rush him out there, like you said, especially when you're so close to the All-Star break and getting basically a week off. I would just take that extra week with him and Pena, because you aren't in some crazy race for the division. You have a cushion to play with, and you played the Rockies. Now you do get the Dodgers, and then I think you play Cleveland and Texas. There might be another series somewhere in there, but I know it's Texas, the Rockies, and Cleveland, three teams that are all below 500. You should be able to at least stay afloat in this race without these guys. Maybe you drop a couple games on that cushion, but you're not in some dogfight.
Yeah, you got Colton Gordon going tonight, Hunter Brown the next night, and then Brandon Walter. A who's who. Well, at least the middle guy is. He could be your All-Star game pitcher if the rotation turns out to work out for him. He could be the guy on the mound as opposed to Tariq Skubal. Look, it's going to be Skubal unless he pitches that weekend before, and then maybe it's Hunter Brown. I don't know exactly because I'm not going to look that far ahead.
They probably don't even have it
all
the way.
Yeah, as I pull up the Astro schedule, they don't have the Saturdays and Sunday. They have up till Friday, and that's Fromber. If we go by what I'm looking at now, it would not be Hunter Brown that weekend. Actually, it would be. He would pitch on that Sunday ahead of All-Star weekends. Or excuse me, the All-Star week. So
yeah.
If it goes that way, he probably wouldn't be available, just be able to show up to the game if you so chose. So yeah, as you laid it out, the schedule is one where you're not scared, as some might say. And that Dodger series is more about nostalgia than anything else. I get it. We hate them, but it doesn't mean that much to me in the regular season. It doesn't. It really doesn't at this point.
I mean, because they've played them so much in the regular season, because they're both in the West,
Yeah.
the National League and the American League West, that they get kind of paired up to play each other in the interleague matchups so much that there is a little bit of like I've seen them go back to Dodger Stadium. I think
it's not special.
I think every year
to me anymore.
I think every single year because they played them in the pandemic season
And
too.
particularly when you're the one up on them when it comes to winning something that matters. Like if the Dodger fans still want to revel at any time they beat the Astros, that's cool. But when it comes down to it, the ring is in Houston. You didn't get it 2017. You got your fake one, and then you got a real one last year. Let me be let me be fair. They did get a real one last year, I guess. But it's cool. It's the Dodgers. They're a historic franchise, and that's kind of where I leave it. I don't have any ill will.
And they're good. They're a team on your level.
Yeah, if you want to use it as
MLB.
as a proving ground for yourself, they're playing a good team, and you want to do that whole World Series preview thing, fine. But as far as the acrimony from what are we talking about now? 8 years ago, kind of over it.
Yeah, man.
It's a long time ago now, man. Long
So
time.
long ago.
You want to hate Joe Kelly? Cool. I get it. There's a face to the hate. Understood. And he doesn't mind riling up the Astro
He
fans.
wasn't even on the 27 or the 17 team either.
He just came back. He came
was on the
through
2020
later
team.
and taunted you in an appearance here in Houston. But the rest of those guys, am I supposed to fake like I hate Ohtani because he's wearing that uniform? I guess I could, but I'm not.
Yeah, we'd always talk about that there's two guys left from the 2017 team on the Astros. How many are there on the Dodgers? It's like Kershaw. I can't even think of a position player that was on the 2017 team on the Dodgers.
Yeah, I pulled up their roster right now. And
Hernandez, they got Kike Hernandez back.
And Muncy joined them a year later, so he wasn't even on that team.
Yeah, it's like such a different. Like they don't have Darvish anymore. They don't have Kenley Jansen. Just off the top of my head, like the Kenta Maeda, they don't have him. Do they have Blake Trinan?
It's a turnover of 8 years. Of course, they're not going to have many people, if anyone, left. That's just how
Blake Trinan.
That's just how it works. Was Will Smith on that team?
I don't think because it was Grandal was the starter.
Yeah, he didn't.
If
he didn't get there
backup.
until 19.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Look, you hate them, you don't like them because they're wearing the uniform. Understood. We're never gonna like the Colts really, and that's kind of how I look at it now. You're wearing the opposing uniform. It's not because I think back to 2017. I got fond memories from 2017.
Yeah, I got one over on you guys.
Yeah, in fact, I like seeing those Dodger uniforms. It reminds me of the good times. A great time.
I guarantee you they'll run some B-roll of Marwin Gonzalez's home run in game 2. They will do that.
Yeah, it's fine, particularly if it's a national broadcast. So, in fact, I can't say I love the Dodgers, but I like the memories.
Happy to see them.
Yeah. Hey, great memories when you guys. I remember back then it was obviously all the World Series at the time around Halloween, but game 6, I believe, was Halloween night.
Yes.
And I made a joke about everyone who wants to be a family man. Oh, look at you now. You're going to miss the World Series game because you take all those kids out to get candy. I mean, they didn't win the game, so you wouldn't have missed much. Game 7, obviously, you do win. But see, I remember good times. Now, I
remember watching game 5 in my friend's dorm. Just and by the way, that's how long ago it was. I watched game 5 of the World Series in a dorm room.
Sean is in his upper 20s. That's how long ago that was. He was still in college. But if you have retained the hate, more power to you. Yeah. I just don't have it in me. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. Of course, if you want to be like Keith or Eric and call in, that number is 713-780-3776. Paul Gallant after me, and then the Killer Bees after him. So get in before we close it out for the day. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the final segment here. So, Astros in Colorado. The expectation is, even with really one pitcher that you started the year with, at least expecting to be in the rotation, you expect to take at least 2 from that team. They're terrible. They've got 19 wins. We'll see if the Astros can take advantage of this soft part of the schedule. After a day off and taking 5 out of 6 from 2 contenders in the NL, you find the Rockies on the exact opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to baseball teams in that league. Awful. And get 2 out of 3. Let's not mess around. Let's take 2 out of 3 from the Rockies before we get to the Dodgers. All right, Jeff wants to talk about Lance McCullers, who was not good in his last outing. The only reason the Astros, well, at least partly the only reason the Astros didn't take 6 out of 6 was because Lance wasn't good on Saturday. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, Del? I met you a couple weeks ago down there with Lance and John at the golf course here in downtown Albany on a Friday. Anyways, I just wanted to see what your opinion was on Lance. I mean, he's had 2 or 3 great games against so-so teams, except for Pittsburgh, I think it was. He pitched good. And then he got shellacked in his other performance. I don't think it's an injury. I think it's more of a confidence thing. But I'm going to give him one more shot. I mean, he's pitching against the Dodgers, which, that in itself is, it's a tough deal. But if he doesn't pitch well after that, I think it's time for him to, I don't know, maybe go back to rehabbing or something. He just seems off. I just think it's a confidence thing. I want to see what your guys' opinion were.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Yeah, I remember you came out to East River 9. Thanks for stopping by and calling in today. As far as Lance, you look at his starts, there have been some good ones, as you referenced, and then you've had some terrible ones. Chicago, the latest, when he didn't get through 4 and gave up the 8 runs. Lance is a guy trying to work through some stuff, and I think changes to his routine are going to be a real problem. He has to find consistency someplace, and being able to pitch his turn over and over again will certainly help. So before his Chicago start, he pitched against the White Sox, the other Chicago team, back on June 10th. And, he went 5, gave up 4. Fine. It was fine for where he is in his return. Of course, the game before against Pittsburgh, he was really good. So he had a couple quality starts in a row. He pitched against the A's and was good. And then the 2 games against Chicago teams, he kind of dropped off. Is it confidence, or it's just a guy still trying to find a groove? I would lean more into that, and missing the time he didn't help. And can Lance find a rhythm where he's out there in his turn over and over again? Can he get like 5, 6, 7 starts in a row where he is healthy and go out there and pitch? I think the Astros are going to give him a bit of a leash, unless he's awful. Like, if he's awful, you got to make a move. But they don't really have a lot of answers, or at least a lot of options, I assume, unless there's another guy with 2 first names down there that in Sugarland who's going to be next up, whether it be a Brandon Walter or Colton Gordon, whoever. They have another one down there, okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe a Spencer Arrigetti's time whenever he's back, as he works his way back. Then maybe Lance is just holding a spot for Arrigetti if he continues to hit this off and on stuff where he's pretty good in one outing and then pretty bad in another.
I do wonder if McCullers can be a bullpen arm at this point, because that's kind of been the talk with him. It basically in between him rehabbing is, I think it was Keith Law said he's a bullpen guy. Jeremy Booth comes on the Paul Gallant show every week or every couple weeks and says that he's a bullpen guy every couple weeks. So I do wonder if he could do that as the Astros pitching staff gets a little more healthy. The problem is, though, like you said, he's a guy with his injury history that I'm not sure can get up, warm up, pitch even 1 inning one day, and then be available the next day. Like, I just don't know if his body can respond to that, given that for 30 years he's been a pitcher. Like he's been a pitcher his entire life. He's been a starter,
starting pitcher
his entire life. I don't know if he can pivot after all the arm issues that he's had, and now his toe issue.
I remember we had to go. I remember back when he sat for an interview in the dugout after his initial return during spring training, and it was about, hey, I thought about giving up at times, certainly thought about retirement, and he fought through, and he kind of credited all the people in his life for getting him to this point. And it's been a rough go of it, considering the off the field stuff. Not that he had any part in it, but just the threats to his family and then the injury that popped up here. So it may be just a year where Lance McCullers tries to find a rhythm. He's certainly got to pitch he has to pitch well enough to stay in the rotation, because, as I said, Arrighetti's making his way back, and he may be a potential replacement for him.
And then you got Javier
at
coming
some point,
probably a month after that. You got Luis Garcia theoretically. Like, you have all these guys that are theoretically getting healthier.
Yes.
So
we'll see. Maybe there's a month of Lance McCullers trying to figure it out before one of those guys who we've been waiting on comes back. I feel like Arrighetti's the most likely of them.
Arrighetti's the closest.
Yeah, because it was a broken bone as opposed to
Tommy John.
Yeah. So we're going to see Lance for a little bit more as long as he's healthy, and we'll see what the performance is like.
I do kind of wonder, like, does he have to? Is he pitching to stay in the rotate? Like, is there a world where maybe not when Arrighetti comes back, but when these other guys come back, you look and you're like, I'd rather have Colton Gordon or Brandon Walter in this rotation than Lance McCullers.
Well, how many people believe that right now? No,
a lot of fans believe that.
Now the question is, what the Astros think of a potential move where, as a healthy player, Lance McCullers is now out of the rotation because they'd rather go with Brandon Walter or Colton Gordon. Something to be decided. Lance has some of it in his control. Go out there and pitch well, and then he'll remain in that rotation. Okay, we're done. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Busy day of news around sports, so we reacted to it the best way we could. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Not particularly, sir. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. Holy crap, we are halfway through the year. Just let that sink in for a little bit. In addition to the absolutely brutal heat outside, we're halfway through 2025. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can listen to it on our brand new ESPN Houston app on 97.5, on 92.5, 97.9 HD2, or watch along on YouTube or Twitch, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I personally think for this show, those are the best two ways to watch it, but you can watch it any way you want. And you can communicate with the show in any way you want. It's 713-780-3776 to call to text, as you heard from voice guy himself coming into this segment. The Houston Rockets continued a rather busy offseason, kicking off the league year with two signings in the last 24 hours. First, they signed Dorian Finney-Smith to a 4-year, $53 million deal. This was an undrafted guy out of Florida back in the day who's played for the Dallas Mavericks, who's played for the Brooklyn Nets, who's played for the Los Angeles Lakers. Over the course of his career, he's shooting 41% from outside. On top of that, this is a player who's routinely defending some of the better players on the teams that he goes up against. He is, as the kids say, a 3-and-D specialist. Pretty reasonable contract. And think about it like this. Dillon Brooks is no longer a member of the Houston Rockets. He was part of the trade that sent Kevin Durant here to town. Would you rather have Dorian Finney-Smith or Dillon Brooks, especially when you're paying Dorian Finney-Smith less significantly than Dillon Brooks? I'd rather have DFS. I will miss some of the fun that comes along with the Dillon Brooks show. That's for sure. But Dorian Finney-Smith is a better three-point shooter. And defensively, he's good. I like both of those things. And this Rockets team that has an incredible amount of depth right now, added the depth that it lost in moving on from Dillon Brooks as part of the Kevin Durant trade, where they also sent Jalen Green over to Phoenix. The Rockets also signed Clint Capella to a 3-year, $21.5 million deal. Remember him? He was a part of that Rockets team where essentially he and James Harden just played alley-oop together. I always felt Capella could have perhaps gotten a little bit more versatile in his game. That never quite happened. But for what he did, which was be long, be pretty good defensively, and not be an absolute bleep show when caught on switches. And in terms of his offense, like he's just underneath the hoop. He's ready to get some offensive rebounds. He's ready to put it back. He's a pretty solid player to good player for the Rockets. A little bit overpaid at the end. And, obviously he moves on elsewhere. He signs a 3-year, $21.5 million deal. Think about it like this. Who would you rather have as your third big guy behind Steven Adams, who gets hurt a lot? Jock Landale or Clint Capella? Probably taking Clint Capella. So the Rockets continue to make upgrades, and you'd obviously take Kevin Durant over Jalen Green, and everyone's loving this offseason. They should. I'm going to put a period at the end of this, though. I'm not sure they're done, but I'd like them to be. I'm good. I'm done. I think it's time to put my feet up. I don't need anything more. You got a 3-and-D guy. You got an extra center. You got Kevin Durant. Theoretically, you're going to be a little bit better of a shooting team come playoff time. I'm good. I'm willing to walk away. I don't know that the Rockets necessarily are. A lot of people were putting 2 and 2 together with Clint Capella signing. What? 3 centers? What's going on here? Is this part of some sort of sign and trade that could potentially be in the works? But when you've taken a look at what the Milwaukee Bucks have just done today, where they actually waived Damian Lillard fresh off the Achilles injury, and they also, ballsy, signed Miles Turner away from the Indiana Pacers. These are the moves that you make if you're trying to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo in town. And I think that's really the only move that theoretically could happen that the Rockets would have thought about doing, a big kind of move as far as a next step for where this organization is. So I think they're going to stand pat going forward, and I hope they stand pat going forward. I think they upgraded enough. We will see if the young players develop, because that's now the big question. What are you going to get out of Amin Thompson this coming season? What are you going to get out of Alperen Şengün this coming season? I saw some person online acting like over a month Amin Thompson has already improved his jump shot and his handle. Calm the F down, okay? Some of you Rockets fans are embarrassing yourselves a little bit, especially with the hard and pining that you were doing. Thank God that's not happening. But it's about Thompson developing. It's about Alperen Şengün getting stronger, getting in better shape. It's about Reed Shepherd developing. That's it. The only move I probably want to see going forward is trading Cam Whitmore for something, because I do not think you have any place to play him at this moment in time, and I think he's just going to be a bad sport behind the scenes. So that's how I'm feeling. Sean Mapes, you're the basketball expert of the Paul Gallant Show.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
That's wow.
Well, you are.
Wow.
I mean, I would not. I wouldn't debate that.
Or a title. I got.
Yeah, the title. You got a title. Take the title.
Yeah. No, I agree with you that they got better. They did get. To me, it's a lot like what D'Amico Ryans has done to the Texans defense, where it is, hey, guess what? We're gonna get some defensive ends, and guess what? More defensive ends, and we're gonna get even more defensive ends. That's kind of what the Rockets are doing with, because now they're gonna have Dorian Finney-Smith,
yep,
Jabari Smith,
yep,
Tari Eason,
yep,
Kevin Durant, Amin Thompson. That's your wing rotation, and Jayshawn Tate,
guys,
who probably won't play.
Right. I mean, nice backup to have for
Jayshawn Tate is a guy who could play on a lot of teams, just won't play. Jeff Green's also on this team.
Yep.
It's a team that's all wings. Oops, all wings.
Nice.
The only question I have is just the creation outside of Kevin Durant, just who's going to create offense. But this is where having this mix of ready to win now guys and young players kind of happens, where maybe it is Amin Thompson takes a step. Maybe it is Reed Shepherd's ready to be the backup point guard.
Those two.
Maybe it's Şengün has another level in him. So I think that I understand the strategy that they've taken. I think they signed 2 pretty good deals. The 4th year on Dorian Finney-Smith, wouldn't say I'm crazy in love with that, but it's free agency. You're going to have to do stuff like that. But yeah, I think that you bring up a good point that they found their Dylan Brooks replacement in Dorian Finney-Smith, who I think in the wash about the same. I think it all kind of evens out. Again,
less fun.
Other teams won't walk in ready to rip his head off,
which might be good.
Yeah, is that a positive or negative? Who knows? Jock Landale out. More than likely, that's just kind of like paperwork at this point.
Porra Foster's out.
Yes, it's Porra Foster's out for my guy. Clint Capella back in at the same money. Actually, I think like $1 million less per year. And instead of Jalen Green, you have Kevin Durant now. So I think they definitely improved. They got a little bit cheaper along the edges. Obviously, Durant's going to be a lot of money. But I can't see how this isn't a win.
The next move is probably a Durant extension.
And Whitmore trade.
Right.
That's next.
Whitmore's gone. I get it through your head.
They leak it every day that they're looking to trade him.
Right. And it makes sense. He might be good elsewhere, but it's not happening here.
Yeah.
He and Ime Udoka don't like each other.
To me, it's more of it's not really a talent thing with Cam Whitmore. It's more of just like the acceptance of the role that he's going to have to play it. And listen, he's not the first 21-year-old to walk into the league being like, I am going to rip this thing to shred. I am a future all-star, and you get buried on a team that has a whole bunch of players that are better than you on it. So I think it's just an attitude thing. If you can just, like we're saying that, the Dylan Brooks replacement is Finney-Smith, the Landale replacement is Capella. If you could find a comparable replacement for Cam Whitmore in the rotation, maybe it is just like Jayshawn Tate and Aaron Holiday are going to play a little bit more, take those minutes away. But if you could find like a 6-man type, a little bit of Reed Shepherd insurance of someone who, in case Reed isn't ready, or at least not ready every night to run your offense when Van Vliet's off the court, maybe you get someone else like that. But They like Holiday, so maybe that's just Aaron Holiday. So I think that's the next move, and I'm interested in what they do there. But like you said, I think they're done with the big stuff. I think it's all these minor, dotting I's, crossing T's.
I'm willing to walk away at this point. We'll see what the Durant deal is. He's eligible for $122 million over 2 years. Tim McMahon said it's probably going to be less, looking like $112 million.
And by the way, just given Rafael Stone's history signing these contracts, I also think it's going to be less because I don't know how this guy gets guys to say yes to the
He
deals.
deserves a lot of credit on this. I mean, he follows in the footsteps of Daryl Morey, who he was down the hall from, and I thought that he was unqualified when he first came in, but he does have a legal background, and I mean, whatever he is doing in these deals,
to the woodshed on these contracts.
it's just like Daryl Morey with these deals that he would make, where you're like, wait a second, what?
Yeah,
you got James Harden for that?
To me, yes, Daryl Morey was better at trades.
Yes.
And Stone is no slouch at that.
No, this trade for Durant was good.
one. But I think to me, his oh my God, this guy might be the best GM in the league at this specific thing is getting deals done where it's like, we all knew that Fred VanVleet was going to take a little bit of a dip off his $40 million a year. We thought like 30s, low 30s. You got him for 25 for 2 years.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith, 24 a year for 5 years.
Jalen Green's deal.
Jalen Green. Yeah. I mean, most teams get, Green and Şengün, they're hits in the draft, relative hits in the draft. That equals automatic max extension on your first contract. He didn't do that. So, to me, it's another situation where you got to tip your hat.
Tip a hat.
Are you doing that right now?
Just tip my hat.
Tip that cap to Rafael Stone because he's done a great job along with Ime Udoka.
We will see how this all works together. I saw Kelly Iko of The Athletic put together a video essay about how Durant will fit.
Okay.
Never heard of video essay before. Little arrogant sounding, but hey, I'm going to watch that a little bit later.
That's more of a Verducci. Tom Verducci is a big video essay.
I think, listen, Kelly Iko, graduate of ESPN Houston. We are fans of Kelly Iko, but Kelly Iko
that's a big J move.
He's definitely going big J.
Video essay is a big J move.
Yeah.
That's Tom Rinaldi does the video essay.
Yes.
He's following in those footsteps. I don't think he's ever gotten the comparison of Verducci and
he just
Rinaldi.
did. He just did. So how about that? 713-780-3776 to call and text it. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. How are you feeling about the Houston Rockets? Should they just walk away? Tingle dings and walk away. Should they walk away? Have they done enough this offseason? So we've got that. Also, I'm so excited about this guy coming back to town. You'll find out why on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Houston has also, they've done even more business than Atlanta overall. We know about the Kevin Durant trade, but tonight they go and get they get Clint Capella at the center, and then Dorian Finney-Smith. He was the most, I think, interesting free agent out there. The Lakers were not able to do a deal. They really were disciplined. They did not go higher than 2 years, I'm told, on a deal for Dorian Finney-Smith. He ends up getting 4 years, about $53 million, and that's an Atlanta team that last week Atlanta cleaned up, and then now Houston's done a lot of business.
Okay. So Shams Charania is ESPN's new NBA insider. He's the one who took over for Adrian Wojnarowski. He was at Yahoo Sports before. Wojnarowski, all facts. Not a lot of pizzazz personality, right? Shams Charania, this man cannot do TV like me. This man is not an artist like I am. And I'm kind of pissed off that he has a platform like ESPN. Yeah, I said it. I'm better at Shams. I'm better than Shams at TV. I am. First off, hot. Y'all saw that Sunday night, right? Second, can we know what we're talking about? You're the reporter guy. I don't know. The facts, the information. At least Woj had that. We got this guy, Shams, who keeps on going on every single TV hit he possibly can, say, yeah, big things are about to happen. Shams, it's been a week. Nothing's happened. Except for Damian Lillard getting cut today. Like, that's the biggest thing that's happened. Then you got other reporters saying, oh, yeah, everyone's kind of bummed out that nothing's happening. So stop promising me stuff, Shams, and let's actually, I don't know, be good at presenting things on the TV. I know, you're not me. You'll never be me. It's fine. Paul, he makes way more money than you. Shut up! You get what I'm saying here. End rant, okay? I saw that today. A bunch of people were posting this on Rockets X. And I get it. Everyone's happy about what the Rockets are doing. But I figured, seeing how much this was reposted, that he said something interesting about the Rockets here. No, he barely even knew who they signed off the top of his head. Brought up Capella first. By the way, I am very excited about Clint Capella signing with the Rockets. Very excited. I was not aware of his game. This is 100% Paul Gallant Show kind of stuff. Paul Gallant Show content. Adam Spillane posted this. I guess one of the in-stadium videos that gets played from time to time during the Clint Capella era was Clint Capella doing a cappella, which is hilarious. And he really leaned into it. He really went for it. Here he is singing Let It Go from Frozen.
Let it go, let it go. I'm the one with no one in the sky. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. Here I stand, and I stand.
This high pitch is just, it's heartwarming actually now. I like it. Man, Clint, killing my ears, man.
Hey, that's good singing. That's not karaoke culture. Whatever Houston Rockets said that. That's not karaoke culture. Karaoke culture, we're accepting. If you get up on stage and you sing, you're brave, especially if you give it your all, and Clint Capella gave it his all right there. So I'm excited for him to be back. I want more of this, though. I want every single Clint Capella.
I mean, they have to run it back.
They better, Sean. And I want it hand-delivered to me every single time so I can play it on the air. Because I could sing like that. Just like I could be on TV better than Shams Charania, I could sing just as well as Clint Capella did right there. From the 713, someone texted in, no one wants to be you, Paul. Well, I bet Shams Charania would have if he had watched me on KHOU on Sunday night. We got more clips in the holster for that one. I basically predicted that Jeremy Pena had broken ribs. Who would have thought that he had broken ribs? By the way, literally everyone, but who would have thought?
Yeah, everyone saw what Espada and Dana Brown said after he got hit, and they're like, yep, they're telling the truth. Definitely nothing to see here, and everyone knew it.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah, well, we
Well,
can get to the Astros later.
Yeah, we'll get to the Astros later. Look, they're hoping that Jeremy Pena misses 2 weeks. I hope I win the lottery. I hope that I'm going to be the NFL insider on ESPN. At least Schefter's good on TV. Schefter's good on TV. He really is.
Yeah, it is funny that like Schefter and Woj, I guess maybe it's just reps or something, but yeah, like Schefter and Woj can just sit there and just basically read off their phone for 2 minutes straight.
Schefter adds a little zest. He puts a little sprinkling on top. Woj didn't need to. Shams, bro, you gotta figure this out. Okay? You gotta figure this out. I feel like the NBA, with Shams reporting on it as the number one guy, I feel like it's taken a back step this offseason. Well, Sean, the offseason is the biggest time for this league. You think I'm joking? I'm only partly joking here. This is a huge part of the season.
To me, it's more that no teams have cap space.
Yeah.
It's less about who tweets it out.
I think it's that. I think it's right that. From the A32, Paul, you were right where you should be in the TV world. It's okay. Oh, you just don't see talent. You just don't see talent. My mommy said I should be doing this all the time. So did my significant other / girlfriend. It's so weird to say girlfriend. And I'm 100%.
I think it's weirder saying significant other.
Yeah, it is weird, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing that. She listens too, so she's going to give me crap for that.
I think it's weirder.
What else do we have going on in the NBA? We had a lot of moves that went down over the last 24 hours. Damian Lillard waived by the Bucks. Someone texted this in. Paul, we should vet minimum Damian Lillard for 2 years. Let him rehab to see if Reed can take the next step. And if not, have another creator ready to play in year 2 or use to trade if Reed's okay. Lillard is a sunk cost and is going to be way too expensive. Like, do you really want to sign this guy to not play at all this year on a team that's got a huge ass rotation? Do you want to take a flyer on him? No, the only teams that are going to take a flyer on Damian Lillard are teams that are going to spend a ton of money on Damian Lillard so that he's okay sitting in the wings, waiting and waiting and waiting some more. That's the only way that it goes down. Damian Lillard is not going to sign with a veteran, with a team that's ready to win now. And no team that's ready to win now should sign him.
Yeah.
They really shouldn't. Like, he's not going to play.
He's going to be out for a year.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to be out for a year. It'll be like the Heat or something where they'll let him rehab. It's their best way to get this kind of talent. It's their best dart throw to do it, is to give them, I don't know if they spent their mid-level exception, but give them their mid-level, let them rehab for a year, and then get them for one healthy year, and then see where you're at from there.
Yeah. And this does not line up. It does not line up with the Rockets timeline. This is not your fantasy keeper league where you're drafting a guy who tore his ACL in August in the last round of the fantasy football draft, which I do every single year, by the way.
Yeah.
I always draft that one guy, see what happens.
Yeah. Adrian Peterson came back.
Yeah.
Won MVP.
You get 2 keepers, you draft the guy who tears his ACL at the back of your draft. If you're in a keeper league, guess what happens? You might do well the next year. You might do well. Also, it might not work, and then boom, jettison it. You got other keeper opportunities there.
Yeah, my favorite thing with the Damian Lillard thing, waiving, is that his remaining, I think it was like $110 million, gets stretched over the next 5 years. So it's, just 110 divided by 5. So that's going to be $22 million of dead money on the Bucks cap for 5 years.
5 years? Oh,
Jabari Smith just signed a 5-year deal worth $24 million a year. So they're basically paying Damian Lillard as much as Jabari Smith is getting paid not to play.
Yeah, so don't do that.
This money also frees up them to sign Miles Turner. And if you want to do the math, they basically are paying Miles Turner like $50 million between the dead Damian Lillard money and the very much alive Turner money. But at the end of the day, if this is what it takes to keep you honest, even for one more year, if you're the Bucks, like, what else are you doing? You just got to kind of do this. It is unconventional. I don't know how much it'll work as far as being good over the next 5 years.
Yeah,
but it's better than having to trade Giannis next week. That's kind of where they're at. It's
exactly.
Like, hey, if we can get Giannis to opening night, that's a win for us.
And you made Bucks Pacers a little more zesty. In bringing in Miles Turner. So, Bucks fans, not only do you keep your best player, you got a reason to hate, and the hate is redirected back.
Got a middle finger on the team that knocked you out of the playoffs the last 2 years.
It's actually a nice little offseason victory. They just lost in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and their best player
towards Achilles there, and then you take one of their best players. Like, oh my god,
The Pacers are going to be out. They're two of their 3 best players from last year's finals.
Yeah, that's rough. From the 281 asking about with Damian Lillard, like that texter was asking for. Didn't we try that with John Wall? Yeah, they kind of
Yeah, basically.
John Oladipo too, to an extent.
John Wall was healthy when we signed him.
Yeah,
or
more
when they
Oladipo.
traded for him.
When they got Oladipo, he was hurt, right? Or at least he just was always hurt at that point.
He was coming off an injury.
Gotcha.
He was coming off an injury.
Some more comments here. Someone texted in. I watched Reed Shepherd highlights. Oh my god, I didn't know he could flame a MF up like that.
Yeah. Check out his G League highlights. He scored like 48 in his first game.
By the way, you can check out a lot of guys' highlights, and they're going to look awesome. I think that the highlight watching online at this time of year, it's a little bit over the top.
Who was it? Someone got highlights. Oh, the one guy that the Lakers signed, Jake LaRavia.
Of course he did.
Someone put out like,
look at this demon.
They're like, hey, I need some Jake LaRavia highlights, and it's like a 2-minute highlight package where you're like, this guy, I can tell he's not actually that good, but I'm like, he's making all of his shots here. He looks like he can shoot in this highlight package where he doesn't miss any shots.
Right, exactly, because it's selectively edited. From the 409, they did it with Steven Adams. That is right. The Rockets did bring in a guy who was hurt.
Yeah.
Worked out pretty well. They signed him to an extension, maybe a little overpayment, but I like Steven Adams a lot. I'm cool with it. Eric Carmona commented on YouTube, optics matter. Going back to our last segment, in an ideal world, Cam Whitmore isn't pouting and Şengün doesn't put his hands up every possession crying for fouls. Yeah, that is, I agree with that last part. I'd like that to stop. Like, even if he doesn't get in the best shape of his life and he doesn't become stronger, I would like less of that. But I don't know. I don't know if you can help.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the Euro culture.
Yeah, exactly. I hate to,
even though Americans also do it.
They do it. They probably do it more, honestly.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny. But it used to be the xenophobic, like broad brush painting was like, all these Euros, they flop and they're soft. No, well, in soccer, yes. Yeah. But now,
I mean, I saw someone, of course, it's the NFL offseason, so videos I've seen before get retweeted every 5 minutes. And it was the Josh Allen flopping highlight compilation of Josh Allen flopping. I'm like, I forgot that Allen also, like, just everyone flops. Everyone's trying to sell a call.
Yeah, that's true. Look, I get it. It's just lame. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Up next, everything you missed over the weekend, not just in sports, but in our fair city, because we got some bad news, and Houston legend survived near death. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Green Street, because coming up Saturday, July 12th, there's a game day block party. Get rowdy before the rivalry. We're throwing down in downtown H-Town with a game day block party in honor of the Silver Boot Series. That's right. It's not just Houston versus everybody. It's Houston versus Texas. It's going to be a full throttle afternoon. There'll be a live DJ, a kick-ass band, a mechanical bull. Ooh, gotta get the girlfriend out there. Bedazzler station, more special surprises, food, drinks, and Good Trouble. Ooh, who wrote this? I love it. Good Trouble. What is Good Trouble? 713-780-3776. Free parking and a free shuttle to the game with your RSVP. It's presented by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. The event's free, but make sure to RSVP so we know you're coming. It's Green Street downtown. That ought to be fun. Listen, that area, it's fun. Nice area to walk around, throw a few back. The sights, the scenes, and the DJs. Hopefully some air horns. The game day block party at Green Street. It's Saturday, July 12th from 2 to 6.
That's right. In case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports, let's get started with this bummer. Houston will not get a WNBA team. Cleveland, Detroit, and Philly will by 2030. Houston did get a mention from WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert of all the teams that made bids that did not get a team. Austin, Miami, Denver, Charlotte, Nashville, Kansas City, St. Louis. Houston's the only one that was mentioned. Quote, there are a variety of cities that bid. And one of those I wanted to shout out because they have such a strong history in this league and their great ownership group is Houston. So the Houston Comets were just amazing. Won the first 4 inaugural championships in the WNBA. So I would say that's the one, obviously, we have our eye on. Tillman has been a great supporter of the WNBA, and we'll stay tuned on that. I saw Jameel Hill doing a touchdown dance about this. Jameel Hill said this, quote, "It is just so incredibly meaningful that Detroit is getting its WNBA team back. This is not only continuing the momentum of Detroit's overall resurgence, but it will allow the Shock to take its rightful place and continue a proud tradition. The Shock is the most disrespected dynasty in WNBA history." Parentheses, yeah, I said it, end parentheses, period. This is absolutely huge. I didn't know there were disrespected dynasties in WNBA history. This is not meant to disparage the WNBA. I don't think people generally talk about WNBA dynasties, but if they do, it should start with the only one that matters. The Houston Comets won 4 in a row. Who's the last team to four-peat in any American sport? That's right, Jameel Hill. You can't think of one. Did you like how emphatically excited I was about that, Jameel Hill? You think you're passionate about the WNBA? I am. Selectively.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think anyone was disrespected in the WNBA until like 2 years ago.
Yes.
It was overall just a very positive, like the people, it was smaller coverage, but all the coverage was pretty positive. All the fans were pretty positive.
And now the coverage is toxic and basically a race war.
Yeah. But yeah, I would just say that I think the most disrespected franchise or dynasty would be the one that doesn't have a franchise anymore.
I think the person who might have disrespected it the most, no offense to the people,
were the people running the comments?
People who bought the comments,
Yeah.
and then they were out of business in like 5 seconds.
That's also fair. WNBA commissioner, I appreciate the shout out, but that, I mean,
I need a team.
Yeah, like, okay, so we're the first 4 out.
Yeah.
We're the first one in the bubble.
The first
didn't
one
make
out.
the play-in.
Wait a second. Yeah, exactly. Like Cleveland? Ew. Philly? Ew.
Yeah, Cleveland's the one where I'm like,
really?
They get a team.
And you know,
I guess it's all just like, I guess they're all NBA cities.
I guess.
That's why Austin would have been weird. Austin and Nashville would have been
But
weird.
it would have made sense because Austin is weird.
They're keeping it that way.
Yeah, well, they didn't keep it that
It's
weird.
a shame they blew up the Frank Irwin Center.
In case you missed it, Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour came to Houston. Oh my God. Did you? I was downtown Houston on Saturday and I was wandering and moving around the Pride Parade and the people that were getting in cabs to go to the Cowboy Carter tour at NRG Stadium. And she survived. She nearly died. Did you see this? You hear about this? She was performing her song 16 Carriages in a suspended red car, but the vehicle started to tilt in the air. Her publicist confirmed the incident to CBS News on Sunday. This made CBS News. This is the most important thing that happened at an NRG Stadium concert featuring a huge band. Seems like those are going great, like the time I went to go see Journey and things caught fire. More about her precarious position, the Texas Hold'em singer. I don't like that she's now all of a sudden like country. I mean, her best music was, Bootylicious, back with TLC, right? I don't think you're ready for this, Jelly. Was sitting on top of a red convertible as it began to slant. Stop. She's heard calmly saying into the microphone while she remained suspended in the air. The music was stopped. The car lowered to the stage. And as she was on the ground, she told the crowd, quote, "I want to thank y'all for loving me. If ever I fall, I know y'all will catch me." End quote.
That'd be crazy if she fell.
If you're in a red convertible, I do not want to catch you. If it's just you, I'd think about it. I might sue you for the damages caused upon falling. But if I cause you to survive, I think you'd gladly pay it, right? but I'm not going to try to catch you while you're in a red convertible if that were to drop, because I would die.
Yeah, if she fell but the car stayed up,
Yeah.
then yeah.
By the way, lots of celebrities there.
It'd be so crazy if she
It would. It would. But she's in a harness.
Between that journey, Astro World, it's just people would just stop coming to Houston.
No, for sure. She was wearing a harness and holding onto a cable. I think she would have been okay, but
yeah, she probably would have just been dangling.
Yeah, dangling. That would
have been also funny. we somehow got the least entertaining version of it.
I'm glad Lady Gaga, now that going back to that Super Bowl with she didn't die when she jumped off the roof. Like, goodness gracious. By the way, lots of celebrities there. Lizzo, did you know she's from Houston?
I actually didn't know.
I found that out. She wrote in a caption on Instagram, ghetto girl from H-Town taking thought pics in Hot Topic. Cowgirl Lizzo reporting for duty. Also there, Glorilla. Oh, yeah, I love Glorilla. You know, I love that the one thing that they do. Chloe Fineman from SNL, strong, powerful, independent woman. Normani, also a singer. Very familiar with his or her work. YouTuber and singer Brittany Broski.
Broski?
Yeah, Broski. It's Brittany Broski.
Who is this person?
Maybe it's Broski.
Also, you could say YouTuber and just say whatever name afterwards. I'll be like, sure, whatever.
Right. Chizo TD was there. He's a rapper.
That guy sucks.
Who has a hair made of nails.
That guy sucks.
He does. No, I really don't know.
No, I know you don't know. He sucks.
He sucks.
Yeah.
His hair's made of nails, though.
Yeah.
Bun B was there. Bun B's always there. And Love Island season 6 winner Serena Page.
All right, okay. She should not get a mention right after Bun B.
Listen, I'm just
Bun B shouldn't be fourth on that.
The list. That's the order that they put it in the Chronicle.
Tizo touchdown for Bun B.
By the way, Blaze X Black. We're sticking to music because this is a big music show now.
Yeah.
Blaze.
That's
Blaze.
the last 10 minutes of Proven.
Shut up. Blaze Times Black released a Houston-centric album called, quote, Nah, I'm saying, end quote. I think the Twitch will appreciate that. It's Rick Blaze and Bishop Black. It featured the chopped and screwed song, Timmy Chan. Hey, have you ever eaten that Timmy Chan? I've driven by it. I understood the reference. They said in the album release, we wanted to make a point to say, hey, we're from Houston, but we get down this way. We put references so you know we're from the city, but we don't sound like a typical Houston artist. What an insufferable thing to say. Like, hey, we're Houston, but we're not that Houston. We sound like
we're not
Houston,
like all these other Houston
but not like these Houston people. Right,
all this other BS you're listening to.
RIP to paper tags. Today is the day that car dealers are going to stop printing and handing out temporary paper plates in Texas. So you're on watch, paper tag people.
So now what are they going to do?
Good question.
Okay.
Probably still speed and drive 70 miles per hour.
No, I just mean like next time I buy a car, am I not going to have plates? I don't know.
I guess
I don't want to click. I don't want to click on this link and find out very easily.
I did click on the link, so they will have plates available, which, by the way, they should have already. It's not that hard.
Yeah,
it's really not that hard. Every other state does that. It's to me, it was wild that that's how things go down here.
That is crazy.
Also, like, and that you don't get pulled over for having expired ones. Like you don't. I was driving a car when I got it from California, and I had some issues with the dealership in California, my Volkswagen Taos, and I was driving without like a license plate for a month. Never got pulled over once. Now, luckily, I was going 5 miles, or 5 minutes to work, but like I was like, how is no one pulling me over? Because then eventually I got the paper plates, and then I had the paper plates for a while. 4-month process to get a license.
It's so stupid.
Very dumb. Jeff Bezos got married. CEO, entrepreneur, born in 1964. Jeffrey Bezos. And guess what? We're doing another celebrity watch list.
Oh, love this.
Here are the celebrities that were
Blaze X Bailey or whatever that guy's name was.
Yeah, Blaze X Bailey.
Two people. There's two people.
That's two people. They released an album. They weren't even at the concert. I'm just telling people what's going on in music. Jeffrey Bezos got married. Here are the celebrities that were in attendance. Seems like they don't have a lot of friends, huh? Orlando Bloom with not Katy Perry. They're divorced.
He should have brought the guy from Gimli from Lord of the Rings.
I think he should have brought God Will's the guy from Kingdom of Heaven instead. Kylie Jenner was there with her daughter. Kendall Jenner was there.
Okay. No Chalamet?
No.
Guess he's busy.
No Chalamet with Kylie. Right. Leonardo DiCaprio was there.
Sick.
That's actually pretty big. Usher was there.
Okay.
Bill Gates was there.
I understand why, but I'm not that impressed.
Me neither. It's like,
oh, Bill Gates.
Yeah, it's like, nerd. Jerry and Jessica Seinfeld were there.
Okay.
Oprah, Gail King, also there. Okay. Gail King, too. Like, Gail King.
This really is just like, who could we say? Who could the famous people that would say yes?
Yeah, because Gail King clearly says Gail King's on her space flight. Now she's here.
Get a day off of work.
Katy Perry's probably so mad she didn't get to hang out with Gail King again.
Yeah.
Gail King was brown-nosing her so hard after her singing What's a Wonderful World in space. Kris Jenner there, so all the Jenners there. But this is the most important thing that happened. Tom Brady was there, and he was seen chatting up Sydney Sweeney. Is my goat the goat or what? My Tom is an awesome Tom. He talked to Sydney Sweeney at Jeffrey Bezos' wedding. My Tom is an awesome Tom. God wills it. Can you imagine what a power couple they would be? The children they would have.
The discourse would be.
Oh my God.
Because there's what, like 20-year difference?
Shut up. Doesn't
I'm
matter
just
with
saying.
Tom.
I'm just saying.
How dare you? How dare you?
A literally retired man.
If Tom marries Sydney Sweeney, that is another Super Bowl ring.
I would agree with that.
That is another
I'll
Super
give
Bowl
him that.
ring.
I'll give him that.
Put that.
I think
put
it's
that in
more
your
impressive
pipe,
than
Patrick.
the Eagles one. Yeah.
Put that in your pipe, Patrick Mahomes, and smoke it. I get it. Like, hey, listen, your wife, strong, powerful, independent woman, and may have upgraded.
More strong, more powerful.
I listen. I don't think she's. I think she's good looking. But come on,
Yeah.
Tom Brady, goat.
Yeah. You just have to wait 10 years until your next wife gets born.
Hey.
Then you get on Tom Brady's level.
What else do we have here? Malik Beasley's under investigation for gambling.
Not good. Not good.
Not good.
Just mostly because he was going to be a free agent and probably get paid like $30 million. Now, I imagine $0 million as this gets sorted out.
I would think so.
That's bad.
Not good. I did a double take when I saw this headline. Abreu hits grand slam and inside the park homer in Sox win. I was like, wait a second. Is Jose Abreu back with the White Sox? Did he get inside the park home run?
The Red Sox?
It's Wilyer Abreu who got a grand slam and inside the park home run.
Traded for Christian Vasquez by the Houston Astros.
I forgot about that.
Not great.
And I watched the Poop Cruise documentary.
So did I.
Not very good. Like, I get it. It was bad. But it took like 30 minutes to get to the bad stuff.
There's no like extra level past that. It was
Right.
like, yeah, they had to pee in the shower and poop in bags. Also, I thought one of the guys was being way too much of a sissy about, I am not pooping in this bag. I'm like, just
That guy-
squat, open up the bag, squat down. Like, what are we talking about?
If you watch the documentary, you're right. That guy soft. The father who went with his 12-year-old child who was like weeping though, like while talking about it, like relax, dude. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And yeah, the coolest guy of it was the lawyer who comes in at the end and he's like salivating, like thinking about.
Once it was like Houston area lawyer, I was like, I'm in.
Yeah,
I'm
that
in on this guy.
He has like big fish tank in the background.
He specializes in basically suing cruises.
Yes. And apparently the fine print on the ticket meant that they're not responsible for having a safe boat. Like in the fine print. A seaworthy boat. I will never go on a cruise. After seeing that tidbit, I will never go on a cruise.
No.
I'm a Yacht Week guy.
Yeah.
More into the Yacht Week than that. Okay. So there you go. Also, Jamie Lamb, who I used to have on my TV show, was interviewed. And apparently she would have had an interview with Michael Jordan for GQ if not for the Poop Cruise. That sucks.
Oh, because she was stuck on a boat. Yeah.
Yeah. That would suck.
Because it was supposed to be a 3-day trip. Turned into a week.
That would suck to find out. Yes.
Yeah.
Jamie and I had a blow up on Exa a couple of years ago.
Oh.
I was being sarcastic and then she didn't get it. Then she blocked me. That was it. Oh, well. I also was an a-hole. So it happens. But anyway, that's going to wrap up in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports and beyond. Let's just roll right through. We're keeping tabs on what's going down in the NBA. And, Damian Lillard got waived by the Bucks. The Rockets signed a couple of players yesterday. They signed Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a 41% three-point shooter, and Clint Capella, who obviously used to play for the Rockets. But there's been some other interesting tidbits
Michael Porter Jr. traded to the Nets, but Jokic has all the power now in Denver. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got a supermax extension, 4 years for $285 million through the 2030-2031 season. Good God, these supermaxes are getting so expensive.
$70 million.
Holy crap! I mean, earned based off of what he did this year.
If anyone's worth it, that guy is. It's just crazy that it is proportional. Like it is the 35% max, but that's wild.
The Blazers bought out DeAndre Ayton. Not surprising at all. That guy's the softest of the soft.
Yeah, and Lakers update. He's might
Laker
be
now?
no. He might be he's the one that the Lakers fans are like, please save us from starting Jackson Hayes, which I understand. That's not good. But Ayton, the Laker fans, if they sign him, will hate him by the
So
playoffs.
quick.
Like, just guarantee it.
LeBron might force the trade if they sign DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, LeBron's just like, send me anywhere. I don't even care anymore.
And I wouldn't blame him. I would if LeBron like asks out right after they sign DeAndre Ayton. I wouldn't mind. They also apparently the Lakers are not consulting LeBron James on any of the moves that they're making.
I'm good with that.
I am too. I'm kind of tired of
They should
players getting
100% be a
moves.
Luka team now.
Ooh.
They should.
What does Luka want?
Luka's 26.
What do you think Luka wants?
That
Beer?
Foster that we poured out for Jock Landale.
Hey, that's the wounded soldier still around?
Yeah. No man left behind. Am I right?
You know what? I respect a man who doesn't leave a wounded soldier behind. I don't care about germs. I'll do it from time to time too. Now, only if I'm amongst friends. If it's at the bar, I won't do that.
God, no, please.
But gotta say,
What do you have to say?
so Friday nights at this place called Down the Street, which I used to dump on, call it Down the Sleep. But then it became my favorite place to go. I just was like begrudgingly admitting that. On Friday, I had a beer and I was done with the beer. I wasn't finishing it. I swear to God, this bar, which now is letting in very young looking kids, and they ID at the door.
They might just be 21.
They might be 21, but the beer was on my table. Had been left for a little bit, and since there was a long line, this guy, and I watched it, and my girlfriend saw it too. This guy just walked up and took the beer and moved on. I just observed it, and I was like, at some point, this is going to come back to me. So that guy appreciates a wounded soldier, and you know what? I don't blame him. That is adapting to the environment that you're in. It was a very long line to get to the front of the bar, and not all of us are as skilled as me when it comes to sneaking through and getting up to the bartender and catching their attention with my beautiful green eyes. It's not as easy for everybody out there. So this guy, he took the wounded soldier that was nearby me, that I was done, and I was like, that's a veteran. There's sober children in Utah, okay? Do not waste the alcohol. Some of them are getting kicked off the football team for having premarital sex. Yeah, like you gotta remember that not everyone has it as good as us. Yeah. And one last tidbit. So I saw this for the New York Knicks, and I thought to myself, okay, they're janking our chain here. They're screwing with us. The New York Knicks brought in Dawn Staley from South Carolina for an interview. Women's basketball coach Dawn Staley, also a woman. This is not me necessarily saying that she could never be the coach of the Knicks. All I am saying is the Knicks can't do this. The Knicks can't fire Tom Thibodeau and hire Dawn Staley if for no other reason than this. There was literally a Whoopi Goldberg movie about a woman who gets hired to coach the New York Knicks. You can't do this. This is cartoon clown show stuff, James Dolan. Can James Dolan, I'm actually speaking up on behalf of Knicks fans here. Can James Dolan get back to the Sphere? The Sphere is great. But now he's done the Sphere, and we're interviewing, after firing Tom Thibodeau, the head coach of South Carolina women's basketball. And apparently the interview went well. I hope Dawn Staley gets a raise out of this, and I hope that that's all this is about. Dawn Staley, like, fighting to get a little extra money. Because if the Knicks are serious about this, what a joke. What a joke. That's saying something from that organization with an owner who has a song that he wrote about how he should have stopped Harvey Weinstein from being so rapey. True story. Look it up. I should have known. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also live on the ESPN Houston app. Coming up next, I feel like I have to grab some Houston Rockets fans by the shirt and shake them because some people are getting a little bit crazy and carried away this offseason. I'll tell you why on the other side. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Top Dog Fireworks. Baby, you're a firework. Orlando Bloom left me. But guess what? Top Dog Fireworks, they're not leaving you anytime soon. Now open with 14 locations in the greater Houston area. Shop early for the best selection at the best prices, like their wall of buy one, get one free products. There's over 100 BOGOs to choose from while supplies last in all of their locations. They've also got daily in-store promotions with great selections at great prices. If you spend $250, you'll receive a reward while supplies last. To find your Top Dog Fireworks location, visit their website, topdogfireworks.com. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. By the way, if you enter the Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest at each location, you got to do it in person. Each store location has a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450, and everyone who enters will have an opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast assortment valued at $1,100. To enter, visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com. Again, topdogfireworks.com to complete the entry form.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also listen along on 97.9 HD2 or the brand spanking new ESPN Houston app. Good to go on your iPhone. On Android, Friday is the target date. It is so much better. And yeah, we've got issues from time to time with the signal. So get the app. Listen to it on that. If you got the Bluetooth in your phone, in your car, you're good to go. So the Rockets made 2 moves in the last 24 hours. The Astros had the night off. They play the Colorado Rockies, worst team in baseball, the next 3. What a slump buster they are. Luckily, the Astros aren't in the midst of a slump. So hopefully the Rockies don't become the Astros slump. Honestly, you win 2 out of 3. That is kind of a failure against Colorado. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The Rockets have made a lot of moves this offseason that people love. You trade Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks and the 10th overall pick and 5 second-round picks for Kevin Durant. Extension probably coming, but I don't think he's going to get the max. They signed Dorian Finney-Smith last night to a 4-year, $53 million deal. 41% from 3 over his career, routinely defending some of the best players on the court. And they also brought back Clint Capella on a 3-year, $21.5 million deal. They had extended Jabari Smith, a 5-year, around $124 million deal that I think Jabari Smith is probably not going to like too long from now, because I think there's a chance he could theoretically play his way into earning a better deal if he had signed a different kind of contract. Fred VanVleet's back on a discount. Aaron Holiday, Jayshawn Tate, Jeff Green also back, as is Steven Adams. Everything they've done thus far, I like. So that's the good. Here's the bad. I'm really liking the direction of this Houston Rockets team. Post James Harden. Post Daryl Morey. I will give the Harden era, the Morey era, their flowers for this. They tried to win. They played a brand of basketball that I found aesthetically gross. I didn't like watching it. But they won. Paul, it doesn't matter how you do it. Just win, baby. Fine, okay. But I like what they've done with Ime Udoka running the show. And I think Rafael Stone has gotten a lot better on the job. And, I mean, right now, over the last 2 years, he's one of the best GMs in basketball, just based off of those 2 seasons. But even though I like the Rockets right now, there are times where I just cannot F, as the kids say, with Houston Rockets fans. I can't F with you. Because there's a lot of folks online who are just, so dumb. So dumb. I've got no other way to frame it. Confidently dumb. I saw a post that showed Jalen Green highlights. And in the background, they were playing the music from Good Riddance by Green Day. And people were actually reposting this, and I couldn't tell if they were doing this seriously or jokingly, and saying, man, it just didn't work out. I'm choking up right now. I can't breathe, said one person. What? Listen, Green had his moments. Green certainly helped pass the time during those miserable post-Harden years. But we're playing Good Riddance in the background. And the fiddle checks in. It shows Green looking towards the camera with a big old smile on his face. He didn't die. They traded him for one of the best players of this generation.
Black and white photo.
Yes. As if he's dead.
February, whatever. It's 2002 till...
It's ridiculous, Sean.
June of 25.
At least, you know what I'd rather have? I'd rather have Rockets fans doing what Jeremy Pena did, where he said, thanks for everything, Jalen Green, and posted a picture of Gerald Green. Apparently he did that on his TikTok. I don't know if that's a fake Jeremy Pena account, but I saw that pop up. But We got people mad that the Rockets kept Fred VanVleet over Jalen Green. Yes, the guy who was the only reason the Rockets forced a 7-game series against the Warriors. Fred VanVleet, did you not watch the playoffs? Fred VanVleet's the reason that was a series. Fred VanVleet was the only guy who could create offensively. Jalen Green had game 2. That's it. Fred VanVleet, at the end of that series, was the only guy that was creating anything for the Rockets. People were like, they got rid of Jalen Green, but they kept Fred VanVleet. Yes, at a discount. You guys are embarrassing yourselves.
Yeah. For a guy making less, by the way.
Yes. Yes.
He's now making less than Jalen Green.
I saw there are some people who are upset that Dylan Brooks is gone too, like in the replies. I mean, I listen. I'll miss Dylan Brooks as well because he's fun, but I think that with Dorian Finney-Smith, I think that they have replaced him.
Yeah. And I this isn't so much a Brooks thing. It's more with Green. And to an extent, the people, even up until this weekend, thirsting for James Harden to come back.
Oh, we'll get to those.
Where this is just like a symptom of people that just fall in love with players and are more of a players, not like they're more of a players fan than they are a Rockets fan, but it's like they pick their guy on the Rockets and they defend them like they are like they're the Beehive. Like they defend Jalen Green like they're their favorite pop artist, where like they have to go to the wall for this guy.
It's so
at all
embarrassing,
times.
though. You know, with Harden, I get it.
Of course, it's embarrassing. It's on the internet. Half these things are like the way people use it. Just that's why like I try to use less and less because like I will just be like, oh my God, I can't believe there's people that think this.
But you know, some of the accounts that like have really blown up covering these teams, like Bias Houston, who somehow has 50,000 followers, like he posts this picture of the back of Dylan Brooks' head with the Rockets logo braided into his hair, which by the way is a ripoff of what Gerald Green did. Speaking of Gerald Green just a moment ago, actually from Houston. And he comments, he was repping Houston every chance he got. ... This one hurts. Again, he didn't die, and you upgraded. You ultimately upgraded. This team is going in the right direction, and some of you guys are crying about players that have moved on who were not that good to begin with. How low is your bar? James Harden was not that long ago. How have you become so desperate and pathetic? Truly, that's what I do not get. You guys are all of a sudden just complete babies for guys who left to help the Rockets get better. That's how this works. You don't just keep everybody. It's embarrassing. And by the way, I've seen this before. I saw this in Seattle when the Mariners actually had a good season and then they got rid of Kendall Graveman at the trade deadline and sent him to the Astros. Mariners fans were acting like someone got killed. No.
Mariners players are acting like someone got killed.
Yes, they pawned off Rafael Montero on the Astros, for God's sakes. Now, it did work out for 1 year for the Astros. But it's weird. I get, Sean, you're right. It's
like a hyperfixation on like the players where like these people just need more. I mean, literally, they just need I don't know, a month of Rockets to actually play basketball before these people turn into Jabari Smith and Tariq and people.
Demon.
Like that's what it'll be. But yeah, you're right. Where it is just this like
it's embarrassing.
Yeah, and
I don't want to associate with these people.
A fascination, and you brought up the Mariners fans. Like I'm sure every fan base, like I'm sure they all have this, but it is just so. I mean, we got it with the Texan. Who is the Texan that retired? The Texans corner.
Yes, Ronald Darby,
and people were like,
"What are they going to do about quarterback
3? Do they need to go out and get Jair Alexander?
Like, literally, Nick Caserio could like scratch his ass and probably find a good corner.
Yeah, so I think so I think it's two things. I think there's some people that actually are just like super attached to players and super attached to like their own, and this is so lame. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but their own like brand on Twitter, because now everyone's a brand on Twitter, is like, I'm the Jalen Green guy, so I have to, defend Jalen Green to the nth degree, even if I have to sacrifice my my dignity, I have to do that. There's also part of it of this is more of the Texans and the the Michael Schwabs, the Bias Houstons, like these kind of people where it's like their brand is like, I have to comment on every single move that the Rockets make. Every time someone talks about the Rockets, I have to formulate some sort of graphic to have it on there where it's like,
I know, but
like, guys,
this works. You know what drives me crazy, Sean? It works for these people, and it's just like, how are people not looking at these people that are blowing up on the internet and are forced on my timeline? I don't even follow half of them. And how are you not embarrassed by their existence? Because that's what I am. I'm embarrassed by biased Houston's existence. I'm embarrassed by Brad O, who all of a sudden thinks he's a big J journalist and stuff. I'm embarrassed by these people because this is who I share a space with. And okay, bigger deal. He's the radio old man. Fine. At least I have dignity. You losers want James Harden back. You actually wanted him back. I don't care if he was third team All NBA last year. He would not fit in with Ime Udoka, much like Cam Whitmore does not currently fit in with Ime Udoka. But he's good, Paul. He's really talented. That doesn't matter. Do you want people that are little whiny bitches on the bench? Because that's what Whitmore's being. He is. I get it. He wants to play. He's 21. He's young. He's dumb. He's full of you know what. But he's not going to get to the top of the roster. He's not going to play. Move him elsewhere. And the people that want Harden back, I just think less of you. I really just do. Like, I think you're less of a man. Truly. You had good memories with Harden a while ago. He's not that guy anymore. And Ime Udoka would not F with him in the same way I don't want to F with you if you are somebody that goes back and says, yeah, those Harden days. Did you just watch the stat sheet every night? Is that what you watched? Because that's the only way you could enjoy it. If you're playing fantasy basketball every single night, you're watching that and you'd enjoyed it? Like, I'm embarrassed for you. Okay? Because we all saw the playoffs together, didn't we? Oh, how did you shake off the last 3 times? How did you rationalize that to everybody else on the internet? I hate this, and this is my intervention with you guys. You got to stop being as embarrassing. You got to stop. I want to F with you. I want to jump on this bandwagon. You are literally what is keeping me from jumping on the bandwagon. Paul, we don't necessarily want you on the bandwagon. Fine, whatever. I'm just saying, like, you guys are embarrassing yourselves. You children. I'm talking to the youths here. I'm not talking to the Rockets fans who watch the Hakeem Olajuwon era Rockets. You guys know a champion who knows what it takes to win.
Some of those people are embarrassing online too.
Well, yeah.
Like, that's why I think it's more of just people just show their ass online all the time. Like, that's just what happens. Like, it's an embarrassing place. It's an embarrassing place.
So I just gotta stay away from it.
That's why I'm not like, you bring up like these people have bigger followings. Like, I don't care.
I know.
If that's what you have to do to have a big following, I'm good.
You're right.
I'm good not having one.
You're right. And this is on me, but I mean, it is like lewd acts. There are lewd acts being done upon people that do not know you exist. Like, this is what bothers me about just the state of media as a whole. We're in a time where it is very difficult to get access to these players. But does that mean that you have to get down on your knees at every moment possible to kiss their ass, to put them on a pedestal? I'm just surprised by the amount of people that go along with it. We all want our best teams to do well. There's no denying that. I get the idea of being a fan. It's short for fanatic. I get all of that. I truly get it. But I feel like with some of you, everything can't be the best. I saw one of these other ones. This is one of the Texans people. Texans Jacob.
Oh, yeah.
He posted a clip of Amen Thompson in the Summer League. And look, I love Amen Thompson. I think he's the most athletic player in the NBA. That's all you need to say. Like, he's got a lot of upside. Will he actually get to the ceiling of all ceilings? I don't know. But, so 30 seconds of clips with crap music in the background is proof that Amen Thompson's three-point shot is suddenly better? What? What are you talking about? It's been a month. It takes time. This is going to be a several-year process. Amen Thompson becoming the best offensive player he can. It can't happen overnight. It can't happen in a month. It can't. I would love it to happen in a month. This isn't a video game. This is real life. And you people got to stop embarrassing yourselves. And I have to stop getting on the internet. I really do. But I have a show to prep for every single day, and I have no choice, Sean. I got to go here, and I got to navigate through X, clawing and fighting my way through all this crap. I'm like Andy Dufresne. Less poop. Thankfully, there's less poop. I'm not crawling through the poop.
Yeah, it's not all poop. There's a couple like, oh, this is what the Portland big man had to say about at the opening press conference. I like this.
I just can't. I can't do it anymore.
I can't do it. I can't do the internet side of it. I'm great at this side of it. Listen, maybe my career hasn't gone exactly where I thought I would. I know I'm awesome at this. I know you think this is hilarious that I'm like having a midlife crisis ranting about these losers online. We're like, oh, Jay-Sean Tate needs more minutes. Cam Whitmore, if we get rid of him, I'm gonna kill myself. Like there's that. That's actually happening out there. And I'm having a midlife crisis over that actually working as opposed to me. I'm this little attention whore that needs people to like my post and retweet my stuff, blah, 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 blah. I get all of that. Like this is also about me. But could you stop being as embarrassing? That's all I'm asking. Could you stop being as cringe? Sean shaking his head. I guess
Should I start posting like that?
Just just get more followers than me overnight. It would be funny.
And like I'm not gonna create anything new. I'm literally just gonna save other people's videos of guys on the Rockets working out and just being like, "Watch out, league. We got a demon over here."
From the text in from the 832, you sing like an idiot on air, and they're talking about people being an embarrassment. Actually, I have the voice of an angel. Voice of an angel. Okay. You want to criticize anything? Criticize my popcorn ceiling that I haven't gotten rid of yet. Okay, that'll get really under my craw. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Did we roll through? I wasn't out.
Jacob doesn't have a popcorn ceiling.
Probably not anymore.
Yeah,
Jacob's probably living in a TikTok house with like Bias Houston and Brad O. All these little children. They're in there. You know, they're playing a little NBA 2K, and they're like, let's put something out there. Paul's gonna try to kill himself over this one. Paul, just know every time you post, a little bit of me dies inside.
Making trades on Madden. I should post those.
Yeah. I get a gray hair every single time I see these people posting.
like the guy who drank the wrong cup.
Yeah.
That's Paul. Every time he opens up Twitter.
Oh. All right. We're a little late, so I guess we have to roll through here, huh?
Yeah, let's just roll through.
Do you want to do a little Rangers watch? Because something really funny happened last night to the Texas Rangers.
Give me a second. Or
this is the whole music for the Paul Gallant Show. It's the whole music when I put Sean Mapes on the spot to do something. Paul, that one texter said that I can't sing. Well, he's full of crap. Look how long I've gone for.
In the eyes of a ranger, the unsuspecting stranger had better know the truth of wrong from right. 'Cause the eyes of the ranger are upon you. Any wrong you do, he's gonna see. When you're in Texas, look behind you.
Also in front?
'Cause that's where the ranger's gonna be.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
We thought that the Rangers were going to be in front of the Astros going into this season, right? Wrong. The Rangers are huge disappointments, at least relative to the baseball cognoscenti. We hope our friend Tab is doing okay. We do miss him. He hasn't called in a while. But the Rangers are 9.5 games back of the Houston Astros after last night. And did anyone watch last night's game? Because last night's game was something else. Last night, the Texas Rangers played the Baltimore Orioles. And in that game, you saw some fireworks at the end. It was actually a hell of a game. I did not watch it live, but I saw one highlight that popped up from it. It was Adolis Garcia doing what Adolis Garcia does best, freaking out and scaring everybody in the process. Remember when in the midst of a close playoff game with the Rangers, I think winning at the time, where he got plunked by Brian Abreu, and he threw a massive hissy fit that led to Abreu getting ejected and then suspended the next season for a couple of games? Remember that? Well, last night, in a game between the Orioles and Rangers, let me set the scene. In the top of the 10th inning, Gunnar Henderson hit a 2-run homer, followed by another Orioles homer. They took a 6-3 lead in the 10th. And when Gunnar hit this home run, he pimped it. He did a little pimp walk. So in the bottom of the 10th inning, with 2 runners on, down 6-3, Adolis Garcia was at the plate, and he blasted a home run into outer space. I do not think, and you're going to have to look this up on your own because I don't think I can do it justice. I have never seen a home run be pimped as much as this one did. I mean, you may as well have just, as he was standing there admiring the ball, which he waited to see it land, you could have brought out like a purple velvet suit with little furls on it, giving him a hat, giving him a cane, and he would have flipped that too. And he flipped the hell out of that bat. Tie game, 6-6. Here's the problem. The Orioles scored 4 and it runs in the 11th inning and they won the game. So Adolis Garcia had one of, and if he wasn't a Ranger, I think we would have appreciated this to a degree, but he's Adolis Garcia, Astros killer on the Texas Rangers, and he's a psycho often out there. Does seem to have very, very limited control over his emotions. Paul, hypocrite much? What was the last 20 or self-aggrandizing minutes? Fair point. But this guy, I've never seen someone with less ability to keep things in check. And I think it is good for baseball. I mean, it was cool. It was actually like a really cool bat flip. But I mean, he's going to get thrown at today, right? If the Rangers and Orioles are playing today, he's getting thrown at first pitch, even though he lost. And I think that he is someone that, like, I just go back to that ALCS moment, and you look at the size of his head, and you look at the extreme way that he responds to Brian Abreu throwing at him in a close game where there was no reason for Abreu to throw at him, or this home run where he's bat flipping after Gunnar Henderson is bat flip. You see his probably borderline angry reactions. And this is where all of the implications about things he might be doing in his offseason program come from. It's all from this. So it's good for baseball, but I would just say if Adolis Garcia has a publicist, like the publicist, you got to step in here and say, hey, man, everyone thinks you're on the juice because of this. You could probably get more endorsements if you did a little less of this. That's all. But it was a pimping and a half.
It was quite the pimp job.
Yeah,
it was like
he was walking on Bissonnette pimping.
It was such a pimp job that I think it, in most highlights, like it got cut off because of how long the celebration was before he took a step up the first baseline.
Yeah.
It was wild.
A camera person caught him and they just stayed on him.
Yeah.
So you actually do get to see the entirety of it. And the Rangers posted it and they said electric. I hope they didn't post that after the Orioles hit the 4-run.
Yeah,
scored the 4 runs.
There was like a 15-minute window where they were able to post that. But I don't know if it fell in that 15-minute window, but it's wild. I do think it's funny every time the Rangers post a post-game graphic of a loss. Astros fans just will quote tweet and say investigate 2023.
Yeah.
Because it's the 1 year that they're good in this entire run.
Remember when Jock Peterson, someone texted in and saying the Astros' nice little run is coming to an end. It's time for us to take over the West. Again, we're 9 games back. Hang on. Wait a second.
A lot to go, though.
We are only halfway through. That is for sure.
70-something.
And I have killed the Rangers before, but they are 9.5 games back. And the Astros have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. Yikes.
Gosh, they better beat the Rockies.
I know, right?
Gotta beat the Rockies, especially tonight. I don't think you can drop the first one to the Rockies.
No. And hopefully it wakes up Christian Walker, as we've talked about before.
Yeah.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app. We are 65 days away from the kickoff of the NFL season. Who's the best number 65 in NFL history? Guess what? He's from H-Town. And a Houston Texans legend is giving back to the community. Stick around. We are 65 days away from the start of the NFL season. Number 65. Who's the best in NFL history? Get this. A Houston Oiler. Houston Oilers. Houston Oilers. Houston Oilers number 1. Elvin Bethea. Here is the voice of God himself, John Facenda of NFL Films, talking about Bethea back in the day with the Love You Blues.
Rookie Elvin Bethea was an offensive tackle until Coach Lim tried him at right defensive end. And it seems the Trenton, New Jersey youngster has found a permanent home.
6-year veteran Elvin Bethea is the only one in the starting defensive line who wasn't a first-round draft pick. But without a doubt, he is the best. For 3 consecutive years, Bethea had nabbed all-pro honors, and last season led the Oilers in quarterback sacks for the 4th time in 5 years with a career high of 17.
He played for the Oilers from 1968 through 1983, his entire career. Had 105 unofficial sacks over the course of his career because for whatever reason, they didn't keep track of sacks back in the day. I think Facenda said he had 17 sacks in that video clip at one point. 73, he's listed online as having 16. That goes to show you it's like not 100% certain how many sacks people had, but early career, if you go from 68 to 76, he was a sack machine. Just about every single year, 10 plus. So an incredible career and pretty cool that the guy actually moved from playing offensive line to defensive line. Also, the best Houston Texan to ever wear number 65. With apologies to Greg Manx. Mike Brizell. Hell yeah. Remember Mike Brizell, anybody? No, you don't? 2011 Houston Texans offensive line, the best offensive line in team history. It's been that long since they've had a great one.
Oh, yeah, okay. Now
Dwayne Brown, Wade Smith, Chris Myers, Mike Brizell, Eric Winston.
Yeah.
Best offensive line in team history. Brizell was a part of it. They let him walk after that season. That's when they drafted Brandon Brooks and also drafted Ben Jones. To those two's credit, they actually did an adequate job of stepping in. But that 2011 offensive line with Arian Foster behind it, holy crap, they were great.
Yeah, that's why Foster ran for whatever 1,600 yards.
Yeah,
it was fantastic team. Probably no, I guess the 12 team, but
12 team had the best record.
Those teams are still up there as like best Texans teams of all time.
Those two are the best in my opinion. I mean, if the 11 team's healthy, I think they would have had a shot in the AFC title against the Pats. At the time, I did not because I was, fresh on the scene, and I thought that the Patriots were gods and everyone else was mere mortals.
Well, they lost to the Ravens that year.
Patriots beat the Ravens in that game.
Or
AFC Championship
Texans
game.
lost to the Ravens. Ravens lost.
They lost despite like 3 TJ Yates interceptions. Arian Foster did whatever he wanted in Baltimore, and the problem was for the Ravens should have won that game. Lee Evans caught a touchdown pass, knocked out of his hands by a Patriots defensive back. Billy Cundiff misses a game-tying field goal at the gun.
Yeah, Texas. They could have. They could have. I don't think they wouldn't have been favored because they would have been in Foxborough, but
they could have played the Giants in that Super Bowl too. Oh, Eli Manning against not Tom Brady and the Patriots. I mean,
yeah,
it's a would have, should have, could have.
Yeah.
I mean, they were down to their 3rd string quarterback that year. It was a hell of a team that they got that far, and they got so close. Like they had the ball on the Ravens side of the field down a touchdown with less than 2 minutes to go, and TJ Yates threw an awful interception. Anyway, we like TJ Yates, but
shout out to TJ Yates.
That was a big moment for him, and it was a little bit too big. Continuing to go around the National Football League. Sean made me aware of this story. Report: Deshaun Watson was involved in the quarterback room this offseason for the Cleveland Browns. Here's my question. Do they have enough chairs? Do they have enough chairs in the Browns QB room? No, seriously. I've never seen a quarterback room this big because you got Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, the 2 rookies, Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders. And, I mean, Deshaun Watson is still alive. And
still around.
Yeah, apparently he's still part of the organization, which he should be for all that they're paying him, for God's sake.
The least you could do is show up.
Yeah. It does seem like at times he's been checked out of the organization, at least based off of reporting. So, per Dylan Gabriel, quote, he's been a guy I've connected with. He's a guy I sit by in our line meetings, even in our offensive unit meetings. Being able to be around him and nudge him and ask a question, whether it's for confirmation or his thought. But also when we're talking through concepts, I think it's super cool. We have 5 guys in the room that can kind of speak to their own experience. And even Deshaun this morning talking about a concept and kind of how he sees it in the red area. It can change the play in a big way, just how you think of it. So appreciate him a bunch too, just sharing all his knowledge. Do not ask him about massage therapists in Houston, sir.
Yeah. I think Deshaun has something to share football-wise with these. I'm mainly talking about the rookies. Flacco and Kenny Pickett, whatever. I would just say, like, maybe I don't want to hang out with them too much outside of the building, but in the building, I can see how it would be helpful. Like I said, like you said, they have so many quarterbacks that we talk about, with kids going to school, like how big is the classroom? Can the teacher really teach all these kids what they need? I think whoever the Browns quarterback coach is, he probably has the same thing. He's like, how am I supposed to teach all 5 of these people?
Right.
So if you can have Deshaun help out anyway, be a teacher's aide in the Browns quarterback room, I'm all for that.
I think he'd be better as a teacher, sort of like Lawrence Taylor in Waterboy. And kids, that brings me to my next point. Don't do crack. Not to say Deshaun Watson did. I think Watson's advice for off the field behavior is probably better than his advice as a player, because when Watson was healthy, Watson also had a lot of bad habits. He was able to get away with them because of his athleticism. He was very good at getting outside of the pocket, but one of his big problems was he extended plays a little bit too long and got sacked, often in moments where the sack was clearly on him. I don't think we'll ever see the old Deshaun Watson again, but hey, he's a mentor now. Very expensive one. Darren Waller, back. He was on Soft Boys last week. He retired after 3 plays as a fullback where he blocked players that were significantly smaller than him. This is the same guy who was dating Kelsey Plum. We were having a commercial break conversation, Sean and I, about a character on The Bear.
Oh, yeah.
who's constantly reminded about his awesome ex-girlfriend. Darren Waller, you effed up with Kelsey Plum, bro. You screwed up on that one. But Waller, who basically retired and tried to do a rap album, is now a member of the Miami Dolphins. So the Dolphins trade Jonnu Smith to the Steelers yesterday and traded Minkah Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey. Now they got a tight end back in the building in Miami, trending up.
Yeah, so Ramsey and Smith out, Fitzpatrick and Darren Waller in.
Yes.
I think that's a downgrade.
Net, probably.
Net downgrade.
Waller is always potential. That's what he's always been, because he had the
but
one season.
At a certain point, you stop being potential.
I agree.
He retired. I don't think he still had potential after he retired.
He's gonna be a lot like John Wick. A lot of people have been asking me if I'm back. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. But you're not back with Kelsey Plum. And honestly, I'd rather be back with Kelsey Plum than back in the NBA or in the NFL. Seems like he sucked in that relationship. Anyway, whatever. Kelsey Plum, taken woman. Paul Gallant, taken man. Okay, sorry, Kelsey. Tyreek Hill beat Noah Lyles in a race.
Whoa.
Check that. He beat Noah Lyles' brother.
Oh.
Tyreek Hill ran an 100-meter dash as part of a race, the ATX Sprint Classic in Austin. He ran a 10-10 100-meter dash. Apparently that's impressive. He finished 4th of 7.
For a guy that doesn't train to be a sprinter, that actually is
pretty impressive.
That actually is really good.
I mean, we know how fast he is.
And he's probably pushing 30.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think he's past 30.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill is one of those players where you do not need to watch for long to know he is faster and quicker than just about everyone out there still at this point in his career. And that is an impressive title to continue to hold up, even if he is perhaps a POS off the field, lengthy track record. Guy's fast as hell. But 4th out of 7. Perhaps the idea of beating Noah Lyles too much, but he did beat Josephus Lyles, Noah Lyles' younger brother, who ran a 10-5 100-meter dash.
Okay. Wow. Do you think
that's what a family? God.
Yes.
You're right behind Tyreek Hill in a race, even if you're not qualifying for the world's fastest man.
Yes, the second fastest brother, I'm assuming, the second fastest brother, is as fast as Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about with the Lyles crew. Yeah, I wonder, was he a sub for his brother, or was this plan?
Well, Noah said there was some sort of thing that happened off.
As like personal issues.
It sounded like there was some sort of beef between the two. I'm sure it was over money. I bet Noah Lyles asked for more than Tyreek was willing to spend. I would put money on that if I had to put money. You'd have to put a gun to my head to make me bet that money, though, because I'm not really a bettor. But Noah Lyles ran a 9.79 in the Paris Olympics. Tyreek Hill was a 10.10. So Tyreek Hill would have come in last place in the Olympics. Still impressive considering the guy doesn't do it.
Yes, that's still very impressive.
Still impressive.
He's not a top, 8 fastest man alive, but he's not that far off.
Tyreek Hill age. Tyreek Hill is 31, March 1st,
Wow.
1994.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Impressive. Very fun to play with in Madden as well.
I bet.
It's not fair.
I bet.
Not fair. Sean Mavis is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The Houston Rockets made 2 big moves over the last 24 hours, if you want to weigh in on that. And who is the best slump buster in the world of sports? All of that before we hit the road. Hour and 15 to go. Right here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available now for Apple and will be ready to go on Droid on Friday. By the way, that's the 4th of July. Also, tomorrow, check that, Thursday. Sorry, losing track of the days. It's a holiday week. Our summer circuit continues. Thanks to our friends at Power On Electric Bicycle Company. They're giving away a pair of brand new e-bikes, a $4,000 value. We're going to be at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Ooh, is that on the seawall? Okay. I've never been there before, so that actually ought to be a lot of fun.
I'm pretty sure it's on the island. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure yesterday. I was like, wait, because I think there's one on the Kima Boardwalk as well, but no.
Don't go to that one.
Don't go to that one.
Yeah.
Go to the one in Galveston.
The one in Galveston.
Good to know.
No, I mean, listeners out there, yes, but Paul,
go to
more
either.
Importantly, you go to the right one.
I got to go to the right one because that
would be a hassle.
Hasn't happened to me yet, but ever since the East River 9 debacle of a couple of weeks ago.
To be fair, you knew where you're going. I knew
where I was going. I just
that
forgot.
You're going to show up to the wrong place.
It's always the trains. I forgot about the trains.
Yeah,
forgot.
That's all right.
It's my fault. It's on me. Hey, it's on me. So the Houston Rockets made a couple of moves over the last 24 hours. They signed Dorian Finney-Smith to a 4-year, $53 million deal. 41% from three over his career. Good defender. I think he is a replacement for Dylan Brooks, minus the drama, minus the baggage, and for cheaper. On top of that, they also brought back Clint Capella for a second run with the Rockets, 3 years, $21.5 million deal. Add that to a, I think, rather team-friendly extension for Jabari Smith Jr., 5 years, $120 or so million. And on top of that, trading for Kevin Durant. It's been a great Rockets offseason to this point, and I'm willing to walk away. Just walk away. To quote Humongous from Mad Max, the second movie of the Mad Max franchise starring Mel Gibson, just walk away. Just walk away. You're good. Just walk away. You don't need to do anything more. I'm fine with everything they've done. I think they're loaded when it comes to depth. I know that there are some who are suggesting, oh, sign this guy, sign that guy. And a lot of people are throwing out flashy names. I saw one texter who was saying, what about Marcus Smart? Another texter before, what about Damian Lillard? Nah, you're good right now. To what Sean was saying earlier in the show, they definitely need somebody who can help them create offense more. Because right now, your offensive creators are, in a way, Alperen Sengun, but he needs someone to feed him the ball before he can create offense for other people. You have Fred VanVleet, you have Kevin Durant. You have three guys. You're hoping that Amen Thompson can be that someday. You're hoping that Reed Shepherd can be that a little bit more. So you need a little bit more of that. But at this moment in time, I think you're good. And I think signing anybody else, you might be entering into a zone where the contracts that are coming up, the big extensions for a guy like an Amen Thompson, it might put you in a difficult spot to do everything you want to do and to also stay under the second apron for the luxury tax.
Yeah, and Eason
Tariz is the next one, right?
A new contract at some point. So yes, I think
he'd be looking for Jabari Smith-esque.
Yeah, I mean,
you got compared
I would ask for less, or I would try to negotiate less.
And I'm
with
sure
Eason.
Stone will, but I mean,
yeah,
if I'm Tariz's agent, I'm like, yo, Ime Udoka compared him to Kawhi Leonard once.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my number one piece of evidence to make it happen.
No, for sure. And I think that he is a pretty comparable player to Jabari. It is just the availability difference. That's really my hang up with paying him, because now you are getting to the point of when they had the Core 7 back in the day. Remember the Core 7? That we always push back. Are like, well, it's the Core 7 for now, but you can't pay all 7 of these guys if they all hit. Now, some of them won't hit, some of them you won't pay, whatever. We're now kind of getting to that point where you're making tougher decisions on some of these guys. And I think Eason probably is the next one that it's it's to me, it's just as likely that he gets a new deal that he's not on the team next year. Like just the
Just
financial
with Jalen
realities
Green.
of
Yeah.
You'll have Şengün's contract kicking in. You'll have Jabari's contract kicking in.
Yep.
You'll have
Second year of Durant, whatever.
Durant
that
on
is.
his extension. It just
Still will be expensive, even if it's
Yeah.
not the max.
it gets tight. So I think for now, this just wing heavy approach is the right way to do things. It's it's strengthening your strength.
Yeah.
We're going to be the biggest, most wingy team in the league, and luckily for these guys, they have enough outside. They can do enough things outside on offense that it's not going to kill you. They're not an awesome shooting team still.
Nope.
But I think the trade-off is, hey, we're going to make every team we play a bad shooting team by being on their ass on defense.
D'Amico Ryans would love this team. They swarm.
Yes. Oh, it is the swarmiest. It is the most. It is, again, it is
Swarmiest team in NBA history. 713-780-3776.
It's the Texans signing 6 defensive ends. Like, that's what they did, basically. They did the NBA version of that, of getting a bunch of guys that are 6'9" and will be a pain in the ass to deal with. So I agree with you that the roster is like a little bit imbalanced as far as defensive wing heavy versus offensive creator, but I understand the bet that they're making. Also, the wings typically are harder to attain than it is a guard that really I'm just asking for, like, better Aaron Holiday is kind of what I'm asking for, which is like not something that's unattainable, I'd say, as far as the Rockets go.
You got a stockpile right now, and if you want to make a move, you can because of all these wings that you do. I mean, Dorian Finney-Smith, does that mean he's going to be here forever? No. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable deal, and someone might theoretically take that. Say the Rockets want to make another move. They can. I'm just saying right now, today through the end of next year, outside of moving Cam Whitmore or something like that, because
the edges, moves on the edges of the rotation.
Nothing. That's all I'm looking to do going forward. Texter asks again from the 832, why didn't the Rockets try and get Marcus Smart? Listen, Celtics enthusiast Paul loved Marcus Smart. Is he hurt right now? That's my first question that I would ask. I'm assuming
at
yes.
the moment, I don't know. But
I would assume
I can look
yes.
up how many games he played.
I love Marcus Smart. The Rockets don't need a Marcus Smart kind of guy anymore. That's what Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet were for. For whatever the last phase was. That's what you sign a guy like Marcus Smart for.
He played a combined with the Grizzlies and the Wizards last year, 34 games.
Yeah, and
he played 20 the year before that.
He hasn't played much the last couple of seasons.
Since he left Boston over 2 years, he's played 54 games.
I mean, what a move by them getting rid of Marcus Smart. Listen, this is a guy that you sign if you're trying to build up a program. You're past that. You know?
I think he's good. Honestly, he's perfect for what the Wizards are trying to do.
Yeah,
they got a bunch of young guys that he's trying to shepherd them. Yeah, I mean,
he probably hates it, but yes, that is what his role is in Washington.
He's a guy who hasn't shot over 35% from 3 since 2019, where he shot 36.
Oof.
And that's the high watermark of his career. So doesn't help you with shooting. He's another defensive. I guess he's a defensive guard. No, I'm not dying for Marcus Smart. I think he would have been a great Rocket, like you said, in years past. But I think those years have passed. He also makes $20 million a year.
Pretty good.
He makes as much as Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella combined.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, you don't need him. Okay. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. I get the name brand attachment. I get it.
No, I understand why, and I understand the Damian Lillard interest. It's just that he's going to be rehabbing an Achilles. So not that interested.
713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Your Houston Astros are going to be without Jeremy Pena for a while. And I think it's time for them to do something bold to make sure that his absence isn't missed as much as it's going to be. And by the way, this is throwing up a prayer. But they have to do something. On top of that, where did the Colorado Rockies rank among sports slump busters? The Astros aren't in one, but my God, Everyone wants a piece of that dead carcass. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around. Astros begin a 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies tonight. The Rockies are the worst team in baseball by a great deal of games. I mean, it's really, really bad. They are 19-65 on the season. Sean Mapes, can you guess how many wins the second worst team in baseball has? The Chicago White Sox.
White Sox have 24.
28. 9 more wins. 9. And this White Sox team was historically bad last year. Want to guess the run differential for the Colorado Rockies in 2025, Sean?
Okay, so they've played like 80 games.
84.
Minus 175.
Minus 221. They suck. They just suck.
I literally thought, what if they lost every game by 3? And then I was like, wait, they've won some games. And so I 175. Oh my God.
Really bad. Coors Field, hitter-friendly park. My
Very.
hope is that the Astros bats at least these next 3 games get going.
Yeah.
Bit of a slump busting for guys like a Christian Walker or for some of the other guys that are out there on a regular basis who you want a little bit more from. Walker's really the one that's at the top of the list, though. Anything this Astros offense can get out of its offense, considering the injuries that they are playing through right now, I will gladly take it. Christian Walker's my number 1. Yainer Diaz has been hitting better of late, so more of that from Yainer Diaz. Outside of that, maybe it's Mauricio Dubon gets going, but
yeah, maybe if we can get a little mini surge from Altuve. He
Yeah.
homered on Sunday, but just a little bit, juice those numbers a little bit. It's more for his season numbers. I want those looking a little better.
Dubon is probably going to play for Jeremy Pena at shortstop, I'd imagine. So that's why I look at Dubon from that perspective.
Yeah.
As far as Jeremy Pena goes, I have yet to see a corresponding move made because he was put on the 10-day injured list retroactive to June 28th, and they're hoping he'll be out for 2 weeks with a small fracture in his ribs. How do we say it, Sean?
Just a little bit of fracture.
Little bit of fracture.
Little bit.
Sure. It's a fracture,
2
guys.
weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
He's going to travel with the team.
I don't buy them on that front. So Fortune favors the bull. Favors, not flavors, Jesus. Fortune favors the bull. Fortune favors the bull? Well, no, Paul. Stop thinking about marijuana. Fortune favors the bold, he said correctly the 3rd time. Person who graduated from Syracuse University with a broadcast and digital journalism degree that was changed from a broadcast journalism degree because of the innuendo. BJ major. Think about that for a second. Back to BDJ majors like me. I think it's time for a little bit of boldness from Dana Brown, who's been very bold this year. I mean, he put Cam Smith in right field, and the guy played, what, 0 games above AA and hadn't played in the outfield since the Cape Cod League, which isn't even an official league. It's like the Summer All-Star League for college athletes. There's a movie about it starring Freddie Prinze Jr., Summer Catch. Yes, it's not good. Don't worry. I think Jessica Biel's in it as well. Forget about that. It's time to be bold. Screw it. It's time for Bryce Matthews. It's time for Bryce Matthews. Because, look, you're at a point right now where I feel like you should be playing Mauricio Dubon every day already. You've seen Altuve a lot at second base of late. Okay. Can't Dubon play left field? I think Dubon is better for you in the lineup on a daily basis. So that brings us back to Bryce Matthews, who maybe should get a look at shortstop. I say that because with the Sugarland Space Cowboys of late, he has been doing very, very well. He's having a good year. There comes a point where you're probably not going to get that much more out of the minor leagues. So why not give Bryce Matthews, who has been really good over this month, where he is hitting .306 with a .409 on-base percentage, slashing with a .960 OPS, .551 slugging percentage, 4 homers this month, 6 doubles, 3 triples. Why not? It's really been a 2-month thing for Bryce Matthews. May and June, he's been really good. And I get it. You want to give these guys more time. You don't want to screw up their confidence, blah, blah, blah. But it's worked out to this point for Dana Brown. It's worked out to this point for the Astros. Why not with Bryce Matthews right now? Jeremy Pena's hurt. Okay, maybe when Pena comes back from injury, you have to send Matthews back down. His development theoretically hindered. I know there's actually good reasons to not do it. But do you really think Jeremy Pena is going to be out for 2 weeks?
That to me is the key point.
I don't. I think it's going to be at least a month, if not multiple. Rib injuries take a while to come back from. I've never suffered one, but they're painful. And it's a pretty important piece of your body. Do you want to mess that up? It protects your vitals. I wouldn't want to mess it up. I wouldn't. I'm taking my sweet time coming back, especially if I'm Jeremy Pena and I know the Astros medical staff / training staff's track record. I mean, he knows it. We all know it. If I were in Jeremy Pena's corner, like Scott Boras now is, I would advise Jeremy Pena, hey, these guys are kind of effing stupid. And again, they might not be, but that's the impression we all get. Hey, don't listen to them. Get a second opinion. Get a third opinion. You're in Houston.
Hey, look, that's Yordan Alvarez sitting right next to you in the dugout. Neither of you are playing. Ask him how long he's been out.
Yeah. Ask him what they thought he had at first. They thought he had a muscle strain because they forgot to give him an MRI, but then a month later they gave him one, and they were like, oh, it's a fracture that's 60% healed. I know. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, so whether that's Scott Boras or Jeremy Pena's new girlfriend or what, someone should be telling Pena to take a sweet time to come back, which lends itself to Dana Brown bringing up another young player. And I don't know, could Bryce Matthews play in more positions than shortstop? Is that's what's holding him up? Like, say Pena comes back, oh, you got to send him down. Like, could Bryce Matthews play in the outfield
or play him at second?
Like, yeah, that too.
Yeah,
second base has been a revolving door at this moment in time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll happen, but is the type of move that Dana Brown would make. You know, it is, like you said, it is parallel to the effort we're bringing up Cam Smith right now to play a position he hasn't played before. Like, it is those kind of moves. It's what they've done with their starting rotation, where it's just like, hey, Colton Gordon, welcome to the Astros. It's a lot of these moves, and Dana Brown right now kind of has the hot hand to where if he does it, I believe it will work. So
I'm with you. I actually, anything Dana Brown does right now, screw it. Why not?
Involving minor leaguers. I will not say anything. Anytime he opens his mouth talking about an injury,
but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. What he says, again, what he says ultimately doesn't matter. He's put in that situation, but he and Joe Espada are put in that situation, but his medical staff.
No, I agree.
I don't think it's their fault. I think they keep on speaking confidently for whatever reason because they're giving these guys the benefit of the doubt. Now, at this point, I would like them to stop giving the medical and training staff the benefit of the doubt. And I'd like Jim Crane to get on his varsity jacket and put on some sunglasses and come downstairs with a baseball bat and start smashing all this crappy lab equipment that can't figure out if a guy's got an effing bone fracture right away. Like, I want him to go, Jim Crane, with sunglasses on and a varsity leather jacket. I want him to go Office Space on the Astros X-ray machine, MRI machine, everything that wasn't able to determine that Yordan Alvarez had a hand fracture, Kyle Tucker had a shin fracture, and that Jeremy Pena had a rib fracture. Just destroy all the equipment in a show of force and then tell all the medical and training staff guys, hey, buddy boy, buckaroos, this could be you next. Not literally. Do not file a complaint with HR. I just mean from a I'd fire you perspective. I wouldn't hit you with a baseball bat. I would not go Negan from Walking Dead on you. I would never.
Yeah. Listen here, eggheads.
Eggheads.
Whatever he would call them.
Remember what I used to do to Furcus? We actually, I don't know.
I think Furcus is still around.
I remember I saw a picture of Furcus and I'm like, actually, I don't think Furcus would be bullied at all.
No,
his name is just an easy one to roll out there.
But yeah, I think that to me, it's the difference between what Dana Brown and Joe Espada say and the decisions that they actually make. Like the baseball decisions that they make, yes, good, all good for the most part this season. The Christian Walker, but the injury updates, the like how are guys doing? No, I don't like that. But if Dana Brown thinks that Bryce Matthews is ready to come up, I believe him. That to me is what we'll find out. I don't think that whoever they call up to replace Pena's roster spot while he's on the IL, I don't think that service time will come into of like, well, we don't want to start Bryce Matthews' clock. To me, like, that's not how the Astros, for better or for worse, that's not how the Astros operate. I think that it will be an actual evaluation of, do they think that Bryce Matthews is ready?
And
I don't know. He's been hitting the ball well in the AAA.
Yeah. So he's hitting the ball well at the AAA level. Why not give him the next challenge? That's all. Why not is really my point about it. I don't think you have anything to lose at this moment in time, outside of just having an offense that scores even less than they already are scoring without the leadoff hitter. That's the reason that their offense has been good at all this year.
Yeah, the best hitter over the first 85 games of the season.
Yep, pretty much, especially since moving into that leadoff spot. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. On the table, should the Astros give Bryce Matthews a chance? 2, where do the Colorado Rockies rank among slump busters in baseball? And are you cool, like I am, with the Rockets walking away after the last 2 moves that they made yesterday? Dorian Finney-Smith, Clint Capella, the 2 players that they signed. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
Mariners watch. They had a few things go their way today. We did not. It'll probably flip when we go to Seattle. I do know how hard it is to win on the road, and it'll be very hard for them to win in Seattle. 2025.
3-2 pitch. In the air, deep left center field, hit well. Rodriguez on the run, and it is gone. Oh, Jeremy Pena sends one to the seats, and the Astros lead 1-0 in the 18th inning.
July 1st, 2025. Hey, I know you guys might have forgotten about us because we haven't done anything in a while. And we had a lot of expectations this year. People thought we were going to challenge for the AL West. And now we're 6 games back halfway through the year. But you should be paying attention to us right now. See what happened last night when we took out the Kansas City Royals 6-2? That's right. Cal Raleigh, big dumper, hit home run number 33. And we gave him MVP chance. Yeah, because guess what? His 33rd homer just tied Ken Griffey Jr. for the 3rd most home runs before July in Major League Baseball history. Yeah. Sure, you might think to yourself, well, Paul, actually, baseball and, team sports are about winning championships and making the playoffs, which we've only done 5 times. The last time doesn't really count because it was a Mickey Mouse kind of thing, and then we got swept. You might think that, but you know what else matters? Individual awards. I bet you Astros fans wish you had 2 MVPs like we did in Ken Griffey Jr. and Ichiro Suzuki. Now your MVP candidate's hurt, bitch. Cal Raleigh, imagine if he got plunked on that donk. He'd be fine. Jeremy Pena, ribs broken. We had a Rookie of the Year. We had a Cy Young. And we're going to raise another banner. Maybe not for an AL West title. Maybe not for a Mickey Mouse playoff appearance. But MVP, we're coming for it. Especially with Jeremy Pena dropping like a fly off a windshield. Or the kind of bricks that get thrown on Seattle overpasses at cop cars. Which happens from time to time. Mariners watch.
Wow, we haven't heard from that guy in a while. I thought he was dead.
Yeah. I thought the 18-inning game in the LDS in 2022 killed him.
I did, and then I think he came back for a little bit in 2023, and then I think the just brutal month of September the Mariners had while the Astros were having a brutal month. I think he might have offed himself again. So he's like Rasputin, except for he just keeps on, taking himself out. So I guess he's like at the point in the movie Groundhog Day where Bill Murray gets to.
Yeah. When he's like,
I'm done.
Throwing the toaster in the bath. Yeah.
Jumping out of the
car.
Clock tower.
Oh, yeah.
A cop chase. Suicide by cop. Bill Murray does that in that, too.
It's
Dark
aggressive.
movie.
Very dark movie.
All to get Andy McDowell, by the way. And listen, nothing against Andy McDowell, but I don't know. I'm in Punxsutawney. I might try to get out, do a couple trips to Vegas.
I feel like I would have tried to make myself a better person, way earlier than Bill Murray did in that movie. I think I would have figured out why I was stuck in the time loop before Bill Murray did.
Gotcha. Okay.
I wouldn't have gotten as desperate. Cal Raleigh though, huh? What a year. 33, right? 33 home runs.
Dude, he's got a big dumper too.
It's insane. I don't think people are making enough of a
no. They should.
Big deal about he's on pace for 70 home runs,
and he's been on all the big name shows. He's been on Pardon My Take. He's been on Pat McAfee. I mean, to his credit, he's doing well. And this is a guy who, not too long ago, called out Mariners ownership for their obstinance when it came to investing in the best possible team. But that's what it looks like this Mariners season is going to be, like a Mike Trout campaign where it's doomed, but he might win MVP.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's going to hit 60 home. Even if he drops his pace a little bit, he's going to hit 60. So, yeah, it is the season. I guess that is the season they're having. Remember when Cal Raleigh was turned into Barry Bonds for one season, and they maybe make the wild card? I actually don't know how far out of the wild card they are, but
I'm not at this moment in time either. I can look that up. Someone texted in, I wish Mariners watch guy was dead. What? You didn't like the Robert Pattinson Batman? Come on.
And they just finished the script for number 2, apparently. They currently are the 3rd wild card team, the Mariners.
Interesting.
So,
interesting.
2.5 up on the Angels, 3 up on the Boston Red Sox.
God, the American League sucks this year.
The Boston Red Sox trade away their best hitter,
And they're still hanging around.
3 games out.
They've lost 7 of 10 too, and they're still hanging around. Goodness gracious. Junior Broncos, you're wrong. Emo Batman, aka Robert Pattinson Batman, is the second best Batman film to only The Dark Knight. The original Batman movie sucks. I rewatched it. The original Batman Returns sucks. They don't hold up. They were great for their time. But you really like this Tim Burton crap over what we've been throwing recently? Dark Knight Rises, terrible plot. Better than a lot of the original ones, too.
The plot, I will say, though, the first time you watch it, you don't notice that the plot makes very little sense. It's such a flimsy plot.
For Dark Knight Rises?
Yes.
Yeah.
But by the, credit to it, it's good enough to where you want to watch it 3-4 times. You're like, wait a second. What?
Yeah.
What's happening? What's going on?
Mount Rushmore of Batman movies. Number 1, The Dark Knight.
Okay.
Number 2, The Batman.
Okay.
Number 3, and this is where it gets controversial, I like Batman Begins a lot. And if I have to give it to another Batman movie, fine. I will give it to Batman and Robin. Oh, didn't see that one coming. Because it's so bad, it's good. Boom. They have Bane, who's got mental handicaps in that one. You got Uma Thurman. You got Alicia Silverstone, strong, powerful, independent women. And you got Mr. Freeze, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, that's hard to beat.
And lots of nipples. Lots of nipples and butt shots. It's a little horny.
Definitely the most nipples ever in a Batman movie.
Yeah. Michael Keaton Batman couldn't turn his head. I rewatched Batman, or I watched Batman Returns for the first time ever recently. Awful. I thought it was awful. That's the one with Danny DeVito as the Penguin and Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman.
And who's the
and Christopher Walken?
Christopher Walken
plays like the toy store owner.
By the way, the guy's name is Shrek.
Yep.
Before the movie Shrek, so
Not
they
too long before.
keep just calling him Shrek, and I'm like,
yeah,
this is breaking my brain.
I haven't. Yeah, that one not so good. And Batman Forever, I haven't seen that yet. Should I? I know. R.I.P. Val Kilmer. Tommy Lee Jones is in it. Apparently, he hated Jim Carrey so much that he
Not
won't talk to
surprising.
him.
Not surprising. Those two guys didn't get along.
He's a method actor, Jim Carrey. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. The Rockies are truly the slump buster of all slump busters in sports. I don't think anyone holds a candle to them. Not one.
No.
I don't think there's anyone in their weight class. Truly. I think it is that much separation from everybody else. And look, the NFL's got some bad teams and the NBA's got some bad teams, but
We haven't had like a disaster NFL team in a while.
No.
Where it's just like the Hugh Jackson Browns. Like we haven't
Right.
had that level of like
the
incompetence.
Orlovsky Lions.
Yeah. Or yeah. Where it's just like, oh my God, like anyone can beat these guys.
Maybe the Washington Wizards in the NBA, because it feels like the Wizards have been the worst team in the NBA for like a decade. It's been a while since I remember them as a contender.
Yeah. Yeah. They've been bad for a while. Although like the Pistons were worse, like the Pistons until this past year, the Pistons were right down there with them. I guess the Rockets it's not that far removed from 20-win Rockets teams.
But they are removed from it.
Yes, you're right. They are removed from that now. So yeah, I mean, it might just be last year's White Sox. Like that, that's the other
who are
that's the
still
other-
bad, but 9 games better than these Rockies.
Lance McCullers against an NL Central team. He said it. Lance McCullers said it.
He is the slump buster. That's
he
right.
said that
They're my daddy.
The NL Central is my daddy. I hope the next time that they play an NL Central team, they chant the fan. They probably won't because I doubt they keep up with Lance McCullers quotes. But if they go to, I don't know, if they go to St. Louis, I hope they chant "Who's your daddy?" like it's the Red Sox Yankees.
Oh, that would be funny. Yeah,
but it's like just a
Milwaukee.
half-empty Milwaukee Brewers Miller Stadium or whatever.
No, it'd be
Miller
funny.
Park.
So Astros have a 6-game lead now on the Seattle Mariners. And last night, the Rangers lost. They're now 9.5 games back. And the big moment from that game is that Adolis Garcia had the most ridiculous bat flip you'll ever see. You should look it up. I wonder how long it'll take for him to get plunked tonight.
Yeah.
The Rangers play the Orioles, the second game of that set. I mean, that was a feisty game. So with two teams that are really underachieving, the Orioles have really been bad.
I was going to say two teams that have underachieved and really like, I feel like this is the last, maybe less so for the Rangers, just because I recently looked at the AL wildcard standings, and they're not that far out from the AL
Yeah.
wildcard. But it's two teams that really, they've underachieved so far, and I feel like the next few weeks, it's kind of going to make or break their season as far as like, can we salvage this in any way? A little bit like we saw with the Astros last season, where it was, I guess it was in June, so we're now past that. But it wasn't until June until the Astros got their season back on track. And so it's getting pretty late for these two teams. I don't know if that affects how feisty they're willing to be in a series, whether they're going to start throwing at each other. But apparently it was pretty feisty last night, at least with the bat flips that they had. So, and the Garcia one, it's like out of a baseball movie where you're like, all right, that's unrealistic. Like no one celebrates that much.
No,
he did it.
That's a great point. It really is out of a movie. To the point where I'm surprised that no one shot him on the Orioles.
Okay.
What? I mean, seriously, it was intense.
Like it's
throw
like it's white men can't jump.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. Like you just punked him. And
He
I mean,
did
Gunnar
punk.
Henderson flipped his bat first, so it was retaliatory. But goodness gracious, Garcia, yeah, he's getting plunked tonight. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I don't know if you can bet on that somewhere, but you should be able to.
Hit by pitch.
Up next, biggest move in the NBA today has apparently ruffled the most important feathers that it was not supposed to ruffle. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Astros take on the Rockies for 3 starting tonight at Coors Field in Denver. The Rockets, over the last 24 hours, signed 2 more pieces to add in an offseason where they traded for Kevin Durant, Dorian Finney-Smith, a 3-and-D player, 41% three-point shooter over his career. I think he's an upgrade on Dylan Brooks. Less drama. Clint Capella, 3 years, $21.5 million. They now have 3 centers. So they have upgraded. They have a lot of depth. I'm cool with them walking away. I don't think they need to do anything more. Big news in the NBA today was that Damian Lillard was waived. And they're going to stretch the remaining $113 million on his contract to acquire Miles Turner. Lillard is rehabbing a torn Achilles. So that move makes sense. You're taken from the Pacers. You're upgrading the Bucks in the short term. Lillard, will he ever be the same player again? I don't know, but not going to play this coming season given that he busted his Achilles in the playoffs. There's a lot that adds up to this perhaps being something that would make Giannis Antetokounmpo happy. And there lies the problem, because per Chris Haynes, NBA insider, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo is not pleased with the team's decision to waive Damian Lillard. Giannis posted on X, Mood 100, a picture of a Bucks player smoking a cigar and holding a dinosaur and a bottle of champagne, like a stuffed dinosaur, with the caption, "I don't know what's going on right now, comma, man, period." So, at the very least, Giannis is weirded out by Lillard just getting outright waived. And behind closed doors, it seems, at least per Crispy Haynes, that he's not happy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much weight I put into this.
Into Crispy Haynes?
Well, that, and also just
Crispy Haynes has not had a great 48 hours.
It seems like,
as far as reporting,
if I want to take this all at face value, so you're mean to tell me that the Bucks signed up to cut Damian Lillard, probably like the most amount of dead money any NBA team's ever decided to have on their books, to sign a Brook Lopez replacement in Miles Turner, which is fine. You're getting younger there. That's all right. And they did not talk to Giannis, and Giannis actually does not want this to happen.
So maybe he wants people to think
that's what I think.
Damian Lillard.
I think he's going, oh man, I hate that we had to do this.
Damn, that's
the guy that won't play for a year, and then when he does come back, he's a 6-foot point guard who's coming off an Achilles and is 35. Yeah. Damn, I really wanted to play with this guy.
Man.
I guess we'll have to play for the starting center for the team that made the finals. Okay, I guess I will. That's how I read it. Or Chris Haynes is just wrong, which would not be the first time.
I mean, we'll get to that in a moment. So, we were just talking about Batman recently. Are you suggesting that Giannis Antetokounmpo might be Two-Face? We were just talking about Batman.
Yes, yeah, I think he.
Aaron Eckhart, Two-Face, a good Two-Face.
He walked in and he had a coin, and he told Damian Lillard heads or tails, and then it was heads, and Damian Lillard has to head out now of Milwaukee.
See ya.
I think it's a wild move from Milwaukee. It's definitely a move that like I didn't even consider as possible. It was like, oh, what if we just waive this guy making $50 million a year? Oh, okay. I didn't know that was I didn't know that was you're okay with that.
Yeah.
It is creative, and it makes them better this year given the hand that they're dealt. Of no, they were going to have Damian Lillard this year anyway, so might as well add Miles Turner. But it's not like, I don't know. It's not like a move where I'm like, all right, Giannis, boom, we did everything. It's like, really, you just kind of let go of Damian Lillard and replaced Brook Lopez with Miles Turner and brought everyone else back.
Okay.
Like it's still like I can squint and see why you do that and why it's palatable for the Bucks to do that. It's also like not so good that I'm like, it's out of the question. Giannis is definitely coming back. Or he's wants to maybe not come back for this season, but long term, like nothing changed long term. I don't know.
We'll keep an eye on that one. I like where you're thinking.
Yeah, shout out to Chris Haynes for, give us a little
doing his best.
And give us a little carrot of like, okay, so we can't completely close the book on Giannis asking for a trade. We appreciate that. As someone who has to do
student content
radio
now,
in the month of July.
Horse month.
Thank you, Chris Haynes.
We appreciate Chris Haynes. Speaking of Chris Haynes, every single Tuesday at 2:30, we talk about the worst takes in sports. Hit it. Worst Take Tuesday. All NBA insiders, you're not doing so hot. First, Shams Charania keeps on promising big moves and keeps on telling people to stay up late and watch ESPN to see him report on these big moves, only for none of them to happen outside of Damian Lillard getting cut today. Here he is on the Scott Van Pelt show telling him not to sleep.
I know what you're going to be doing over the next couple hours and days. That's going to be working those phone lines. I'll have my ears out, as all of our viewers will as well, as you break the news.
Scott.
No,
Don't sleep.
I know.
Don't sleep. Well, he went to sleep. I think that's a week ago.
Yes, I think that was the day after the draft, maybe.
I think it was the day after the Durant trade.
The day after. Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, it's been a while. Meanwhile, Shams also said this on Pat McAfee's show yesterday. There's going to be some big deals Monday night.
We should expect a lot more, is what you're saying, it sounds like.
There's going to be some big deals tonight, Pat. There's going to be some big deals tonight, Pat.
That was good. That was, you're eager
Like
for this
big,
evening.
big ones?
Yeah, how big we talking? You talking most craziest big?
Yeah.
You know?
Better be.
No, not yet.
Liar. I do not trust Shams Charania as a Big J journalist. I don't. It's time to give Kelly Iko's writing video essays. It's time to give Kelly Iko that role.
I'm down with that. Actually, learning about what Shams has to do to be Shams Charania, like how he made his way to the top, it seems like a terrible life. It seems so bad.
Stabbing Woj in the back.
Well, that and I don't have that big of a problem with.
Whoa, anti-Woj guy.
Yeah. Hey, anything to move up the ladder, right, Paul?
Okay, little finger.
Chaos is ladder. The NBA playoff or the NBA offseason is the ladder. No, but apparently he was just like he had to like cold call GMs or cold call like low level people, and he's just always on his phone. And when he announces these signings, he has to include the agents who negotiate the deal like anyone cares. Like it seems like such a terrible life to be an insider.
I'm with you there.
So much ass kissing, like come on.
Maybe focus on the TV presentation, Shams. That's all.
That too. I do wonder if
stop lying.
I wonder how much he is like getting the note of like, hey, you can't tell people that nothing's gonna happen. That the Rockets are gonna win free agency by signing Dorian Finney-Smith to $14 million a year and Clint Capella to $7 million a year. Like that can't be the headline of like, stay tuned all night for what could happen.
I think Crispy Haynes had reported that NBA owners are disappointed with how little has happened this offseason because they realize it's such a big part of this offseason. And yeah, Shams is like saying like, no, it's actually going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, I took that Chris Haynes thing. Like it was so weird because like, he's right. Like the free agency is like, just never mind the players available. Cause that's a different thing. Just the amount of cap space that teams have. They just have less. There's less teams with cap space now than there were in years past. We're coming into this offseason. It was basically just the Nets and the Pistons.
Yeah.
And I wonder, I mean, that's partially due to the new CBA they just signed. So, which seemed very owner friendly, but maybe the owner's like, like it's actually good for business if it's a little bit crazier.
Right. Yeah.
As opposed to like, it's impossible to make trades. everyone has to be financially conscious. It's like, actually, it was better when we're spending money like drunken sailors.
Yeah. When it's just a bunch of dumb stuff
'Cause
happening.
the thing is, they spend the same amount of money.
Yeah.
It's just,
Now they're more
am I
smart.
re-signing my own guys, or am I going out and getting new guys?
Nah, that makes sense. Yeah, everyone's drafting and developing. And
Yeah, it's
spending.
too. We
Gets
need
lame.
more dumb teams.
Yeah, bring back some drunk people.
Matt Ishbia, get working. Get the Suns. Make another trade.
People who are buying the bottles of that Casa Azul or whatever the hell it's called, tequila. We need those people. These big bleepers who do it for the sake of doing it. Meanwhile, speaking of NBA insiders, Chris Haynes keeps slipping up. He said Jake LaRavia was resigning with the Kings. He signed with the Lakers. He also had a picture of D'Angelo Russell signing with the Mavericks with the Croc Photoshop, but the Photoshop was really bad. It just misspelled the word Mavericks. It says, it just said the wrong, basically. It didn't say Dallas. It was like some weird misspelling of Dallas written by AI.
Yeah, an AI misspelling.
Yeah, not good.
No, tough one. In the power vacuum of, Woj, Shams kind of moved up a spot. We're wondering who's going to be the next Shams. Doesn't look like it's going to be Chris Haynes.
Worst take Tuesday continues. I got to change it to terrible take Tuesday. I thought I did already. Do you want the WNBA in Houston? It's not coming. But hey, maybe this bad take by Christine Brennan, who wrote a book about Caitlin Clark, could make it happen. While promoting her new Clark biography on ESPN Los Angeles, she was asked, could Caitlin Clark start her own league? And she actually gave an answer that said, well, it's not the craziest thing. Nike loves her. She's got Gatorade. She's got Wilson. She's making $28 million from Nike. So she's at $40 million, whatever. Is that enough to buy the league? Forget I asked that question. She brings up that the TV contract, the WNBA's viewership, it's all about Caitlin. It's not about Angel Reese. And it's not for those out there who are still in denial about that. Whether or not you love Caitlin Clark as a player, like it is about Caitlin Clark, Christine Brennan thinks that Caitlin Clark could start her own league. So if Christine Brennan is right about Caitlin Clark starting her own league, Houston could bring the Comets back to the first of the CCNBA. Not to be confused with like the Chinese Communist NBA, which
we
a
can
lot of
work
people
on
would
the
argue
name.
it's now.
Why are we talking about this? Like NBA discourse gets pretty bad. Why are we talking about could a player in her second year start a new league?
Because,
which by the way, people they haven't really figured out the finances of this league for 20 years.
Because it's late June, early July.
But if you're talking WNBA, the season is going on. Like if you've already made the decision to have the Caitlin Clark woman on your show, like ask about Caitlin Clark, not about a hypothetical that'll never happen.
That's fair.
Could LeBron start his own league? That's a dumb topic.
In Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Worst Take Tuesday continues. Skip Bayless called Tom Brady a sellout for calling LeBron James the greatest of all time at the Fanatics thing. Meanwhile, Skip Bayless, and I'll spare you this, did a 15-minute video saying boxer Jake Paul, who is now ranked per the WBA, is, quote, him, end quote. 15 minutes glazing Jake Paul after calling Tom Brady a sellout. How much did Jake Paul pay you for that? To talk about the fight that no one should watch. Because I don't remember if he was the one who fought Mike Tyson or not. I don't care either. They're both frauds when it comes to this. I know they put in the work. I have no interest in watching it unless the person that they fight clobbers them.
Yeah, I'm glad as a country we seem to have moved past the Paul fascination, the Paul brother fighting fascination. We all watched it. I think what happened is we all watched the Tyson fight. And we're like, oh, wait, this sucks every time.
Terrible.
It sucks every single time. It's never been good. Why are we watching?
They have a TV show now, too.
Yeah, on Max.
Nina.
It gets promoted every once in a while.
Poor Nina Agdal. She's married to one of them, but I forget which one. Like, again, I can't differentiate the two. I get it. They're more successful than me. They both suck. They just suck. I hate both of them. And I don't know much about them. Like, I just am conditioned to hate them. And I think that's part of the brand is that they know that people that have strong opinions about them means that people will watch them doing whatever because they want to see them fail.
And yet they keep on finding these situations where they don't fail. Because as soon as they fail, they cease to be relevant. One last one. Worst Take Tuesday. Bill Simmons didn't like Kendrick Perkins saying that Toronto's first-round pick made them a top 6 Eastern Conference Finals team. It made him want to change the channel. His response was, Bill, you're bitter that you're no longer at ESPN. Do you think he's bitter he's no longer at ESPN?
He has a $200 million Spotify contract.
Right. $200 million Spotify contract. He doesn't even have to pay as close attention to basketball as he used to because he's definitely not throwing his fastball when it comes to sports.
Turns on his laptop in his living room and talks to his friends.
He just does exactly. His podcast is him talking to his friends. He does a movie podcast once a week that's way better. Simmons is not bitter about leaving ESPN. He might have been at first. At this point, no, they're just making fun of what ESPN NBA coverage has become, which is bad to the point where they're throwing all of their money now at the inside the NBA crew to make it a better product. Worst Take Tuesday. Every single Tuesday at 2:30. Let's get to a little garbage time before we get out of here. Headline from Fox 26. Man with 25 convictions for indecent exposure gets a bond shortly after being found competent. This is a Houston man, Gregory Wade Brooks, registered sex offender. He was exposing himself for his own personal gratification. He's been to prison for this. He's not going to stop. He pled guilty earlier this year after being in a mental facility for 8 months, but he stood trial and was released on a personal recognizance bond. He's going to do this again 25 times. I mean, it's the same thing over and over again. I mean, hopefully he's harmed nobody. I would say someone that does things like this repetitively, despite the consequences over and over, I would say I respect the commitment to the bit, but the man is exposing himself in public all the time. 25 times.
25. 25. That's crazy.
25.
That's crazy. How is he found competent? 25 times. That's insane. That's an insane thing to do.
He's back in jail. His bond's set at $30,000. So I doubt anyone's paid it because
you only have to do 10%.
Really?
Yeah.
Still, who's paying $3,000 for a 25 times exposure? I'm impressed by the amount of times he's exposed himself and him not being in jail. I'm impressed by that side of it.
Okay. I'm not impressed by anything this guy does.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm impressed that he's apparently not found insane. I don't know how that works.
I don't either.
I feel like there's a screw loose.
After spending 8 months in a mental facility, what, you thought this was going to stop time number 25?
Yeah. You need at least 10 months, you know?
Goodness gracious. This is the wish list from Amazon for the new James Bond. Tom Holland. Harris Dickinson, never heard of him. I saw him described as a painting of an 18th century British lord who died of consumption. And Jacob Elordi from Saltburn. And also from...
Isn't he like 6'5"?
Maybe
he's just like tall for an actor, so he looks 6'5", but I feel like he's too big to be.
I don't know. I feel like in 2025, what James Bond gets the most action? James Bond being 6'5" and having the Gen Z like Mew face. I feel like that makes him very believable as somebody who is literally doing all of the sex.
Listed height, 6'5".
Okay,
so he actually is.
I think he could be. I did not know he was that tall. I think it could be Bond.
Like small forward.
Ladies like the tall guys now.
Yeah,
they're into the talls. Like, I feel like that makes him more believable as a Bond, where he's just like basically slinging it all over the place.
I did not watch Saltburn or the other thing that he was in.
Mm-hmm.
Can this guy act? I feel like we haven't asked this question yet. Is this guy a good
TBD.
actor?
I don't know.
I
watched him. I really do not know if
listen,
he's good.
Amazon, I get it. You're excited. You have Bond. Bezos, congratulations on the wedding. Must not have gotten the invite. I would throw in like one of the factors I would consider is, can this guy act? Not, is this guy 25 in English? I would just throw in one extra thing.
Okay.
One extra thing.
That's fair.
Call me crazy. He's the billionaire. I'm not.
Acting is important for actors.
If you want to make a movie, yeah.
On that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify, and you've downloaded the brand new app. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, and our Twitchers, and of course, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Tuesday edition. Killer Beast, ESPN. Taco Tuesday edition. I am kind of hungry. Brian, do you mind running downstairs, getting us some tacos?
We want an extended break here?
We don't need a break.
I mean, if you buy, I'll fly.
He's basically saying we don't need you for this. We can handle it.
We can handle it. You don't like looking stuff up for us anyways.
I'll look up some tacos if you're buying.
Oh, that you'll look up.
That place downstairs has the
obviously.
$5 special.
That's true. True. I didn't get it today. I usually do, but not today.
You get it every Tuesday?
I said usually, not every Tuesday.
Sounds good. I'm a little hungry. Busy show. Kelly Eco is going to join us 3:30?
Yep.
3:30. Kelly Eco has been all over the Rockets, been all over NBA free agency. NBA free agency has been nuts. We're going to talk about that in moments. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. It's kind of become our thing. We just don't get to it on Mondays. There's just so much to talk about over the weekend. We don't get to Mailbag Monday. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter, ESPN 975, Blankers Pac-Man Joel on Twitter, Brian Sack by BMAC, TikTok as well, ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. I'm looking at the YouTube chat here, Brian. And Blankers, I don't know if you know the answer to this. You might just be looking at it for the first time, too. What are these crowns in our YouTube chat?
No idea.
It's like Kyle Tucker made an appearance, and everybody's wearing a crown.
Paul's got
I don't know.
crown number
I haven't seen
one. I
that.
was like, did he probably anointed himself something? But other than that, how did that happen?
Who? Ask the boss. Ask the boss. What are
Who's the
what's
boss
going
in
on
this
with-
instance?
I mean, we know who our boss is. We know who our master is. We know
You
who
want me to ask Joe?
We know who we answer.
I don't
to.
want to ask Joe.
We answer to the suits upstairs.
Oh, those suits. Okay.
The answer to the suits upstairs. What's the deal with this? What's up with crowns and YouTube? Whatever. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. So yesterday we talked about DFS, which I don't like the nickname DFS. I think of DFS as daily fantasy sports,
Same.
not Dorian
Same.
Finney-Smith. I don't like this DFS thing.
Teammates call him Doe.
Let's go with Doe.
Doe's
Let's
kind
go
of.
with Doe. Did you ever watch what was the show at Topanga?
Boy Meets World.
Wasn't their principal name Feeney? And they would be like,
Yes, Principal Feeney.
Didn't they have like a weird way of saying his name?
I don't remember that detail. I just
Boy
remember
Meets
there was an
World.
episode where Big Van Vader was on it. That's all I really remember.
I remember Topanga. Well,
Oh, that too.
well, the Matthews kid or whatever. He would call Mr. Feeney. He would say it in a weird way. We might have to use that as a sound drop. I'll look
Have
at
Brian
it.
look it up.
Yeah, Brian, look it up. But DFS isn't going to work for me. Sorry, Dorian. DFS ain't going to play around here. That's daily fantasy sports for those in the know. But anyways, we talked about that yesterday, signing of DFS of Doe. We like the signing. Good defensive player, going to come off your bench, going to hit some threes. Still haven't seen the that fourth year. There's some thought that it could be a team option. There's some thought that it could be a mutual option. That would be awesome. Like maybe you don't have to guarantee money in that fourth year. Because I think the fourth year is my only, I'm not even say hang up. It's my only like negative thought about the contract that in its whole I do like. And then I get home yesterday. And the Rockets have signed Clint Capella. What? Roughly a $7 million a year deal for 3 years, 21 and change for 3 seasons. What? What's going on there?
Like that one was the one where you and I late in the show when we were talking about all this, and I was like, well, you know, we were working on the 9 and 10 man rotation, who's in, who's out, who's probably going. And then I just kind of casually threw in there, oh, by the way, I think Ime would like it if he could get like a Robert Williams type, but on the cheap, another big that can, you know, run the floor and protect the rim, but I wouldn't think it would be nothing too spendy. And then you go and you get him on a steal of a deal too. But you talk about the ideal type Robert Williams type guy for an Udoka system if you're not going to get Robert Williams, a guy that you can throw the alley-oop to, a guy that can block shots, a guy that can rebound. He's been in Houston before, and he seems to fit exactly what Udoka likes in terms of having one big wing type center that can do a lot of the dirty work. And we were talking about Steven Adams not going to play every game. He's probably going to sit a lot of back-to-backs. What a perfect fit. And then I just started going, okay, but how's it going to work financially?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to figure that out. Like,
Sure.
I saw a bunch of the stuff on the internet. Like, Kelly Eco was reporting was like today that they're working on a way to get Cam Whitmore off this team. It's going to be a sign and trade. Like all these deals happen, and then you hear about, you know, a million trades in a week. Oh, okay, that's how they figured it all out. It is like the addition of Capella is kind of curious. And I saw some scuttlebutt on the internet too. Like, this means they're going to trade for Giannis. I don't think so. Now, they've positioned themselves where they could trade for Giannis in case Giannis wants to be traded, but I don't think that that's forthcoming. I don't think that that's something that is on the horizon anytime soon. Maybe middle of the year or something like that if things go bad in Milwaukee. But apparently, he's orchestrating all these moves in Milwaukee too, where they bring in the big man because he wants to play with them. They get rid of Dame because he didn't want Dame around because he wanted to play with the other guy. So I think Giannis is staying put for now. Now, the Rockets are positioning themselves where they could be a team that strikes in case the Giannis thing flames up again. I think this is simply trying to manage minutes of Steven Adams. I think it's, to your point, wanting a rim protecting big, having the option of having a rim protecting big, a guy who's a lob threat as well, which Clint Capella's like really the last lob threat since Clint Capella. I think it's more depth in center number 3, and also probably gives you a little bit of an idea that Ime Udoka wants to play the double big quite a bit. I don't think it's a precursor of something more magnificent or grand. I think it's simply for those things.
Yeah, I think, and I tweeted out, look for Cam to be moved and Jock to either be waived or moved to some degree. I think those two guys are out.
Yeah.
And they might, I think they might make one more move. And, because we talked about Tari possibly being that guy, and I think it's probably too soon on that. But I think that
I push back on the Tari thing.
I know you do.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be traded.
But I put Tari question mark as if maybe that's a possibility. But I think the more likely case right now would be who they brought him in from. He went to Arkansas.
Williams?
No, the Jayshawn Tate. Jayshawn Tate could be a guy that they could move.
They just signed him.
But he wants to play, and if he's not going to have any minutes, that they could move him to a place where Miami has liked him forever. He could be a guy that could find minutes on another team that I think they could possibly find a home for. But it's only if he's happy here and content. That look, then your bench is that much deeper and you're good.
Didn't he tell you he's happy and content by agreeing to he used a $3 million 1-year deal?
But I think okay. Well, I talked to enough people that realize that, he still wants to play. He likes it here. But if there's an opportunity for him to get into somebody's rotation and play minutes, I think that would be attractive to him.
Then why would he agree to a contract extension?
Because at the time that he agreed to the contract extension, none of these moves were taking place. He didn't know what the roster was going to look like this season coming up.
He knew Durant was a Rocket.
But at the same time, I think he has, whether it be, grandiose expectations or ideas, but he would like to be in someone's rotation. So he very well might be on this roster. He also could find a home somewhere where he could play.
Yeah, I'll push back on that. Like, I mean, we can agree to disagree. But like, if I want to play, like I'm not signing I don't think that I can do it in Houston. I'm not signing a 1-year deal with that team.
But if it was with the idea that I could prove myself to get more in the right circumstances, then that's a possibility, because at the time there was a chance that a lot of these guys that are still currently on the roster weren't going to be on the roster if the rumors were going to come true about how big of a deal it might have taken to get Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I mean, agree to disagree. I don't think
I think the bigger point
anywhere.
is I think Ime really likes working the double big lineup, regardless if it's just Steve and Şengün. I think it's the fact that he could do it with a multitude of players now, and that he could create havoc for other teams in this league. Yeah, in the regular season, but the potential to be able to do it with multiple guys in the playoffs where it could be something more of a significant role in how they play basketball. I think he loves that.
Yeah. I mean, to me, he's your Jock replacement. Like he's your third center. He's behind Alpi. He's behind Steven Adams. I don't think it's anything more grandiose than that. It is like the fascination though, whenever Clint Capella signed, was like the Rockets just won the lottery. And like, I like what they've done this season, but like they got Capella back and it's like, oh yeah, the Rockets are all in. The Rockets mean business. This roster is loaded. I like Clint Capella too, but the reaction for the third center on this team was pretty high. Was very high in enthusiasm around town.
Rockets fans were coming out of their seats in droves to be super excited. This isn't Clint Capella of the past, but also this is a Clint Capella that I think could start for a lot of teams in this league. So I think because of the fact that Steven Adams isn't going to get a massive workload during the regular season, I think this is an ample opportunity for him to still, as the third center, as you mentioned, still see significant minutes on the floor, because he's going to fill in a lot when Steven Adams is out, and there's going to be specific lineups where Ime wants to use him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just it's a deep team. It is a deep. Now it does position themselves if a star becomes available and they're not terribly happy with Alpi. Not saying it's going to happen. They do position themselves like, okay, you have Alpi, you have all these draft picks. They're still positioned. They still have a treasure trove of draft picks too. Do you think that the Rockets are done?
I think for now, I think that they're, like I said, the minor moves we were just talking about. I think Cam's going to probably have a new home here in the next 24 to 48. I don't want them to give him away, but I think that if you can get future draft capital for Cam, that's a good thing. I don't think that they're going to do anything significant. Now, they might add a shooter somehow, some way still, as we talked about yesterday, just as a guy, again, situationally, like they're going to use Capella, you could find a guy that situationally could come in and give you some 3-point shooting that I think that they still might explore. But it also depends on how much money they can free up here. The Capella now, I guess, is going to be roped into the Durant deal when all is signed, and they're going to give up an extra future second so that it becomes part of a trade. But it'll be interesting to see how they get creative to do this. But if they can free up just a little bit more space one way or another, or make like a minor trade, I think they'd like to add a shooter.
Yeah, I could see that. Like we mentioned yesterday, like an emergency shooter, deep in the bench shooter, situational shooter, something like that. I mean, I thought that they were done yesterday after Dorian Finney-Smith, and then they signed Capella by the time I get home. So I'm not going to put anything by Rafael Stone. Now they just don't really have the flexibility anymore. The salary cap's gone. You mentioned some of the finagling, however you say that word, that they're going to have to do to get under the cap or just slightly over the cap, be in the first apron. I never really worry about the finances. Like, they have agreed to terms with Clint Capella. They'll figure out a way to do whatever. It does, like, just based on Kelly's reporting, it does feel like Cam's going to be gone, whether it's for salary purposes, whether there's just not space for him. It doesn't look like it's going to be much. Like, you're selling Cam Whitmore on pennies on the dollar. You're selling him at pretty low value. I'd be stunned if you got anything back that makes you excited. Like, I think it's probably a couple of second-round picks. Like, it feels like that's what it's going to be at this point for Cam Whitmore.
I think, I think that if they would love to ideally get a team to give up where it might be the equivalent of a late first. I know the Lakers were interested, Denver's interested, Chicago's interested. Chicago's the only one of those three teams where I would say, well, there's a pick that you could get a first round from Chicago that would mean something. I just don't think they're going to part with that for Cam Whitmore, because I think that they know right now that he is the odd man out, and everything that happened last year, that the Rockets didn't really intend to bring him back. So they're not going to pay more than they have to get a guy like that. But I do think that there is a move for a shooter to be out there where you could give up very little and you could get a guy. There's Hauser in Boston that they say still could be available. There's some guys on the end of some benches and some guys floating out there you might be able to get on the cheap because they want to play with a chance to win.
All right. Any concerns about the way this roster is being built? There's a few Twitchers that have some concerns about the way that this roster is being built. Do you have concerns about the way this roster is being built? I think Rafael Stone's putting on a masterclass this offseason. It has been a wild and crazy first 48 hours. You ever watch that show, First 48? I see it every now and then in a hotel. I've seen it like 3 or 4 times. It is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But the first 48 of NBA free agency, too, has been a bit wacky. Kelly Eco joins us at 3:30. We got a mailbag Monday to get to on a Tuesday as well. And Brian's going to bring us tacos a little bit later in the show. 713-780-ESPN. Don't interrupt me, Brian. Don't turn on your mic. Don't talk while the talent is talking. 713-780-3.
I won't.
Shut up and get us tacos. I won't.
I got aggressive.
713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. Brian has a user-generated name. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by B-Mac. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Todd, the show, when does Şengün get traded? Ocho, their defensive potential is off the charts, but they still lack dudes who can create off the dribble other than KD. I think it's a valid point. Other than KD, they really do lack guys who can create their own shot.
Yeah, I mean,
the man could create his own shot. I don't know if you want him shooting volume, but he can create his own shot.
He can create his own layup.
He had that nice little pull-up game in the paint during the playoffs.
He's
it's kind of
nice.
It's limited, but it was effective.
He's
okay. That's probably second. You're right.
He's been working on his mid-range. He's decent from the elbow, but he's in no way, shape, or form a guy that can pull up and you want to trust, off the dribble, pulling up and now you can get to the basket.
No.
Yeah.
And I think Dorian Finney-Smith, those days passed him by a long time ago. I mean, he is who he is. He's a stockier built guy that is physical, that can hit the three ball, but he's not going to put it on the floor and try and go by people.
No, other than Kevin Durant, it's like ball movement. Like Alpi, you go do something in the low post, and then that we are dismissing Alpi here. Like Alpi's low post game is good.
Oh, it's great,
like let's not ignore that. Alpi Şengün's low post game last year was their best offensive set, their best way to score, however you wanted to describe it. I would take that over Jalen Green getting the ball, even though Jalen Green was your best scorer. So, I mean, your scoring options on this team, Kevin Durant, Alpi Şengün in the low post, getting looks based off of those two guys, Amin Thompson attacking the rim or getting to his little 10-foot jumper or whatever. And that's kind of it, other than like development of Reed Shepherd. But no, I think that this offense these offensive players do lack the ability to beat somebody off the dribble other than Durant.
I think their main focus, kind of piggybacking on that without singling out being a specific player, is just to play fast, play up tempo, get as many points as you can, easy baskets off the break. They're going to try and get live ball turnovers and or just get up the court as fast as they can, and then let their young players with athleticism kind of get to the basket, and or Kevin Durant, who has extended range out way past the 3-point line, to just get in a spot where he can get his. And like you said, and you can dump it down to Alpi and put him on the post, and he can pretty much get a lot of what he wants down low, and they'll play a lot of two-man game.
Richard on YouTube, J-Bone, is B-Mac still interrupting you? Yeah, can you believe it? It's unbelievable. Dre on the YouTube says, why can't Capella play the 4 behind Jabari?
Because he could in spots, like I said earlier. If they're going to go with a defensive lineup, he can play the 4 if you want to go super big for a certain team that might have a big front line. Clint Capella is very limited offensively. Clint Capella is definitely not a face-up shooter. Clint Capella has very limited moves in the paint. He's the anti-Alpi in a lot of ways. He feasts off of easy baskets on alley-oops and putbacks and rebounds and things, but don't expect a lot of Clint Capella offensively.
No, I don't think he's a 4. I mean, Clint Capella is like the prototypical center. Like, he's a rim protector. He's going to be in the dunk spot. And I really don't think that you can play Alpi, or I'm sorry, I don't think you can play Adams and Capella together. Like, you can get away playing Alpi and Adams at times and then go zone defense, because Alpi has the ability to like give him the ball 18 feet out, and then he can kind of create from there. So you can put Adams in the dunk spot. Like, Alpi can play the 4 offensively. That's their double big. You can play Jabari at the 4 off it. You can't play Clint Capella and Steven Adams at the same time. I think Tari Easton's more of a backup 4 than Clint Capella is.
I think it would be an interesting proposition to see who has better lateral quickness or worse lateral quickness in terms of Alpi and Clint Capella. I think Clint Capella is tall, but Clint Capella's ability to go side to side is not good.
No, I mean, he's a 5.
Yeah,
he's a 5. He and Adams cannot be on the floor together at the same time, in my opinion, because neither guy can play 15 feet away from the basket. 713-780-ESPN. Rocky says Alpi, Cam, and Jock Landale plus 5 first-round picks for Giannis. There's that scuttlebutt we were talking about.
Look, and the thing is that there's conflicting reports. Chris Haynes is saying that Giannis was blindsided by the Dame cut.
Haynes has been missing nonstop. Have you seen that?
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to say. But the people, and I know some people there as well, but the people that are closest to the situation said Giannis was the one recruiting Turner to come to Milwaukee. Giannis got the deal done with Miles Turner to some degree to convince him to come play there. So if that's the case, and then I know he wants to play the game where he's tweeting out like, yeah, I'm 100% confused on what's going on. He's been in the loop on everything going on because now everybody's saying he ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. It does feel like it's less likely today than it was 9 hours ago. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. Keith, what is up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Love the offseason moves the Rockets made, obviously, with DFS, Capella back, and KD. Interestingly, assuming OKC is the 1 seed, they're the defending champs. The Nuggets, who just won the title 2 years ago, I think they've done a lot of good things. First off, today bringing in J.J. Barea as an assistant coach, getting Cam Johnson in there, who Jeremy's been a big fan of for a long time. And then you add in Bruce Brown, who was on the title team. And then also you trade a guy, Saric, who wasn't even playing for a very serviceable veteran big man, Valanciunas. In a 7-game series right now, you take the Nuggets or the Rockets?
Rockets. I live in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, I think very kind of a little bit under the radar because people were thinking that when some of the trade that they made, some of the moves they made, that they got worse. I think they got more versatility. I think they got better. I think Valanciunas is a huge get to kind of help out the Joker and give them an extra big that can actually, really be physical down low. I've always been a fan of Cam Johnson. I know the Rockets were huge fans of Cam Johnson. If Cam Johnson, he's a better shooter than Michael Porter Jr. Is he more athletic? No, probably not. But I think he's a better defender. I think that a lot of teams actually went right at Michael Porter Jr. because they knew they could get buckets on him. I think Cam's a pretty good defender. So I think Denver has quietly had a good offseason so far.
Apparently, I'm a big fan of Cam Johnson.
I guess so. I didn't know.
I didn't even know I was a huge fan of Cam Johnson. Keith knows me better than I know me. I didn't like that trade that Denver made, Porter for Johnson. Now, the shooting is an interesting point of view, and then, he's a better on-ball defender. I don't watch enough of Cam Johnson, Michael Porter to really know that. The savings is what intrigues me because Cam Johnson makes $17 million less than Michael Porter.
And that allowed them to get Bruce Brown, who they really like as kind of their Swiss Army knife. He's a tough defender. He really fit in there at the championship year. They wanted to get him back. They were able to get an extra player for their rotation, especially assuming they're probably not going to bring Russ back. So they get a guy like Bruce Brown that's been there, done that, can fit right back in with them. I think Valanciunas is the big move, though, because they got deeper and more physical up front, and they needed to do that.
Yeah, I didn't like the trade, but whenever you get the financial savings and then it opens up other players, it basically becomes Michael Porter, first rounder for Cam Johnson, plus the players that you were able to bring in because of the savings. It looks a lot better that way. Whenever I first saw it, whenever Shams tweeted it out, I'm like, I don't like that. But then, they added other pieces because of the savings. Okay, and that makes a little bit more sense. 713-780-ESPN, softball mom Allison, Boy Meets World. She was answering the question. Did you find Feeney? Did you find Feeney?
The pronunciation, not yet.
He's too busy talking on his microphone, interrupting the talent instead of finding something that was actually productive and helpful to the show. Be useful. That's what I tell Branham Baby. Because Branham Baby, sometimes he can be a little defiant. I don't know where he gets it from. He can be a little contrarian. No idea where he gets it from. I tell him, be helpful. Be helpful, Branham Baby. That's what I call him around the house. Branham Baby, be helpful. Brian, be helpful. Rocky, they 100% still have a chance at Giannis, and it comes out if he's mad about Dame being waived. Apparently, he orchestrated that, Rocky. He wanted Dame gone. What's the dude's name? Jared Allen? They wanted to play with?
No, Miles Turner.
Miles Turner. I always confuse those two guys for some reason. Why do you think he wanted to play with Miles Turner so bad?
Because next year Dame wasn't going to play anyway. And honestly, that has been a tough deal ever since Dame got there. They've tried and publicly they tried to make it sound like it was all kumbaya and they were on the same page. And I think that quietly behind the scenes, they were both frustrated with the other guy because both are ball dominant. Dame is a good shooter. Giannis is not, but Giannis is going to shoot anytime he feels like it. And I think that there was always some friction, and Dame never really fit in and felt like he was in there. And so I think because he's going to miss all of next season and then it's uncertain when he's going to be back after that, and because the pressure's on them that they have to do something to put some guys around Giannis so they at least have a chance to make the playoffs. So I think that was the move that they had to make. I was surprised that they went to that length.
Yeah, see, I'm not pushing back at all at the Dame thing. I 100% believe you. But it feels like Giannis really wanted to play with Turner as well.
Yeah, because
in addition to that.
Part of that is because you lose Lopez. So you lose Brook Lopez, and Brook Lopez was a guy that Giannis liked to play with because he could stretch the floor, because he could make the three ball, and because he could play defense. Now you get essentially a younger version of Brook Lopez and cheaper that could, until Lopez signed this contract, you get a guy like Turner. He can make the three. He can play defense. And he's a little bit more active, in between, whereas Brook Lopez was kind of, a mountain.
There was somebody who tweeted at Giannis that they needed to put Brook Lopez's number in the rafters in Milwaukee.
Oh, and he said 1,000,000% agree.
What? Come on now. What is our standard? Texter, hey guys, what was Capella's stats last year? I'm going to tell you what I tell blankers. Google. Can he stretch the floor? We can answer that. I don't want to. I'm not gonna do your research for you. But no, Clint Capella cannot stretch the floor. He's not a 3-point shooter.
Yeah,
he's going to be in the dunk spot.
As much as we get frustrated with the one-footed Alpi shots, Clint Capella shooting any kind of face-up jump shot is something that is going to pain you to a severe level.
I felt bad for being mean to the texter, so I looked up Clint Capella's stats. Last year, he played 55 games, played in 41, averaged 21.5 minutes a game, averaged 9 points, 8.5 rebounds, 1 block a contest, and he took a grand total. Guess how many three-pointers Clint Capella has taken in his career?
5.
Pretty close. He's taken 6. Whew. Guess how many three-pointers Clint Capella's made in his career?
1.
None. 0 for 6 lifetime. Dude can't buy a 3. No, he's not a shooter. He's a prototypical 5. He's gonna be in the dunk spot. He's gonna protect the rim. He's gonna set mean screens, and they really want him to offensive rebound. I saw somebody, I can't remember who tweeted it. It was like one of those NBA stat accounts. It wasn't like a real person. It was like one of those stat accounts, and they said that they think, based on Clint Capella's offensive rebounding stats, that they think that the Houston Rockets feel that there's a weakness in the market of attacking good offensive rebounders. And then they compared Clint Capella's offensive rebounds per possession, all these advanced stats, to Steven Adams' offensive rebounds per possession. They're like dead even. So they think there's a market inefficiency in the NBA right now in devaluing good offensive rebounds, and they feel that Rafael Stone, because of Adams, because of Clint Capella, is trying to strike where they think there's a market inefficiency.
Well, look, and I think that makes sense, along with the fact that when Udoka was in Boston, he really wants to have an active center that can finish on the break, that can be athletic enough to block shots and then still grab some rebounds. And I think that Clint Capella fits the bill perfectly. If they couldn't, they wanted to get, the rumor was they were trying to get Robert Williams from Portland last season because he played for Ime in Boston. He doesn't get him, but he gets the prototypical Robert Williams guy for exactly what he wants to do.
Texture he henny. It's a little different. That's not a. Oh, that was.
Oh, that was the second one.
He. There we go. New drop for you, Brian. We don't need all the extra stuff. Just maybe the he. Dorian he henny.
And then
Smith.
if he goes by Doe, you just get Homer Simpson.
That's better than DFS.
No.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. Kelly Iko covers the NBA, covers the Rockets for The Athletic. He's easily the best writer for The Athletic in this city, without a shadow of a doubt. We'll talk NBA free agency, Rockets free agency with Kelly Iko, the best City of Houston athletic writer that has ever existed. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&B guest line. It's Branham and Blank. Joining us now, Kelly Iko. Kelly Iko covers the Houston Rockets, covers the NBA for The Athletic, best athletic writer in the city of Houston. Kelly, a lot going on with the Rockets. We haven't had a chance to talk to you in a little bit, so I'm going to go item by item with you for the first one. Kevin Durant, what do you make of that trade? What does he add to the Rockets? And then how serious of a contender are the Rockets with the addition of Kevin Durant?
I think anytime you add a player of Kevin's magnitude, you are instantly thrusting yourself into the championship conversation. I think adding Durant to a top 5 defense, or what was a top 5 defense last season, automatically puts them, as a serious contender. I think he solves a lot of issues that their offense ran into last season. The lack of a go-to scorer, the lack of an alpha in terms of an offensive engine, just spacing issues, isolation issues, and just it forces a coaching staff to kind of rewire how they approach, X's and O's. So I do think that now that we've seen additional moves that they've made, I do think that they've gotten a lot better in the last couple of days.
Kelly, I'm curious. We were just talking about it here, but we expected, and you were obviously on top of it with the Dorian Finney-Smith, and that he was probably going to be a guy, if not a guy like him, to be added. But how blindsided were you on Clint Capella? Because I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, the Clint was a surprise. I do understand it, I guess, from the standpoint of if you're probably going to move on from Jock Landale, you do need a third big, and Clint is someone who's been here before. He's been a Rocket for a while, and this familiarity is there. But yeah, I think that I didn't see that one coming at all. So I honestly think he might not have been their first choice, but I do think that he's still a quality big in terms of what he can bring. Either if he's spotting minutes here and there or being a backup, I think he adds value at that position. And I think when you're the Rockets trying to beef up your front line, you want to have as many bodies as possible. So if there's going to be a use for him, then I think he can provide an impact.
What does Dorian Finney-Smith bring to the Rockets?
I think he just brings additional tenacity. He's a hell of a shooter. He shot 41% from 3 last season. He's a good floor spacer. He's somebody that can protect the rim at times. He can switch out on the perimeter. He can toggle different positions. He can play small ball 5. He can play as a 4. He can play as a 3. It just gives the Rockets more optionality. And I think at that position or positions, you want to have guys that are true two-way players in terms of being able to provide floor spacing for the likes of Amin Thompson, Fred VanVleet, Alperen Şengün, while also remaining a solid defensive team. And I think with that experience that he's bringing at that age, I think it's a hand-in-glove fit for sure.
I mean, Kelly, looking at this team, this is seemingly what Ime had envisioned when they said taking it to that next phase. And the one thing, if I'm going to nitpick all the great things that they've already done, if you look at the roster, is they could, if they did anything, they could use some shooting. Is it still a possibility that they look to add a shooter or a guy that can play that role if need be?
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll still look around. Obviously, as it currently stands, their cap situation is quite tight. They're hard capped at the first apron, so they would have to, move on from players like Jock, potentially Cam Whitmore if you wanted to add another shooter at the minimum. But this is a team that's always going to look, they're always going to try and get creative and find ways to, make this roster as deep as possible because, given the parity of the NBA that the league is in, there's no telling what can happen. We just saw Indiana get dismantled in the span of 2 weeks. Tyrese Halliburton, unfortunately tearing his Achilles and then Miles Turner leaving. So it's like, and they were just in the finals. So if you're an NBA team trying to be aggressive, you have to put yourselves in the best position to strike, when the iron is hot. And I think, by having all these moves on the table, if you were to go find another shooter at the minimum or here and there, you just give yourself a better chance at contending now.
Kelly Eco joining us on the HR&P guest line, writer for The Athletic, covers the NBA, of course, covers the Rockets as well. I liked the video that you posted today, Kelly. I was checking it out, how the Rockets have to kind of go with a software update with Kevin Durant's addition.
Right.
You also
Right.
reported earlier today, too, that the Rockets are shopping Cam Whitmore. What is the value for him on the market, do you think?
I think it's high. And I think, the Cam situation is tricky because, in a vacuum, the Rockets want to hold on to him. He's a talented young player. He's someone that they sought after coming out of Villanova. But when you look at what he's had to endure in terms of being at the end of the rotation, playing spot minutes here and there, it's not a happy situation to be in, right? And the Rockets have been in the business of, if players aren't happy, they'll or they're frustrated or what have you, they'll work with you. Now, it's not saying that they're going to take a bad deal because he's still viewed as a highly talented young player. It's just, for whatever reason, it hasn't worked out, over the last 2 seasons. But, this is a guy that I think can still add value to the Rockets if things were to work out. But I just don't know if that's the reality at this point.
Kelly, you look at the West, and as much as it kind of got balanced in the last couple of years with Boston and some of the good teams in the East, but every Western Conference team seems to be loading up. It seems like the West is going to be back to being a gauntlet. The Clippers have gotten better. Dallas has gotten better. Spurs are still trying to get better. But then, the Lakers are still trying to find a big man. But it seems like as much as the Rockets have clearly moved into be the top of the list as competition to OKC, Denver got better.
Right.
It just seems like the West is going to be unbelievable next year.
Yeah, and that goes back to, the earlier thing about parity. Teams, there have been, 7 different champions in the last 7 years. So it's the new reality that there is no dynasty, right? Obviously, teams are going to look at the Thunder, winning 68 games and winning it all and view that as a potential repeat champion. But as far as everyone else goes, it's a level playing field. So you understand why, if you're in the West, if you're Denver, who took the Thunder to 7 games, you feel pretty confident about your chances. If you're, a team like even Memphis or the Clippers, if you're, as long as you made the playoffs last season, you're feeling pretty good about your future prospects. And it's all about how do you strengthen, in your deficiency. So I do understand why a lot of these Western Conference teams are loading up.
Cal, before we let you go, just curious about the fact that, Rafael Stone went from an inexperienced general manager, his first time ever in this position.
Oh.
It almost makes me chuckle that Daryl Morey was, the mentor to Rafael.
Right.
And it looks like Rafael has clearly surpassed Daryl Morey in terms of like how to rebuild and put a team on the map with what Daryl's got in Philadelphia. He's got to be getting his flowers league wide right now for what he's been able to do.
I think so. I think, in the early days of free agency, they've been the clear winners in terms of how aggressive they've been, how quickly they've done their business, and not only that, the financial flexibility of the deals that they've done. So I do think that if you're looking at what Stone has accomplished so far, it's hard to not give him, a stellar job. He's put them in a position where they've accumulated draft assets over the years. They've maintained cap flexibility. They've had the assets to strike when the iron is hot, and that seems to be right now at this moment. So now you add a future Hall of Famer. You add, you keep your head coach long term. You add another trusted 3-and-D guy. You add a veteran, experienced big, and you maintain your young core, the majority of your young core. I think that's a win for them. So yeah, kudos to Rafael Stone and the front office, Patrick Petita and the ownership group there in terms of being able to identify what steps they needed to take to fortify this group for the next few years to come.
Kelly, great work with NBA free agency. Still plenty to get to, and we'll follow the work as you provide it. Really enjoy it.
Thank you.
You got it. Kelly Eco.
Thanks, Cal.
Writer for The Athletic, covers the NBA, covers the Houston Rockets as well. About as good as it gets in the business. I like his video breakdowns that he does too. He does little X's and O's from time to time. Really enjoyed the one he had in Kevin Durant today. About 2.5 minutes, kind of showed Kevin Durant and certain offensive situations he thinks that Kevin Durant's going to excel in Houston. So really good work from Kelly Eco. That texter earlier that asked for Capella's stats, he said, thank you for the stats. I am mowing the yard. Flex. Mowing the yard on a Tuesday
Toasty.
at 3:30. I mowed today, actually, before I had to. It gotten a little bit high. I don't mind the heat if I embrace the heat.
Did it rain
today?
Yeah.
No,
So
not
we
in my
got
neck
some
of the
rain,
woods.
but otherwise, and that cooled it off for a
Did
little
it?
bit. Yeah.
No, it was pretty warm. I actually don't mind the heat. I mean, I was built for the heat. I don't mind the heat if I know I'm going to be out there for a while. Like if I'm like, okay, I'm just going to be out there for 3 hours, 2 hours. I'm just going to embrace. Like I can go golf in 100-degree weather, no problem.
Yeah, easy.
But it's like, okay, I know I'm going to be out there. My annoyance is whenever I go from like the door to the car. Like that's where I'm
take
annoyed.
the trash out. You come back and you blew another shirt.
It's like, man, I got to
shower.
shout. Exactly.
Yep.
Like if I'm committed to being outside, no problem. Whenever I don't need a shower, like, oh, I have to take the trash out. I come back in, I'm covered in sweat. I need another shower now.
Yep.
That annoys me.
Yeah.
That's where I get triggered.
No question about it. Like I just set myself up like every morning when I walk my dogs, no matter how early it is, I know by the time I get home, I'm going to need a shower because it's annoying, but it's hot even at 6 a.m.
You've committed to it. Once you've committed, it's not the heat. It's the
humidity.
It's with the humidity, but it's also it's the annoyance of having to shower again, quite frankly. Like that's the annoyance, I think. All right, let's get to our mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees on a Tuesday? 713-780-3776. Your question for the Bees. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what's your question for the Bees on a Monday or Tuesday?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, real quick, Jeremy, you were talking to B Mac like you were The Rock and he was Stephanie McMahon in that one promo they had. But my question,
he didn't use the same language as The Rock.
Hey, but my question, real quick, who has the best fast food tacos? And for you, Jeremy, I know you're a UFC guy. What do you think about that Elias Porter knockout? Thank you. Have a great day.
It was sick. I saw they're going to have a reality show on that guy. My hang up with the UFC right now, I enjoy watching the fights when I can. They don't have megastars like they used to. It's harder to sell for the UFC right now. Like John Jones retired, but he hadn't been, he's relevant, always relevant, but he hasn't been in his like peak stardom for 5 years minimum.
It's been even longer
since
since
McGregor,
Rousey McGregor.
Who was your favorite fighter, Brian?
You're gonna say
it doesn't matter who your favorite fighter was, Brian.
That's why I said okay. I knew what was coming.
No,
well
but
done.
that
Treat
dude,
him like Chris Jericho.
That dude is legit. But favorite fast food taco? Mine's Dairy Queen.
That's probably. I've never had that, but you said the kitchen's been upgraded at Dairy Queen.
I don't know.
I think. Boy, I don't know, man. You know what? Everybody's go-to is Jack in the Box tacos at 2 a.m., but I don't think that makes it a great taco if you're not partaking in beverages.
Those are mid. They're just kind of like a party taco.
Right,
whenever, like Taco Bell has some decent tacos. Like I don't hate the little, what is it, the Dos Loco taco? It's not Dos Loco. What's it called?
Taco Bell.
It's the one with the nacho cheese shell.
The Gordita Crunch?
No, it has the Doritos nacho cheese shell.
Then, it's I think it is it's not the Loco.
Whatever that is. That one's okay. With the nacho cheese Dorito shell, like that one's okay for a fast food taco. Taco Cabana's not awful. You know what's
I was about
underrated?
to ask you if that counted, because to me,
I think it's fast.
Yeah, I
would
like
say
Taco Cabana. And I actually like, in a pinch, their quesadillas, because it comes in a little mini pizza box and they do it.
Yeah.
Is Chachi's fast food?
I don't know.
Chachi's pile on nachos at 11 p.m. go hard. You've never been to the Chachi's?
No,
There's one on 45.
I don't think I've seen it.
North. Their lights flicker.
Is that the one that sign has like
their
a
lights,
rainbow of color in the Chachi's?
Yes. There's one over there on like near NRG too.
There's one off of 59, kind of on the way out to Sugarland as well.
Yeah, the Chachi's sign has been, it's not doing that on purpose. It's been flickering for 5 years, and it's like you can see it 5 miles away. You can see the flickering lights 5 miles away.
And behind, the background behind their sign, it looks like they've started to repaint and they didn't finish. There's like a big blue kind of like, it looks like they started rolling paint and didn't finish it at all the locations. I always look at it and go, are they going to finish that? But I think that's their thing.
If you want to eat very poorly but be happy, a pile on beef fajita nachos at Chachi's ain't bad. Somebody said Burger King tacos. I used to like Burger King tacos. I can't find a Burger King that still has tacos. Burger King tacos are surprisingly not bad. Sonic used to do tacos that surprisingly weren't bad. Yeah, they did. I haven't seen a Burger King with tacos in quite some time, and I've looked. Oh, Chachos, not Chachi's. Whatever. I got a vowel off. Chachos, pile on nachos, baby. Ain't bad. Torchy's tacos. I wouldn't call Torchy's fast food.
That's not fast food.
I would say that's fast casual.
Fast casual for sure.
Yeah, if it doesn't have a
7-Eleven
drive-through, it
tacos.
can't be fast food.
Buc-ee's does some decent burritos, breakfast burritos.
Haven't had them.
They're not bad.
I usually go with the kolaches there.
Chacho's on 45 used to be a Casa Olay. Olay today. Hey, I didn't know that. 713-780-ESP. Yeah, Chacho's, my bad, not Chachi's. I'm not going there for an English lesson. I'm not going there for what are the vowels in the alphabet. I'm going there for some pile on fajita nachos, baby. Chachi's, Chachos, just give me the pile on nachos. Nachos, not cheese, don't care.
No, but you don't want not cheese. You want cheese.
Taco Del Rey. I don't know if I've had Taco Del Rey. Dairy Queen tacos are goat. I mean, Dairy Queen tacos, you would be surprised, pleasantly surprised. Question for the B, 713-780-3776. Texture says that there's too many UFC events. That's why there's no stars. I think there's something to that. I also think that the competition's so strong, it's hard to develop stars now. Like, it's hard to run the gauntlet of, like, going undefeated for 30 fights in a row because the sport is as competitive as ever.
But you guys know I'm a casual when it comes to UFC, but I used to know the names. I used to know the key biggest names in the sport to go see. I don't know anybody in UFC anymore. I mean, I'll watch it if it's on and I'll flip channels and I'll see highlights. I don't know any of the fighters like I used to.
What's the best side dish at any restaurant in Houston, Jaybird?
Ooh.
Who's a sponsor? Who's our next sponsor that we're going to see in the commercials here?
Landry's.
Cactus Jack's.
Dang, dang. They had some good food.
Cactus Jack's has got really good food.
They had really good food. Cactus
Yeah, I had
Jack's.
the mashed potatoes I had alongside my chicken fried steak were phenomenal.
Best side dish. Man, that's a hard question.
Chick and
There's
Anthony's,
so many good side
their mashed
dishes.
potatoes and their mac and cheese are really good. And I would say, kind of like we were just talking about, I would say kind of like casual, but I love the queso at Papacito.
Is that a side dish?
It's more of an appetizer.
Okay, fair.
I see. That's too broad of a question for me. Like that. My ADHD starts kicking in whenever you're like in the entire city. What's the best side dish? That's hard. Because I mean, you go to any barbecue spots, there's some really good side dishes.
I was thinking about
Go to some
maybe
steakhouses, great mashed potatoes, great baked potatoes.
Yeah, maybe the mac and cheese at Killen's. It's pretty good.
I'm not sure I've had the mac and cheese at Killen's.
But it feels like I can't go mac and cheese as the best side dish in the city.
I don't love mac and cheese at barbecue places. Hot take. I feel like it's too filling,
I like
and I
them at-
want to.
I like
They're
them at
good.
steakhouses.
Yes, even then, like I feel like it's too filling.
Well, but like,
filling.
True Lux used to do the
It's
all you can
filling.
eat stone crab, but then they'd give you unlimited free sides because that's exactly what they're hoping
Yeah.
to do. Instead of load up on the stone crab, you get the mac and cheese, the mashed potatoes.
Yeah. I need to know where I'm going.
Ooh,
Like, you give me
okay.
great French fries with great sides. You know,
Let me ask if this counts.
there's some good Mexican places with great rice and beans.
You know,
Chino beans,
like the
too.
Brazilian steakhouse, like
Mhm.
Fogo de Chao or anything like
Yep.
that. The little
Little breads.
yes. Would that
No,
count or is that
that's
more
not a side dish?
okay? Because that
Bread's
would be
not a
my
side
answer.
It's more of
if
an
it was.
appetizer, Brian.
I don't even know if that's an appetizer.
No, it's not. It's just an actually
They just bring it
I
out.
don't
For
even know what I would call that.
it's not even a condiment, but it's like, hey,
Starter?
yeah, so that you leave full no
It's like
matter
a starter.
what.
Yeah, they want you to fill up so you eat less of the meat.
What it is propaganda.
But they also want you
But it's
happy
great.
when you leave that you're full instead of saying I didn't get enough food.
Ocho, have you watched the Poop Cruise documentary and were you as grossed out as I was watching it? I'm not sure I want to watch that one.
I've
only an hour.
heard,
Huh?
I've heard
It's only
enough
an
to
hour.
know it doesn't sound great.
That's not why. I'm unsure I want
Well,
to watch
they're not
the
going to
Poop
show
Cruise.
actual poop.
Yeah, it's just the
But they're
concept.
talking
though.
about it.
Okay.
Plus, I liked my time on a cruise. I don't want to see this
Oh.
and ruin the idea of a cruise.
You don't want to see how the hot dog was made.
Yeah,
I get it.
the hot dog.
You really don't.
Yeah, like you don't want to. You just you haven't heard that saying.
I've heard it as sausage.
Well, okay, sausage, hot dog, whatever.
Would you rather have a 75% chance at a ring? Hold on. Would you rather have a 75% chance at one ring or 20% chance at 3 rings or a 3-ring run?
I'll take 70%
Yeah.
chance at
Same.
one ring.
Yeah, just give me the 75% chance.
Yeah.
Chris from the Woodlands. I'm not a huge baseball fan, but I always wondered why MLB stadiums aren't built the same. It's kind of weird for every venue to not have the same competitive playing field. Blah, 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 blah.
I think from a standpoint that every stadium and every city has character. They want to have some character, and you see it between Fenway's Green Monster and the Dike with their manual scoreboard and the Crawford boxes. Yankees have Monument Park and all different things that go along with it. And I think that, baseball's not going to sit there and make it a cookie cutter. There's a lot of character in the way that, and a lot of old stadiums, they weren't going to change too, like Wrigley and the Ivy and the brick wall.
I think it started off basically by the land that they had back in the day. Like you had a field, like it wasn't this cookie cutter field. Like who was the team that played at the Polo Grounds? It was the Giants. The Giants had to play at the Polo Grounds. Like you kind of had to be creative on how you wanted a park. And then it became like, okay, that's synonymous with the team. That's synonymous with the players there. Like the short porch and ride at Yankee Stadium, great for Ruth, great for Gehrig. So I think it started off because of that, and then it became like a personality thing. Like we're going to do this because it's attractive to our park. San Francisco, whenever they built their new stadium, they had the short right field
It's
for
gorgeous
Bonds.
too. That
So
stadium's
like
beautiful.
that's I think the genesis of it, and like just in the way that it's evolved over the course of 100 years now. I think it's just the character of the game.
And the other thing is you tailor make it for your team. If you've got a power hitting team, you can adjust the fences accordingly. It's the same way like how they cut the infield. If you've got a fast team as opposed to a slow team, how you cut the grass and how long it is and all those things are just you tailor make it to the roster that you have too.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's carry this over. There's a lot of questions coming in on the mailbag right now. And look, we do what you want us to do. We're just puppets for you, the Hive. And right now the Hive is telling us we got more questions for you guys. So more Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. Your questions for the Bees next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Another Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday, 713-780-3776. Your questions for the Bees, 713-780-3776. Texture, I heard this morning on the radio that Pena is missing 2 months. Is this true? I find myself livid when I heard that. WebMD, when I Googled how long does it take for an MLB baseball player to return from a hairline fracture in his rib, says 4 to 8 weeks. Dana Brown thinks it could be 10 days. So anywhere from 10 days to 8 weeks, somewhere in that range is what we're looking at for Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, I think it's a fluid situation is the best way to sum that one up, because it seems like the organization is hoping and thinking that it might be much sooner, but yeah, it could be 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, we don't
look at Kyle Tucker.
The Astros are optimistic about it, but the Astros also on Friday after the game said there's no break. The Astros also were optimistic about Yordan Alvarez. The Astros were also so optimistic with Kyle Tucker that they didn't place him on the injured list for like 3 days because they thought he could be back in 10 days, and then it turned into 3 months. So I don't know that I'm going to be a buyer on Dana Brown's optimism. Sorry.
Agreed. Yeah, just, you know what? You can burn me a couple I'm not falling for it anymore. He's back when he's back. Hopefully he's not back till he's 100%, and hopefully that's sooner rather than not later. How about that?
Yeah, same. And I appreciate that Dana's optimistic, but we have to factor it into the equation when Dana Brown is talking about returns to play, that he always errs on the side of optimism, and a lot of times that optimism can miss by 2.5 months. 713-780-3776. Your question for the Bees. Go ahead and laugh, but Popeye's dirty rice is insanely good. Ken in Galveston. Yeah, I'm not going to laugh at that. I'm a Popeye stan. I like Popeyes.
I like dirty rice too.
Dirty rice is good.
Yeah.
Frenchie's has good dirty rice.
Papados has really good dirty rice.
Okay, bougie.
I'm just
We're
saying.
going from Popeyes.
I'm talking about just quality. Like of all
Frenchie's.
dirty rice, I think that Papados has really good dirty rice.
You went from a $10 meal to a $25, $30
order
meal.
dirty rice at a fast food place.
Popeye. The good fried chicken places have good dirty rice, I've learned. Or people from Louisiana have good dirty rice, I've learned. They can make a boot taste good, the people in Louisiana. What's the most money you guys have spent on fireworks for a holiday? Go Cougs. Go Cougs.
Top Dog Fireworks. Probably 100, 150 bucks.
Mine's probably like $25. I'm not a huge fan of the firework. I like fireworks. I don't like spending tons of money on fireworks and then going to put them on fire, like light them on fire. Because whenever I light that firework, I think to myself, this firework cost me X amount of money. And by the end of the 15 minutes, I'm like, I literally just lit $50 on fire.
I think
and I don't like that.
About Jason Pierre-Paul.
No, it's the money aspect for me.
This was before I had any kind of dogs too, because it freaks the heck out of the dogs. But when I was younger, in our neighborhood, everybody would chip in 100, 150 bucks, and then
that's cool.
One guy would go get a whole ton of fireworks and be like the master lighter, and then everybody had fun.
That's a good way to do it. I just don't like burning my money on fire. Like it's 15 minutes. Now the kids like it, so I'll compromise. We'll get some, but we're not getting a ton.
Did you take the kids to go see fireworks somewhere?
So I'm trying to say this without giving away my location because we already have one stalker that knows exactly where I live on the internet.
You got a couple more, and they don't even have to worry about
That's true.
that.
There used to be a guy in our neighborhood that would do an unbelievable fireworks show every July 4th. Unbelievable. Like it would rival small cities is how good it was. It was unbelievable. There has since been a neighbor of his or her, I don't know, I've never met these people, that have they're difficult to be around and difficult to be neighbors with, and they're not doing it anymore because of that neighbor.
Wow.
So this is the first July 4th where we haven't had the luxury of literally watching it from our house. So I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah. Normally the girls, I'll take the girls, or we'll take the girls, and the dogs, of course. Lisa's always concerned about the dogs, but we take them somewhere where we can get in and out quickly and still see all of them. It's not like you want to be up that far. I just hate the fact that you can get stuck in traffic for hours.
Yeah, I hate crowds. I hate crowds. It annoys me. I'm not patient. It annoys me. Key from LA, you could choose to add another professional team in the city of Houston. What would it be? Baseball, basketball, or football? That's interesting.
Ooh, wow.
I think for the content, I would go football.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Double football would be a really, really neat experience because you would think at least one of the two teams, unless you're in New York, one of the two teams would be good. And there'd be plenty of content at all times. There'd be plenty of interesting stories between two football teams for a majority of the year.
Give me two football.
Yeah, I think I'd be with two football, not only for the reason you guys mentioned, but, and this is going to sound like I'm crapping on the other two sports, but I think from the long-term sustainability, I don't know if kind of the fair weather nature, like when the teams like the Rockets and the Astros are back, could sustain two teams like we could in football.
It's probably true.
Yeah, I think in a city like this, you're right. I think as much as we've had a great run of baseball, to get everybody to kind of start talking about being a baseball city.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that overall, this city will go right back to football in a heartbeat as soon as the team start a little bit on the downside.
Branham's like an old man. You're right. I am. I'm very much an old man. I'm a millennial who identifies as a boomer. No doubt about it. Also, Brian just called the Houston fan base fair weather. That was Brian. that said that. Brian called all of you fan weather fans.
Born and
Not
raised
me,
here, but it's true.
not Blankers. That was Brian who called all of you fair weather fans. Rackham Pete have a feeling rib fractures heal faster than hand fractures. Hopefully that's the case. Do you have a favorite song from one of your kids' shows?
No. I know that the old Mickey Mouse Clubhouse song would rattle around in my head forever because they watched it so much.
Yeah, Brandon Baby loves Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Yeah. I forget how it goes, though. That one's pretty good. I don't like any of the Miss Rachel stuff. We haven't watched as much Miss Rachel lately. Handyman Hal is kind of creepy. He's kind of a creepy dude, but he's like great. The kids love it.
Bluey, the intro to Bluey.
Bluey's pretty good.
Yep.
My Brandon Baby's been watching this Spider-Man show. Where like there's he's a kid Spider-Man, like a 3, 4, 5-year-old Spider-Man, and he's got like 2 friends.
Yep. Yeah, my daughters watched that.
That one's pretty good.
Yep.
Like that one's not awful. Consider the other ones. Miss Rachel always sing that. What was the one that the Nationals would sing nonstop?
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark drives me
Oh my
nuts.
God! And then when we played the Nationals in the World Series,
yes,
that whoever that was for the Nationals was his walk-up song, and the fans went nuts. And then they played it during the 7th inning. Ugh.
That's why I hate it. Brandon read the newspaper as a kid. I did. That's how I learned how to read. Barney. My kids haven't gotten into Barney.
Mine either. It was Peppa Pig for a little bit. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse was a staple.
Yeah, same.
Now it's Blue. And then the other thing, I think I told you guys this the other day, but Big City Green.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
Big City Green is like,
what is it on?
It's they watch it on one of the kids' channels, if it's the Disney Channel or whatever. But it's essentially like this backwoods farm family that gets like planted right in the middle of a big city.
Oh.
And my kids just love watching.
Haven't seen it. It's Spidey and His Amazing Friends.
Yeah, my kids watch that.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. Of all the ones that he watches, that one's probably the best. He watches Mickey Mouse Racers.
I've seen that too.
That one's not bad.
Yep.
It's like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, but they're like racing all the time. He loves cars. He loves speed, race, Buzz Lightning. He likes
inside,
not Buzz Lightning,
inside.
Lightning McQueen. Yeah, that's it.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
It's fun inside. Come inside. It's fun inside.
Come inside. It's fun inside.
Of the 2 football teams, you can have a 12 and a 3 p.m. game. That'd be so cool. That's easily football. I wouldn't want to watch. I mean, I would. But could you imagine 162 games times 2, and they're usually in the same window of time when they're starting?
Yeah, so we'd be going back and forth.
No.
We'd have to watch both teams at the same time.
Baseball would be last.
It would be tough.
You would have to watch 350 games.
Even
at the same time.
Even 82 NBA games time too would be really
NBA
tough.
wouldn't be as bad because maybe you don't catch them on the same night. Like maybe you have like most of the time it would.
Yes.
But it wouldn't be as bad as baseball at the same time. The conflicts would be less.
Think about with baseball, you're watching roughly on average 6 hours of baseball per day, 6 days a week.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Even on a quicker game, we're talking 5 hours a day.
I'd be
6 days a
complaining
week.
about 2 managers' lineups on the same day. I can't handle that.
No.
Even I would be annoyed at that. What's your favorite fish to eat?
Cod.
Really?
Yeah.
Cod?
I don't like fishy fish. I told you guys this. Like, I mean, it does. Are you talking about fish or just like shellfish? Like
fish.
What's y'all's favorite fich to eat? This is the text.
So it's just fish, cod, because I don't like fishy fish. I don't like
never
salmon.
heard somebody say
I don't
cod.
like salmon. I don't like catfish. I don't like.
I would go with catfish.
Oh,
I like
catfish
cod.
might be worse than cod. I like fish. I'm a fish eater. I like salmon probably the most, but I like my salmon raw. I prefer my salmon raw as opposed to cooked. But you get some other ones. You get like a little bit of ling, which has got a little sweet flavor. That's not bad. You
I
can
also
go
like
a little
trout
snapper.
and redfish.
A little snapper.
Yeah.
Redfish is good. What's the Texas trio? It's flounder, snapper.
Tilapia?
No, the Texas trio. It's like a fishing thing.
Oh.
Is it redfish?
The Texas trio. Man, I used to know this. It's a redfish, a flounder. What's the third?
Catfish?
Why am I? No, it's not catfish. This is saltwater.
Oh.
This is out in the Gulf. What is the Texas trio? Why isn't Google knowing this? What is the Texas trio? All these people are probably texting right now.
Yeah, someone said Remy, flounder,
speckled trout, redfish, and flounder.
booze.
I missed the trout. The trout.
Someone tweeted in
redfish,
booze.
flounder, and the speckled trout. Those are good eating.
Oh yeah.
Those are
Caught
good
plenty
eating.
of them.
I don't
They're
like
good.
catfish much.
You don't?
No, it's kind of.
I don't either.
I mean, I'll eat it, but it's meh. How you feel about mahi mahi? Mahi mahi's all right.
Mahi's pretty good.
Mahi mahi's not that fishy.
No, it's more like
Yeah, it's
like-
not that fishy. It's a little white fish.
Yep.
Texas slam, redfish, speckled trout, flounder. Yep. Right on the tip of my tongue. I missed the trout. I'm gonna go try to catch. I'm gonna go to Colorado here in a couple weeks. I'm gonna try to fish for a little trout.
Have you
in the
ever tried
rivers.
fly fishing?
No, I fished in the rivers in Colorado, but I didn't do fly fishing. I just did normal fishing.
We went to Colorado as a kid and we took fly fishing lessons. It was, I mean, it's really difficult, but it was a lot of fun.
Some of the parents from our softball team got in the truck, drove to Colorado, and are fly fishing for a week. They said it's
Really?
awesome there.
I've always heard that fly fishing is not as productive and it's harder.
Yes.
So
There is
I've
like
heard
an
that it's
art
not-
to the
More
casting
effort,
and all
less
that.
fish.
So not as practical, which I want to catch. I don't want to fish, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do some catching.
Yeah, I think you got to be more into the artwork if you want to fly fish.
Which I'm really not. I'm in for the thrill of having a fish on the line.
It is
Sure,
pretty cool.
that's fair.
That's what I prefer.
You
All right.
ever
so-
done the offshore fishing?
Yeah, a couple times.
Man, we did it in Mexico a couple times. That'll wear you out.
They're behemoths. I mean,
Woo.
it's not rare to have an hour-long fight with a
Exactly.
fish. Yeah, I think the first time I went was with Uncle Jack. My dad was out there.
We went for a couple, 2 different weddings. 2 of my buddies that got married were getting married there, and we went. And my goodness, we caught a ton, but it wore your ass out.
The last time that it's very tiring. The last time that I went out, I slept for like 2 hours, woke up at like 5 a.m., and I had a Red Bull.
Oof.
I've never had a Red Bull again in my life.
There was a lot of throwing. Yeah, because we were all out the night before. There was a lot of throwing up on our excursion offshore fishing.
Shark marinated in orange juice then grilled is amazing. I've had shark. Shark's not bad. It's kind of tough. You gotta really know how to season that bad boy for it to be
Marinated in
good.
orange juice?
I could see that, the citrusy kind of cutting down on the toughness.
Yeah, the acid would break it down.
Don't they
Like,
say
that's what
Coke?
you do on skirt steak. You put it in citrus so it cuts down on the toughness of
But
it.
they also say
the chewiness.
you can soak like beef in Coca-Cola. It's supposed to.
I've heard of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's the acid that breaks it down, tenderizes it.
Yeah.
The Texas Slam, Texas Trio. I'm disappointed in myself that I forgot the speckled trout. Oh, I'll get over it. All right, Astros all golden era team. Why are you talking about this? Well, you had 2 pillars in town recently, right? You had Ryan Presley, who is the closer on the golden era, and you had Kyle Tucker, who's the right fielder in the golden era. Who else is on the all golden era team? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We were just talking about putting a line in the water. You know where you can put a line in the water? At Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Their 2 creeks are fantastic fishing. They also have a catch and release pond, too, if you want to teach the kiddos, the youngsters, how to do a little fishing. Escape the rat race. Get rid of the hustle and bustle, whatever's causing you stress and anxiety, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. We were out there a few weeks ago, had a fantastic time. The wilderness. You get a bunch of trees, too, so you kind of can escape the heat a little bit. Saw a bunch of the animals you just don't see in the city. It was a great time. We're going to be heading back out there soon. I worked that Friday. I was up there before the sun went down. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, which is great if you have kids, because traveling with kids is annoying. It's no fun. We all know that, whether it's playing, whether it's driving for 14 hours. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. You can also hike on their 92-acre property, do some kayaking, play some pickleball. They have courts there just for you, or you can just hang out by the pool with a drink, get away, really rest and relax. And Two Creeks Crossing Resort's always taking care of their visitors. They'll do whatever to take care of their visitors. They had a food truck out both nights that we were there. They had some live music on Saturday as well. We stayed in the treehouse. Kids still talk about the treehouse. The treehouse was awesome. You can reserve the treehouse. You can also glamp. Glamping's always fun. They have beautiful cabins, or you can pull up the RV. They have RV spaces. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And incredible savings are in store right now. You booked 5 nights through the end of July, and you're going to save 35% on your stay. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ryan Presley, Kyle Tucker, they were in town. It inspired me to create Branham's all golden era team, which I think the first question you have to ask, when did the golden era begin?
15?
Okay, what's your answer, Brian?
I would 2017.
Okay. See, I polled the audience because I wanted to get a grasp of how the city felt. The majority was 2015. There was also some like weird ones. Like it started the day they called up Carlos Correa. It started the day that Julia Morales ate crickets in Seattle. What? What? I
That
think
is a weird one.
I go 2015. Like that's when you started to see it opening. That's when you started this era. This is like because I mean a lot of the main characters in 15 were still the main characters in 17 when you won your first World Series title. So I lean 15 as well. I do think it is a fair conversation to have. I wouldn't say 2017 is wrong. I just lean 15. So leaning 15, my golden era Astro roster. And I built a 26-man roster because that's the rules. You have a 26-man roster currently. You can only have 13 pitchers. You can only have 13 hitters. Now, I tried to be fair too. Like I didn't want 13 starting pitchers. So I tried really hard to keep pitchers in their role. Like if you're a reliever, now I did make one notable exception. And that notable exception was with Hunter Brown. I wanted Hunter Brown on my team so bad that I moved him to the bullpen. So that's the one time that I cheated. I got one cheat. And I did have a 6-man rotation, so that could be kind of cheating too. So my 6-man rotation, Verlander, Fromber, Garrett Cole, Dallas Keuchel, Lance McCullers, Christian Javier. 6-man starting rotation. You want to interject there? Or you want me to say the bullpen?
Just go ahead. Just go.
All right, my
we'll go
bullpen's Josh Hader, Hunter Brown. This is reverse order, by the way.
Okay.
Josh Hader, Hunter Brown, Brad Peacock, Colin McHugh, Will Harris, who took a lot of grief that I had him on here. Brian Abreu's my setup, and Ryan Presley's my closer. Any objections to my pitching staff?
Got Hader and
Hader. I made Hader my last reliever on the roster.
yeah, but you wouldn't have him further back in the bullpen.
He's only been here a year and a half, and he wasn't that good last year.
But remember, you had the argument that he wasn't that good, but he was actually statistically pretty damn good.
I don't remember that.
Or pretty good.
You
were the one defending him when I was crapping.
I
on him.
liked him. I thought he was pitching better than his stats, but his stats weren't good.
No.
His stats weren't good. No, I mean, also, like, I did go volume. I did go resume. Like, I went more resume than, like, their prowess. Like, that's why Hunter Brown's in my bullpen and not my starting rotation.
Now, did you have Colin McHugh in there?
Colin McHugh's in my bullpen.
Yeah.
Like, he split time between
I think
the
he
two,
deserves
but
it.
he was enough of a reliever.
I
to
loved
have
him
here.
for
He was
a
good.
couple of years when he and Peacock both were those guys for a couple of years that whenever they went to him, they were pretty damn solid and they could give you multiple innings. So I don't think there's many problems with that.
The reaction that was negative, I mean, it was a great reaction, but the pushback that I saw the most was that I should have had Hunter Brown in the starting rotation, which I couldn't bump Javier McCullers. Like, do I think Brown's greatness is better than those guys' greatness? Probably. Like, he probably has a higher peak than those guys, although Javier did throw a no-hitter in the World Series. But I went volume over the peak. Now, I think Hunter Brown could easily jump him. And look, Hunter Brown's still on this team. I also took some grief for not including Charlie Morton.
Ooh, Charlie F. and Morton. Probably.
Who you bumping? You bumping Javier for Morton?
See, I think the tough situation is two guys are kind of joined at the hip in terms of the run and the they will live in infamy for the Astros playoff run with Charlie F. and Morton and McCullers.
Yeah,
McCullers and his
piggyback them.
curveballs and what Charlie Morton did. I think both those guys are like joined at the hip, so it's tough to have one without the other.
I hear you, but I can't bump Morton single
find
Charlie
who you
Morton.
bump him for?
I can't bump McCullers or Javier for him.
Now Cole was here for how many postseasons?
He was here for two.
So that's a shorter run too.
But
he
his
was
two
dominant.
were
He was
unbelievable.
dominant. Yes.
Unbelievable in those 2 years.
Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't think you can argue that.
Morton just missed the cut, and I can't jump anybody. I can't jump Morton.
Keuchel had a Cy Young, but Keuchel would be the one guy where
Keuchel was here for a while though.
Yeah,
Keuchel was here for a
15
minute.
21.
I can't remember his last year. I think his last year was 18, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, you might be right. Yeah, and he was
I don't
actually
think
here before 15.
I don't think he was
here
on
14
the.
as well.
He wasn't on the second one.
I don't think he was on the 19 pitching staff.
I think
you're
that's
right.
right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So that's my pitching staff. I did struggle at catcher, I'll admit. I struggled at catcher, but I went Yiner Diaz as my starter. Just the volume, the offense, went Yiner. My backup, took some grief for this, Martin Maldonado. little more volume, a little bit longer. You know, Brian McCann was only here for 2 years. The second year, he only played 60 games, and it was very mediocre.
That's generous. I think he was below mediocre the second year.
Robinson, how'd you say Robinson's last name? Chirinos or whatever?
I think it was, yeah,
He had a
Chirinos.
good year while he was here. I was
He did.
surprised by the year that he had while he was here. You could like maybe throw Evan Gaddis there, but I never viewed Evan Gaddis as a catcher.
You didn't want him catching.
I never viewed him as a catcher, even though he had that 1 year where he was your primary backup catcher. I was terrified when he caught.
Yeah,
so
he
I
was
went
not
Yiner, Martin, Maldonado as my catchers. Around the horn, I think is simple. I don't think there's any argument around the horn. Yuli at 1st, Altuve at 2nd, Bregman at 3rd, Correa at short, and then your outfield. I don't think there's any argument. Brantley in left, Springer in center, Tucker in right, Jordan's your DH. Now the bench could come into play. My outfield bench bat was Marisnik. How could you keep Marisnik over Reddick or Rasmus or whatever? I need a backup center fielder, man. So Jake Marisnik gets the nod there. A lot of people are arguing that it should have been Jake Myers, not Jake Marisnik. I'm not there yet. Myers could get there by the end of the year. He might get there by the time his career. Well, I mean, Marisnik was pretty good when they were. They were.
I just think
Marisnik
as
wasn't
much
bad.
as I've always been kind of sour on Jake's offense. Jake over Jake, I would say, I would take Myers.
I do think that Jake Myers is a better hitter than Marisnik. But Marisnik, when they were had some pretty good years, and then my two backup infielders, Pena and Marwin Gonzalez. So that's my all golden era.
Pena
team.
had to be on the roster somewhere when you win the 2 MVPs in the playoffs. I think he's got to be somewhere on that roster. Marwin, everybody can talk about he was huge. I mean, the Dodgers World Series alone and the home run off of Kenley Jansen.
That was big time.
That's another one of those moments that's going to live forever in Astros lore.
People were arguing, not a lot, but there was some argument that Mauricio Dubon should have been there instead of Marwin.
Don't like that.
I don't either.
Was
you have Brantley?
Brantley's my starting left fielder.
Brantley was.
I was surprised with how little production you've had in left field in the golden era.
It wasn't a hard choice because of that exact
There was
reason.
very little production. Like it's Brantley and then like Marwin, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Like there hadn't been a whole lot of left field production in the golden era. Like even Brantley, there are like playoff heroics and stuff. Even Brantley, when you look at like the resume of him in Houston, I don't know if I want to say this. I don't know if I want to say it.
You about to?
I don't know if I want to say
bash
it.
Uncle Mike?
Mr.
I don't know if I want to
Baseball?
say it. I think
Uncle Mike.
how do I want to phrase it? I don't want to say that Brantley's overrated because I'll get crushed.
You thought he underachieved in the
No,
postseason?
I wouldn't say under. No. I think people would be surprised by Brantley's Astro resume based on how we think of Michael Brantley, the player. Like we think of Michael Brantley as like an 8. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, we think Brantley, and a lot of this is because of the playoffs, and that's deservingly so. That's why I don't think he was overrated. I think it was more injuries than anything. Like it wasn't lack of production; it was because he was hurt a lot. How we view Brantley, like in an 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, if you just pull up his numbers as an Astro, it's probably more like a 6, 6.5.
Is it primarily because of missed time,
It's
or
like
is
Jordan. It's like Jordan on a smaller scale.
Is it production wise though? Is it because he
No,
always hit for
production was good.
average?
No,
He
the
always
production
had
was
some
fine.
pop.
It was injury related.
Okay.
Like he didn't play a ton of games
So
in
it's just
Houston.
games
Actually,
played. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't play a ton of games as an Astro.
Yeah, because he is put on a pedestal here.
Yes, and like again, playoff heroics. He had huge moments. The dude could hit whenever he was on the field. He was awesome. That's why I wouldn't say overrated.
The big defensive
I,
play.
I think that if we all took a deep dive in Michael Brantley's numbers in Houston, we'd be like, oh, okay, it's not as good as I thought. Not as good as, but that's because of injuries. It wasn't
But
because
I think to you guys' point too, you don't have a lot of other choices that you would throw in there and go, oh,
No.
that would be a competition for Uncle Mike.
No, I mean I think the second best left fielder is probably Marwin. Probably Marwin because Reddick was a right fielder. Rasmus played center right. He probably played a few games in left, but not a ton. I can't think of another decent left fielder.
Yeah,
I can't.
Colby Jack had just basically a short dose of.
He was better. He was better than you
He had a
think.
lot of pop for at least 1 year.
But he played a lot of right.
Yeah.
He didn't really play left. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Where did I go wrong? Brian has 1, 2. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Get to the reaction real quick on this list. Get to Brian's. 2015, says a texter. They lost to the Royals, who won the World Series. I still have terrible memories of that. Tony Sipp deflecting that ball that bounced to Correa. They probably should have handled. Correa was 4 for 4 in that game with a couple of bombs, though. They could have. I mean, they win that game there. Who knows what? Maybe you have another one in 15. Could have easily won that series.
That was one that it just was insult to injury because the Royals ended up winning it. But I thought they should have beaten the Royals, and I thought that they had a chance to go and at least get there.
Give me Hunter Brown over McCullers. See, I can't really argue it a whole lot. McCullers has done more. Hunter Brown's probably done it better. Was Charlie Morton considered? Yeah, Morton was considered. He was probably my second starting pitcher that was cut. I would have Brown ahead of Morton, but I met Brown in my bullpen. So Morton, you could make the case, was my first starter that I left out. Thank you for adding Brad Peacock. Most people have forgotten him. You're welcome. You're welcome for adding Brad Peacock. Anytime. Greinke, I'd actually have Greinke behind Morton, probably Urquidy. I took some heat for not having Urquidy, too, because he does have 2 World Series wins.
I don't know if Greinke would even make, like, if we were making starting pitchers like top 8, top 9, like looking at his numbers, they're pretty mediocre.
Yeah, he might make the JV rotation.
And people will always hang their hat on the World Series game.
Yeah, I mean, I loved Greinke, but
he was great in
the
Game
body
7,
of work just wasn't as good as no Mike Fires. You can delete your account, not text us anymore. I got to have the Hank Bot as backup catcher. No, I'm gonna put Hank Hogger as my first base coach. He can be over there in the first base coach doing the Hank Bot. That's where he belongs. Springer is my center fielder. Texter Pena over Carlos Correa. Wow. I had Correa as my shortstop. Pena was my backup infielder. Tyler and Conroe, it's okay to say we have romanticized Brantley's production. I think it's a good way of saying it. Didn't Tony Kemp and Nori Aoki play left field? You prove my point. All right, Brian, what you got?
A lot of mine is similar to you. I'll start with the lineup instead of the pitchers, but I don't think there's any argument as you laid out. My catcher's Yiner, then first base Yuli, second base Altuve, third base Breggy, shortstop Correa, outfield Brantley left, Springer in center, right field Tucker, and the DH is Yordan. My reserves, I think we differed on one of these, but I've got my reserve catcher as Maldi. I have Reddick in the outfield. Pena is a backup infielder, and then Marwin, who can play basically everywhere but catcher.
We disagreed on Reddick.
Sorry? We disagreed on Reddick.
Risnick. So who's playing center field when Springer inevitably gets hurt?
Hope Marwin can, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Marwin, I think he literally played everywhere but pitcher and catcher that year.
There.
Yeah, I mean, he would obviously be a drop defensively, but I think I could live with that because of the offense and the pitching. I, too, win a 6-man starting rotation, JV, Cole, Keuchel, Fromber, LMJ, and Hunter Brown. And then relief pitchers, I think we only disagreed on one, but Hader, Presley, Abreu is my high-leverage guys, then Colin McHugh, Will Harris, Brad Peacock, and Charlie Morton as a long guy and kind of taking on the role he did in 2017 in the playoffs.
We're kind of unanimous.
Who did you take out of the starting? Did you not have Javier?
No, I did. Yeah, we differ on Reddick as a Reddick or Marisnik as a reserve, and yeah, I didn't have Javier. I instead had Charlie Morton.
You went Morton over Javier?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, man, Morton doesn't have the heroics of Javier.
Javier had it's basically one season. I know his one season was amazing.
Yeah. Javier was clutch in the postseason until that last start.
So was Charlie Morton.
Charlie Morton was
Morton wasn't great in the postseason.
Morton, he closed out. He closed out Game 7.
His postseason ERA is north of 4. I was surprised when I saw that.
Okay, maybe I'm mostly remembering 2017. Maybe it was brought down by other years. But
that's where everybody's going to go. There's going to be a play or an outing or a start where everybody's just going to go, that guy.
Yeah, it's interesting that you have Morton over Javier.
Yeah,
I'm on to you.
I feel, I guess, safer with Morton out there. Javier felt more volatile.
I wonder why you feel safer with Morton.
Is that because
what are you trying to imply?
Is that because of what has come of him since then?
I think that's probably partly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shaded by how he fell off after that.
I can see that.
Who fell off?
Javier.
Yeah, he was hurt.
No, he fell off before the injury.
Y'all forgot about Phil Maton. We purposely broke his hand for the Astros to win the World Series. He punched into the locker when he gave up a hit to his brother.
Yep. And then get left off the playoff roster.
I did notice how good Ken Giles' numbers were in
they
2017.
Weren't good.
His ERA was like
he also fell
250.
apart that year. Like they didn't trust him in the playoffs.
I look, I didn't include him. I'm just saying when I saw his ERA, I believe was sub 250. I was like, if I put him on here, I'm going to feel bad about myself. That's a pretty good ERA.
Who's your manager?
Dusty.
I went Dusty too. Hinch has a few more wins. Hinch has a better regular season win percentage, but Dusty has more playoff wins in one less year, and he has a better playoff winning percentage.
And I can't get over the Will Harris, Greinke, Garrett Cole thing.
He had a major gaffe.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had a major gaffe.
Would you put AJ as the bench coach?
Sure.
He was never the bench coach.
Oh, I'm just saying. I mean, you could.
I guess Espada would have to be the bench coach, right?
I had Espada as my bench coach. I had Mickey Brantley as my hitting coach.
Who was never the hitting coach.
But he's better than anybody that was the hitting coach.
That's possibly true.
But Mickey Brantley was coaching Michael Brantley
Yes,
from the
but you said
concourse.
but you said Michael Brantley did not do what we thought he did.
Which is what do you mean?
Because he was injured all the time.
He did have quite a bit of injuries. My batting order too, if you want to go a step further, I like the feng shui of going righty lefty. And look, Dusty Baker's the manager, so he's probably doing this anyways. I went Springer righty, Brantley lefty, Altuve righty, Jordan lefty, Bregman righty, Tucker lefty, and then 3 straight righties: Correa, Yuli, Yiner. So Springer, Brantley, Altuve, Jordan, Bregman, Tucker, Correa, Yuli, Yiner.
I have no disagreement there.
That is one hell of a lineup.
All golden era Astros. That's so filthy. And the Astros have had this in a little over a decade.
I mean, they kind of had that almost the entire lineup in 2019.
I know.
Minus Yiner.
Tucker wasn't who he is, though.
True.
Like,
yeah.
people were always like,
Not
oh,
yet,
look at
yep.
this. Tucker's batting 8th. Well, Kyle Tucker wasn't Kyle Tucker yet. He was baby Tuck. He wasn't quite there. And in fact, Hinch was even like splitting time with him and Reddick still.
And Yuli for being like older. Yuli was so good when he was here.
He was good.
Man.
It's crazy the lack of so left field's crazy outside of Brantley, right? And the lack of anybody at first base behind Yuli's crazy. Like who's the second
tried.
who's the second best first baseman in the golden era?
Oh,
Tyler
boy.
White, the great
Oh, the
white
Great
shark.
White.
I say that in jest, but
Who else played first? When
I mean, Yuli did for
when
all
it
the
wasn't
years.
Yuli. Yeah, it's like
Mancini was at first base for Game 7 of the World Series.
for
in 2002.
one half a year.
And he smothered that baseball.
Yeah.
He blanketed
Took one
that
for the
baseball.
team.
But to my point, people remember that.
I don't know who the second first baseman would be. It might be Christian Walker, sadly.
It might be switching someone else to first base that didn't normally play first
They've
base.
had nothing at first base.
You
outside
might be
of Yuli.
playing Marwin or
I
Yiner
was
there.
gonna say you could use Marwin as your backup first baseman.
Probably so. Yeah, I would say that would be the thing. No one had Greinke for his mound antics. We love Greinke, but Greinke doesn't make the list here. Morton Game 7 heroics versus the Dodgers forever earns him more cred than Javier. Okay, but then how can you not mention the Javier no-hitter? Like Javier also had amazing World Series heroics. Like, yes, I'm not disputing Morton's Game 7 heroics. Those absolutely exist. But how are you going to then ignore Christian Javier's no-hitter heroics in the World Series?
That's exactly right. That's what I was thinking too. It's like, you have so many guys that have their signature moment in this era. And because some of them, it was just a moment, but it's so unforgettable that people are going to put them at the top of their list.
Somebody said Chris Carter. That was before the golden era.
Yeah, he was a strikeout king too.
I wouldn't include Chris Carter in the golden era. Brett Wallace, maybe he played a year. He might have been here in 15. I'd have to go back and look.
Didn't play much. And I was never a fan because when they got him, there was comparisons that he could be the next Berkman and he was terrible.
What?
Oh, yeah.
I think you made that up.
I did not make that up.
Somebody said he would be the next Lance Berkman.
Like Berkman-esque. Not like he's going to be the same stats, but that he could be the next version like of a hitting. He's supposed to be a good hitter. He was never a good hitter here.
So Carter's last year in Houston was 15, and he did hit 24 homers that year, but he hit 199.
He was like boom or bust.
But
right? Strikeout or home run.
That might be your second best first baseman, though. Like if we're not moving positions, who are we talking? We're talking Chris Carter the 1 year where he had 24 home runs with a 199 average. We're talking Tyler White off the bench, which, I mean, that's almost comical. We're talking John Singleton off the bench, which is almost comical. We're talking about a washed-up Jose Abreu, who did have a decent second half of the first year of the contract. And we're talking about the first half of the year, Christian Walker, who's been bad.
I think I would take Walker.
Marwin every now and then would play a little bit of first, but not a lot. Like Marwin's probably the answer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because the only guy that I can think of that I thought filled in at first base was Marwin. And it wasn't like it is now where, you want to give guys until you got Christian Walker, but it was, platoons and giving guys, days off. But the only guy I can ever think of that was backup first baseman was Marwin.
Chris Davinsky vote. Because Davinsky was pretty close, actually, to making my team.
Oh, his walk was on the balls of his feet with that bounce, the way
He only
came
had,
out.
what, one great year, though?
He had one great year, but he had a couple of years
good
of,
ones.
like, solidness.
It was kind of similar. Like, Stanek had one elite year, whereas the ERA was below 2, but the rest were just kind of eh.
The thing with Davinsky is he was here for 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So he was here for 5 years. So he started to add some stuff up. I mean, he was an all-star. He was an all-star
No, he
in
was
17.
great.
He finished 4th in Rookie of the Year in 16. Like, he had a pretty good start in the golden era at the very beginning. Like, he's in consideration. Didn't ultimately make the team, but is in consideration.
And I think he had the Game of Thrones bobblehead.
Did he really?
Yeah, that people loved because he was a big Game of Thrones.
I think that was before I was into Game of Thrones. I didn't really like Game of Thrones. Yeah, I'm weird. Luke Scott was before the golden era. Mancini had the big moment. Preston Tucker was before the golden era. Cole got honorable mention. No, Cole's in the rotation. Grinky, somebody voted Grinky. Maldy over Yiner all day. Hashtag in Dusty we trusty. What if you erase the names and just look at stats? Which pitchers make the list? Pretty much what I gave you. No Evan Gaddis love. I just didn't love his defense behind the dish. Because you could include him at first base. Did he play much first base?
He played some. I don't know how much.
I don't think he played it well.
Yeah,
No, he was a butcher.
No,
he was a butcher. Is a good way to put it.
They called him a caveman, right? And then he did the whole barehanded choke up a little bit on the bat.
Joe Musgrove. Musgrove just didn't do enough to be in consideration here.
Yeah, he was never a full-time starter.
No, he was good, but he was
got you
obviously
Cole.
like. What is your best memory of Joe Musgrove? That he was included in the Garrett Cole
Yeah.
trade. Like, and that's not to poo-poo on Joe Musgrove, but he's not worthy of this team. Like, we're deciding between Charlie Morton and Christian Javier. No offense, but Joe Musgrove is not in this conversation. He's just not. He's not. Now, he developed into being really, really good. Now, he's hurt right now, but he didn't do that in the golden era for the Houston Astros. Texture Dusty was handed the keys to the Ferrari. Hinch built it. That's a fair point. I'm not going to argue that. Who do y'all have on the trash can? Alex Cora.
That or Beltron.
Alex Cora is
Beltran
banging
was the
on the
other
trash
guy.
can.
Yeah, I was gonna say Beltran.
Evan Gaddis, 11 triples, 1 season. Cool. Where are you playing him? Like, where is he going to be on this team? You're going to play him at your backup catcher? Do you just
Cora
qualify?
be your bench coach over Espada?
No, I'm going to keep Espada because I like him more.
Okay.
I like him more. Plus, the bench coach doesn't do much. What does the bench
He
coach
runs the
do?
boombox.
Hey, how about this idea? This with the manager. Like, what does the bench coach do? Like, he looks at the little spray charts. Hey, like, let's move the second baseman over 3 feet. Let's move him over 6 inches. And in fact, I don't even think they do that. Like, Gary Pettis was always the guy standing on the top step. Pettis Chica's always the one moving the guys over.
Wasn't Espada known before Paris Chica as the guy that worked with all the infielders and did the extra drill work and glove work and things?
Yeah, he was the infield guy.
Yeah.
When was Jason Castro out? Castro was here like in 15, and he came back as a pinch hitter late in the golden era. You could make a case for Castro over Maldonado. I just couldn't.
He was on the 22 team, wasn't he?
He came back.
Yeah.
I think
really bad offensive catchers in the history.
He had a home run at Yankee Stadium, I think.
Don't forget about
during
Fields.
22.
He was the foundation we created. That's a good point. It's a really good point. He
Who?
got you back. Josh Fields got you back.
Josh
Yordan
Fields got
Alvarez.
Yordan, yeah.
Got back Yordan. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. We had this conversation the other day about Hunter Brown and like how many pitchers in baseball would you trade Hunter Brown for? I think we landed like on one. Paul Skeens. Keith was giving me grief on Twitter the other day. Like, oh, look at Scooble. Look what he did. Yeah, but Hunter Brown has 2 more years of club control than Scooble. What about quarterback? What about Stroud? What quarterbacks in the NFL would you trade straight up for C.J. Stroud right now today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I would never trade a basketball goal from one of those big box stores for a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. No way. Those goals from Pro Dunk Hoops are way too good. Way too good. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable. It's rust proof, which is must have in Houston. And mention that being able to adjust the height anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Their goal 4, you can actually raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, and it's unbelievable what they can do with this thing. 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. You can get anywhere in that window 5 to 10 feet in seconds with the lightning adjust feature. It's fun to do, and it's easy to do. Their accessories, they're next level. LED light kits for night play. It's hot during the day. You're at work. You only want to play at night. I get you. I understand. Get LED light kits. That way you can play at night. Backstop nets. You can make, you don't have to worry about chasing the basketball around. Also, pull pad lettering. You can customize your goal. You can order all of this online at produnk.com, by the way. And you can also order professional installation online. You can't screw it up. If the pros from Pro Dunk are doing it, they're going to install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do it. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
I don't even think it's arguable.
Okay,
they're
what happens
better
when they're
this
not?
year,
What
a
hap-
better team without Kyle Tucker
Why?
and Alex Bregman.
Why is that?
Because they're winning more games with fewer pitchers than they had
Fewer
last year.
runs scored, yeah, because Fromber and Hunter Brown have been incredible.
Well, they were incredible last year too.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Just a couple of Hall of Famers arguing why the Astros are better this year than last year. Well, they've won more games. How could you? I mean, that's the trump card, I think.
Facts.
They won more. How are the Astros better this year than they were last year? They've won more games. That's the goal, right? Every time you lace them up, every time you go play 9 innings, sometimes more. Isn't the goal to win the game?
Sounds like a Clyde Drexler.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mocking it. I actually agree. Like, I agree with John. Like, I do think that the Astros are better this year than last year, even without Bregman, without
Because they've won more games.
Because they won more games. Like, they are a better team.
I just remember the one we used to do keys to the game every night and didn't know if Clyde was going to do them. And the one night Clyde was just like, I just think, we got to start with score more points. It's like, yeah,
That's
that would
way,
help.
That's way worse.
That would help.
What's the key to the game? We got to score more runs than the Rockies. We got to score more
Low
runs.
key, I hate when TV broadcasts do the keys to the game.
I don't disagree.
Because it's always so generic. Like in football, it's turn the ball over less, control the clock, establish the line of scrimmage. It's like, it's the same 5 things.
TV?
Make your free throws.
Yeah. Make free throws. Shoot a good percentage from 3. Don't turn the ball over.
You know how I feel. I hate doing preview radio. Preview radio is awful. Like, what do the Astros need to do tonight against Chase Dollander to win? What do they have to do every night to win?
Score runs.
They have to score runs. They have
Hit
to see
ball,
pitches.
field
They have
ball,
to get on
score
base.
runs.
I hate preview radio. I cannot stand it. It's why I'd much rather do a Monday show than a Friday show every single day. Like, preview radio is awful. It is awful. But TV segments are usually very, very like cookie cutter. They're very surface level, as you know. Like look at the Astros pregame show, right? And then this isn't a knock on them. This is all TV, but just using that as an example because that's what we watch. Like they normally start 30 minutes before the game, right?
Right.
They'll do like, what do you think of last night? Okay, there's one segment. What do you think of tonight? There's another segment.
Interview.
Might have an interview. Done. Okay, now it's 7:00. Now it's time to go to the game. They don't start at 7. They start at 7:10. I think they have 2 segments between 7 and first pitch. It's usually a welcome to the booth scene setter. Here's the scene that we're setting for you, and then toss it down to Julia, and then first pitch. Like, it's very, very surface level TV. And like, this isn't just the Shin. This is every Major League Baseball broadcast. This is every NBA broadcast. This is every NFL broadcast. That's just the way pregame shows are.
It is. It's in basketball is the same way. It's review the last game, preview the next game, interview with the coach, sideline reporter update on last minute details going on within the game, introduce your guys that are going to be calling the game, and give them keys to the game, and you're ready to go.
Yeah, so it's usually pretty surface level. But I do agree with John's take that the Astros are better. Like, I think they are better this year. Like, I don't really understand the argument, maybe. Like,
I think from you can look at it from like a career standpoint of back of the baseball card and the possibility, and just
the back of his baseball card.
The talent of each individual player.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, you can't argue with the results. I mean, especially last year when they struggled and were scuffling most of the year just to get back into the playoff picture. And this year they comfortably lead the division.
Like, I understand where Lance is coming from. Like, how are they better without Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, right? And you still have kind of the same cast of characters in the pitching staff. Well, the pitching staff's just been way better. The pitching staff's been one of the best pitchers in baseball, period. Remember last year they got off to such a bad start from a pitching perspective.
Bullpen like top 3 and starters are like top ERA.
And last year they had the worst ERA in baseball for like the first 2 months because they had like 30 different pitchers they were used. So like pitching consistency would be the first thing that I look at. But it also proves the point that you don't need – like, star power helps, but it's not the end all be all in baseball. It's more about being a complete team. Don't have holes in the lineup. Be as deep as you possibly can. You don't need these mega. Look at Mike Trout. Like, Mike Trout's never won anything. He's been the best player in baseball for 15 years.
Well, and you look at, to your point, look at the guys that have stepped up this year. I mean, Pena elevated his game. You weren't expecting that to that level. Jake, the same thing, elevated their game. You weren't expecting that level. And in the process, you had a more complete lineup, no matter how much Christian Walker hasn't yet been who you thought he was going to be, or Yiner got off to a slow start, or Jordan hasn't even played. The fact is that the guys playing for him, Paredes, has been huge for them. Everybody, there's so many other guys have stepped up that even the guys that aren't like what your expectations were are good enough when those other guys take it to another level. And that just shows you when you have the continuity of a complete lineup as opposed to a couple of big booming bats, it makes a huge difference.
So no Pena tonight. Astros lineup's out. Pena on the IL, of course. Who do you want to be the leadoff hitter while Pena's gone?
Paredes.
Okay. Espada, I'm with you. And Espada's with us. Isak is the leadoff guy, which, I mean, we had 2 games. Yeah, he pretty much same lineup that we saw. Like, we had a 2-game sample of what Espada was going to do. I didn't expect Espada to do something different today than he did Saturday or Sunday. Like, some people were like, oh, he's on the IL now. He's going to be gone for at least 2-3 weeks. Maybe Espada changes it up. Like, I didn't expect that, and he didn't.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, with the fact that you won 5 of 6 against 2 first-place teams and you've been rolling. Like, yeah, just roll with what's working right now until it doesn't work, and then you can tinker.
The first lineup post Jeremy Pena on the IL. Isak, Myers, Altuve at second, which is fine with Colton Gordon. Smith, your cleanup man. Killicam. Israel, very happy about that. Caratini's your DH, Yiner catches. And then Walker, Hummel in left, Dubon is your shortstop. So that's the Astros 9, first game post Pena.
I just hope Colton Gordon has his A game.
Yeah, maybe he might not. It's in Colorado. It's
Right.
in the Rockies. Chase Dollander, your Tennessee Volunteer guy. The 2-8, 6.06 ERA. The Rockies are 19-65 on the year. That is atrocious.
And that's so much better than they were under Bud Black.
Good point.
Which is scary, right?
They really are.
I think they start off like 8-50, so that's kind of a hot run for them.
Remember, they were struggling. They were people. I mean, when are they going to get to 10 wins?
Astros infamously play down to their competition.
They
though.
do.
Like I'm expecting this to be a tight series.
You and I talked about it before we came on the air. I'm like, yeah, you're supposed to hammer a team as bad as the Rockies. That means it's going to be competitive.
I can almost predict this week because the Astros have 3 in Coors, 3 in LA. They're going to drop 2 of 3 against the Rockies. Everybody's going to be like, oh, the sky's falling down. They can't win without Pena. This team's not a true contender. They're fake. They're not real. I told you. And then they're going to go LA and take 2 of 3. I can almost predict this week.
I think they're going to take 2 out of 3 in Colorado.
I'm just saying.
I hope they do it.
I remember.
We're okay either way with a 3-3 road trip.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Without Pena? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
without Jordan? Yeah, I would take a 3-3 road trip. Absolutely, I would take a 3-3 road trip. Even though you play the lowly Rockies and Mile High, even though you play, I'll take a 3-3 roadie.
I'd just like to shut up Keith from LA and win that series.
Yeah, I really don't even care. Remember when the Astros a couple of years ago, like they were in that race with Seattle, and it was like, let's make T-Mobile, have a reputation, dog. And then the Astros, was it a 4-game series? I don't remember if it was.
I think it was. You mean right out of the All-Star break?
Yes.
I think it was a 3-game series.
I can't remember the length. And they swept them.
That was their World Series.
Yes, and everybody's like, oh, reputation, dog. And that's when like Seattle Pierre was like, doxing me and putting my address on the internet. And then they went into Oakland. The Astros did and got swept.
Yep.
Like that's what the Astros do. So if the Astros lose this series, don't freak out. Also, George Springer hit a grand slam against the Yankees. He has a double dong game on Canada Day for the Blue Jays. They're beating the Yankees 9-4. In case you cared,
The Yankees are really quietly kind of falling back, and
Rays,
Toronto's right there. The Rays are right there.
They're catching them. George Springer, an Astro at heart. Double dong day against the Yankees as he tries to keep the Yankees away from the Astros for the second spot in the American League. All right, I'll hijack that segment. Where does C.J. Stroud? How many quarterbacks in the NFL would you trade C.J. Stroud for right now today? Thank you, Gruden. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The new ESPN Houston app is live. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up, enter to win our giveaway. Is there an S on giveaway? RBI,
is
RBIs?
that a reference to RBI or RBIs?
I was really making fun of the script writer because I know who writes the scripts and I like to make fun of him. But I now it's a double entendre because you can add the RBIs thing. Hit the go button and you'll see the new feature that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and shows. And, of course, we are the most interactive show in Houston. Us. Not anybody else. Us. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So we were talking about Hunter Brown. How many pitchers in baseball would you trade Hunter Brown for? I think we landed on one, Paul Skeens. Keith was mad at us. No, it's Tariq Skubal. You have to include him. Hunter Brown has 2 years of club control. Skubal is going to be a free agent 2 years sooner, so give me Hunter Brown. I still believe Hunter Brown. But, it's relative. It's personal, whatever you think. But it made Brian wonder how many quarterbacks in the NFL contract situation matters here. Like this texter said, Pro Football Stuff has Stroud out of the top 10. Okay, that's talking about like this season going into 2025. Contract situation, age. How many quarterbacks in the NFL would you trade CJ Stroud for?
Man, not a lot. I mean, surprisingly, the one that came to my mind right away that would be one that I think that I'd get a ton of pushback on, but I still believe from a passer perspective more in CJ Stroud than Jaden Daniels. And I know Jaden Daniels had an unbelievable rookie season. So did CJ Stroud. I know that Jaden Daniels runs, and I don't really want CJ Stroud to run all that much, but that's one of the surprising ones that hit me right away that I know that everybody's jumped on the Jaden Daniels bandwagon. I would take CJ Stroud over Jaden Daniels.
I would too.
I think the mainstays that we're going to probably have the most discussion about, especially with your lack of confidence in some of them. But I think that because of the fact that he's younger and he hasn't gotten to his contract yet, as you mentioned, I would take him over Josh Allen. I wouldn't take him over Mahomes. Mahomes, I would take Mahomes. I would probably.
Let's go team by team.
Okay.
Let's go team by team. That way we get to an exact answer for all of us.
Okay.
You said no on Allen.
No on Allen.
I'm not taking. I wouldn't trade Stroud for Allen. Mostly the finances here, but also I don't believe in Allen as a playoff quarterback.
I would take Allen.
You're going Allen.
Yeah, I'm not I mean, Allen's what, 28? I'm not worried about.
Makes too much money.
Yeah, okay. CJ will be there in a year from now. Yeah, I mean, what it doesn't matter to me.
It's an extra year.
I'll take the guy that's gotten further, that's won more consistently.
Josh Allen's allergic to winning playoff football games.
He's also shown he can elevate lesser talent than CJ Stroud's been shown to be able to.
Dalton Schultz looked pretty good a couple of years ago.
Offensive line. It's all about the offensive line.
I wouldn't trade Stroud for Allen. I know I'll get roasted for that, but I don't believe in Josh Allen. No on Tua, right?
Stroud!
No one's saying Tua.
No.
We're not saying Josh Fields here.
Justin?
Oh, yeah, Josh Fields is the guy
reliever.
You traded him for
Guy is too.
Somebody texted Josh Fields a minute ago. So no Justin Fields. Drake May? No. A lot of people like Drake May.
Yeah.
A lot of people are fans of Drake May.
I think Orlovsky's a big Drake May.
So was Josh Allen. Called him like the future of the league or something like that.
Did he? Oh, yeah, I read that.
I can't remember the exact quote, but something along those lines.
Yeah, he was a big fan of his. Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
You would take Lamar over CJ?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would too.
I'm out.
Because of the contract?
And he's also allergic to winning in the playoffs.
He's gotten further than CJ, though.
He's had way better teams. CJ Stroud's a 500 quarterback in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson's probably under 500.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. He definitely is under 500. I can't make the argument. But I don't want to make the argument of contract because literally CJ's going to be there a year from now.
Sure.
And the other part with the allergic to winning, like I get the argument as to why people would say Allen or Lamar won't win a Super Bowl, but CJ hasn't proven he can even get to the level of those guys who can't win a Super Bowl.
Lamar's got that James Harden of the NFL tag until further notice.
I think Stroud can't elevate his game. I think he does have moments where he's gotten clutch in his lifetime. I think he has the clutch gene, CJ Stroud.
You don't think Lamar does?
No, I don't at all.
I can't argue the fact that Lamar hasn't shown it yet in the playoffs.
And I feel the same way about Allen. Like my take on Allen and Lamar is identical. I feel the same way about both guys. So no there. Aaron Rodgers.
No.
No.
I'm taking.
Yes. Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm just kidding. I'm trolling.
You going back in the football card?
I'll know that one. I do like Rodgers. I don't like him as much as Stroud, obviously. I think Rodgers can be okay in Pittsburgh. Joe Burrow.
Yes.
You're taking Burrow over him?
Yes.
I am too.
Yeah, Burrow's the first one on my list. We locked eyes that one night in northern Kentucky,
what
and my
this is
life
about.
has never been the
Backless
same.
tuxedo.
No, he was wearing kind of sweats because it was the night before a game right across the river, the Ohio River, where we locked eyes that one fateful night that I'll never forget. And I don't think he's ever going to forget it either. So I got Burrow on mine. Any of the 18 quarterbacks in Cleveland?
No.
Nope.
No. All right. Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones,
Nope.
No.
Trevor Lawrence.
No.
Nope.
The best quarterback in Tennessee is probably Will Levis, but Cam Ward for the sake of the conversation.
Nope.
No.
Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Pat Mahomes over CJ Stroud.
Absolutely.
I have to go Mahomes too. I think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL. Even if he's not putting up the numbers, I trust Pat Mahomes more than anybody else in the
Agreed.
league. Maybe more than anybody else in my lifetime other than Tom Brady.
Yeah, look, and I love Peyton Manning, but I mean, he's in the discussion already with those two guys.
Justin Herbert.
No.
No.
No chance for me. Bo Nix.
Nope.
No.
Geno Smith.
Nope.
No.
Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Yes.
You didn't want to.
I didn't want
You didn't want to.
I had to eat,
You didn't want to at
I
all.
had to eat crow on that because of my prediction a
It'd be
long
a hard
time ago.
argument to make
But
against.
yeah, I can't go against Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is my second best quarterback in the NFL. I would take Hurts over CJ Stroud. He's a winner. He's the antithesis of Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. He's not going to put up the numbers year in, year out, but he is going to win games in the postseason. He's going to be there.
That's actually pretty true.
Daniels,
yeah, because and they all run too.
Daniels, we already discussed. Where were you at on Daniels?
I was on the fence with him, but I would lean no.
Did you lean yes or no?
No, I don't think Daniels is better than Stroud.
Yeah.
Like we'll probably be called homers for saying that because if you ask that nationally,
Oh my God!
Yeah,
I think they would go Daniels, right?
It's a slam dunk Daniels.
Probably
Dak.
70-30 Daniels.
Dak,
Nationally.
no.
That wouldn't go Dak. I like Dak.
And the
more
funny
than
thing is, we were talking about CJ being the first $60 million quarterback, and then Dak got extended
to 60.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Dak was going to get 60.
I never thought he was going to get 60. I thought Jerry was nickel and diamond all over the place, and then he got it.
That was our we had a contentious argument about who gets 60.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if it was me or you or me or somebody, but I thought he was going to get to 60. But it was a big jump. It went from 55 to 60. Like it was a pretty substantial leap. I like Dak more than most people, but I'm not taking him ahead of Stroud.
No way.
New York Giant Russ Wilson, Jameis Winston, or who's the rookie they just drafted? Jackson Dart.
Or the DeVito.
Yeah, he's
Tommy
there
Cutlets.
too.
Still there.
I think he's still on the roster.
He's still there.
Tommy Cutlets.
Yeah.
Jared Goff.
No.
No. I think Goff is a guy that kind of matched Shabby. Just better than Schaub, but Matt Schaub in that he has to have a great cast around
See,
him.
I think he's a system quarterback.
I think we underrate Goff. I wouldn't
He's
take him
gotten
over
better.
Stroud. But I think we underrate Goff.
When he left the Rams, I didn't have any confidence in it at all in him. And boy, has he developed in Detroit. But I just don't have a lot of. He's a product of the system in a lot of ways to me, and the right system fits him, and he can execute. But I think CJ can execute in every system.
His best receiver there was like a fourth rounder.
Yeah, but Amon Ra
turned into be.
Is there any quarterback in recent memory that kind of woke up on third base thinking they hit a triple twice more than Jared Goff with Sean McVay and then Ben Johnson and all the weapons he's had?
To be fair, when Goff went to Detroit, not many people thought anything of that team.
Fair.
And they didn't think that he was going to be good there.
Now the weapons did materialize for sure, but when he got there, they're like, "Oh yeah, this is a failure. This isn't going to work. Campbell stinks. Goff's no good." And then here they are, one of the best teams in the NFC the last few years. But he does have incredible weapons. I'm not going to deny that. Amon Ra. Even Jamison Williams at least takes the top off of defense.
Two-headed,
Porta's
Gibbs
good.
in the backfield.
And their offensive line's insane.
Oh,
it's insane.
Although they lost a big piece with Ragnar retiring.
True.
We'll see how that hurts.
I am very interested to see what they look like without Benny Johnson, too. Because Benny Johnson's the best offensive mind in the game currently outside of Sean McVay, then that offense should take a step back.
I don't disagree, but I think the fact that you're losing both coordinators, I'm curious as a team how big of a step back they take because you lose Aaron Glenn as well.
Vikings with well, he's not a rookie, but the first time we're going to see him in the NFL, J.J. McCarthy. I mean, he's already going to be better than John Elway if you ask Craig Kilborn.
Yeah, and I know people are already saying that people can't stop gushing that this kid's going to be great. I don't see it. I don't think he's going to be great.
Yeah, it's hard to tell based on his Michigan film because he just didn't
throw the ball.
Yeah, he didn't throw a ton. I like Kevin O'Connell, though. I think Kevin O'Connell can make chopped liver look
really
like a
good
good
coach.
quarterback. Jordan Love?
No.
Come on, Joel.
No.
Come on, Joel.
If you want to make a trade, sure.
No, the
bring
answer's
Jordan
no.
Love to Houston and let CJ quarterback the Packers.
Caleb Williams?
No.
You hate Caleb Williams.
I don't. I'm not a fan.
I'm
I don't
not sure
hate
you
him.
hate worse.
I don't know. I
Caleb
don't
Williams,
believe
Jordan
in.
Love, or
I
Aaron
don't
Rodgers?
believe in Caleb Williams, and I don't believe in Love.
Who do you hate worse, Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, or Aaron Rodgers? Or who do you like the least, if you want to
I
frame
don't
it that
hate
way?
Aaron Rodgers because of all what he did while he was in Green Bay for all those years. I can't stand his antics.
So who do you hate the worst?
I probably Jordan Love. Probably I dislike more than I dislike Caleb Williams.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't trade
Ability-wise.
Stroud for Williams just because he didn't look great last year.
No, he
now,
did not.
I do think he could take off this year. I think Caleb Williams has a shot to take off this year. Benny Johnson, they have some weapons too.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze. They
Two tight ends.
drafted the Ole Miss kid. They
Got the Michigan tight end to go with.
Loveland.
Yeah, to go with.
What was my blanket name on the Ole Miss kid?
Oh, the wide receiver. Yeah,
I can't think of his name right now. It wasn't the Ole Miss.
something the second.
No, was it
Luther Burden, the third.
Luther Burden from Missouri.
Luther Burden the third. Missouri. I got my SEC schools messed up. It just means more. Trey Harris is the Ole Miss kid.
He
Luther
went to
Burden's the Missouri
Chargers.
kid who went to Chicago.
Who's their tight end that they had? Kyle
Cole Kmet.
Cole Kmet. They had, and then they added the Michigan. They got weapons all over the place, and they spent a lot with both trades and to upgrade the offensive line.
I think he could take off, but I can't do it yet. So I'm not going to take Williams over Stroud. Baker.
Baker was so good last year.
He
but
was
no.
good last year, but I'm still not doing it.
No.
I feel like your ceiling's limited. Like Baker might be a better football player than CJ Stroud
For how many
today,
years,
but I feel
yeah.
like the ceiling is limited
Yeah,
by
I
Baker
agree.
as opposed to
Yep.
Stroud. Michael Penix.
No.
Bryce Young.
No.
Tyler Shuck. Looks
No.
like Shao, pronounced Shuck.
No.
Stafford.
No.
Not at this point in his career.
Yeah, same. It's too late in his career.
Yep.
Sam Darnold.
No.
No.
The greatest athlete on planet Earth, Kyler Murray.
No.
Brock Purdy.
No.
No.
Okay. All right. I have three. I have Mahomes, Burrow, and Hurts. How many did you land on?
I think that was mine as well.
No, you had
Burrow.
Lamar.
You had one
Oh,
more.
and I had Lamar. That Lamar was
You had
before.
four.
Yeah, I had
And I
Lamar.
had 5. I added Allen to Joel's.
Look at me. I'm the biggest homer of the three of us. Branham's the biggest homer. And all you guys say I rip on Houston and talk so negative about teams. I have the fewest quarterbacks that I would trade CJ Stroud for. I'm a homer.
Boom. There we
I've
go.
always told
Jeremy
you
Branham's
this.
right.
Yeah, so I have 3. Blankers has 4. Brian has 5. How many quarterbacks in the NFL would you trade CJ Stroud for straight up right now, today? Tell us where we went wrong. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to the break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distillery, Houston's finest micro distillery. So I met with the owner, Joe, about a month ago, and he brought some of his whiskeys up here for us to taste. And let me tell you, he's got the best line of whiskeys I've ever tasted. So much different than the same 3 or 4 brands that you see while you're out at most bars. If you're tired like I was of the big brand, mass-produced, factory-made whiskeys that all taste the same, then do yourself a favor and check out Old Humble Distilling Company. The big brands all taste the same because they're mass-produced and made in the same area of the country. If they all do it the same way, then no wonder they taste the same as well. Not at Old Humble Distilling Company. They make a premium product that's unique to the Gulf Coast of Texas because their process is so much better. Better ingredients, handcrafted. They even use captured rainwater in their process. It's made in batches as small as 5 gallons to give every bottle an added complexity and deeper character as well. Old Humble Distilling Company makes approachable premium whiskeys right here in the Houston area that salutes the spirit of the wildcatters, the pioneers of the oil field that help make this area great. You can grab a bottle out at Specs, Total Wine, or find a retailer's can't find it. Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6, and on Fridays, open till 9 for date night, where every Friday from 5 to 9 p.m., you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board for 2, all for just $50. So, Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960 in Humble, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The George Springer, that guy, he's got 7 ribbies on Canada today. Is it today Canada Day? Is that where they're playing the afternoon game?
Yes, indeed.
They're wearing their reds.
They're wearing that sweet hat, that white front, red hat with the maple leaf.
Yeah.
It is definitely. I was watching the game last night, the Yankees Blue Jays game, and they said that All Canada Day or whatever it is today.
I've heard that's the only day that they wear the red.
I think that's true.
Is that true? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a beautiful park. I've never been. Have you been? You've been to Toronto.
I've been to Toronto. I have not been to the Dome.
Yeah, I got to get out there.
Toronto, like, they say, is like
great place to watch
the New York of Canada.
I've never been to Canada.
We always, everybody always like Dream's favorite city was Vancouver. I was like, yeah, because you came here in the summertime when it was nice. Every time we went there, it was like freezing cold and minus 30. I'm like, I'm not going out anywhere. I'm not going to see the city.
Peter K. Blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, coaches that run up the score when Branham checks out, Jordan Love, and Caleb Williams. Is there anything inaccurate there?
I mean, I don't hate the Rockets.
Yeah, you don't hate the Rockets. Peter, you have 2 commas in there too, my guy. Your copy and paste skills need a little cleaning up. They need a little bit of work. Got 2 commas whenever there should only be 1. Pat 409, give me Herbert and Collins over Stroud and any receiver Herbert has had.
Collins.
He's saying if Nico. He's talking about Nico Collins. He's saying if Herbert had Nico Collins, that he would take Herbert over Stroud.
Oh, I'm not.
I would take. I like Stroud more than Herbert.
I do
Herbert's been in the league for a while and can't win playoff games. And when he went head to head with C.J. Stroud, the Texans comfortably won that game.
Yeah, and I just, when you watch him, and specifically in that game, but just when I've watched him, I just don't think he has the same ability to put touch on the ball and feather the ball in there and hit the ball where it needs to be on routes. I think CJ does.
Yeah, I could see that. I do think that Stroud has a little bit more touch, a little more feel. Herbert, I think, has a bigger arm, but he doesn't really have the touch on it.
Herbert's got a cannon.
He does.
But I just don't think he has the same touch.
Got a howitzer. Texter, great segment, guys. Love the conversation. You clean the brown off your nose. Stroud had a worse sophomore slump than Dak Trashcott, and that's coming from a Cowboy fan. Okay. Peter says, dang my commas. Yeah, your comma game needs some work.
How much was that him and how much was the offensive line? I think it's a combination, but I think that you have to factor in how bad that line was as well. He was running for his life.
Yeah.
His internal clock was all out of whack.
So here's the thing. C.J. Stroud last year was playing with where were we call it the Texans offensive line? Like a bottom 5 offensive line. Some people would say the worst offensive line. Some would say he had the worst offensive line in the NFL last year. He had the worst offensive line in the NFL last year, according to some people. And Stroud still threw for 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns against 12 picks, and led his team to a division championship. And, won a playoff game. I think Stroud's 2024 was actually pretty good.
See, that's where I think that the real discussion is, because everybody said, he had a sophomore slump. Well, the reason why you say he had a sophomore slump is because he didn't match the statistics he put up as a rookie, which were absolutely incredible and maybe one of the best, if not the best, rookie seasons of a quarterback in NFL history. So that's where I think people lose sight of the fact of everything you just said. Yeah, he didn't match the stats from year one, but was there ever an expectation he was gonna, even with a tougher schedule on top of it? But he still did enough for it to take his team and win football games, and that's why I was fine with it.
Glenn on Twitch, it was the same O-line, and this O-line is worse. I think that the characters don't look as good, but the thing is the scheme
and the system.
I think we're going to learn. I think we're going to learn that Bobby Slowick was pretty incompetent.
I think he was a little overmatched, and I think that when you talk about the coaches, the scheme, the ability to get coached up and to get guys out there that are going to listen to him and do the kind of things that some of the guys, from what we've heard, might not have been doing all that often. I think that systematically, schematically, and basically continuity-wise, you probably got a chance to be a better offensive line.
I think they're going to be better by default. Just competence in that room. Texter, I would take Jaden Daniels over CJ. Daniels can stay poised no matter what. CJ has proven to get in his own head.
I don't see that. I don't think CJ gets in his own head. I think CJ gets into his head when he realizes he's getting his head ripped off and that his internal clock says you better get the hell out of there fast because you're getting crushed.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed that. Like, I'm not going to say that like he's more composed than Daniels, but I don't remember a time where CJ Stroud gets Framber Valdez out there on the field.
I think that it's just a natural occurrence for any quarterback that faces the amount of pressure that has been documented that he faced. The fact is that if you put Jaden Daniels behind that offensive line, sure, he's going to run, but he's probably looking to run a whole lot more often and sooner after he gets the ball from center than he would this last year when he had a lot more time to throw the football.
Don't be homers. Daniels over CJ, probably Caleb too. Okay, your opinion.
I'm not doing Caleb at all. I understand the Daniels conversation. I'm not entertaining Caleb Williams.
Caleb's all about potential. Like he hasn't done anything on an NFL field that CJ has. It would be about potential and projecting what he would be. Goff and CJ are the same player, according to Colin Cowherd. He got drafted the other day in the NBA. Cowherd. Tyler and Conroe, Brian should stick to producing. His takes are trash. Says that was Tyler in the Row, Brian, just so you know. Tyler in the Row said that.
Wasn't Tyler in the Row the one that came on one time, Brian, with us and said the man, the myth, the legend about himself?
I don't remember.
Tyler?
I believe so.
It could have been. Did you saying he's self-glossed?
Yes.
I love that.
And he's also going to have to be way more specific about my bad take. There's been so many.
Probably the 5 quarterbacks that you have ahead of Stroud.
Oh,
or that you would trade Stroud
okay.
for.
So I guess it's more of a homer take from the listener.
Easy. Take it easy on us homers. Branham, notable homer. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive. What's up?
How's it going, guys?
Great.
What's up, Pete?
Hey, it was good to see you guys out there last Friday. Enjoyed the show. Looking forward to the next one. As far as quarterbacks, I'd trade Stroud for Mahomes. That'd be my number one. I mean, his track record's obvious. The Super Bowl winning quarterback. Number 2, Jalen Hurts. I feel like he's a complete quarterback as well, and he just won the Super Bowl. Burrow would be my third. He reminds me so much of some of the 90s quarterbacks in terms of mechanics, his poise, his throwing ability, just a complete quarterback. And then as far as honorable mentions, I'll throw in Josh Allen and
Lamar.
Or I'd throw in Josh. Yeah, I'd throw in Lamar as well. Even though they haven't won the big one and have struggled, their abilities are there. It's just a matter of getting it done. And one more thing. This is for you, Israel. I'd trade Stroud for Killer Cam. Not only will we see you in Cooperstown, we'll see you in Canton, Ohio. I'm out.
Rack 'em.
Wow.
Rack 'em Pete.
Rack 'em Pete.
Trade Stroud. He wouldn't trade Stroud for Killer Cam. Or he would.
He would. I think. I don't know. Or he'd elevate both of them.
It was good seeing you too, Rack 'em Pete. And we'll be out at Landry's in Galveston Friday. Or Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah. We're off Friday. We don't work Friday. We're gonna pull up Brian on Friday and not work.
And Brian's pulling a Brian too.
Yeah, starting
the next
tomorrow.
3 days.
Starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
This guy's off more than Jordan. So who comes back first,
true.
Jeremy Pena or Brian McDonald?
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
I love that take so much.
Well, I'll be in on Monday, so I think it'll be unless Dana Brown's right, I think I'll be paying you
So
back.
Thursday, we're just going to keep saying Brian's in Playa.
In La Playa. Brian's in La
He's
Playa.
chilling right now. He's in La Playa right
We're
now.
going to be at La Playa on Thursday at Landry's.
No.
Landry's
Oh, I
Seafood.
wish
water
I was
was
in
blue
La
last
Playa,
weekend.
but hardly.
Was it? We're going to be at La Playa.
Beach was.
Landry Seafood House in Galveston, noon to 6 this Thursday. The summer circuit. You can find the schedule at ESPN975.com. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value for registration. Stop by the promo table at the broadcast. Every time I do $4,000 value, I hold the 4 like I'm a member of the 4 Horsemen. He would do the walk me.
Yeah.
He would do the walk me thing. Not to be confused, it's those two can blah, 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 blah. I think I would trade CJ for Burrow. Honestly, injuries. I don't think I would trade CJ for Burrow. Honestly, injuries, and Joe has had better weapons. Give CJ the Bengals lineup, and I think he would do just as well. The Bengals do have great receivers. Their offensive line has been a train wreck.
And
It's
the
been
reason why he got crushed and had a major injury.
now, the injuries is a fair point. I mean, Burrow's had 2 seasons that were ended abruptly because of injury. So that's a fair point.
He's had a super cheap organization that didn't want to put an offensive line in front of him, and he still, if he had more wins last year as a team, he probably would have been in the MVP conversation.
Sure.
Might have won it.
Jaden and Burrow, says somebody. Let's see how Daniels does to his sophomore year before we can compare. Yeah, we can't do that today, though. Give CJ an excuse for his line, but not Caleb. Getting rattled under pressure is negative. Yeah, but CJ CJ's both of his seasons have been better than Caleb Williams one.
Caleb needed coaches to teach him how to watch film.
Yep.
I mean, CJ's an X's and O-aholic, and we got a guy that needs coaches to guide him through watching film.
Can you win a Super Bowl with Dak? I think yes, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. I think Dak is capable of winning a Super Bowl. I think he is.
See, I think Dak is what Jared Goff is in Detroit to some degree. I think if you put him in the right system with the right weapons, I think Dak could lead you very far in the playoffs.
Hold on. Just to make sure I understand this correctly, Jeremy. So Dak can win a Super Bowl, but
Yes.
Allen and Lamar can't?
Correct. Yeah.
Based on what?
Allen and Lamar struggle in the postseason. They're reckless with the ball. I think Dak can
Remember when
protect
Dak
the ball.
slid down with no time? Was that
a
against
bad
Green
play.
Bay?
That was a bad play. It wasn't a turnover play.
Was that against Green Bay?
Josh Allen and
it
Lamar
might not have been
Jackson
against Green Bay.
aren't careful enough with the football to win multiple consecutive games in the playoffs. They're just not. And you know how I know this? Because they've proven it year after year after year after year.
Where is Dak proven that he can win in the playoffs?
Oh,
He's
he
never
hasn't
reached
either.
a conference championship.
He
game.
hasn't either, but I believe
But
he
has he
takes
had
care of the football more.
I think the argument would be, has Dak ever had the type of team that Lamar has had, and for a lot of years that Josh had?
I mean, he had Des Bryant. He's got CD. He had Zeke in his prime.
Right,
he's had a lot
he's
of
had
talent.
some good teams.
He's one of the best offensive line in football for a couple of years.
I'll say the Ravens had top 5 defenses. Buffalo had defense, and they had a lot of weapons for a lot of years, and a really good offensive line.
Yeah, I think Dak's
they both
right
have things around
situation.
them.
I think Dak Wright situation is capable of winning a Super Bowl. I don't think that Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson are
So
capable.
if you just everything's the same, you pluck them on the same team. Allen, Lamar, and Dak. Dak's the most capable of winning Super Bowl.
Yes.
Man, I think you're dying on a hill.
Yeah, I don't know if I
feels
go
like
that
take
far.
luck.
I think Dak could be a system quarterback with a great team around him that could win a Super Bowl. I don't know that I can do that.
Dak is the team that they're on matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Dak would have to be on a really good team to win the Super Bowl. 100%. I'm not denying that. Josh Allen and Lamar also have to be on a really good team to win the Super Bowl. The thing that Dak does that Josh and Lamar don't is protect the football and be a distributor of the ball. Josh Allen and Lamar aren't guys who are going to be like, okay, I got this really great player. He's going to touch the ball 12 times because they're dominant. Their usage is high. They're kind of like the James Hardens of football, where the ball is always in their hand and they can't distribute it out to their skill guys.
See, I think Josh Allen did more with less last year, which was impressive to me, as opposed to Lamar's seemingly always has a great defense. And yeah, the wide receivers maybe, but they've even in the last couple of years tried to upgrade the wide receivers, and he's been a 1 seed. You know, I think from a Dak perspective, I don't know that he's ever had teams like that since he's been there, but I also think that Dak, to me, has to have a really good team around him to have a chance to win a Super Bowl.
I think so too. But I think that Allen and Lamar, because of how ball dominant they are, can't win it all with that team because they're not using the resources of that team.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I just think that Josh Allen impressed me last year, not just winning the MVP, but the fact that, you know, the majority of his receivers and he lost a lot of weapons offensively, and yet he still carried his team, and that was impressive to me because I do understand what you're saying, that they are ball dominant. I think that he has learned to get rid of it more than Lamar.
He does. He has. But in the biggest moments last year, he didn't.
Well, I mean, I can't argue with the results.
The worst take ever, Dak over Allen and Lamar, LOL. I'm not taking Dak over Allen and Lamar. It's not the take. I would have Allen and Lamar ahead of Dak. I think Dak is better I think Dak can win a Super Bowl where I don't think Allen and Lamar can because of their way they play. Now, Dak would have to be on a really good team, no denying that. If Buffalo doesn't get outplayed for the last 20 seconds against KC, Josh Allen makes the Super Bowl. He also tried to give the game away before they played KC. He threw the ball up in the air like 3 different times.
That first series, wasn't he just awful?
He's like, here's the game. Please take it away from me.
Yep.
I'll chime back in. Cowboys haven't had a good O-line since 18-19. Haven't had a good D in years. Never in Dak's tenure, says a texter. And then, man, Brian got his undies in a wad about Dak. LOL. I don't think it was about Dak. I think it's more about Josh and Lamar. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Willa Bits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. She's going to be great. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Also, what is great is Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is fantastic. They're the best dealership, and they're a dealership that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast as well. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. You know what happens? Generations of families get into new vehicles. They love their vehicles. They love their time there with Monument Chevrolet. They love the way that they go about it. And then these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly feel, good people. The culture's fantastic as well. And right now, 4th of July savings at Monument Chevrolet. Celebrate with them and enjoy unbeatable prices on a wide selection of American-made vehicles. Take advantage of unbelievable deals through July 7th on some of the classics like the Chevy Suburban, the Silverado, and popular new models like the EV Blazer and the Chevy Trax. As always, the price listed is the price you get. No surprise fees, no haggling, no hassling. Take advantage of these savings this 4th of July at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it this 4th of July with massive savings going on at Monument Chevrolet. Check out their inventory online, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person. They'll love to see you. 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. What did they say? I'm arguing with people on the internet.
Food debates.
Food debates. Okay.
What are you arguing with people on the internet about?
Somebody said I should have had Zach Greinke over Dallas Keuchel on the all Golden Era team.
That's a bad take.
It's a bad take. It's a bad take. Some arguments that are fair, like Hinch Baker's right down the middle. That's very, very close. Other positions, very, very close. Greinke over Keuchel ain't close.
No, not close.
Greinke ain't Keuchel. Let me look see what I said.
I mean,
Keuchel had 76 wins with a 3.66 ERA during the Golden Era and won a Cy Young. Greinke had 22 wins, 54 less, with a 3.89 ERA, so the ERA was even higher, and also didn't win a Cy Young as an Astro. It's not even close.
There's no argument.
Not even close, third ward Astros. He has a cougar in his avatar, though, so I hate that. I hate killing my own. So I don't like that. So I just commented instead of quoting.
Our beloved Cougs.
I protect those that I love. Food debates, they said. Which one of these has to go? Subway, Wendy's, Panda Express, or Sonic?
Well, for me, and I know which way you're going on this, but for me, it's Sonic. I'm not a fan of Sonic. I've never been a fan of Sonic.
Really?
And I don't like the tater tots instead of the fries option. I'm not a big fan of their burgers.
They have fries.
I know. They're curly, aren't they?
No. You're casual. Sonic
I am.
casual.
You know me. I don't eat fast food a whole lot. But if I really like Panda Express.
They do have some new crinkle cut, though. Maybe that's where the confusion came
Okay. I like the Wendy's chicken sandwich, and I love Subway because I try to eat fresh.
This one was easy for me. It sounds like it was easy for you too, but
yeah, I just don't like Sonic.
Very easy for me as well. Sonic's great, man. Sonic, well, okay, I use great very lightly.
Yeah.
Sonic's great for the quick snack and fantastic drinks. The food, there's some things that
Some
are
of
edible.
it's okay.
But like some of the, like I go there for the drinks and then the snacks. Mozzarella sticks are
100%.
fantastic. I don't mind the jalapeno cheddar poppers.
Same.
From time to time. I do like a rare tater tot over French fry, especially with cheese on it. They put the slice of cheese too. That way you know you're getting the good stuff. Or you can go chili cheese there with the tots as well. So I like Sonic. Sonic's fine. Panda I eat quite often. You know, I'm trying to eat healthy. I go to Panda. Wendy's has the Frosties. They have the 99-cent nuggets. Subway's the easy answer here. Of all the sandwich places that exist, Subway's dead last.
All right, give me Jersey Mike's. Give me
I understand it, but
Firehouse
hate
Subs.
Subway.
I got the perfect answer. The
Hate
Madster.
Subway.
The Madster.
What's the Madster?
Maddie loves Subway.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Maddie loves Subway.
That's
6-inch
different.
turkey.
We're talking about you specifically.
But I can't rule that out because then Maddie gets her sandwich.
So I can't stand Subway.
Subway's gross.
I can't remember the last time I ate Subway. 20 years ago, at least. I hate the smell of Subways. You walk in there, it smells bad.
Well, because for years, I don't know if they changed it since. Remember that report came out that their bread wasn't actually bread? They had too much sugar to be considered bread.
Oh, the what is that called?
I forget what the term was.
Every choice with the bread, or just like they're straight.
I don't remember the report specifying, but it just said their bread, so I assume it was all of it. Maybe it was just the white bread, but
it's called something extract. Cornstarch extract, maybe. I don't
maybe.
know. Okay, so we're on Subway. You're on Sonic.
Right.
All right, get rid of one of these: Chipotle, Red Lobster, McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, Popeyes. This is tough.
It is. I am not a fan of Red Lobster. So I'm going to eliminate Red Lobster because I can go with every other one of those and have a couple of go-tos. Red Lobster to me, I'm not very trusting of the quality of the seafood at a Red Lobster.
But you trust the quality of McDonald's and Burger King and Taco Bell?
For certain things, yeah.
I like
a fair comeback.
I like all of these. All of these are good. I do like all 6 of these options. So this is difficult for
the last
me.
time I was at a Red Lobster.
Same. That's the thing. Like I probably eat Red Lobster the fewest of all of these. Although those Cheddar Bay biscuits go hard.
That's the only thing that made this
Those
tough
go
for me.
hard.
I know you really love them, Brian, but yeah, I can't even think of the last time I was at a Red Lobster, so they're out.
TikTok has also learned me up on them having a new CEO that's doing some like new things. Like I think they brought in not crawfish. They brought in those seafood boil bags, which seems fun and exciting. So Red Lobster's trying to make a late play here. See, I do like some of the stuff at Red Lobster, and I like seafood. I feel like I'm being redundant by keeping 2 burger places. I'm going to eliminate. I'm going to eliminate Taco Bell.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to eliminate Taco Bell.
Runs to the border.
Where else are you going to get all you can eat shrimp for $22?
I just would rather go so many other places for seafood. Like
Agreed.
The Cheddar Bay biscuits would be the only thing that's drawing me in the door. Otherwise, there's a seafood place in every community, every town that I would rather go to than Red Lobster.
Fair.
In this area.
Like I struggle.
I guess you could say the same thing about tacos or burgers, but I don't know. It just feels like Red Lobster is the most replaceable. The only thing that gets me to go through the door would be the Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Okay,
but I can make those at home.
I like the fries better at McDonald's.
I eliminate Red Lobster.
So that's why I kept the 2 burger places.
Plus, they have dollar drinks at McDonald's.
And I like the charbroil of the Burger King burgers.
Same.
Texas Double Whopper goes hard once a year.
Once a year?
Once a year is all I get it.
And Chipotle, I like the bowls and the different variations that you have with the real meat.
Yeah, I'm kind of rethinking my thought when I Taco Bell. I'm going to stay with it just so we're a little different. All right, one has to go. Final one here. Which candy has to go? Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, the Sour Patch Kids, Starbursts, or Kit Kats?
For me, I'm going to go with Sour Patch Kids. I'm not big on them. My wife loves them. My kids love them. I do not. Starburst, always. I like Starburst from time to time, and I'm never going to eliminate either Kit Kat or Reese's.
I'm going to take off Starburst.
I can see it. I'm not big on the Sour Patch Kids.
Joel and I are in lockstep again, which I'm agreeing with them. I know that never
crazy.
happens. That never happens. But Reese's and Kit Kat, there's no way I can get rid of those. Those are Mount Rushmore candy bars for me.
You want some tragic news?
Sure.
Well, it's not tragic, but it's pretty bad. Jordan Alvarez will see a hand specialist tomorrow. Dana Brown says he felt soreness again after swinging yesterday in West Palm Beach. Matt Kawahara. Jordan felt pain in his hand when hitting yesterday in Florida and will have his ramp up paused and see a specialist. General Manager Dana Brown said Brown termed it a setback with Alvarez as the team hoped he could return in the next week plus. Dana Brown told the radio team that he was optimistic he could join the Astros in LA, which that series begins Friday.
Remember our timeline? We're going way past it. We're going end of July.
Felt the soreness in the same area.
We're going end of July at the earliest.
His bones are brittle.
I mean, this does, like Joel just hinted at, like we had the conversation. If he misses past the end of June, which we're now past that, and we're probably going 3 weeks longer, like the initial screw up of this whole thing is certainly, I think without a shadow of doubt, cost him extra time.
All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, look, it's not too late to get your fireworks before the big weekend. It's your last chance, though. Top Dog Fireworks still have 14 locations that are going to be open until Friday, July 4th at midnight. Stock up now while you can still get to your fireworks store and get the celebration stuff that you need. Weddings, birthday parties, engagements, gender reveals, great selection, great prices. Go to the website, topdogfireworks.com. Their 14 locations are all around town. Spend $250, get a free reward while supplies last. But again, you got to check the website, you got to find the location, and you got to get there quickly because supplies are running out. Topdogfireworks.com is where you need to go first, and then find the location near you. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations in the Houston area. Today is the last day to enter the big sweepstakes, the Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest. Each store location is going to have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. Everyone who enters in that will have the opportunity to win the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast, an $1,100 valued assortment that will be yours for your enjoyment. Go to topdogfireworks.com right now. Get that entry form completed and have your chance to win. That is what you need to do, and that is where you need to go. Topdogfireworks.com.
Car wrecks of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. What you got, Blinkers?
The first one is the Astros after the Jordan news. We got to throw that at the top of the list. But the one that I had is there is a fan that has been involved in an umpire review for whether he interfered with a home run ball or a ball at the wall. 4 straight seasons in Arizona, 5 separate incidents where 2 of them were overturned and 2 of them stood as home runs, where this dude is constantly in the mix for, and I guess twice he had to be reprimanded if he was the one that interfered with the ball in play.
I like his hustle. It's good hustle.
This is kind of making him a Karen.
The one yesterday he was beyond the boundary. Like I haven't seen all the plays, so I can't comment on all the plays. I thought the one last night, though, he was within his right.
Yeah, there were 2 that he was within his right and were upheld as home runs, and 2 where they said that they ruled them doubles instead of home runs because he went over the wall.
It's crazy. Were they in different parts of the field, or were they all in right?
All in left field.
One yesterday was in left?
All of them were in left field that I've seen.
So these
and there's been 5 one. There's one other one that someone else submitted as well from Arizona that said, by the way, because John Boy Media had the first 4, and someone chimed in and commented and said, you missed one. There's a 5th one within the last 4 years.
So these are probably season tickets.
Oh, I would imagine so.
That's a deep part of the yard, too.
Yeah.
Huh. That's funny.
1 fan, 5 different times.
Yeah, I kind of like it, though. It's like a dog marking his territory. No fly zone. This is my area. You know how Julio Rodriguez, he does the no-fly zone when he makes a catch? This guy's got his own no-fly zone. I like it. I like a fan like this.
And he flexes.
I just always watch the video.
Puts the guns up when he makes the catch.
Yeah. This Jordan, what is wrong with Jordan's hand? That's my car wreck. What is wrong with his hand?
We already know there was a broken bone. It's just like, why is it
still
healing?
sore?
And why is it? Yeah. Is that more like, is it bones? Is it tendons? What are we missing?
Can we completely rule out the idea of him being pushed before it was actually 100% healed again?
Well,
he said he was feeling good. Well,
yeah, he said that the last time too, reportedly.
But they were telling us that he was feeling good, and they weren't going to let him swing until he said he was feeling good. So
yeah,
I have to trust, and I know I can't. I have to trust he was good enough to swing a bat.
Imaging.
But we just did this a month ago.
But they found a broken bone. I don't know, man. This is so weird. My car wreck of the day, Astros. Also, Caitlin Clark won't play in the Commissioner's Cup final. She's got a strained groin. And Coco Gauff can't win at Wimbledon. Got upset today. Our only American chance. Actually, I have no idea if that's true. I think it's true. But Coco Gauff upset at Wimbledon today. Brian?
I'll go Jordan's hand and also throw in the texter who tried to put Zach Greinke over Dallas Keuchel.
Yeah, that was a bad take.
That's a bad take.
What could be wrong with Jordan's hand?
Oh, man.
Like, hopefully there's not another broken bone in that thing.
I mean, I hate to say this, but what's the solution? Surgery?
For what?
To remove a bone? You know, they say you can remove certain bones.
Like I don't know what's wrong.
I don't know. But I mean, they don't either.
You can have my hand. It's not my strong one. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hardware. He's going to bell on us like Jordan. He's blank on Brian, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis. Keep it here. It's coming up right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, off and running we are here after the Killer Bees. Big thank you to Jeremy and Joel. I hope you enjoyed their show as usual. And for the next 2 hours, it is the best in soccer talk, self-proclaimed. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 on the air. If you want the stream, it's ESPN975.com, and the call-in number tonight is 713-780-3776. And I would keep that handy. We are giving away tickets here tonight. Lone Star Sports and Entertainment Gold Cup final tickets. And Sunday, the Gold Cup finals here. Here's a first little take on that. You got semifinals tomorrow night, which will be the U.S., Guatemala. Really love what Guatemala did to Canada. What a prideful moment for that country. And I'm going to get into that in a minute. But also you have Mexico in their semi against Honduras. Now, Honduras in past history has given Mexico some problems. So no matter what combination of two teams, now, of course, everybody wants, well, a lot of people want U.S.-Mexico. Honduras will draw here in Houston. Guatemala will draw here in Houston. You're going to have a huge crowd on Sunday at Energy Stadium, no matter who gets through. We have seen Guatemala sell out Shell Energy Stadium. And we know there are very passionate Honduran and Guatemalan soccer fans to go along with the passionate Mexican fan. And as you know, I am brutally honest on this show. Out of the four fan bases, the weakest fan base is probably, don't get mad at me, but you know what I'm going to say, U.S. supporters. But I would say there are more U.S. supporters coming out now that the team is winning and the team is in the semifinals. All right, the question of the night tonight is going to be Gold Cup or FIFA Club World Cup. Which one do you like better? Which is your preference? We have a lot of texts tonight, so I'll read some of those texts from people during the day that were talking about the differing reasons why they like one over the other. Today we saw Real Madrid get a 1-0 victory over Juventus. So we got tonight Monterrey in the Club World Cup. What an opportunity for them against Borussia Dortmund. And this is one of the pros of this tournament. And the pros of this tournament is that a team from Liga MX, Monterrey, can play a team from the German Bundesliga. Pretty cool. That is one of the cooler elements of it. But is it too much football? I have to say yes. So there's a lot to get into tonight, but we're going to start it off here now with Game On. All right, here we go. I'm on the clock. There's no denying it anymore. The beautiful game is being pulled in directions we never imagined. Commercialization has taken hold like a vice grip. Expansion just continues, and in all sports. And the soul of soccer, I think, is a little bit under siege. The sport we love, the world's game, it's increasingly being steered by boardrooms, brand deals, balance sheets, and all the other things that come along with commercialization. Many of those in charge, they don't necessarily have the heartbeat and the passion and the reverence for the game and the lived connection to the game. But let's be honest, it's not turning back. You know it. I know it. That's why we're talking about the Club World Cup and Gold Cup. How much football can there be? We still marvel at the magic, though. We love Messi. We love Mbappe, Beckham, Vinny Jr. These names roll off the tongue like poetry. Maradona, on and on we go. The real Ronaldo. They mesmerize with their brilliance. They keep the spotlight blazing. But beneath all the name brand and the big brand, football, soccer, it is evolving at warp speed. The shift is everywhere, on the field, off it, in the stands, balance sheets. I mean, all you got to do is look at the FIFA Club World Cup. In the middle of all this madness, though, the game gives us gifts and great reminders. I got one the other day, moments that strike deep, that call us back to the soul of why we really love this game, why we fell in love with it in the first place, why it was a game that was created for the poor, by the poor, in many cases. Having called the U.S. Guatemala World Cup qualifier years back on ESPN, I felt a connection. I remembered the fire in the national stadium in Guatemala City, the chanting, the edge of the air, everybody in a white T-shirt. And watching their Gold Cup moment this past weekend, I felt it again because football won. They defeated Canada on penalties. Had these beautiful new crisp jerseys, and they advanced. Now flash to the FIFA Club World Cup. Auckland City FC from New Zealand, a semi-pro team surrounded by giants. They play Bayern Munich and Benfica. They get outscored 16-0, 16-0. Then they get Boca Juniors. And in the middle of it, a team of teachers, pool cleaners, office workers, warehouse clerks, Coca-Cola representatives. These aren't Glover stars and private jets. They're everyday warriors working 9 to 5 and then playing the game at night under the floodlights. No private jets, no sports cars, no posses, no drips, just passion, commitment, and a weekly stipend of 150 New Zealand dollars, just because they love playing the game. To face Bayern Munich was a fantasy. To lose 10-0 is a horror, but it is not if you got to this pinnacle as a semi-pro player. For Auckland City, it was reality, one they earned through sweat, not sponsors. Scoreline was harsh. But at the end of the day, they pulled off a miracle in a 1-1 draw with Boca Juniors. And this is it, still at its core, the sport of the people, born on the muddy fields, built by working class hands. Guatemala, a nation overlooked. What a prideful moment for them against Canada. So if you look at these two moments, you get these beautiful reminders about this game and how this game can quickly reboot us. It's being pulled by money, machinery, hype, and media now. We know that. We don't forget to look past the headlines because somewhere out there in Guatemala and in Auckland, New Zealand, corners of the world, the game remains pure, even on the city fields here in Houston. Still for the people, for the dreamers. And for 90 minutes, no matter who you are or what you do, football, the beautiful game, levels the playing field. And that is game on for 90. So, I really enjoyed what Guatemala did. It was prideful. When I watched that game, they had a new strip, a new jersey that had a diagonal stripe, very much like Peru's. And an excellent manager in Luis Fernando Tena. And they just kind of look reborn. They look reorganized. They look rebooted. They look rebranded. They look determined. And they stood up to Canada. And it was a wonderful, wonderful moment for them to win in penalty kicks. But they basically said it. We're here. We belong. We're going to play like we belong. And pretty incredible. By the way, the Auckland City semi-pro team, okay, and I think they were the only semi-pro team that got in this. The guy who scored the goal was a teacher, a header against Boca Juniors, which kind of leads me to Boca Juniors and River Plate, because Boca and River, although they may have started off with a bang in this tournament, Boca and River didn't live up to it. Boca lost to Bayern by a goal. They drew Benfica 2-2. So very competitive against two European teams, but then ended up tying Auckland City. River Plate beat Urawa Reds, drew Monterrey, and then lost to Inter Milan 3-0. So both Boca Juniors and River Plate did not advance. The Brazilian teams are the stars of this show, in my opinion. And they continue to get results and continue to press forward in this tournament. There's two Brazilian teams that will get into the last 8. So let's see what we have now. We have Fluminense against Al Hilal. Al Hilal beats Man City last night, by the way. So again, this is the reminder of this tournament that pits teams from Saudi Arabia, from Mexico, from South America against the European giants. These are massive platforms for these teams to deliver and to be motivated against European teams. And in this country, we are Eurocentric when it comes to football because, let's face it, you got the Premier League on TV, you got La Liga, you got Serie A, you got the Bundesliga. And this is where a lot of the best players in the world flow. By the way, they flow from Brazil and Argentina in a lot of cases, right? So you got Fluminense Al Hilal, who did the shocker over Man City. You got Palmeiras, another Brazilian team against Chelsea. By the way, Mikael of the Houston Dynamo's on that team. PSG and Bayern Munich. And I would think Mikael's probably picking up some real bonus money. And then you're going to get Real Madrid against tonight, the winner of Monterrey or Dortmund. And there are a lot of people here in Houston, certainly a lot of Rayados fans here who are going to be glued to the TV tonight doing watch parties, you name it. They're going to do it. So there's that. Okay. We continue on here tonight. U.S. Costa Rica, we're going to get into that. Let me tell you who we have on the show. Lawrence Anali, who's a very exciting, dynamic attacking player for the Houston Dynamo. I think has brought the most excitement this year. Last game changed the game against St. Louis, played a part in the pressure that was created by him off the dribble. That led to the Dynamo goal after Felipe Andrade turned back a ball on the end line. By the way, he deserves tremendous credit for that. And Ezequiel Ponce deserves tremendous credit for getting into the box and being where that ball would ultimately be. But we'll get into the Houston Dynamo here probably in the next segment. So Lawrence Anali is going to join us tonight here on the show. Really looking forward to talking to him. I think he can be a superstar here in Houston. He's electric. He's exciting. I mentioned this on Fox 26 in the morning with Nate Griffin. He's the kind of player that I think fans of all ages can latch onto. It's the type of player that gives the Dynamo a level of verticality they don't have. It also gives them a dribbler. It's another thing they don't have. So in this package, you're going to get a number of elements to an attack that you need. Now, the question is, how much freedom will he be given? And how much freedom will Ben Olsen give him under this system? I would assume he's going to want him to be taking people on. And then we'll bring him on. A young German kid, excellent player, one that people should be focused on here in Houston, Texas. He'll be on the show here tonight. We've had him on once before. That game also had Nico Ledero's. Dynamo did a nice jersey celebration for him. It was a quick cup of tea here in Houston with Ledero, but I think that was more about just his overall contributions to Major League Soccer. One of the greatest attacking players in the history of the league, won MLS Cups in Seattle. Nico Ledero goes back to his hometown club. Reports tell me that Ledero's taking very little salary. It's almost like he's going back to his club in Uruguay called Nacional, and he's going back there in a gesture of almost thanks because that's where his career began. And these are the things you absolutely love hearing. This is where sport takes precedent over money, bling, Lamborghinis, drips, all the other stuff. These are the stories that I love in a deeper way because they're a little bit more real and they're organic. Zlatan Ibrahimovic loves a good soundbite. I think he's trying to stay relevant these days. He says this about Inter Miami and Leo Messi after they got smoked by PSG. Zlatan Ibrahimovic says, Leo Messi didn't lose. Inter Miami did. Messi is playing with statues, not teammates. He's surrounded by players who run as if they're carrying bags of cement. Quote, if he were in a real team, in any big team, you'd see the real lion Messi plays only because he loves the game, because he can still do what 99% of players cannot. There are no coaches, no stars, even players who understand how to move without the ball. This is not the Messi I know. If you put him in a real team, he'll still set the stadium on fire. No doubt. I think you could plug him into any team in Europe, provided they would build a team around him. He would still tear it up. But secondarily, what Zlatan Ibrahimovic is saying there, he's calling the best possession and one of the better teams in Major League Soccer a bunch of statues. So he's calling Sergio Busquets a statue, Jordi Alba. He's probably referencing Luis Suarez as well. I don't know what his relationship is, although Suarez had a goal and an assist recently. I don't know. I don't know how much damage that 4-0 loss did to Major League Soccer. Because Inter Miami couldn't get the ball, and they're not used to defending. They don't in Major League Soccer. They dominate possession every game they play in. And all of a sudden, they had to defend. And, of course, we found out they're not great defensively, right? Because essentially they don't have to do it in Major League Soccer much. So Zlatan jumping out with that great soundbite. There was another great one showing you. I'm a fan of coaches because I really do know that their jobs are extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. Jesse Marsh had a beauty. I mean, he had a beauty. Jesse basically said before the Gold Cup for Canada, not one guy has called me and said, Coach, I don't know. It's been a long year. Maybe I don't come for the Gold Cup. That's what Jesse Marsh said. He's probably taking a poke at Pulisic there, like everybody else. After he got knocked out by Guatemala, guess what he said? He said, quote, if I'm honest, we're missing half our group. Well, guess what, Jesse? You weren't honest the first time. You're a hypocrite. Yeah, his game's a bit tired now. I get the emotional, the power, and the passion of Jesse Marsh, but a little tired right now. That one didn't age very well. All right, quick word here for Nico Nikos Greek and American Cafe. You want the best in Greek and American food? It's Nico Nikos. They've got everything in there. Souvlakis, gyros, incredible salads, incredible chicken soup. The lamb shank is one of my favorites. They got 3 locations around Houston. One in the Woodlands, one on the Beltway and I-10, and then, of course, my favorite in Montrose. But I'll tell you what, you want some Greek, Mediterranean, really, really good food, the hummuses, all that. It is Nico Nikos Greek and American Cafe. T-shirts and hats, LamontBrands.com. Soccer Matters. It's the best. You have printing needs. You want to go to Lamont Brands. Jerry and Mel Lamont, great, great friends of this show. We'll come back. We're going to break the dynamo down a little bit. Federico Di Michelis joins me tonight. Lawrence Anali joins me. And from American Soccer Now, we'll also have on Brian Sciaretta tonight to go over the U.S. men's national team as well. All right, we'll take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. By the way, this is Dan Auerbach. What's the name of the song? Heartbroken
in Despair.
Yeah, we know about that.
Davis on the attack down the right flank, and his cross deflected. They didn't get there, and flew in through Cano. That's the start Fluminense wanted. An error strewn beginning to the game from Enter at the back. Fluminense have made them pay, and they have a shock lead in Charlotte.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Fluminense, Brazilian club, still alive. Two of them have made it to the quarterfinals. That was the game winner from Cano for Fluminense in a 2-0 victory over Inter Milan. We'll get into the FIFA Club World Cup here tonight. Welcome back to Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. That was Aerosmith and No More, No More. Good moment to bring in Cactus Music. Cactus Music for all your vinyl, your CD needs down there. Get down there. The staff know their music top to bottom, every category. It's a lot of fun just hanging out in there and looking for some used gems or pre-owned gems, and then all the new reissues that come out. And boy, they've got it all. CDs, vinyl, cool T-shirts. It is Cactus Music. Good buddy Quinn down there. Okay. Let's get into, I did speak about Guatemala, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that a little later in this show with Federico Di Michelis, because when they won that game, that stadium just, it lit up. It lit up. And I'm sure Guatemala City lit up as well. But as I said before, switching back to the Gold Cup now, we got 2 semifinals tomorrow night. It doesn't matter what combination of teams get here. There will be a massive crowd there on Sunday because Honduras has got a huge fan base. The U.S. and Mexico's got a huge fan base. Guatemala's got a huge fan base. And it's a final. It's a final. And tonight we'll be giving away another pair of tickets. By the way, tomorrow morning, I'll give another pair away on social media, which everybody has really done a wonderful job of reposting. And I don't know, I think we got like 10,000 looks on that thing. I mean, it's phenomenal what people have done and how badly they want to go to the Gold Cup final. Now, if you don't win tickets, you can buy them at lsse.net. lsse.net. All right, so let's run through just the chronology of the U.S. game. All right, bad penalty given away by Max Arfston, and to the penalty spot goes Costa Rica's Francisco Calvo.
Francisco Calvo scores! Los Ticos strike first!
That was short and sweet, and that is exactly what happened. So let me tell you one thing. The U.S. at that point came out sharp. They gave up a bad penalty. The book on Max Arfston now is he's not a great one-on-one defender. He's more of a winger. He's better in possession going forward. That guy who hit that penalty kick, Francisco Calvo, went to San Jacinto College. He ended up in World Cups with Costa Rica. He has had an unbelievable career. Sadly, San Jacinto College killed their soccer program. They also produced Dane Richards, a whole bunch of great soccer players. Dave Santisteban was the coach when Calvo was there. And him and I are good friends. And he told me the story how he went to Costa Rica and got Francisco Calvo and one of his friends to come and play at San Jacinto College. The rest's history. And that's a history not many people will know here in Houston. But it's a shame because the junior college game provides a wonderful outlet, not only in economical education, but it's a great place for young soccer players to, just kind of ease into the college scene, keep playing at a high level, and then ultimately move on from there. And it's just a shame we don't have that level anymore of a junior college team here in Houston. Again, that would be a nice addition to the soccer landscape. Okay, I went away from where I should have been there. Okay, and then 43rd minute, he gets his first Diego Luna.
Max Arfston now squaring it back for Luna. Diego Luna deflected in! Diego Luna getting it done for the United States, all level again in Minneapolis.
Yeah, so the guy who conceded the penalty sets up Luna, And then he gets the go-ahead goal here in the 47th. Here's Arfston with the goal that would make it 2-1 U.S.
Malik Tillman feeds it along. Arfston goes for goal and scores! Max Arfston putting the United States on top, making amends for his earlier error, conceding the penalty. Now the man of the hour.
But then really, really poor defending here in the 71st minute. Two U.S., one was De La Torre, and I think it might have been Arfston again. They get split. I mean, positionally, they're just a mess. They easily get split. It's the 71st minute of a game. These things can happen. And Alonso Martinez, who plays for New York City FC in MLS, ties it up.
Down a goal. Tournament lost. Saved by Freeze. Rebound loose. Fed in front. The leveler for Costa Rica. Alonso Martinez answering the call.
The U.S. ultimately would go on, win it in penalty kicks. It becomes a very emotional, a very strong win to battle back from mistakes. And I think for those that are looking at this U.S. team and expecting this thing to run like a machine, I think you're naive. There's a lot of very young players here who are getting real opportunity. Arfston is one of them. I think Ajiman up front is another one who's getting a run of games here. They're really being given opportunity here by Pochettino in a big, big way. Tillman is stepping up now more. Now, will that translate into bigger things for him? Who knows? So here's Mauricio Pochettino post-match on emotional control.
Trust the player. Yes, emotional because you play for go to the next round and it's the semifinal. But in the same time to keep calm because I think the important thing from the touchline, I think it's important to show control and to translate to the player the relax and the confidence on them.
Players take a lot from the behavior of managers, and Pochettino spoke on that there. Now, let's not forget, Matt Freese was one of the superstars in this. He made 3 saves and penalty kicks. Here's Mauricio Pochettino on the U.S. goalkeeper, Matt Freese.
But I think we really trust our keepers. And when we made a decision to play and give the confidence to him, it was with all the situation that happened, and accepting that maybe can make a mistake. But I think any keeper can make a mistake. The most important is to make a decision and translate the confidence and trust, and be sure that your decision was a good decision for the team.
So if you remember, Matt Freese made a mistake, got caught in possession in one of the games, conceded a bad goal, but Pochettino stuck with him. Here's more from Pochettino on trust.
For the people, it's not easy to see our decision, but I think when you, like I was talking about the keepers, when you made a decision, I think you need to trust. Even if something wrong happened, I think it's about to trust, because on the end, when you really trust and give the confidence, and when you assess the player and see the talent there, it's only question of time and confidence and trust. And I think Malik is a great show in this tournament, great quality. Today was difficult for him because when there was the penalty, he suffered a big twist in his ankle. But after showed his character and all that can add to this team, and that is why we are happy. But we are happy with the whole team, because I am happy with the starting 11. I am happy with after the impact from the bench, but I am so happy with the players on the bench that were there and they didn't have the possibility to play, but they were the first supporter, the first fans, the first people helping their teammate.
So you see Pochettino there, keeping an eye on his bench and how supportive others are. This is when managers have to make big decisions, right? Goalkeeper Matt Freese makes a mistake. It's easily an opportunity to put in another goalkeeper. He sticks with him. Tillman misses a penalty. He's supporting Tillman. These are the things that happen. Here's more from Mauricio Pochettino on Tillman, who's scoring goals in this tournament and is really kind of lifting himself. And he'll be one of the big players coming into this semifinal against Guatemala tomorrow night.
No, I think he's strong, more strong than you believe. to head down is his personality, his character, but he's strong. He's really strong in his mind. How is strong, his body, he's a strong guy. No, it's his way not to be. It's his character, but he's strong. He's really strong.
All right, so here's some of the takeaways. Advancement from the U.S. despite challenges. Like I said, conceded an early penalty, conceded a late equalizer, found a way to advance. It's resilience, it's team bonding, it's team building. These are things you can build off in a tournament. Tournaments are momentum. Remember, the World Cup next summer is a short tournament. These are momentum-based events. It's a short tournament, and you get bragging rights for being the best national team in the world for 4 years. If I go back to the last World Cup under Greg Berhalter, and I've said this many, many times on this show, and even prior to that, we as the United States burn way too much physical and emotional energy getting out of the group stages. We have to prove in this next World Cup, and there might be some people saying, well, that's if we get out of the group stages. We'll see. We'll see what we get drawn with. But we have to not only get out of the group stages, that's a must. You got to go deeper in this tournament, but you have to get out of it in a way that you haven't exhausted the Christian Pulisic's of the world, the Tyler Adamses of the world, the Anthony Robinsons of the world. And that's why the left back position, who's going to be the cover? Arfsten's not a great one-on-one defender. He's had some really good moments going forward, but that's not his, as Austin Powers would say, it's not my bag, baby. Does Serginho Dest come over there and play left back if Robinson goes down? How will Serginho Dest be? He's coming back from a serious injury. There's a lot of questions that'll get answered over the course of a year. They'll be formed from players with their club teams that's going to be observed. But center back, I think Richards is pretty much a lock now. I see a little bit more leadership coming out of him. I see him shouting at players a little bit more. I like that. But there were performances that can continue to influence a coach. And a lot of these guys are young, and a lot aren't going to go to the World Cup. Some will. But the efforts in this tournament will go into the Rolodex of the mind of the manager, Mauricio Pochettino. Make no mistake, there were moments of naive play. We've talked about it. Arfsten and De La Torre getting split off the dribble. I mean, these were really naive moments. Choices on the ball in the final third. There were some advancement into the final third. There was an obvious ball that's missed. Performances were mixed, but not without effort, and that's the great equalizer. But he's given real consistent opportunity. Matt Freese, Max Arfsten, Alex Freeman, Diego Luna, Malik Tillman, Patrick Agyemang, Sebastian Berhalter getting some. And this was a young Costa Rica. And Miguel Herrera had them fighting. Piojo had that team fighting. Truth be told, U.S. had the territorial advantage. It's not perfect. What's perfect is you've advanced. Now you take it next level against Guatemala. And Guatemala is going to want to slay the beast. I've been in Guatemala City. I've seen what it means to play against the U.S. national team. I felt it. I smelled it. I tasted it. 63% of the possession for the U.S., 18 shots, 4 on goal, 9 corner kicks. So you've beaten Trinidad and Tobago, Saudi Arabia, and Haiti. You've gotten past Costa Rica, and this is the correct medicine for increased excitement and belief around the U.S. national team. All right, we're going to take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now. Get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident. You need the best in the business. The best in the business is John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Boat, motorcycle, anything maritime. Maybe you drive an 18-wheeler. You work on a construction project. Sometimes you need a personal injury attorney. Well, if you want one, it is the best. It is John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Big shout out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub, by the way, on the 21st out there. We're going to do an airing of the 1966 World Cup, the only time England won it over West Germany. Jeff Hurst will live in your mind in that one. We're going to do a viewing party out there of the 66 World Cup final. It will be at Hugh O'Connor's in the Marquee Entertainment Center right off of I-10. That's on July 21st. Then the next day we turn it around and we go to Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. I was about to say Jersey City, New Jersey. Jersey Village. And this is a wonderful brew pub, and we've been having a real good time out there. Brian's been out there as well. All right, we'll take a break. We're coming back with Houston Dynamo, the electrifying winger. His name, Lawrence Anali. Next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. I did mention Senate Avenue Brewing, the best in fresh brewed beer, since we're about to bring on Lawrence Anali, and we all know how good German beer is. Well, we thought we would talk a little bit about beer. But Senate Avenue Brewing, it's up 290. Exceptional spot. We do a live show there every month. The best in fresh beer, all kinds of selections. whether you like IPAs, lighter beers, heavier beers, they've got everything there. It's award-winning beer, award-winning food, beautiful patio. And every time we do our live show up there at Senate Avenue Brewing once a month, well, we get Dynamo players out there as well. This just in, Juventus's manager, Igor Tudor, said 10 players asked to come off in their game against Real Madrid. This has been one of the criticisms against the FIFA Club World Cup. All right, let's not keep our guest waiting. He is Dynamo winger Lawrence Anali coming back now. Lawrence, 45 minutes in the 1-0 victory over St. Louis, plays a part in the goal. He joins us now. Hi, Lawrence.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Very good. Thanks for coming back on. When you first got to Houston, we had you on the show, and it's really nice to have you back on. It's also very nice to see you back on the field, Lawrence. Just your thoughts on getting a nice 45 minutes under your belt after a long recovery from injury.
Yeah, it was nice to be back out there for more than 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, it was just amazing. This was what I was working for the last couple of months. And yeah, it was amazing. Atmosphere was good. The game was nice.
Lawrence,
everything was perfect.
Take me into the recovery process. I've gone through that. It becomes a pretty lonely place. And sometimes you don't really feel like a part of the team. Are those fair things to say about recovering from a knee injury?
Yeah, it was difficult, especially with my family being in Germany and me being alone here in Houston. It was even more difficult. But I have to say that being with the team, like I didn't feel like very separate from the team because I had my people in the team that helped me, that talked to me, they made sure that I'm good. Whatever I needed, they would bring it to me. Yeah.
Lawrence Anali joining us, Houston Dynamo. And I know they've been very much monitoring your minutes. That's what happens with the modern athlete now. Do you feel like you're getting closer and closer to, absorbing even more minutes?
Yeah, it was planned for me to get 60 minutes in total last week. So I played 15 minutes against Minnesota and 45 against St. Louis on Saturday. And now that I finally broke the 60 minutes mark, I think I'm good to go. So we will see what the coach has planned with me.
So do you lobby sometimes with the medical staff saying, hey, I'm ready. I can do 75. I can do 80. You must be like a horse unbridled right now to get on the field.
Yeah, of course. But you got to be patient, especially in the beginning when you're coming back. It's always a little bit risky. I'm happy with the minutes I got now. I think it got better game to game. I feel more comfortable. And yeah, especially in Houston with the weather, it's a little bit more difficult after coming back after a big injury. Yeah, but like I said, I'm very happy with the minutes I got and looking forward for more.
Lawrence Anali joining us tonight, electric winger, exciting, somebody who your eyes get drawn to when they play the game. So you played a big part in the Ponce goal because you sized up a defender, you beat him to his left. One thing I've noticed about your game, Lawrence, you seem equally comfortable going left or right. Is that something that you trained just relentlessly, or is that something that's part natural, or maybe both?
I think it's quite natural. I grew up being a right back, so I always had to go down the line. Actually, the movements into the middle, they came a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was born comfortable going left or right. So yeah.
Makes you dangerous because I think people that are predominantly right-footed playing on the left, I think defenders quickly realize that, right?
Yeah. It makes them guess what I'm doing next, and I love that. That's what I want my opponents to think too much, and then I'm gone. So that's what I'm always looking for.
So when you got hurt, you wouldn't believe the amount of people asking me, when is Lawrence Onali coming back? I said, well, and then as we get closer to this season, they keep asking me when. So now you're coming back. It's obvious you've struck a nerve with the fans here in Houston. I believe a lot of that is because of the way you play the game, the want, the desire, the conviction to take people on off the dribble. And, you said you grew up playing as a right back. But this is an attitude too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my biggest skill, my pace and my 1v1s. I think that's what everyone is looking for, every fan. That's why we all love, or why we all love Messi, or I don't know who. Now, Lamine Jamal. Everyone likes watching these people, and that's my play style, and that's why I play football for. I want to beat people 1v1, 1v2, go and dribble, run fast. That's why I love football so much, because it's so diverse. You can do whatever you want with the ball.
And I think it's the perfect complement now to a team that is based on possession and passing the ball, to all of a sudden put you into this team. I think opponents have to look at the Houston Dynamo very differently, not to mention the fact that you can make runs in behind a defense.
Yeah, that's you said it perfectly. I don't know what to say to that, but yeah, that's who I am. The teams can try to change something, but I think we'll always find a way to beat my man.
So for sure, I saw you come in that game, and St. Louis has to deal with the Dynamo very, very differently. We're talking to Lawrence Onali of the Houston Dynamo. I do want to take you back to something I asked you, I know, in the prior interview, Lawrence, and I want my listeners to hear it again from you. But just growing up in the amazing German soccer culture, just speak to that a little bit, and just how the culture also, it's not just coaching, but it's the culture that grows the player.
Yeah, of course. I think in Europe in general, there's a little bit more pressure when you start playing soccer on a professional, or even in the academies on a higher level. It's always about results, and you can get relegated. So there's always more pressure from the fans, from the coaches, from the teams, whatever. So I think this pressure makes good players. Like if you get pro with that pressure, and I think when you make a pro with all these pressure, you can make it anywhere. Like it develops you as a human, makes you better in any aspect. Yeah, and then speaking about the fans, about the culture, yeah, it's just amazing. 80,000 people in the stadiums, loud noises, cheering for you. But also the negative side, if it doesn't work out good for like 2 or 3 games, the media is on you, the fans are on you. Yeah.
I called a U.S. men's national team game against Germany way back before the 2006 World Cup in Dortmund, and it was an incredible experience, just to be amongst the German soccer culture.
Yeah.
I want to take you back to when you were young and the pressure thing that we were just mentioning. At what point, as a teenager or a young kid, do you begin to feel this pressure to make it, and where does that desire to become a